The atmosphere at the awakening grounds of the 37th Middle School in Kayun City was as tense as a battlefield on the brink of eruption. All the teachers and students wore solemn expressions, their eyes fixed intently on each teenager stepping onto the stage. Beep. No ability detected. Next, number 1125. Beep. No ability detected. Next, number 1126. Beep. No ability detected. Next, number 1127. As one teenager after another stepped onto the awakening device, the cold, mechanical voice of the AI resounded through the plaza like the pronouncement of the Grim Reaper. Over 1,000 tested, and not even an F-rank ability has appeared. Is our 37th middle school going to be completely wiped out this time? On the high platform, the energetic-looking principal furrowed his brows deeply, anxiety churning in his heart. Amid the mounting tension, one student in the crowd appeared utterly bewildered. Wait, I've transmigrated? And it's 10,000 years into the future. What's going on? Ling Xiao looked around in confusion, his predecessor's memories flooding his mind like an unstoppable tide. He realized that this wasn't a dream, it was a real transmigration. This was 10,000 years after the 21st century. Humanity had stepped into the era of the grand cosmos, with footprints spanning the Milky Way and dominion over millions of habitable planets. And he, Ling Xiao, now occupied the body of an ordinary middle school student. In this era, students no longer studied traditional culture, as the invention of consciousness transmission had made it possible to instantly transfer knowledge directly into the brain. Instead, what they studied now was martial arts. From his predecessor's memories, Ling Xiao learned that in this era, martial artists could shatter stars with a wave of their hands. Tearing apart the sun and moon was no longer a dream. These vivid images stirred Ling Xiao's heart with excitement and passion. Damn it, this body is so weak. Started martial arts training at 12, and after 3 years, the strength is only 340 kilograms? If I fail this awakening test and don't get an ability, am I doomed to become a corporate drone? When Ling Xiao saw the strength data of his current body, he was stunned. A 100-meter sprint in 5 seconds and a strength of 340 kilograms would be unmatched in the 21st century. But in this era, those stats barely placed him at the bottom of his class, far from qualifying for an advanced martial arts academy. After all, the entry-level requirement for an advanced martial arts academy was a strength of 500 kilograms. And now, all the students were undergoing the ability awakening test. If they succeeded in awakening, even the weakest F-rank ability would grant them unconditional entry into an advanced martial arts academy for further study. The martial arts entrance exam was only 3 days away, and with his current performance, Ling Xiao had no chance of passing. This ability awakening test was his last opportunity. Boom! At that moment, a fierce aura erupted from the awakening device. Ling Xiao, lost in thoughts about his future, along with all the other students, was instantly drawn to the commotion. They all turned their eyes toward the stage. What they saw made their faces change dramatically. On the awakening device stood a red-haired girl engulfed in roaring flames, her entire body surrounded by a blazing fire. Everyone was stunned. An elemental ability. And elemental abilities were at least D rank. Awakening a D rank ability meant she was guaranteed a spot at a provincial key advanced martial arts academy. Beep, beep, beep. Senior Year 3, student number 1451 has successfully awakened a flame ability. Rating, C rank. As the icy electronic voice echoed in everyone's minds, the school leaders on the platform erupted in excitement. A C rank ability? A flame ability? Ha ha ha, fantastic. Our 37th middle school is definitely going to make a name for itself in all of Kayun City this time. A C rank ability, that's the first in 2 or 3 years across all of Kayun City. Isn't that Luo Lingshuang? Her father is the chairman of the Luo Corporation. If she gets into a provincial key academy, the Luo Corporation will surely rise to new heights. All the school leaders looked at Luo Lingshuang, who stood calmly amidst the flames, their faces brimming with enthusiasm. To think she really awakened the flame ability. Now I'm guaranteed a spot in a provincial key advanced academy. Luo Lingshuang felt a surge of pride in her heart but maintained a composed expression as she stepped out of the awakening device. She had tested her talent at home and already knew she had a high chance of awakening the flame ability. Now that she had awakened a C-rank ability, she was, of course, overjoyed. It's Luo Lingshuang? I didn't expect her to awaken the flame ability. Seeing Luo Lingshuang on the stage, Ling Xiao froze for a moment. Luo Lingshuang was one of the top 10 prodigies at the 37th middle school, with a strength of over 800 kilograms. Coupled with her wealthy background, she was on a completely different level from Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao did have some interactions with her. Next, student number 1452, please step forward for awakening. At that moment, the cold mechanical voice rang out again. Hearing the announcement, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and decisively stepped toward the awakening device. That's right. His student number was 1452. Good luck, Ling Xiao. As Ling Xiao passed by Luo Lingshuang, she suddenly called out to him seriously. Thanks. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and stepped into the awakening device without hesitation. Buzz. In the next instant, a mysterious wave enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body. Boom! In a flash, a surge of power burst into Ling Xiao's flesh and blood, and he felt a faint strength stirring deep within his body. However, the sensation vanished almost as quickly as it came. This power was so faint that even the nearby principal and other leaders failed to notice it. Looks like another failed awakening. But that's to be expected. Having won Luo Lingshuang is already a great outcome for our school. Though the principal had anticipated that it was nearly impossible to have 2 ability awakenings in a row, he couldn't help but sigh when Ling Xiao showed no signs of awakening. The other school leaders nodded in agreement. But just then, something unexpected happened. Beep, beep, beep. Grade 3 Senior, Student ID 1452, successfully awakened ability, cell activation. Rating, F class. The awakening device suddenly emitted a notification. Upon hearing the voice, everyone present instantly widened their eyes in shock. Boom! The entire plaza erupted into chaos. Hiss! Another ability user. 2 ability users in a row? Even though they're just F class, the odds of this happening are insanely low. 1452? Isn't that Ling Xiao from our class? Damn, that kid's luck is through the roof. I thought he was going to fail the martial exams this time, but now he can get into an advanced martial arts academy. Cell activation. Isn't that one of the weakest abilities among F class? Who cares if it's weak? It's still better than us ordinary folks who have no abilities at all. The students and teachers all began to discuss fervently. Everyone's eyes turned toward Ling Xiao, filled with envy. Though it was the weakest type of ability, it meant Ling Xiao had a chance to enter an advanced martial arts academy. Out of the 7,000 or 8,000 students at 37th High School, fewer than 1/10 could enter such academies. The rest would either have to study martial arts on their own or settle for clerical jobs. Cell activation huh? Besides speeding up recovery from injuries, it doesn't seem to have much use. Still, my strength seems to have increased. This is good news no matter how you look at it. Inside the awakening device, Ling Xiao looked at his now powerful hands and couldn't help but smile. However, at that very moment, something unexpected happened again. Ding! The system has detected the host's F-class ability, cell activation. It contains 12 trillion flaws. Would you like to repair the flaws? A cold, mechanical voice seemed to echo from the depths of Ling Xiao's soul, shaking his mind to its core. What voice is this, host? Repair flaws? Holy crap, could this be my golden finger? Ling Xiao's excitement surged instantly. The voice transformed into text, which appeared right before his eyes. Seeing this, Ling Xiao realized he truly had a system. It's really a system. But wait, will repairing these flaws cause any strange phenomena that others might notice? He hesitated, his thoughts racing nervously. No joke, he was in a public space. If anything unusual happened, he could quickly become a research subject. Ding! Any phenomena from the repair process will only be visible and perceptible to the host. The repair will also be completed instantly. The system responded directly to his concerns. Got it. Then repair it now. Hearing this, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate in the slightest. He was eager to see just how powerful his system really was. Ding! Beginning flaw repair. In an instant, the notification echoed in his mind. At that moment, it felt as though time itself had frozen. Boom! A surge of immense power roared through Ling Xiao's body like a torrential flood, coursing into every cell, every fiber of his being. He felt his cells and flesh frantically writhing, as if they were evolving. Their vitality and regenerative speed skyrocketed by tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of times. Fortunately, with time frozen around him, no one noticed any of these changes. Buzz! Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the strange transformations within Ling Xiao's body came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for repairing all flaws in the ability, cell activation. The ability has been successfully upgraded to Immortal Divine Body. Rating, SSS class. Immortal Divine Body *, an SSS class ability that grants the possessor a body of indestructible caliber. At your current level, your body cannot regenerate if the damage exceeds 99%. However, as your strength grows, even if both your body and soul are completely destroyed, you will be able to resurrect through the memories of others. As the notification sounded, Ling Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Holy crap! Immortal Divine Body? My body can regenerate even if it's 99% destroyed? Does that mean I basically can't die? Ling Xiao was utterly stunned. What did 99% mean? Even if his entire body was reduced to nothing but a finger, he could still come back to life. Not only that, but as his strength grew, he could resurrect even if his soul and body were completely obliterated. This was practically invincibility. With this ability, dying would be harder than staying alive. And I still have this system. If an F-class ability can be transformed into this kind of god-tier body, what would happen if other abilities were repaired? The thought thrilled Ling Xiao to no end. Of course, he knew he had to keep a low profile for now. If anyone discovered his extraordinary talent, he might end up in a lab for study, which would not be fun at all. By the way, it feels like my strength has already tripled. This must be the reward for gaining an ability. But why can't I use my chi and blood energy yet? If only I knew the specifics of my current situation. Ling Xiao realized that his strength had tripled due to the ability upgrade. Based on this strength, he should now be at the body refinement stage. Yet, strangely enough, he still couldn't control chi and blood energy like a typical body refinement martial artist. Buzz! Just then, a surge of energy rippled through the air, and a status panel appeared right before Ling Xiao's eyes. Status panel. Name, Ling Xiao. Level, Martial Apprentice. Chi and Blood, 3.4, affects strength, defense, and recovery speed. Soul, 1.4, normal human average, 1, affects mental power and soul strength. Talent, Immortal Divine Body, SSS class, Chi and Blood asterisk 300%, Soul asterisk 300%. Martial Art, Basic Body Refinement Fist, Entry Level, Proficient, 12 out of 100. Note, the Immortal Divine Body provides a millionfold increase in bodily regeneration and elevates the host's lifeform tier. As a result, 1 point of chi and blood equals 300 kilograms of strength for the host, whereas 1 point equals 100 kilograms for a normal human. The same multiplier applies to the soul. After reading the status panel, Ling Xiao suddenly understood everything. An SSS class ability naturally came with more than one feature. As realization dawned on him, another thought struck him. Does this mean I can easily take down opponents stronger than me in the future? This really is the treatment of a protagonist. Ling Xiao couldn't help but grin. Buzz! At that moment, time around him resumed its flow. Ling Xiao stepped out of the awakening device and strode confidently toward his class. Ah, Ling Xiao, you lucky brat. You actually awakened an ability, pretty impressive. Back in the classroom, the instructor gave Ling Xiao a hearty pat on the shoulder, smiling warmly. Make sure to develop your ability well. Even the weakest ability user is far stronger than a martial artist with the same talent. Ling Xiao's ability to awaken a superpower naturally delighted the instructor. The surrounding students all looked at Ling Xiao with envy. Even though it was just an F-level ability, a superpowered individual was still a superpowered individual, incomparable to ordinary martial artists. I understand. Ling Xiao nodded with a smile. At this moment, the superpower awakening tests were still ongoing. All 6,000 plus students at number 37 middle school had completed their evaluations. 3 more F-level abilities and 1 E-level ability were discovered among the students. The school leadership couldn't stop smiling with excitement. Including Ling Xiao and Luo Lingshuang, there were now a total of 6 newly awakened superpowered individuals. All students, go back and prepare well for the martial arts exam in 3 days. Strive to achieve good results. After the tests concluded, the principal spoke solemnly to the entire student body without any unnecessary words, then promptly announced the dismissal. Ding! 10,000 star coins have been deposited into your personal account. Note, school reward for awakening an F-level talent, asterisk asterisk. As the crowd dispersed, Ling Xiao's smartwatch emitted a notification sound that only he could hear. A reward for awakening a superpower? 10,000 star coins? That's equivalent to 100,000 yuan in my previous life. No doubt about it, martial artists really do live well. Gazing at the 10,000 star coins he had just received, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Free money, who wouldn't want it? And now, he truly needed this money. With that thought, Ling Xiao left the school directly, boarded a train, and headed to the outskirts of the city, several dozen kilometers away. Upon arriving at the city's edge, his eyes were met with rows upon rows of high-rise buildings. At first glance, in the 21st century, this area would undoubtedly be considered a luxury neighborhood for the wealthy. But in this era, these high-rises were homes for those at the very bottom of society. The residences of the wealthy were sprawling estates, each covering tens of thousands of square meters at a minimum. Ling Xiao entered one of the high-rises, took the hover elevator, and arrived at his home on one of the upper floors. The house was empty, devoid of a single soul. In this lifetime, just as in his previous one, Ling Xiao was an orphan. However, he did have a younger sister named Ling Yuran, who had depended on him since childhood. She was 2 years younger than Ling Xiao. In this era, orphans like them were not uncommon. I should focus on studying my system first. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao strode into his room and locked the door behind him. This system seems to be able to fix certain flaws. If it can even repair the flaws in superpowers, then could it also fix flaws in physical objects? He pondered, his eyes falling on his smartwatch. Ding! Detected item in possession, smartwatch. Number of flaws, 1548. Repair flaws, asterisk asterisk. At that moment, a prompt sounded in Ling Xiao's mind. It really works. But only 1548 flaws? Ling Xiao's eyes flickered with intrigue. After all, his talent had a staggering 12 trillion flaws. This smartwatch's level is definitely not higher than my F-level superpower. Could it be that the more advanced something is, the more flaws it has? He stroked his chin, a puzzled expression appearing on his face. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. After all, his F-level ability, which activated cellular metabolism, wasn't necessarily superior to his smartwatch. The higher the potential, the more flaws there are. Flaws represent the system's potential for improvement after repairs. A new theory flashed through Ling Xiao's mind. If this were true, in the future, he could simply observe the number of flaws to immediately determine the potential of any item of the same level. The only issue is whether my ability to repair flaws has a limit. If it does, I'll need to be cautious in its use. By the way, if my superpower flaws can be repaired, can my physical body's flaws also be fixed? If I can repair the flaws in my body, could my talent skyrocket as a result? At this thought, a spark of excitement gleamed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He quickly turned his gaze to his own hands. Ding! Detected host's physical body. Number of flaws, 14,500,000. Repair flaws, asterisk asterisk. Sure enough, the system's prompt once again echoed in Ling Xiao's mind, striking him like a thunderbolt. 14.5 million flaws. While it's not as many as my talent's flaws, if these millions of flaws are all repaired, my talent would definitely reach the level of a genius. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao immediately selected repair. Ding! Command accepted. Beginning physical body flaw repair, asterisk asterisk. Boom! In an instant, an enigmatic force enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body. Bang! 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 Asterisk asterisk. He felt as if every cell in his body was exploding frantically, only to be rapidly repaired by that mysterious force, then shattered again, then repaired once more. As this cycle of destruction and regeneration repeated, Ling Xiao's body began to exude large amounts of black sludge-like impurities. Simultaneously, his absorption of the world's primal energy increased at an astonishing rate. Soon, primal energy poured down like rain and was fully absorbed into his body. Previously, even with the help of the Alliance's basic body strengthening techniques, Ling Xiao had struggled to guide even a trace of primal energy after several days of effort. Now, however, the terrifying influx of energy caused his strength to skyrocket at an unprecedented speed. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Flaws have been successfully repaired. Physical body automatically optimized to innate Dao body, SS level talent, asterisk asterisk. Innate Dao body, SS level talent. Grants the owner 1000x comprehension ability and 1000x cultivation speed. This enhancement scales with strength progression, asterisk asterisk. As the enhancement process concluded, the system's notification echoed through Ling Xiao's mind once more. An SS level talent again? 1,000-fold cultivation speed? This is practically invincible. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. 1,000-fold cultivation speed meant that one day of training would equal 3 years of progress for an ordinary person. Although he had been cultivating for 3 years since starting martial arts training, much of that time had been spent eating, sleeping, practicing combat, and studying martial acupoints in his first year. If calculated purely on uninterrupted cultivation time, he had only trained for about 7 or 8 months. In other words, if Ling Xiao had trained non-stop for 7 to 8 months, he could have reached his current level of strength. But now, with 1,000-fold cultivation speed, he could achieve the same results in just 5 or 6 hours. In other words, 6 hours of training would increase Ling Xiao's strength by at least 300 kilograms. If he trained non-stop for an entire day, his strength would rise by at least 1,000 kilograms. In just 3 days, Ling Xiao would undoubtedly break into the third stage of the body-tempering realm. This isn't just genius-level talent anymore, this is monstrous. Ling Xiao was filled with amazement. At the third level of the body-refining realm, combined with the 300% power boost provided by the immortal divine physique, his strength had skyrocketed to 9,000 kilograms. To put it into perspective, this was the level of power typically only attainable by someone at the 9th level of the body-refining realm. Even without factoring in differences in equipment, combat experience, or martial techniques, Ling Xiao could easily defeat individuals at the 5th or 6th level of the body refining realm. Wait, martial techniques. If the system can identify flaws in my body, could it also identify flaws in my techniques? Suddenly, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as this thought struck him. When it came to martial techniques, although he only possessed the Alliance's basic body refining technique for now, if the system could repair its flaws, its rank could be significantly enhanced, becoming far more powerful. With this in mind, Ling Xiao quickly turned his gaze to his attribute panel. Attribute panel. Name * Ling Xiao. Realm * Martial Apprentice. Vitality * 5, affects strength, defense, and recovery speed. Soul * 5, normal human, 1, affects mental strength and soul durability. Talents *. Immortal divine physique, SSS level, vitality * 300%, soul * 300%. Innate Tao physique, SS level, comprehension * 1000, cultivation speed * 1000. Martial techniques *. Basic body refining fist, unranked, proficient, 12 out of 100. Note, after upgrading the innate Tao physique, both strength and soul power have increased significantly. Staring at his attribute panel, Ling Xiao was overjoyed. His vitality had jumped from 3.4 to 5. This meant his strength had surged to 1,500 kilograms, since each point of vitality equated to 300 kilograms of power. Such strength already far surpassed the average level of a first-level body refining realm martial artist. To put it in perspective, his instructor back in the day had qualified for an advanced martial academy based on merit, yet was only a second-level body refining realm martial artist now. And yet, Ling Xiao, with the system's help, had surpassed his instructor's decades of effort in under an hour. Indeed, the system was unparalleled. But this wasn't the most pressing matter at hand. What truly mattered now was the basic body refining fist. Ling Xiao immediately focused on the technique. Ding! Martial technique detected. The basic body refining fist contains 1,254 flaws. Would you like to repair them? The system's prompt rang out just then. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. It really can be repaired. This is incredible. Although it only has 1,200 flaws and limited potential, being able to repair them means that in the future, any advanced martial techniques I acquire could be transformed into ultimate techniques. In the short term, Ling Xiao wouldn't have access to more advanced techniques or martial arts. While he possessed immense strength, he couldn't fully utilize it. His 1,500 kilograms of strength could only contend with fighters possessing around 1,000 kilograms of power. Thus, repairing this technique became an urgent priority. He was eager to find out how much its level could improve once its 1,200 flaws were repaired. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao chose to repair it. Ding! Please note, the host can only repair flaws twice per day. Once used, you'll have to wait until the next day. However, the system's notification caught Ling Xiao off guard just as he made his selection. Only 2 repairs per day. Rather than feeling disappointed, Ling Xiao was thrilled by this revelation. Yes, thrilled. 2 repairs per day meant that as long as Ling Xiao was alive, he would never run out of opportunities to improve. And with the immortal divine physique, Ling Xiao's survivability was on a level akin to the ancestor of cockroaches. It was almost impossible for him to die. Furthermore, he refused to believe his lifespan would be limited to that of ordinary people in this era, which was about 200 years. Even if his lifespan were the same, power could extend it. Once Ling Xiao advanced beyond the body refining realm to the postnatal realm, his lifespan would increase to 300 years. If he reached the innate realm, he'd live a full 500 years. A 500-year lifespan equated to 160,000 days, at least 320,000 opportunities to repair flaws. And with the system, reaching the innate realm, a goal most people could only dream of, likely wouldn't take even a year. Thus, having 2 daily repair opportunities was far better than being given hundreds of thousands of repairs all at once. Since I have 2 chances each day, there's no need to conserve them. I'll save repairing the basic body refining technique for tomorrow. For now, let's focus on cultivation. He was eager and wondered, with the innate Tao physique, can I reach the body refining realm before nightfall? With that thought, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and punched into the air. Whoosh! Instantly, a fierce wind howled from his fist. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Ling Xiao began practicing the Alliance's basic body refining fist with one punch after another. The basic body refining fist was an introductory martial technique issued by the Martial Alliance. Even the disciples of prestigious families would train in it before reaching the body refining realm. Legend had it that the basic body refining fist was created by the Dragon Emperor, the strongest human and the founder of the Martial Alliance. Though its name was simple, its content made it the best introductory technique among first-tier martial arts. Most importantly, the basic body refining fist was not just a martial technique but also a body refining method. It was equivalent to having both a martial technique and a cultivation technique in one. For a martial apprentice racing against time to build a solid foundation, this was practically a divine skill. As Ling Xiao practiced, he could clearly feel the surrounding source energy rushing into his body at an astonishing speed. Though not as overwhelming as when the system repaired his physical flaws, it was still more source energy than Ling Xiao could absorb even after cultivating for several dozen days without the system. At the same time, as Ling Xiao trained, he could distinctly feel his comprehension of the basic body refining fist improving rapidly. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully raised the proficiency of the basic body refining fist to mastery. Cultivation speed plus 120%. Finally, after an hour of training, the system's prompt rang in Ling Xiao's mind. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's eyes snapped open. Just 1 hour, and I've already reached the mastery level. And my cultivation speed increased by 120%? That's a 20% boost in speed. He could hardly believe it. With his talent, a 20% boost in cultivation speed meant going from 1,000 times the normal rate to 1,200 times. To reach mastery-level proficiency, Ling Xiao had heard his instructor mention it before. Every cultivation technique and martial skill had its own levels of proficiency, which were categorized as beginner, proficient, mastery, perfect, and the legendary godlike. As proficiency increased, the speed of cultivation would skyrocket. The same applied to martial skills. The higher the proficiency, the greater the power. If two individuals of equal strength practiced the same technique and martial skill, a proficient-level practitioner could easily defeat a beginner within 50 moves. As for a mastery-level practitioner, it would only take 3 to 4 moves to eliminate their opponent. The gap between perfect and beginner was even more staggering. Even if 2 or 3 beginners teamed up, they would still be instantly defeated. The basic body strengthening fist naturally followed this ranking system. However, even for the lowest level, unranked martial skills, reaching mastery was no easy feat. Among all the students at number 37 high school, those who had reached the proficient level numbered no more than 50. Ling Xiao was one of them. Many instructors had commented before that if he had better talent for cultivation, he would undoubtedly become a true martial artist. But as for mastery-level practitioners, there were virtually none among the students, and only 2 or 3 among the instructors. Yet now, Ling Xiao, with his talent rapidly advancing, had actually achieved mastery in just 1 hour. If this news were to spread, it would send shockwaves across the entire Blue Water Star. The higher the proficiency of the basic body strengthening fist, the faster the cultivation speed. It seems I need to deeply comprehend this technique while I continue training. Feeling his cultivation speed increase by 20%, Ling Xiao's spirits were lifted. Let's continue. Without hesitation, he threw another punch and immersed himself in training. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of his fists cutting through the air echoed continuously, enveloping the entire room in a barrage of rhythmic strikes. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your vital energy has increased by 1 point. An hour and a half later, the system's notification sounded. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. Based on my previous calculations, practicing for 5 or 6 hours straight could increase my vital energy by 3 points. Logically, it should take nearly 2 hours for just a 1-point increase. It seems that the upgraded proficiency in the basic body strengthening fist has significantly shortened the required time. Ling Xiao quickly deduced the reason behind the rapid increase in vital energy. Of course, prior to this breakthrough, it had taken him 3 years to increase his vital energy by just 3 points. That 3 points only amounted to 300 kilograms of strength. But now, each single point of vital energy equated to 300 kilograms of force. This was the power brought about by his elevated life level. This newfound strength was one of the trump cards that set Ling Xiao apart from any other genius cultivator. Let's keep going. Without taking a break, Ling Xiao, drenched in sweat and covered in impurities expelled from his body, continued to train relentlessly. To him, enhancing his strength was far more critical than any momentary discomfort. Time ticked away, second by second. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. Nightfall arrived. 7.5 hours passed in total. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your vital energy has increased by 1 point. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your vital energy has reached 10 points. You have successfully advanced to the first level of the body strengthening stage. The fifth system notification rang in Ling Xiao's mind, marking the moment his vital energy finally reached 10 points, successfully elevating him to the powerful body strengthening stage. Only those in the body strengthening stage could be formally recognized as martial artists. Becoming a martial artist granted access to numerous benefits and rewards provided by the Human Federation. Once certified, a martial artist could receive a monthly cultivation subsidy of 10,000 star coins, even without working, along with various resource rewards during holidays. The treatment was worlds apart from that of mere martial apprentices. Yet even after reaching the body strengthening stage, Ling Xiao continued to tirelessly practice the basic body strengthening fist. Just a little more. With his body drenched in sweat, Ling Xiao's eyes gleamed with determination. Within his physical form, strands of vital energy began to surge, a hallmark of those who had entered the body strengthening stage. But that wasn't the most crucial part. What truly mattered was that his punches began to exude a subtle, mysterious aura. Boom! Rumble! Suddenly, as Ling Xiao unleashed a punch, the surrounding air erupted with a massive explosion. Objects in the room wobbled violently. Boom! 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 With each punch, each move, each technique, Ling Xiao's strength underwent a dramatic transformation. The deafening explosions reverberated throughout the room. Fortunately, the soundproofing technology of this era was incredibly advanced. These explosive noises couldn't escape the room, otherwise, Ling Xiao would likely have faced complaints for disturbing the peace. Finally, Ling Xiao completed the final cycle of the basic body strengthening fist. Phew! He exhaled a deep breath of turbid air. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your proficiency in the basic body strengthening fist has successfully advanced to perfect level. Cultivation speed increased by 150%. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Ling Xiao's mind. Hearing this, Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction. A 50% increase in cultivation speed. And this was merely an unranked martial skill. Once its flaws were corrected and its level elevated, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly soar even further. It's already so late outside. It was only then that Ling Xiao realized the outside world had descended into complete darkness. 3 moons hung high in the sky, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Staring at the 3 moons, Ling Xiao fell silent. I really have left Earth, haven't I? At this moment, Ling Xiao couldn't help but let out a sigh. Seeing the 3 moons triggered ripples in his heart, making him finally grasp the reality that he had left Earth far behind. Thankfully, even after tens of thousands of years, Earth remains intact. Once I grow strong enough, I'll definitely return to see it. However, Ling Xiao didn't dwell on his nostalgia for long. As long as Earth still existed, he knew he would have the chance to return. With that thought, he glanced at the grime covering his body and headed decisively toward the bathroom. Full body cleanse. Entering the bathroom, Ling Xiao spoke loudly into the air. Beep. Initiating full body cleanse. The voice of the household central AI promptly responded. Whoosh. 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 The next moment, the bathroom walls suddenly released a surge of tiny bubbles, instantly enveloping Ling Xiao. Even though he was covered in bubbles, Ling Xiao could still breathe effortlessly. At the same time, he felt the dirt on his body, even the grime deep within his pores, rapidly dissolving as the bubbles surrounded him. The transparent bubbles quickly turned black. As the bubbles slid down to the floor, Ling Xiao's body and clothes seemed completely renewed. This kind of high-tech is just incredible. Ling Xiao couldn't help but marvel as he stepped out of the room. Brother, you're done cultivating. At the very moment he stepped out, a soft and lively voice called out from the living room. Ling Xiao turned his head and saw a girl about 13 or 14 years old standing beside the dining table, her eyes brimming with joy. The girl's long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. While his own looks were merely above average, this little sister of his was stunningly beautiful. When she grew up, she would undoubtedly surpass Luo Lingshuang in charm. Yo Ron, are you waiting for me to eat again? Haven't I told you before? When I'm cultivating, you should eat by yourself. Seeing the table full of delicious food, Ling Xiao spoke with a touch of helplessness. Hee, brother, I don't have the appetite to eat without you here. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Ling Yuran laughed happily. You little rascal, alright, let's eat first. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile at her response, sitting down to enjoy the feast. In this era, nutritional meals were incredibly advanced. A single meal could sustain someone for an entire month. Furthermore, they were particularly beneficial for cultivators. However, due to their high cost, only children from wealthy families could afford such meals. Ordinary families still relied on regular 3-meal diets. This was also one of the reasons why it was so difficult for children from modest backgrounds to become martial artists. By the way, brother, we had our physical tests today, and my strength has already reached 320 kilograms. The principal said I can transfer to the top-ranked first high school starting tomorrow. During the meal, Ling Yuran suddenly spoke in a small voice, looking slightly nervous as if she feared her words might upset Ling Xiao. What? You've already reached 320 kilograms. Ling Xiao was startled and became visibly excited. Through the memories of this body, he already regarded Ling Yuran as his own sister. After all, the 10 years of shared experiences in those memories felt as real as if he'd lived them himself. For Ling Yuran to reach 320 kilograms of strength at just 13 years old was astonishing. Most children from ordinary families only began cultivating at the age of 12. If she had another 2 years to develop, she might very well achieve 900 kilograms, a quasi-martial artist level, before the college entrance exams. At that point, she would qualify to directly apply to a top provincial martial arts academy. And as for Ling Xiao, he no longer worried about getting into a top provincial school. After all, his current strength had already reached 3,000 kilograms. In the martial exams 2 days from now, with his performance, even the principal of a top academy would likely come knocking at his door to recruit him. That's wonderful. If you can get into a top provincial school, becoming a postnatal level martial artist is practically guaranteed. Transferring to first high school is a great opportunity too. Thinking about this, Ling Xiao spoke with joy. Even the principal couldn't believe it and made me test 3 times to confirm. Actually, during the first test, I measured 400 kilograms, but seeing their expressions, I held back and reduced my effort by 20%. Hearing Ling Xiao's delight, Ling Yuran relaxed and continued speaking happily. Ha, you little rascal actually held back? Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking about how he used every ounce of strength during his tests. This little sister, on the other hand, held back. It seemed the difference between a genius and an ordinary person was clear. Didn't you always tell me to stay cautious and keep a low profile? And now you're blaming me for it. Ling Yuran immediately retorted, puffing her cheeks in mock indignation. Her words rendered Ling Xiao speechless. She was right, he had often reminded her to stay vigilant and keep a low profile. After all, as orphans, they couldn't afford to attract trouble. Alright, it's my fault. Happy now? Anyway, I'll take you to first high school tomorrow. Ling Xiao conceded with a helpless smile, then spoke warmly to Ling Yuran. It just so happened that he had a break for the next 2 days. As for cultivation, missing a couple of hours wouldn't make much difference. Really? Thank you, brother. Hearing that Ling Xiao was willing to take her, Ling Yuran cheered excitedly but quickly seemed to recall something. Wait, no, brother. Your martial exams are only 2 days away. You should focus on your final preparations. I'll go report by myself tomorrow. Ling Yuran suddenly remembered how important the martial exams were. I don't need to prepare for the martial exams anymore. Ling Xiao replied with a mysterious smile. The moment he said this, Ling Yuran's eyes lit up. She looked at Ling Xiao with disbelief written all over her face. Brother, don't tell me, you've awakened an ability. Ling Yuran asked in shock, her expression filled with amazement. That's right. Although it's just an F-rank ability, I'm officially an ability user now. Even if my exam results aren't great, I'll still have no problem getting into an advanced martial arts academy. Seeing Ling Yuran's astonished reaction, Ling Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Wow, brother, you're amazing. The moment she heard this, Ling Yuran jumped up in excitement and threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms. Of course, your brother is always amazing. But no matter how great I am, I'll never be as impressive as my little sister. When you become strong, don't forget to protect your brother. Ling Xiao gently patted Ling Yuran's head and said with a smile. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll teach them a lesson. Ling Yuran clenched her little fists and declared firmly. Looking at her determined expression, Ling Xiao felt a warm glow in his heart. In his previous life, he had been an orphan. In this life, the same fate had followed him. The only difference was that this time, he had Yuran as his sister. And this little sister was now his one and only cherished bond in this world. By the way, I wonder how much potential Yuran truly has. Suddenly, Ling Xiao thought of something and turned his gaze toward her. Ding! Detected flaws in this human girl's body, 12.4 million. Would you like to repair the flaws? Note, insufficient repair attempts available. Please try again tomorrow. Sure, here's the English translation. As expected, a notification sound rang out, echoing in Ling Xiao's mind. 12.4 million flaws? It's almost the same as mine. Could it be because we're both human? Ling Xiao was stunned. Though the number of flaws wasn't identical, the difference was minimal. As for repairs, Ling Xiao currently had no repair attempts available, and his strength was weak. Unlike him, Yuran didn't have the protection of an undying body to ensure her safety. Thus, it was better to wait until he became stronger to repair the flaws. Time wasn't a critical factor. Only by becoming powerful enough could he truly protect Yuran. After dinner, Ling Xiao returned to his room and continued cultivating. At this moment, thanks to the significant improvement in his basic body tempering fist technique, his vitality value could increase by +1 in just 1 hour and 15 minutes. At this rate, Ling Xiao would reach the second level of the body tempering realm by tomorrow morning. However, as soon as the clock struck midnight, his repair attempts would refresh. Thus, he cultivated for another half an hour. Ding! A new day has arrived. Flaw repair attempts have been refreshed. You currently have 2 flaw repair attempts. At that moment, a notification echoed in Ling Xiao's mind. Hearing this, he wasted no time and swiftly checked the martial techniques section in the backend of his attribute panel. Ding! Detected martial technique. The basic body tempering fist contains 1,254 flaws. Would you like to repair them? A notification sounded, and Ling Xiao resolutely answered, repair. Ding! Command accepted. Beginning repair. The system's voice echoed once again in Ling Xiao's mind. Rumble. Suddenly, a torrent of violent information surged into Ling Xiao's consciousness like a flood. This information contained a martial technique strikingly similar to the basic body tempering fist, but with subtle differences. Many of its movements and techniques underwent minute adjustments at that moment, and it was precisely these small changes that made Ling Xiao feel the extraordinary power of this martial technique. Simultaneously, under the system's enhancement, the martial technique began to evolve rapidly in Ling Xiao's mind. At that very moment, Ling Xiao felt as if he were continuously practicing this martial technique. In just an instant, the new martial technique reached the entry-level stage. The next moment, it advanced to proficiency, and then, in another instant, it achieved mastery. Finally, when the martial technique's level reached perfection, the process came to a halt. Ding! Martial technique basic body tempering fist has been repaired. The technique has been optimized into Titanium Battle Art. Titanium Battle Art, a 4th rank, lower grade rare martial technique. Cultivating it rapidly enhances physical strength. When perfected, it unlocks the skill, Titanium Battle Body. Titanium Battle Body, a C-rank battle constitution. When activated, it temporarily boosts speed by 300% and defense by 500%. A series of notifications echoed in Ling Xiao's mind. Listening to the prompts, Ling Xiao's emotions surged. Repairing just over 1,000 flaws had elevated his insignificant martial technique to the terrifying 4th rank, lower grade, and it was even a rare martial technique. To put things into perspective, the weakest entry-level martial techniques were 1st rank, with grades divided into lower, middle, upper, and peak. These corresponded to cultivators in the body tempering realm. 2nd rank martial techniques, on the other hand, were suited for postnatal level warriors. Only postnatal level warriors had the capability and resources to cultivate them. 3rd rank techniques corresponded to innate level warriors, while 4th rank techniques were for grandmasters. What did grandmaster level mean? The strongest individuals on the entire Blue Water Star were merely at the grandmaster level. As for rare grade techniques, they represented exceptional quality. Within the same rank, the higher the quality, the more terrifying the power. Quality levels were divided into common, good, excellent, rare, and legendary. Legendary grade techniques were so scarce that even the entire human federation might only have a handful. As for rare grade techniques, they were already beyond the reach of the greatest warriors on Blue Water Star. And now, Ling Xiao had casually obtained such a martial technique. Wait! A perfected level unlocks the Titanium Battle Body? Then I'm already at the perfected level. Could it be? When Ling Xiao saw the perfected level Titanium Battle Body, his eyes lit up instantly. Ding! Congratulations, host! The Titanium Battle Art has inherited the proficiency level of the basic body tempering fist, reaching perfect. Rare grade martial technique bonus, vitality cultivation speed plus 300%. Skill unlocked, Titanium Battle Body. Sure enough, as the notification sounded again, Ling Xiao couldn't contain his excitement. The Titanium Battle Art was already an incredibly powerful fist technique, and its titanium fist moves were absolutely devastating. A single punch packed a destructive force that could multiply its lethality several times over. Furthermore, as a rare grade martial technique, it additionally boosted vitality cultivation speed and unlocked the Titanium Battle Body. For Ling Xiao at this moment, defeating enemies far above his level had become as simple as turning his hand. Thinking about this, Ling Xiao suddenly realized something. It seemed that the basic body tempering fist was also a martial technique of no small value, at least of excellent or possibly even rare grade. Otherwise, how could a simple fist technique possess the ability to boost cultivation speed? No wonder it's said that the children of those powerful families always used the basic body tempering art for physical training. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao felt at ease. It seemed that the Dragon Emperor had indeed been thinking of the entire human race when he spent 1,000 years developing the basic body tempering art. With this thought in mind, Ling Xiao opened his attribute panel. Attribute panel. Name, Ling Xiao. Realm, Martial Apprentice. Vitality, 11.5, affects strength, defense, and recovery rate from injuries. Soul, 5, normal human, 1, affects mental power and soul strength. Talents. Undying Body, SSS grade, Vitality asterisk 300%, Soul asterisk 300%. Innate Tao Body, SS grade, Comprehension asterisk 1000, Cultivation Speed asterisk 1000. Titanium Battle Body, C grade, Speed plus 300%, Defense plus 500%. Martial Techniques. Titanium Battle Art, 4th rank, lower grade, Perfect, plus 300% Cultivation Speed. Note, Titanium Battle Body is a talent skill acquired through system repair. It has been optimized to its limit and cannot be further upgraded. Looking at his attribute panel, Ling Xiao was extremely satisfied. Initially, he had wondered if the Titanium Battle Body could still be repaired. Unexpectedly, the system seemed to have anticipated his thoughts, marking it as already optimized to the limit. However, even his C-rank ability was already incredibly powerful. It should be noted that Luo Lingshuang, who had previously awakened a C-rank ability, became the headline of Kaiyun City within just a few hours, hailed as the city's #1 prodigy. Yet now, the C-rank talent Titanium Battle Body was merely the most insignificant among all of Ling Xiao's talents. Right, triple cultivation speed. That means, based on the foundation strengthening boxing technique I've been practicing, which already had a 1.5x enhancement, now with the replacement, my cultivation speed has effectively doubled. Calculating this, it'll take me at most 35 minutes to increase my blood energy by 1 point. If this pace continues, by tomorrow morning, I'll definitely reach the 3rd level of the body refinement realm. This is far faster than what I had anticipated during the day. With that thought, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and resumed his cultivation. Boom, 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 boom. As Ling Xiao threw punch after punch, the air around him exploded with loud shockwaves. The intense booming sounds caused his room to tremble violently. This time, the vibrations weren't something soundproofing could suppress. Even Ling Yuran, who was in the living room, could feel the subtle shaking spreading through the floor. What's going on? Could it be another Star Beast attack? Ling Yuran's small face turned pale with worry. She quickly accessed Kaiyun City's defense network. However, she found no reports of any Star Beast attacks. Could this be an earthquake? Ling Yuran was puzzled. But if it were an earthquake, why was it lasting so long? That said, the vibrations weren't strong enough to damage this building, which was designed to withstand an 11-magnitude earthquake. But why does this shaking feel like it's coming from Brother's room? Didn't he say his awakened ability was just cell activation? Ling Yuran glanced toward Ling Xiao's room, her face filled with doubt. However, instead of investigating, she returned to her own room and began her cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, your blood energy has increased by 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, your blood energy has increased by 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, your blood energy has increased by 1. Inside his room, Ling Xiao continued cultivating as the notification sounds echoed repeatedly in his mind. Before long, as time passed, his blood energy had already risen to 16 points. Gurgle gurgle. But just then, his stomach let out a loud growl. In the next moment, Ling Xiao, who was still immersed in cultivation, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. What's going on? He immediately stopped his training and leaned against the wall, trying to steady himself. Beep! Alert, host, your body's energy is critically low. Please consume food to replenish energy immediately. At that moment, Ling Xiao's smart wristband emitted a sharp warning. Hearing this, Ling Xiao frowned. That's strange. I ate a portion of low-grade nutrient meal just 14 days ago. By all logic, I shouldn't be feeling hungry this soon. Why is my energy already depleted? Ling Xiao was baffled. 2 weeks ago, in preparation for his final push, he had gritted his teeth and spent 3,000 star credits to buy a low-grade nutrient meal. Low-grade nutrient meals were not only sufficient to keep a cultivator satiated for a month but also packed with abundant energy, easily absorbed by the body. If Ling Xiao had relied on nutrient meals from the beginning, he would have been able to gain an extra 100 kilograms of strength over 3 years. He normally ate regular meals daily to prevent the nutrient meal's energy from being consumed unnecessarily due to hunger. After all, 3,000 star credits were equivalent to a year and a half of living expenses for him and Luo Lingshuang. Logically speaking, the nutrient meal should have lasted another 10 days. Yet now it was completely drained, leaving Ling Xiao bewildered. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Of course, increasing blood energy must require energy. Without replenishment, how could strength be generated out of thin air? While source energy can enhance power, muscle strengthening, and other processes demand a large amount of nutrients. My blood energy has increased by more than 10 points. It seems the energy was entirely drawn from the nutrient meal. Ling Xiao instantly understood the situation. Realizing this, he felt a headache coming on. Nutrient meals were incredibly rich in nutrients, far beyond what normal meals could provide. At this rate of cultivation, he would need to eat 4 to 5 full meals just to increase his blood energy by 1 point. That would mean spending most of his day eating. How would he find time to train at all? Determined, Ling Xiao made up his mind. No, I have to buy more nutrient meals. Fortunately, I received the 10,000 star credit reward from school today, which is just enough to buy 3 portions of nutrient meals. If he relied solely on regular meals, he'd barely have 1 or 2 hours a day left for cultivation. Thus, buying nutrient meals was a must. As for money, with his current strength, how could he not earn enough? With that thought, he opened his smart wristband and accessed the Alliance Mall. The Alliance Mall was the official marketplace of the Martial Alliance, spanning millions of human-inhabited planets. Its unique feature was that it sold almost everything imaginable. As long as it existed within human territory, even planets could be purchased if you had enough money. Of course, some items required special permissions or qualifications to buy. For example, purchasing a planet required a minimum rank of Grandmaster. As for Ling Xiao, he naturally couldn't afford extravagant items. Usually, he only shopped for food. In terms of cultivation materials, they were far out of reach for someone like him, a lower-tier cultivator. Now, give me 1 low-grade nutrient meal. After entering the marketplace, Ling Xiao commanded the AI assistant. Beep, low-grade nutrient meal, 3,000 star credits per portion. Provides sufficient energy for 1 month of standard cultivation. Note, for those at the postnatal stage, it only lasts 5 days. For those at the innate stage, it lasts only 1 day. Do you wish to proceed with the purchase? The notification echoed in Ling Xiao's mind. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but click his tongue. A single 3,000 star credit low-grade nutrient meal can only sustain an innate stage cultivator for a single day. That means, just to eat, an innate stage cultivator would need to spend over 1,000,000 star credits a year. Doing the math, he realized once again that the path of cultivation was truly a privilege of the wealthy. For those at the bottom, if they failed to pass the martial exam and enter a prestigious martial academy, cultivation would be a distant dream. Of course, innate stage cultivators typically consumed mid-grade nutrient meals, or even high-grade ones. A mid-tier energy meal can sustain an ordinary person for an entire year. Even for someone at the innate level, it would last a month. Due to its higher energy density, it's more cost-effective for innate-level practitioners. However, the price is far from cheap, equivalent to 30 low-tier energy meals, costing a hefty 100,000 star coins per meal. Of course, for an innate-level expert, the value is still worth it. As for the 1,000,000 star coin annual expense, that's a trivial matter. Blue Water Star has a population of over 70 billion, yet there are fewer than 700 innate-level practitioners. This means there's roughly 1 innate-level expert per 100 million people, and each of them possesses wealth worth tens of billions. Thus, most innate-level practitioners consume high-tier energy meals, each costing several billion star coins. These meals are incredibly potent, providing enough energy to sustain even an innate-level practitioner for 10 years without eating. Because of the immense energy contained within, even innate-level practitioners can only consume 1/10 of a high-tier energy meal at a time. However, all of this was far out of Ling Xiao's reach. At least for the time being, he wouldn't have any use for high-tier energy meals. Just buy it. Deliver it as soon as possible. He gave the command without hesitation. Beep. Order placed automatically. Estimated delivery, within 10 minutes. Shortly after, the notification echoed in Ling Xiao's mind. Hearing this prompt, Ling Xiao couldn't help but marvel. The speed of this era was truly astonishing. As long as one was within the city, delivery was guaranteed to arrive within 10 minutes. Ling Xiao walked to the corner of the living room, approaching a delivery reception unit 2 meters tall and over a meter wide. Ding dong! Your delivery has arrived. 5 minutes later, the voice of the AI system chimed, and the door of the reception unit slowly opened. A beautifully packaged gift box appeared before Ling Xiao. This reception unit was directly connected to the community's logistics hub. The delivery shuttle only needed to drop off the parcel at the hub, and the items would then travel through the system to this reception point. Of course, the size of the purchased item couldn't exceed the dimensions of the reception unit. For larger items, only delivery robots could bring them to the doorstep. In luxury residences, private shuttles would typically deliver goods directly to the home, unrestricted by size. Ling Xiao returned to his room and immediately opened the gift box, revealing a bottle of blood red liquid. This was the nutritional meal. They say low-tier nutritional meals are made from the blood and flesh of first-tier star beasts. Even a first-tier star beast can produce at least 10 bottles. Once the college entrance exams are over, I must head to the star beast zones to hunt. I'll definitely make a fortune. Holding the bottle, Ling Xiao sighed deeply. Wait, can this bottle fix my flaws? Suddenly, Ling Xiao recalled the system and immediately focused intently on the bottle. Beep. Item detected, low-tier nutritional meal. Flaws identified, 5,451. Begin repairs? The system's voice echoed in his mind. More than 5,000 flaws. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's eyebrows shot up. With over 5,000 flaws, a repaired version of this would undoubtedly surpass the value of the titanium battle body. However, its rarity would still pale in comparison. In terms of worth, this item might even rival a high-tier energy meal. Not bad at all. Anyway, I have 2 opportunities to repair flaws every day. Let's give it a try. After a brief moment of thought, Ling Xiao decisively initiated the repair process. Beep. Command accepted. Beginning repairs. The system responded swiftly. Buzz. In an instant, a golden light, visible only to Ling Xiao, enveloped the low-tier nutritional meal. When the light faded, Ling Xiao was astonished to find that the once blood-red liquid had transformed into a pale golden elixir. Beep. Flaw repair successful. Low-tier nutritional meal upgraded to high-grade fortified nutritional meal, mid-tier, rare. High-grade fortified nutritional meal provides energy for innate-level martial artists for 50 years. When consumed by the host, it increases vitality by 50,000 points and enhances cultivation speed by 200%. Additionally, the risk of energy overload and body explosion has been eliminated, making it safe for ordinary people to consume. 2 notifications resounded in Ling Xiao's mind. Hearing these prompts, Ling Xiao was overcome with excitement. Unbelievable! A rare high-grade fortified nutritional meal? And it doubles cultivation speed? This is insane! If this item's existence were to be revealed, it wouldn't just attract innate-level practitioners, grandmasters or even supreme masters would fight over it. What caught Ling Xiao's attention the most was the last part: ordinary people could consume it. Did this mean Ling Yuran could also drink it now? With this in mind, Ling Xiao picked up the bottle and began drinking in large gulps. Buzz! A surge of potent energy coursed through Ling Xiao's entire body the moment he drank it. Feeling this energy, the fatigue from his earlier training instantly disappeared. When only one final sip of the pale golden liquid remained in the bottle, Ling Xiao finally stopped. This last sip alone is enough to sustain an innate-level practitioner for 5 to 6 years. Looking at the remaining liquid, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. With that, he walked out of the room, poured the last sip of the nutritional meal into a small bowl, and rang Ling Yuran's smart doorbell. Click. The door quickly opened. Brother, do you need something? Ling Yuran asked curiously when she saw Ling Xiao. At the same time, she noticed the earlier commotion seemed to have been caused by him. Drink this first. Ling Xiao didn't explain much, handing the small bowl directly to her. What is this? Ling Yuran eyed the pale golden liquid with curiosity but still took the bowl and drank it without hesitation. It's nothing. I earned a 10,000 star coin reward today and bought 1/10 of a mid-tier nutritional meal. I drank half, and the rest is for you. Watching Ling Yuran drink it without question, Ling Xiao explained, mixing truth with fiction. A mid-tier nutritional meal cost 100,000 star coins, so 1/10 would indeed be 10,000. Ha! This is a mid-tier nutritional meal? Did I just drink 2 years' worth of our living expenses in one gulp? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Ling Yuran's face immediately fell. She stared at the empty bowl with a pained expression, even sticking out her tongue to lick it clean, afraid of wasting a single drop. What's there to worry about? You're a student at a prestigious high school now, and I'll soon enroll in an advanced martial academy. Once I start working as a sparring partner again, I'll earn several times more. It won't take long to make back 10,000 star coins. Besides, mid-tier nutritional meals mean we won't have to eat for half a year. That saves a lot of time. Seeing Ling Yuran's adorable reaction, Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Yes, I need to cultivate quickly, I can't let this money go to waste. After hearing this, Ling Yuran urgently shoved the bowl in her hand into Ling Xiao's and dashed back to her room, beginning an intense training session. Ling Xiao watched her retreating figure, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Gradually give Yuran some resources, so she can truly become a genius. When the time comes to repair the flaws in her body, it won't seem abrupt. As the door to her room closed, Ling Xiao also returned to his own room to begin his cultivation. The night passed swiftly. Asterisk ding. Congratulations, host. Your vitality has increased by 1, asterisk. Asterisk ding. Congratulations, host. Your vitality has increased by 1, asterisk. Asterisk ding. Congratulations, host. Your vitality has increased by 1, asterisk. Thanks to the enhanced nutritional meal he consumed, Ling Zhao's cultivation speed had doubled. In other words, he could gain 1 point of vitality in just 20 minutes. That meant 3 points per hour. After 7 to 8 hours of cultivation, Ling Zhao's vitality had increased by an astonishing 20 points. Combined with his previous stats, his vitality had now reached 35, and his strength had soared to an incredible 10,000 kilograms. A strength of 10,000 kilograms was equivalent to the peak of the 10th level of the body refinement realm for an ordinary person. The next step would be condensing true qi and breaking into the postnatal martial artist level. In Cloud City, postnatal martial artists were regarded as top-tier elites. Attribute panel. Name asterisk Ling Xiao. Realm asterisk body refinement realm, level 3. Vitality asterisk 35, affects strength, defense, and recovery speed. Soul asterisk 5, normal human, 1, affects mental power and soul strength. Talents asterisk immortal divine body, SSS level, vitality asterisk 300%, soul 300%. Asterisk innate Tao body, SS level, comprehension asterisk 1000%, cultivation speed 1000%. Asterisk titanium battle body, C level, speed asterisk 300%, defense 500%. Martial technique asterisk titanium battle art, tier 4, low grade, perfect mastery, cultivation speed 300%. Looking at his attribute panel, Ling Xiao felt immensely satisfied. In just one day, my strength has surpassed the principal's. After all, the principal is only at the 4th level of the body refinement realm. If we were to fight, he wouldn't survive even a single move from me. Ling Xiao marveled at his rapid progress. It had only been 1 day since he acquired the system. If I keep this up for just 1 more week, there won't be anyone in the entirety of Cloud City who can rival me. Ah, right. I still need to take Yuran to register at First Advanced Martial Academy today. Suddenly remembering this, Ling Xiao hurried to the bathroom, took a quick 3-minute shower, and stepped out of his room. By this time, Ling Yuran was already dressed in her 14th Academy combat uniform, waiting for him in the living room. Brother, you're finally out. Seeing Ling Xiao, Ling Yuran called out eagerly, her young face full of curiosity. Last night, she had somehow gained an additional 3 kilograms of strength. This was more than double her previous cultivation speed and 10 times faster than Ling Zhao's past rate before obtaining the system. Well, how was it? The intermediate nutritional meal is pretty effective, isn't it? Ling Xiao asked with a knowing smile, seeing the confusion on her face. Brother, was that the effect of the intermediate nutritional meal? At this rate, by the time its effects wear off, my strength should reach over 700 kilograms. I might even become a true martial artist before the college entrance exams. Ling Yuran exclaimed excitedly. Although she was astounded by the dramatic results of the intermediate nutritional meal, she didn't question it too much. After all, she had never encountered such a luxurious resource before and had only heard wealthy heirs brag about it. In the future, when I have more money, I'll get you the advanced nutritional meal, Ling Xiao said with a grin. Advanced nutritional meal? Even just 1% of that would cost millions of star coins. It'd already be amazing if we could afford more intermediate nutritional meals, Ling Yuran replied, doing some quick mental calculations. Her tone was wistful, as if such extravagant items were far beyond their reach. Whether we can afford it or not, we'll see in the future. For now, let's head out. You don't want to be late for registration. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and led Ling Yuran out of the house. If the low-grade nutritional meal could yield results like this, the intermediate and advanced nutritional meals would undoubtedly be even more effective, given their superior ingredients. As for money, Ling Xiao planned to register with the Martial Artist Alliance and test his strength in the Star Beast Zone later. With Ling Yuran in tow, Ling Xiao boarded the intercity sublight speed train, quickly arriving at the gates of Cloud City's first advanced martial academy. The academy was the most prestigious secondary school in Cloud City. Its enrollment period began 6 months later than other schools and targeted only the top talents from hundreds of other institutions. As long as a student met the standards, they could directly enroll in the academy. However, this also meant that new students transferred in almost daily, while others were regularly expelled. Understandably, the academy's instructors were all at the peak of the body refinement realm, level 10. The principal was one of Cloud City's top 10 elites, a postnatal level 3 martial artist. The academy's faculty strength far surpassed that of almost every advanced martial school in Cloud City. Each year, at least 3 to 4 students from the academy were admitted to provincial-level advanced martial colleges. If not for Luo Lingxuan being on the verge of her martial arts exam, she likely would have transferred here after awakening her sea-level talent. So this is the first advanced martial academy. It's truly magnificent, Ling Xiao said as he stood in front of the academy's towering 100-meter-tall laser gate, his voice filled with emotion. Not long ago, this place was something he could only look up to. But now, with the system in hand, he felt that neither the students nor the instructors here could pose any threat to him. Student Ling Yuran, you've arrived. A warm voice suddenly called out from a distance. Ling Xiao followed the sound and saw a refined middle-aged man walking toward them with a smile. Principal Situ, hello. Ling Yuran greeted the man immediately, her tone respectful. Ling Xiao instantly understood that this man must be the principal of 17th Academy. However, despite the man's outwardly gentle demeanor, a wave of disgust surged in Ling Xiao's heart. This guy doesn't seem like anything good, Ling Xiao muttered inwardly, narrowing his eyes slightly. Hello there. You must be Ling Yuran's older brother, Ling Xiao. I've heard that you've recently awakened an ability. Congratulations, Ling Xiao. Principal Situ said with a smile as he turned his attention to Ling Xiao. Thank you, Principal Situ, Ling Xiao replied politely, though he harbored deep disdain for the man. By the way, Ling Yuran, I've already taken care of all the necessary procedures for you. Once you enter, a guide will show you around. I need to have a word with your brother, Principal Situ suddenly said with a smile, addressing Ling Yuran. Hearing this, Ling Yuran froze in place. Go on, Yuran. I'm not a student here at number 1 high school, so I probably can't just walk in, Ling Xiao said with a grin as he turned to his younger sister. He wanted to see what exactly this so-called Principal Situ wanted to discuss with him. If it was something dubious, he could nip it in the bud right here and now, to ensure Ling Yuran wouldn't face any trouble because of this man in the future. Alright, brother, make sure you wait here for me after you're done talking with him, Ling Yuran said without much thought, assuming that the principal just wanted to check in on her academic performance. Of course, I'll wait for you, Ling Xiao replied with a gentle smile as he watched her walk through the gates of number 1 high school. Ling Xiao, would you mind coming to my office at number 17 high school for a chat? Principal Situ's warm smile instantly vanished the moment Ling Yuran was out of sight, replaced by an air of arrogance. Why not? Ling Xiao responded calmly, though inwardly he was filled with disdain. Good. In that case, let's go, Principal Situ said, taking Ling Xiao's composed demeanor as arrogance stemming from his newfound awakening ability. A trace of contempt flickered in his eyes. An F-rank ability user is nothing but bottom-tier fodder, Principal Situ thought to himself. He's not even on par with some regular students who make it into advanced martial arts academies. This kid really thinks he's something special. With that, Principal Situ strode toward a private hovercraft parked nearby, with Ling Xiao following behind. The high-speed craft carried them to number 17 high school's administrative building in less than a minute, covering dozens of kilometers as if it was nothing. They disembarked at the rooftop landing pad and entered a fully enclosed office. Ling Xiao, I appreciate all the hard work you've put into taking care of Ling Yuran over the years. It must have been tough for 2 orphans to get by, Principal Situ said, seated behind his desk, his eyes fixed intently on Ling Xiao. Let's cut to the chase, Principal. You went through all this trouble to bring me here, what is it that you want? Ling Xiao interrupted him without hesitation. Principal Situ was momentarily taken aback by Ling Xiao's straightforwardness, but quickly recovered and let out a hearty laugh. Ha! Straightforward, I like that. Alright, I won't waste any time then. Smiling, he tapped on his smart wristband, and moments later, Ling Xiao's own device emitted a chime. Ding! Your personal account has received a transfer of 100,000 star coins, the notification announced. Hearing this, Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. And what is this money for, Principal? Don't tell me number 1 high school has a reward program for getting accepted? If so, shouldn't this reward go to Yuran instead? Ling Xiao said, his tone calm. Now that the money was in his account, he had no intention of returning it. It's quite simple, Principal Situ replied with a smug expression. You're well aware of Ling Yuran's extraordinary talent. Since the two of you aren't related by blood, I intend to become her legal guardian. This money is my way of compensating you for the years you've spent caring for her. It's also a little, shall we say, incentive for you to disappear from her life entirely from this day forward. He continued, his tone dripping with condescension. I've done my research. There's an advanced martial arts academy on the other side of Blue Water Star that happens to match your level of competence. With your abilities, you'll be able to enroll there just fine. Consider this payment as recognition for your efforts and as a confidentiality fee. This matter stays between us. Principal Situ's words were laced with arrogance, as though this was nothing more than a business transaction. Take Luo Lingxuan, for example, the girl who had just been admitted to a provincial-level elite martial academy. Her success would elevate her father's corporation into the upper echelons of Cloud City, creating value worth at least billions of star coins. Ling Yuran, with her talent, was a similarly priceless asset, and Principal Sito had his own schemes brewing in the background. Interesting. Very interesting, Ling Xiao said, his eyes narrowing slightly. So you're essentially proposing a deal to buy Ling Yuran like she's some kind of commodity. But I doubt that's the extent of your intentions, is it? His sharp words caused Principal Situ's expression to darken instantly. What I plan to do is none of your concern, the principal said coldly. Take the money and leave. Keep this matter to yourself. If you manage to get into an advanced martial academy, you might even have a future ahead of you. But if you refuse, don't blame me for what happens next. He leaned forward, voice icy. This building is equipped with cutting-edge signal jammers, built at great expense. If anything were to happen to you here, no one would ever know. Of course, I'd rather avoid such complications, which is why I'm willing to raise the offer to 200,000 star coins. A smart person would know when to take the deal. As he spoke, Principal Situ activated the signal jammers, and Ling Zhao's smart wristband immediately displayed a no-signal warning. In this era dominated by martial prowess, someone like Ling Xiao, a non-combatant, could disappear without a trace, and no one would bat an eye. After all, it wasn't uncommon for small star beasts to infiltrate city areas, and casualties or missing persons were an expected occurrence. However, Ling Xiao simply smiled and stood up, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. A signal jam zone, huh? That makes things easier for me. Since you're not willing to explain yourself, I guess I'll have to take matters into my own hands. What did you say? Principal Situ stared at him, stunned, wondering if he had misheard. Was this kid really planning to make a move against him? A mere F-rank ability user challenging a powerhouse at the 6th level of the body refinement realm? But in the next instant, Principal Situ realized who had truly underestimated whom. Boom! With a deafening crack, Ling Xiao stomped the alloy floor, leaving a massive crater beneath his feet. In a blur of motion, his figure shot forward like a cannonball. The office desk in his path was obliterated by the sheer force of his charge. Principal Situ barely had time to blink before Ling Xiao was right in front of him. In one fluid motion, Ling Xiao's hand clamped around the principal's neck and lifted him effortlessly into the air. Cough. You're courting death. Principal Situ choked out, his face turning red with rage. He swung his leg in a mighty kick, generating shockwaves that made the very air tremble. But Ling Xiao merely sneered. With a casual sweep of his left hand, he deflected the attack as if it were nothing. Crack! In an instant, Principal Situ's leg snapped in half. Ah! My leg! A blood-curdling scream reverberated through the entire office. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao grabbed one of Principal Situ's arms with his hand. Crack! The next moment, the arm was crushed to pulp. The excruciating pain caused Principal Situ's eyes to widen, his previously flushed face turning ghostly pale in an instant. With his neck firmly gripped, he couldn't even muster the strength to scream anymore. What made him even more desperate was that Ling Xiao had already seized his other arm. Speak now. What are your intentions? If you refuse to talk, I'll snap every single bone in your body. Let's see how long you can last. Ling Zhao's gaze was icy as he stared at the hypocritical Principal Situ. Cough, cough. I'll talk. Principal Situ, who was far from being a tough man, finally caved in, speaking hurriedly. If he delayed any longer, his neck would surely be snapped. Ling Xiao slightly loosened his grip on the man's neck. I'm a member of the Situ family from the Matian province. I wanted to adopt Ling Yuran because our family is arranging a political marriage with another prominent family, and we need a genius girl for the alliance. Ling Yuran's age and talent are a perfect match. The other party is a member of a prestigious family. If she marries into it, it would be a leap to glory for her, and it would benefit both you and your sister. Principal Situ shouted in terror. Arranged marriages like this were quite common among influential families. The key factor was that the chosen individual had to be a prodigy. After all, marrying a prodigy increased the chances of producing another prodigy. Hearing Principal Situ's explanation, Ling Zhao's expression turned ice-cold in an instant. He hadn't expected someone in a position of authority, like the principal, to be so despicable. While for many orphans, this might indeed seem like a golden opportunity to change their fate, Ling Xiao wasn't one of them. This was precisely why Principal Situ had spoken openly, assuming Ling Xiao would agree after learning the truth. But Ling Xiao was not like others. In that case, you can die now. Ling Xiao tightened his grip instantly. Principal Situ's eyes rolled back as consciousness slipped away. Cough, cough. You can't kill me. I'm the nephew of the Situ family's patriarch. If you kill me, my uncle will definitely uncover the truth. You're such a talented individual, if you kill me, your life will be ruined. I could recommend you to my uncle, and he could nominate you for enrollment in the Imperial Capital's top-tier advanced martial academy. There, you'd become the most distinguished individual on Blue Water Star. There's no need to destroy your future over someone as insignificant as me. Principal Situ used his last strength to reason with Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao merely chuckled. You said earlier that if you died here, no one would know. Even if they found out, it would take at least a week. And to trace it back to me? That would take at least another 10 days. Let me tell you something, in 10 days, the Situ family will be nothing more than dust beneath my feet. Ling Xiao's tone was calm, yet brimming with unshakable confidence. With that, he no longer hesitated. Crack! With a forceful twist of his right hand, Principal Situ's neck snapped instantly. And to be thorough, Ling Xiao delivered a powerful punch. Boom! In a flash, Principal Situ's head exploded, sending a mist of blood splattering throughout the office. The Situ family, huh? If you choose not to seek me out in the future, so be it. But if you come after me, don't blame me for being merciless. Leaving behind the headless corpse of Principal Situ, Ling Xiao cast a calm gaze in the direction of the provincial capital. Indeed, Kaiyun City was just one of the cities within the jurisdiction of Motyan Province. As for Principal Situ's threats, Ling Xiao couldn't care less. He proceeded to a nearby restroom, washing the blood off his body before walking confidently out of the principal's office building. Before leaving, he made sure to leave a sign indicating that the principal was in seclusion, do not disturb. This way, even if Principal Situ wasn't seen for weeks, no one would suspect anything. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't need weeks. 10 days would suffice. With his current talent and cultivation speed, coupled with the invincible power of the system, he was confident that he could elevate himself to a level where the Situ family wouldn't dare provoke him. He wasn't sure of the family's exact strength, but as long as they operated within Motyan Province, their strongest warrior couldn't possibly surpass the province's chief adjudicator, whose strength was at the level of the seventh heaven of the innate realm. 10 days. With the system's assistance, Ling Xiao was 70% confident he could reach the innate realm. Moreover, with the system's enhancements and the 20 bug fix opportunities he would have in the next 10 days, even Ling Xiao himself couldn't predict just how powerful he would become. While contemplating, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the gate of First High School. Ling Yuran still needed some time to arrive, so Ling Xiao headed to a nearby self-service cultivation room to train. In this era, such cultivation rooms were ubiquitous. For a certain fee, one could book a room to cultivate in. Since Ling Xiao was only killing time, he opted for a low-grade cultivation room, which was inexpensive, only 10 star coins per hour. Brother, where are you? I'm ready. After cultivating in the self-service room for over 3 hours, Ling Yuran's message arrived. Ding. Congratulations, host, your vitality has increased by 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, your vitality has increased by 1. Ling Xiao immediately stopped cultivating and opened his attribute panel. Attribute panel. Name, Ling Xiao. Realm, Body Refinement Stage, 4th Heaven. Vitality, 44, affects strength, defense, and recovery rate. Soul, 5, average person, 1, affects mental strength and soul resilience. Innate abilities, Undying Divine Physique, SSS grade, Vitality * 300%, Soul * 300%, Innate Tao Physique, SS grade, Comprehension * 1000, Cultivation Speed * 1000, Titanium Battle Physique, C grade, Speed * 300%, Defense * 500%. Martial Skills, Titanium Battle Art, Tier 4, Lower Grade, Perfect Mastery, Cultivation Speed * 300%. At this point, Ling Xiao's vitality had reached 44, and his cultivation realm had risen to the 4th heaven of the body refinement stage. At this rate, given another day, he could definitely ascend to the postnatal realm. Of course, whether he could break through the bottleneck of the body refinement stage within a day depended on his cultivation speed. I'm right at the door, coming out now. Upon receiving Ling Yuran's message, Ling Xiao left his cultivation room without hesitation and quickly arrived at the gate of No. 1 Middle School. Brother, has Principal Situ left already? Not seeing any trace of Principal Situ, Ling Yuran asked curiously. He's the principal, of course, he's busy with a lot of things, so he went back. By the way, is your enrollment settled? When do your classes start? Ling Xiao smiled as he explained, his expression calm and composed, giving no hint that he had just killed someone moments ago. Ah, I see. Well, let's head back then. My classes officially start tomorrow. I can focus on cultivating for the rest of today. Ling Yuran said cheerfully to Ling Xiao. Alright, in that case, let's go out for a meal to celebrate your successful admission to No. 1 Middle School. We'll have a proper feast. Hearing Ling Yuran's words, Ling Xiao smiled warmly and gently patted her head. What? Forget it, Brother, we're practically broke. Ling Yuran frowned the moment she heard her brother mention spending money. Ling Xiao had just spent 10,000 credits on nutritional meals, leaving their living expenses rather tight. Kids shouldn't worry about such things. Just let your brother handle it. Seeing Ling Yuran's frugal reaction, Ling Xiao chuckled and pulled her along toward the nearest restaurant without further discussion. Although Ling Yuran was distressed about their finances, seeing how happy Ling Xiao was, she made up her mind to fill the financial gap once she received the rewards for getting into number 1 middle school. Unfortunately, she had no idea that since Ling Xiao had killed Principal Situ, her reward money might never come. More than an hour later, at exactly noon, after finishing their meal, Ling Xiao escorted Ling Yuran back home. Then, he made his way to the city center of Kaiyun City, standing before a towering skyscraper that stretched over 1,000 meters into the sky. Hanging on this ancient building was a massive plaque with 4 bold characters, Martial Alliance. This was the headquarters of the Martial Alliance, the place where martial artists were certified and where martial missions could be taken. Ling Xiao had only one goal in coming here, to officially certify as a martial artist. Only then could he enter the Star Beast zones to hunt star beasts and earn money. Without money, it would be impossible for Ling Xiao to purchase martial techniques, cultivation methods, or pills. With the system that could repair flaws, Ling Xiao wanted to see if he could use it to fix flawed pills and weapons and create some extraordinary items. With this thought in mind, Ling Xiao stepped in without hesitation. Beep, you are about to enter the Martial Alliance headquarters. Please note, since you are not yet certified as a martial artist, you are only permitted access to the first floor certification hall. As Ling Xiao entered, a mechanical notification sounded. Walking through the laser authentication gate, he was greeted by a bustling crowd. The hall, spanning millions of square feet, was packed with tens of thousands of people. It's still as crowded as ever. Let's go get certified first. Hopefully, I can make it into the latest batch. Hello, I'm here for martial artist certification. Ling Xiao walked straight to the deepest part of the hall, arriving at the martial artist certification registration desk. Behind the counter was a young lady serving as the receptionist. In this era, nearly 90% of services were handled by AI, but many operations at the Martial Alliance still employ human attendants, especially in high-end areas. Alright, please present your identity code. Certification for martial artists requires a fee of 1,000 star credits. Additionally, the death rate during martial artist certification exceeds 30%, and the success rate is only 1 in 10. Please make sure you're fully prepared before proceeding. The receptionist was momentarily stunned upon seeing Ling Xiao. People his age attempting martial certification were either here to mess around or were extraordinary prodigies, fewer than 10 individuals each year. Even among them, successful candidates were rare. Thus, she kindly reminded Ling Xiao. Got it. Here's the 1,000 star credits and my identity code. Ling Xiao nodded slightly and used his smart wristwatch to project his identity code. In this era, the identity code served as a universal ID, granting access to nearly all personal information for authorized organizations. As for the star credits, they could be directly deducted from Ling Xiao's account. Alright, please wait a moment. The receptionist stopped talking and quickly processed Ling Xiao's certification request. Respected aspiring martial artist, your assessment is scheduled to begin in 10 minutes on the hour. Please proceed to examination hall number 8 to prepare. After completing the process, the receptionist smiled and informed Ling Xiao. Thank you. Ling Xiao nodded and walked toward the examination halls. Soon, he arrived at hall number 8, where over 100 individuals were already waiting. There are so many people here. With 10 examination halls, that's 1,000 participants at once. If each round of assessments takes an hour, with 10 rounds a day, that's 10,000 people undergoing martial artist certification daily. Based on the success rate, at least 1,000 people pass the certification each day. That's over 300,000 people a year, and over 3 million in a decade. Does Kaiyun City even have that many martial artists? Ling Xiao was astonished as he observed the martial artist candidates around him. The plaque on the Martial Alliance building clearly stated that Kaiyun City had only about 130,000 martial artists. With a population of over 10 million, this meant that only 1 in 100 cultivators could become a martial artist. Yet the receptionist claimed the pass rate was only 1 in 10. These numbers didn't add up at all. First time here, young man? Are you surprised by the crowd? At that moment, a middle-aged man with a robust build approached Ling Xiao with a smile. Indeed, senior. I'd greatly appreciate your guidance. Hearing the man's words, Ling Xiao humbly sought advice. In this aspect, he lacked experience. After all, martial artist certification was still a distant goal for him, and the schools didn't teach much about it. Ling Xiao hadn't found any relevant information beforehand. The assessment contents seemed to be confidential. Haha, I was just as shocked the first time I came here. But after participating in a few assessments, I figured it out. The man laughed heartily as he spoke to Ling Xiao. Being addressed as senior by a prodigy like Ling Xiao made him feel rather flattered. After all, he was just an ordinary martial artist in his 50s, who had failed to meet the standard after several attempts. But Ling Xiao, on the other hand, looked like a bona fide genius. Thus, the man didn't hold back and shared everything he knew with Ling Xiao. The pass rate for the Martial Artists Alliance's assessment is indeed 1 in 10, and the mortality rate ranges from 30% to 40% each time. However, there's one detail that often goes unnoticed. Among those who pass, 90% of them only succeed after multiple attempts. After all, failing the first time doesn't mean the end. There's always a second or even third chance. But a 30% mortality rate is no joke. While one might survive the first attempt, many perish on the second, and then there's the third, fourth, and fifth attempts. Who can say on which attempt their life might end? Thus, the true death rate for the martial artist certification process is actually close to 90%. And among the surviving 10%, only 1 in 10 truly becomes a martial artist. Not to mention, becoming a martial artist means venturing into the star beast zones to battle fierce beasts, which is far from an easy task. A single careless mistake could cost one's life. That's why, in our Kaiyun city, the number of martial artists remains incredibly scarce, totaling only a little over 100,000. Those people, they all died on the path to becoming strong. So, young man, if you're not absolutely confident, you should train for another 2 years. With your talent, waiting until you've reached the second or third level of the body refining realm before attempting the certification will make it much easier. The middle-aged, burly man, Wu Yong, sighed as he looked at Ling Xiao. Even he didn't know on which attempt he might meet his end during the martial artist certification process. Still, one thing was certain, even knowing the dangers, he would still proceed with the assessment. Because without becoming a martial artist, adult cultivators like him could only take on clerical jobs and would never gain access to the star beast zones, where one could slay beasts and earn a fortune in star coins. Precisely because the certification process is so grueling, almost no one in the first level of the body refining realm has succeeded in becoming certified. And without certification, even the 10,000 star coin monthly living stipend is out of reach. They are left to languish at the bottom of society. While the risk to one's life is minimal, who would willingly resign themselves to mediocrity all their life? Ling Zhao's instructor was one such person otherwise, who would willingly dedicate themselves to training these kids. After all, the salary for being an instructor is far from impressive. I see now. Thank you for the advice, elder. Ling Xiao immediately understood, though he was not swayed in the slightest. No matter how dangerous it seemed, the assessment was designed for those in the first or second levels of the body refining realm. For someone like him, who had already reached the fourth level and whose strength surpassed that of the body refining realm, it was hardly a challenge. Young man, you're welcome. You'll surpass me in no time. Oh, by the way, my name is Wu Yong. If you're willing, just call me Brother Wu. If you have any questions during the assessment, feel free to ask. Seeing that Ling Xiao remained resolute despite knowing the dangers, Wu Yong understood that such a prodigy would never retreat simply because of a few words. Thank you, Brother Wu. Just call me Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao replied with a smile. He found Wu Yong's straightforward nature rather agreeable. Regardless of Wu Yong's motives, his willingness to clear up Ling Xiao's doubts was ultimately helpful. This young man doesn't have the arrogance typical of most prodigies. Once he undergoes the assessment, he'll understand the risks. I remember a genius from first high school who died in last year's assessment. I just hope this young man doesn't follow in his footsteps, Wu Yong thought, sighing as he observed Ling Zhao's polite demeanor. Ding! All assessment candidates for Hall 8, please proceed to the testing area to begin your assessment. Just then, a notification echoed in everyone's minds. Upon hearing it, the surrounding crowd steadily made their way toward Hall 8. Among these people, the youngest were in their 20s, while the oldest appeared frail and elderly, seemingly over 100 years old. Of course, in this era, the average lifespan was around 170 to 180 years. So, it wasn't unusual for someone over 100 to still attempt the assessment. However, until one reached the innate realm, aging not only stalled progress but could cause one's strength to decline, eventually leaving them as mere ordinary people. Thus, the odds of these elderly candidates surviving, let alone passing, were slim to none. If Ling Xiao hadn't awakened his system, his future might have been no different from theirs. Yet, because most of the people in the crowd were much older, Ling Xiao, as a teenager, stood out starkly. Under the gaze of nearly everyone present, he stepped into the assessment hall. Inside Hall 8, rows of machines were neatly arranged.
However, there wasn't a single living person acting as an examiner. Ding!
The basic tests for martial artist certification include strength, speed, and impact resistance.
Candidates who meet the qualifying standards may proceed to the real assessment. Please locate a testing machine, input your identity code, and begin. At that moment, a cold electronic voice echoed from above.
Ling Xiao, your strength needs to exceed 1,500 kilograms to pass. But you can use martial techniques and cultivation methods to enhance your performance, so make sure to give it your all during the test. Wu Yong explained as he walked toward an unoccupied testing machine.
Got it, I understand. Ling Xiao nodded in realization.
While 1,500 kilograms might seem daunting, using martial techniques meant that if one's raw strength was around 1,300 kilograms, a first-tier, low-grade martial technique mastered to the proficient level would be enough to meet the standard.
That wasn't bad at all.
With that in mind, Ling Xiao headed straight for another testing machine. These machines were far more precise than microcurrent dynamometers, which, while affordable and convenient for measuring raw strength, couldn't account for explosive force. After all, everyone's martial techniques differed, and their mastery levels varied. Some individuals with a baseline strength of 1,000 kilograms could only output 1,000 kilograms using a martial technique, while others could reach 1,200 or even 1,300 kilograms. That's why there's a saying, before the college entrance exams, mastering the foundational body refining fist technique to the proficient level guarantees admission to top-tier martial academies.
Achieving perfection?
That would mean a guaranteed spot in the capital's prestigious First Advanced Martial Arts Academy. Of course, such claims were the stuff of legends. In the past century, only one person in Kaiyun City had ever mastered the technique to the proficient level and entered a provincial key martial school through sheer talent.
Beep. Identity verified successfully. Please begin your strength test.
Inside the fitness testing module, which covered only 10 square meters, the notification echoed in Ling Xiao's mind. Then, the ground slowly rose, revealing a punching target forged from alloy.
This was the power testing target. A mere 1,000 kilograms of force is sufficient for the test. Perfect opportunity to try out the power of my titanium combat technique.
Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Without hesitation, he gathered his strength using the titanium fist technique and delivered a ferocious punch.
Boom! In an instant, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout the testing hall. The entire 10-meter testing apparatus trembled violently under the devastating force.
The alloy punching target shattered instantly under Ling Xiao's fist, fragments flying in all directions. The echoing thunderous impact made everyone else in the hall stop their tests, their expressions turning pale. Outside, those still waiting for their turn to test all turned their heads toward Ling Xiao's direction in unison.
Holy crap!
The entire testing module shifted several centimeters from that punch. How much strength does that take?
Hiss! The testing module weighs more than 4,000 kilograms with its counterweights.
Are you saying the person inside has over 4,000 kilograms of punch force?
That's impossible.
If someone had that much strength, they'd already be a certified martial artist. Why would they still be here?
Wait a second, I think I saw a young guy enter that testing module earlier. Could it really be him?
A genius like that is no joke. Such explosive power is terrifying.
What? That genius teenager? He's barely 15 or 16.
How could he possibly have over 4,000 kilograms of strength? The martial artist candidates outside were wide-eyed and speechless when they realized it was Ling Xiao inside.
It was simply beyond belief.
However, even more shocked were the staff of the Martial Artist Alliance's certification department. The certification department, located on the 4th floor of the Martial Artist Alliance building, housed more than 20 seasoned martial artists, all at the 6th or 7th stage of the body refining realm. They were listlessly observing the candidates undergoing their certification tests in the 10 halls. Boss, the martial artist quality in Kaiyun City has been declining day by day.
It's been over a month since we've seen anyone with above-average talent.
You really don't need to waste your time overseeing this. A middle-aged man, clearly the leader of the group, received a complaint from one of his subordinates, an intermediate cultivator at the 8th stage of the body refining realm. This middle-aged man was Qian Wu, a pillar of strength in Kaiyun City and the director of the certification department. His cultivation had reached the formidable 2nd stage of the postnatal realm. True, but in Hall 3, we have Zhu Shaoan, last year's top student from the city's elite high school.
He's returned to Kaiyun City to take his martial artist certification test.
I've heard his strength has reached nearly 1,600 kilograms.
He might surprise us.
Qian Wu's gaze was fixed on the young man in Hall 3, his eyes flickering with anticipation. Yeah, Zhu Shaoan was the brightest talent from First High in the past 15 years. His aptitude should at least qualify for elite status.
If he reaches the C-rank talent level, that'd be phenomenal. Still, that's a tall order.
His natural abilities are great, but to qualify as a talent, he'd need to either awaken a C-rank ability or have a strength of 3,000 kilograms at his age.
Unfortunately, he hasn't awakened any special abilities. Even so, elite status would already be impressive.
The martial artists in the department discussed animatedly among themselves.
Boom!
As a deafening impact shook the hall, everyone turned their eyes toward the source, anticipation written all over their faces.
Alert! A candidate with strength exceeding the testing module's limit is currently undergoing assessment. At that moment, an alarm blared through the department.
Everyone froze in shock, their gazes snapping toward Hall 3.
Even Qianwu's eyes widened in disbelief. Hiss! 16 years old and over 4,000 kilograms of explosive power? How is that possible? Qianwu couldn't help but gasp audibly, his face filled with astonishment. Could Zhu Shaowen really possess such terrifying strength? Hadn't it been reported that he had only recently reached 1,600 kilograms? Was he hiding his true power all along?
At that moment, everyone exchanged bewildered glances.
Could it be that Kaiyun City is about to witness the rise of a super genius with certified talent?
This thought flashed through everyone's minds. What had once seemed like a distant fantasy was suddenly becoming a reality before their eyes. This was no trivial matter.
Beep.
Director of the Certification Department, please proceed to preliminarily evaluate the candidate in Hall 8 whose strength exceeds the testing module's limit and report to the president of the Kaiyun City Martial Artist Alliance.
Another electronic notification shattered the tense silence. Hall 8? Wait, wasn't that Zhu Shaowen? Damn, it has to be some old veteran finally daring to take the certification test after decades of training. Look, Zhu Shaowen's results just came in. Explosive force of 2,200 kilograms.
It seems he's mastered a first-grade mid-level combat technique, boosting his combat power by 30%. Still, he's far from being a genius.
He's barely an intermediate elite and doesn't even qualify as advanced. What a letdown. The staff around the certification department shook their heads in disappointment.
While Zhu Shaowen's explosive power was commendable, it still fell far short of the lowest threshold for genius status.
Intermediate elite isn't bad.
Let me evaluate the boy who broke the testing module's limit.
Once I'm done, I've got a friend's daughter's birthday party to attend.
Qianwu, clearly disheartened, lost interest in lingering any longer. As he spoke, he used his clearance to pull up Ling Xiao's profile. Instantly, a private data sheet appeared before his eyes.
Ling Xiao? Graduated from 37th High? Couldn't even get into First High? This guy must be at least 50 years old. Seems like he's already hit his potential ceiling.
As Qianwu skimmed the name and school, he almost closed the file in disinterest.
Reluctantly, he continued reading.
But when his eyes landed on the third line of information, his pupils contracted violently. His face twisted into an expression of sheer disbelief.
15 years old? He's only 15. How is this possible?
A shocked exclamation burst from his lips, drawing the attention of everyone present.
15 years old? Who was the director talking about? Zhu Shaowen?
But no, Zhu Shaowen was definitely 16, having graduated a year ago.
Wait, could it be? Suddenly, a collective realization struck everyone like lightning.
They all latched onto a possibility that seemed utterly impossible.
You all stay here. I'm going to find the president.
At that moment, Qianwu swiftly shut down all of Ling Xiao's data and coldly addressed the surrounding crowd. After speaking, he wasted no time and immediately dashed out of the room. It was then that everyone present finally snapped out of their daze, realizing that the person in test hall number 8 was truly only 15 years old. They hurriedly fixed their gazes on test hall number 8. Finally, under their excited and eager eyes, a young boy slowly stepped out of the hall. This boy's appearance made it clear he didn't look any older than Zhu Shaowen.
This testing machine, why is it so fragile? A single punch and it's destroyed. Are they going to make me pay for it?
Even the lowest grade testing machines cost tens of thousands of star coins. At this moment, Ling Xiao, who had just shattered the punching target, walked out of the testing device with a helpless expression after completing the speed and resilience tests. Of course, all his results had easily met the assessment standards, and he officially earned his martial artist certification. His punch had registered an astonishing destructive force of 4,000 kilograms. What surprised him even more was that he had only applied 1,000 kilograms of force, yet the resulting destructive power reached 4,000 kilograms. This meant that the titanium fist technique, when cultivated to perfection, alone provided Ling Xiao with an impressive 400% increase in offensive capability.
And if combined with
the titanium battle body and his inherent physical strength, one punch from him could easily obliterate a martial artist in the second or even third stage of the postnatal realm. In other words, he could leap across an entire realm in terms of combat power. Thinking about this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel astonished. This system's ability to patch flaws is absolutely insane. At this moment, Ling Xiao could only marvel at the system's power. A fourfold increase in strength was already shocking enough, and this was achieved without any additional buffs. Damn, that's the guy. This little brother just destroyed the testing machine with a single punch. What kind of monstrous talent is this? I heard it takes at least 4,000 kilograms of force to break the machine. Does this mean his power has reached 3,000 kilograms? That's impossible. Even with 3,000 kilograms of force, you'd need to cultivate a mid-tier grade 1 martial technique to the proficient level to achieve such destructive power. As Ling Xiao stepped away from the testing equipment, the nearby aspiring martial artists stared at him in shock. Damn, brother Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. At this moment, Wu Yong walked up to Ling Xiao excitedly, greeting him enthusiastically. Brother Wu, you're here too. Ling Xiao recognized Wu Yong and responded with a friendly smile, his warm demeanor instantly putting Wu Yong at ease. Ha, I may have failed the certification exam several times, but I've been able to pass the basic physical tests with ease for years now. Wu Yong chuckled sheepishly. Damn, when did old Wu make friends with such a prodigy? Looks like he might actually pass the martial artist certification this time. Yeah, with such a genius by his side for support, he's bound to make it through. The conversation between the two made the surrounding individuals brim with envy. Ding! All participants who failed the first round basic physical test, please exit the assessment area immediately. Those who passed, proceed to the second round martial artist certification point. Right then, a notification echoed from above. Upon hearing it, about 40% of the participants reluctantly made their way toward the exit. These individuals had only just barely reached the standards of a martial artist. While they were technically considered body refinement realm martial artists, failing the certification meant they were no different from ordinary people except for a slightly higher paycheck. Meanwhile, the remaining 60% wasted no time heading toward the entrance of the second round. Passing through the entrance, everyone entered a massive, dome-shaped white space. In the center of the space rested a colossal aerospace battleship, its presence overwhelming and majestic. Ling Xiao glanced around and noticed that there were 10 exits in total, with dozens of people emerging from each, clearly the aspiring martial artists from the other 9 test halls. Scanning the crowd, Ling Xiao observed that most of the participants were in their 20s, except for one other boy who seemed about 15 or 16. Asterisk clank. Asterisk. At that moment, the battleship's massive doors slowly opened. A middle-aged man radiating a terrifying aura stepped out, clad in a black combat uniform and flanked by a squad of fully armed soldiers. Seeing this man, everyone froze in shock. It's Lord Qianwu. Lord Qianwu is here. Isn't he the head of the martial artist certification department? Could he have come personally for Zhu Shaowen? No way. Zhu Shaowen is here too? That must be it. He's known as the most gifted talent in Cloud City in recent years. Of course, Lord Qianwu would take this seriously. In an instant, the crowd recognized Qianwu and began speculating on why he was personally present. Upon hearing Zhu Shaowen's name, most concluded that his arrival must revolve around him. However, those who were in test hall number 8 with Ling Xiao all turned to look at him in unison, their expressions turning oddly complicated. Based on the strength and age Ling Xiao had displayed, Zhu Shaowen wasn't even qualified to carry his shoes. Clearly, Qianwu's presence wasn't for Zhu Shaowen. At most, he'd check on him as an afterthought. All certification content has been sent to your smart wristbands. The details are confidential. At this moment, a martial artist in the 4th stage of the body refinement realm stepped forward and sternly announced. After speaking, he turned to Qianwu, awaiting further instructions. Board the ship and prepare for departure, Qianwu said, his gaze sweeping the crowd before finally settling on Ling Xiao. His tone was calm but commanding. After that, he turned and walked into the battleship. Damn, brother Ling Xiao, did you see that? Lord Qianwu just looked at you. He's definitely here for you. Wu Yong, having noticed Qianwu's gaze, turned to Ling Xiao with excitement. I just hope they don't make me pay for breaking the testing machine. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly before following the group toward the ship. Wu Yong was left speechless. Pay for it? They'd be ecstatic to have more geniuses like you who can destroy testing machines. To the Martial Artist Alliance, a few tens of thousands of star coins was pocket change. After everyone boarded the aerospace mothership, the ceiling of the ship slowly opened. Buzz! With a low hum, the anti-gravity engine roared to life, and the massive vessel, capable of holding tens of thousands of people, began to rise steadily. As it ascended and left the Martial Alliance's base, a vast surge of energy began to ripple around its body. Boom! In a thunderous roar, the colossal mothership instantly tore through the starry sky, piercing the heavens at an astonishing speed. The mothership accelerated rapidly, reaching several million kilometers per hour in just a few minutes. 10 minutes later, the ship descended upon a lush, forest-covered planet not far from Blue Water Star. This planet was called Star Beast Planet number 10 of the Blue Water Star system.
Its diameter was smaller than Blue Water Stars, roughly comparable to Earth's.
Within the Blue Water Star system, 10 such planets existed. These 10 planets were home to massive populations of star beasts. Star beasts were formidable lifeforms discovered by humanity after entering the era of interstellar exploration. When humans first observed a planet teeming with life through a telescope, they were overwhelmed with excitement.
They spent over 7
centuries developing the first spacecraft capable of leaving the solar system, and it took several more centuries to reach that distant world.
However, upon landing, they discovered the entire planet was dominated by star beasts.
The smaller ones could easily tear humans apart, while the larger ones stood hundreds of meters tall, their immense strength capable of shattering mountains with ease.
Without exception, the first wave of human spacecraft was completely annihilated.
With the advancement of technology, humanity eventually uncovered ancient ruins and gradually perfected cultivation techniques over thousands of years.
Only then did they manage to conquer that planet.
As humanity expanded across the stars, they discovered that star beasts existed in nearly every star system, their species diverse and their numbers unimaginably vast. Fortunately, after tens of thousands of years of progress, humanity not only possessed advanced technology but also super warriors powerful enough to destroy entire celestial bodies. Ultimately, they conquered one star beast-dominated planet after another. Blue Water Star itself had only been pacified 7 centuries ago, making it a relatively young planet. On its surface, most of the original star beasts had been eradicated, except for a small number that were domesticated.
Wild star beasts remained only in regions outside human cities, designated as star beast zones.
Their numbers had dwindled to a mere 1% of what they were upon discovery, yet they still outnumbered humans by tenfold.
These star beasts frequently attacked, causing immense suffering for nearby residents.
As a result, slaying star beasts and protecting every city had become the shared mission of all warriors. This time, the group had arrived at Star Beast Planet number 10, another planet dominated by star beasts.
Here, human footprints had yet to reach.
After all, Blue Water Star itself still struggled with its star beast problem, leaving this planet to develop unchecked.
What the hell? The assessment this time is on Star Beast Planet number 10? Weren't all previous assessments conducted in the star beast zones near cities? Even
though Star Beast Planet number 10 has the smallest overall star beast population among the 10 planets, we're merely trainee warriors.
This is way over the line.
Exactly.
With our strength, isn't this basically a death sentence? I protest. I protest.
The moment they saw the scenery outside the windows and the details of the assessment task, the entire ship's cabin erupted into chaos. Only then did Ling Xiao understand previous assessments had all taken place in star beast zones, but this time, they had been brought to an actual star beast planet.
This was clearly far more dangerous, anyone could see that.
Star beast zones were areas where humanity had already eliminated the majority of formidable star beasts, but star beast planets might harbor tier 3 beasts or even tier 4 beasts on par with grandmasters. Going there was practically a death wish.
Silence.
At that moment, Qianwu's voice rang out, cutting through the clamor. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire cabin. To be honest, when Qianwu learned of Ling Xiao's exceptional talent, met with the president, and received this order, he had been stunned. It was important to note that even he wouldn't dare to casually venture into such a place for training.
After all, even a tier 2, 4 to 5-star star beast could easily kill him, let alone a tier 3 or tier 4 beast.
But the president's order was one he couldn't refuse, so he had no choice but to bring Ling Xiao and the others here.
Sure enough, the moment his stern shout rang out, everyone instantly fell silent.
This assessment standard for passing is no longer about killing 5 tier 1 star beasts.
It's about surviving.
As long as you survive for one day, regardless of whether you've killed a star beast or not, you pass.
Moreover, we will be landing in an area where the star beasts are relatively weak.
If you wish to withdraw, you can stay aboard the ship and not disembark. Additionally, I can only tell you this: those who perform well will receive extra rewards. Qianwu stated bluntly. His words caused everyone present to react emotionally.
Survive for just one day to pass? Even without killing a star beast? And in an area where the star beasts weren't particularly strong? Hearing this, their eyes lit up.
This meant the chances of passing the assessment had significantly increased. Although killing star beasts was difficult and the area was dangerous, surviving for a day seemed relatively achievable.
What about leaving early? If I want to pass the assessment, I shouldn't need to stay the full day, right? At that moment, Ling Xiao spoke up. After all, he had promised his younger sister he'd be back tonight. As for dying? Sorry, Ling Xiao wasn't worried in the slightest. Possessing an immortal physique, dying wasn't exactly easy for him. His question left those around him stunned. Surviving alone was hard enough, and he wanted to finish the assessment early? If you kill enough 5 Tier 1 star beasts and bring back their star cores, that will suffice. However, even if you pass early, you'll still have to wait until everyone else either dies or the full day passes to go back with us. So if you have the strength, kill as many star beasts as you can. I guarantee it will benefit you greatly. Xianwu hesitated briefly, then calmly replied after glancing at Ling Xiao. His response left Ling Xiao speechless. Did this mean he'd have to stay here for a whole day no matter what? Fine, he'd take the advice and kill more beasts then. If he could earn a reward of a few million star coins, that would be fantastic. Boom! At that moment, the aerospace mothership landed with a thunderous roar. Click! The hatch slowly opened. Everyone disembark immediately and spread out. The noise of our landing will attract nearby star beasts. If you want to hide here for the day, you'd better run for your life. As the hatch opened, even Shenwu's tone became serious as he shouted. The expressions of everyone changed drastically. The majority of them rushed out of the exit in a panic, while about 30%, too terrified to leave, ultimately decided to remain aboard. Ling Xiao also quickly disembarked from the ship. Boom! 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 As all the candidates disembarked from the spaceship, the massive sky carrier instantly erupted with terrifying energy, soared into the heavens, and disappeared from sight. Everyone, how about we form a group? That way, our chances of survival will be much higher. At this moment, a burly man's shout grabbed everyone's attention. Immediately, hundreds of aspiring martial artists were moved by the suggestion. Oomph, foolish. Many star beasts have extraordinarily keen senses of smell and sight. The more people you gather, the higher the chance of being exposed. Grouping together will only get you killed faster. And you don't even know this basic knowledge? How dare you show up for the exam? From a distance, Zhu Shaoan sneered coldly upon hearing the middle-aged man's words. His remark was like a bucket of cold water poured over the crowd, instantly extinguishing their enthusiasm. This young master is leaving. You all can stay here and wait to die. Seeing that he had successfully frightened everyone, Zhu Shaoan burst into laughter and pushed off the ground with a single step. Roar! But suddenly, a mutation occurred. A furious roar erupted into the air, followed by a pitch-black panther, standing 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, charging out with a ferocious growl. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. The dark blur streaked past Zhu Shaoan, who was frozen in fear. Asterisk splat. Asterisk. With a spray of blood, Zhu Shaoan was bitten in half by the Black Panther. His blood arced into the air like a fountain, splattering meters high. The Black Panther landed not far from the crowd, tilted its head back, and swallowed Zhu Shaoan's still twitching upper body in one gulp. The horrifying scene drained the color from the faces of the remaining candidates. Dead? The most talented prodigy of Siluan City in years, dead the moment he got off the spaceship? Damn, it's a Shadow Panther at the peak of Tier 1. Run! Finally, one of the martial artists recognized the Star Beast and screamed in terror before turning to flee. The others, their faces pale with fear, quickly followed suit. Roar! The Shadow Panther let out a disdainful growl at the fleeing ants. These foolish creatures, did they truly think they could escape from it? Asterisk boom. Asterisk. With a powerful kick of its limbs, the massive beast shot forward like an arrow, targeting the seemingly stunned individual in its path. Roar! The enormous Shadow Panther opened its bloodied jaws, aiming directly at Ling Xiao. Yes, in the eyes of the Shadow Panther, Ling Xiao was just another weak and foolish prey. Just as the beast's gaping maw was about to snap down on Ling Xiao, he moved. With a light push off the ground, Ling Xiao's body soared several meters into the air. Mid-air, he spun and delivered a devastating kick. Carrying an unmatched, terrifying force, his foot smashed into the Shadow Panther's face. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The thunderous impact echoed across hundreds of meters. The Shadow Panther's head exploded like a watermelon, blood spraying in all directions. Its massive body was hurled backward, flying over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. The beast lay motionless, its life snuffed out. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Of all the people you could have chosen, you just had to come after me. Ling Xiao smirked disdainfully as he spoke. The deafening sound of the impact made the fleeing candidates instinctively glance back. That one look left them utterly stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Dead? The Shadow Panther is dead? How is that possible? That was a peak Tier 1 Shadow Panther. Even a martial artist at the peak of the body tempering stage would struggle to defeat it. Could it have been a juvenile? How else could it have been killed so easily? It's that boy again. How is this even possible?
At this moment, the scene left everyone present deeply shocked and speechless. Ling Xiao, however, paid no attention to their reactions. He walked up to the Shadow Panther's corpse and drew a long alloy blade from his waist. This was a weapon distributed aboard the Sky Carrier.
Its quality was low and unranked weapon, at best.
It was a basic reward for passing the physical fitness test. Priced at just over 1,000 star coins, it barely covered the cost of the exam's 1,000-coin entry fee.
Ding. Detected weapon, alloy blade. Flaws detected, 754. Would you like to repair it?
As Ling Xiao began cutting into the Shadow Panther's belly, a system prompt echoed in his mind.
What a pity. I've run out of repair opportunities. Otherwise, this blade could have been upgraded to at least a Tier 3 weapon after repairs.
Ling Xiao shook his head slightly in regret as he continued slicing through the beast.
Despite its numerous flaws, over 700, the weapon had potential. Once repaired, it could have become an upper-tier Tier 3 blade.
Through experience, Ling Xiao had deduced the system's repair rules. Fewer than 10 flaws meant a Tier 1 weapon after repair. 10 to 100 flaws resulted in a Tier 2 weapon. 100 to 1,000 flaws yielded a Tier 3 weapon, and over 10,000 flaws led to a Tier 4 master-grade item. Unfortunately, while the current blade had plenty of flaws, its repair potential was far too limited. Before long, Ling Xiao extracted a blue crystal from the Shadow Panther's chest.
So this is a Star Beast's core?
I've heard these things are incredibly valuable. Nearly 60 to 70% of a Star Beast's worth lies in its core.
He examined the blue star core in his hand with curiosity. Ding. Detected energy core, peak Tier 1 star core. Flaws detected, 4,754. Would you like to repair it? The system's prompt chimed again. 4,000 flaws? If repaired, would it become a master-grade star core?
Ling Xiao's eyes lit up at the thought. A repaired star core like this could easily fetch hundreds of billions, if not over 1 trillion credits.
Perhaps even more.
After all, a mid-tier 4 star beast was equivalent to a martial artist at the 4th level of the Grandmaster realm.
Such beings were incredibly rare on Siluan Star.
Once I repair it tonight, I'll need to assess whether it's truly a pure master-grade star core before deciding whether to sell it.
If it poses any risks, then forget it. Ling Xiao deliberated for a moment, still undecided on whether to sell the core. The decision would depend on whether the repaired core mutated during the process.
In this era, he didn't fear being traced for selling a Tier 4 core, as the Martial Alliance's recycling system maintained absolute confidentiality. Anyone capable of tracking the core back to him would be a being far beyond the level of caring about a mere Tier 4 core. Conversely, those who desired it wouldn't have the authority to investigate him.
The biggest uncertainty lay in whether the repair process would cause mutations.
If it did, things could get complicated. While mutations would enhance the core's value like the nutrient solution he had previously refined, which improved cultivation speed several times over, they could also draw unwanted attention.
Such anomalies, once revealed, would undoubtedly cause a massive uproar.
After all, anything capable of increasing cultivation speed by several times would be considered a divine artifact anywhere.
Once my loophole repair attempts refresh tonight, I'll test it out.
By then, I should at least be able to secure a Tier 2 star core. With that thought, Ling Xiao hesitated no longer.
He swiftly collected the energy core and stored it away. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed the crowd of stunned onlookers. Without turning back, Ling Xiao left decisively, vanishing from their sight in an instant. Gulp! A genius! An unparalleled genius! To possess such strength at this age, could it be that even the prodigies of the Imperial Capital's first academy are no better? Is he really a genius from our Kaiyun city? I've never heard of such a figure before.
He must be passing through and decided to participate in the martial artist certification test. The recent changes in the test rules might be related to this genius.
That makes sense.
No wonder I've never heard of such a talent emerging in Kaiyun City.
He's probably from the Imperial Capital. As Ling Xiao disappeared from view, the surrounding martial artists couldn't help but swallow hard before hastily leaving the area.
Though the Shadow Leopard was dead, the vicinity was still fraught with danger. Outside the atmosphere of Savage Beast Planet Number 10, a space carrier broke through and came to a steady halt in orbit.
Beep. Signal successfully located. Ground information successfully received.
At that moment, a notification sound rang through the control room of the space carrier. Immediately, under Qian Wu and his team's gaze, hundreds of small video feeds appeared on the large screen.
These feeds displayed first-person perspectives from the participants in the certification test.
It had been 1 minute since Ling Xiao killed the Shadow Leopard. Due to the delay in signal transmission during rapid flight, they were just now receiving the ground data. Monitor all participants' movements closely,
Qianwu ordered immediately. He quickly pulled up Ling Zhao's feed and saw him weaving through a dense forest. Before landing, every participant had been issued a combat ocular device. This device not only allowed for the sharing of the user's perspective but also detected dangerous auras in the surroundings. It was considered an essential tool for martial artists battling star beasts in star beast zones. Of course, this was the most basic version. Advanced versions could identify an opponent's level, the species of star beasts, their weaknesses, and more. The top-tier combat ocular devices could even analyze an opponent's aura to estimate their combat strength. However, top-tier devices were exceedingly rare on Blue Water Star, with only a handful in existence. Qianwu, how are things looking? At that moment, the virtual projection of an elderly man appeared abruptly in the control room. Reporting to the president, Ling Xiao has entered Savage Beast Planet and has begun the recording for his genius certification test. Indeed, the elder was the president of the Kaiyun City Martial Artists Guild branch, a formidable postnatal expert. The reason Ling Xiao and the others had been sent here was not only for the martial artist certification test but also for the genius certification test. Of course, this test was exclusively for Ling Xiao. The entire process would be recorded and uploaded to the Blue Water Star Martial Artists Guild headquarters, where his genius level would be evaluated. Good. Remember, if Ling Xiao encounters any danger, ensure his safety at all costs. Even if the genius certification fails, we cannot afford to let him fall, the president warned Qianwu gravely. Qianwu nodded hurriedly. Such a genius was a loss they could not bear. By the way, how is Zhu Shaowen doing? Does he stand a chance of meeting the genius certification criteria? The president inquired, suddenly recalling Zhu Shaowen, the Zhu family's most talented member in recent years. Most likely not. Pull up Zhu Shaowen's feed. Let's see how he's performing, Qianwu said, furrowing his brow. Bad news, President, Minister. Zhu Shaowen's life energy disappeared within a minute after the ship left. The ship operator reported nervously, immediately pulling up Zhu Shaowen's feed. In an instant, the screen displayed the scene of Zhu Shaowen being killed by a shadow leopard in one bite. A peak tier 1 shadow leopard? How could it appear at a landing site? How did you select the drop zones? Qianwu roared in fury, suddenly recalling Ling Zhao's earlier feed showing him running at high speed. Could he have been fleeing for his life? Minister, the shadow leopard was a peak tier 1 beast. The energy detection system only flags tier 2 star beast's life energy, the subordinate explained cautiously. Humph, enough excuses. Pull up Ling Zhao's earlier feed and check if he was being pursued. Also, prepare the propulsion team to return to the ground. Qianwu barked. He was exasperated. Who could have predicted that, in a 100-mile radius devoid of tier 2 star beasts, a peak tier 1 beast would show up right at the landing site? At this moment, not only Qianwu but even the president stared intently at the screen, fearing that something might have happened to Ling Xiao. Yet the next moment, the feed showed Ling Xiao obliterating the shadow leopard with a single kick. The president and everyone present were instantly stunned. One kick to kill a peak tier 1 shadow leopard? Even an ordinary postnatal martial artist couldn't achieve that. Beep, 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 alert! Based on the Central AI's evaluation, the Genius Certification Test subject's genius level has been confirmed to be at least Grade A. All data regarding this genius will now be classified as Level B confidential. You currently lack the necessary clearance to access it. The feed will now be terminated. At that moment, an alarm sounded throughout the ship. The next instant, Ling Zhao's feed went dark. Everyone present was dumbfounded by the notification. Grade B clearance? Damn it! Ling Xiao is actually an A-grade genius? How is this possible? A-grade geniuses are so rare that even in the entire Matian province, one might emerge only once in several decades. Exactly. Every A-grade genius is among the top-tier talents on Blue Water Star. Entering the Imperial Capital's first academy would make them one of the most elite students. How could such a genius appear in our Kaiyun city? At that moment, the entire ship erupted in astonishment. The minister and the president finally snapped out of their shock and exchanged a look of disbelief. Both sides could see the excitement and gravity in each other's eyes. You all should know what Class A confidential means. If anyone leaks what happened today, the Martial Alliance will issue punishment. Of course, once the basic details are made public, it's fine if you share some of it. Taking a deep breath, Qianwu coldly addressed everyone present. The moment his words landed, all the warriors in the control room hurriedly nodded. President, we can't locate Ling Zhao's position right now. If he encounters any danger, won't we be unable to rescue him? Suddenly, Qianwu thought of this issue and quickly spoke up. His words caused the holographic projection of the president to frown slightly. There's no way to help. It all depends on his own fate.
With his abilities, as long as he doesn't draw too much attention, he should be safe. The president sighed helplessly. Class B clearance, even his own mentor didn't have that level of access. On the ground, Ling Xiao followed the map displayed on his battle device, heading straight toward a yellow danger zone. The battle device could connect to the satellites of the aerospace carrier and mark all areas based on the aura of the most powerful creature in each region. White zones indicated low danger areas with only first-tier star beasts. Yellow zones were medium danger areas where second-tier star beasts could be found. Orange zones represented high danger areas with third-tier star beasts. Red zones marked extreme danger, where fourth-tier star beasts roamed. Of course, a yellow designation only indicated the presence of at least one second-tier star beast, but it was also possible for third-tier or even fourth-tier beasts to be hiding undetected. After all, some star beasts had incredibly strong concealment abilities. Ling Xiao had only one purpose in coming here, to improve his combat skills. Perched on a large tree, Ling Xiao closed his eyes and began to sense his surroundings. At that moment, the world around him seemed to transform into utter darkness. Within the darkness, countless red blood energy orbs were scattered across the area, covering a radius of several kilometers. He could feel the strength of the auras within these orbs. The weaker ones belonged to insignificant wild beasts, while the stronger ones reached the level of first-tier star beasts. The strongest among them had even reached the peak of the first tier, almost comparable to the shadow panther he had faced earlier. This was the additional ability granted by Ling Xiao's innate Dao body. For now, however, he could only sense the auras within a 4-kilometer radius. As expected, the innate Dao body is extraordinary. Not only can I detect the precise locations of nearby star beasts, but I can also gauge their strength. It seems an SS-grade talent is far more remarkable than I had imagined. I wonder if the Death God physique also has hidden abilities that weren't described by the system. A glimmer of curiosity flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. If there were indeed undiscovered potential abilities, he needed to experiment thoroughly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Within his perception, a blood energy orb far larger than that of a peak first-tier star beast appeared on his radar. A second-tier star beast? Perfect. I'll use you for practice. Oh, and deactivate the battle device's real-time recording function. Ling Xiao's lips curved into a faint smile as he issued a command to the AI. After all, he needed to keep a few cards up his sleeve. Beep. You are currently in the midst of data collection for both the Martial Artist Certification Exam and the Genius Certification Exam. Disabling the recording function will result in combat data during this period not being recorded. This may cause you to fail the Martial Artist Certification Exam or lower your final Genius Certification level. Do you wish to proceed with disabling the function? At that moment, a notification rang in Ling Xiao's mind. The Genius Certification Exam? Isn't that the legendary test reserved for only the most extraordinary talents? Ling Xiao froze momentarily upon hearing the notification, and a thought flashed through his mind. Could this exam be happening because I'm undergoing the Genius Certification? A sly grin appeared on his face as he thought to himself, I've heard the rewards for geniuses are exceptionally generous. I wonder if there will be any surprises if I pass the certification successfully. Even so, he decisively disabled the real-time recording function. My data from killing the Shadow Panther is already enough to qualify me as at least a Class B genius, he thought confidently. According to the standards, a Class C genius required an explosive force of just 3,000 kilograms, while his ability to instantly kill a peak first-tier star beast meant his explosive force exceeded 10,000 kilograms. Even Class A genius status was within his reach. There was no need to reveal more of his cards. With a light step, Ling Xiao leapt down from the tall tree, heading straight for the most formidable star beast in the area. Time passed swiftly, and night fell. Whoosh! A flash of silver light streaked through the air as a long blade, swift as lightning, pierced through the massive head of a second-tier low-grade star beast. Roar! The beast, towering 8 meters high and weighing over 10 tons, let out a furious roar before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Boom! The earth trembled, dust billowed, and the star beast's massive body smashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dirt and debris. The fourth second-tier low-grade star beast. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile as he slowly withdrew his long blade from the beast's skull. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have executed a battle using the titanium combat technique, completing 3 full cycles of its energy flow. Blood energy plus 3. Your cultivation level has advanced to Body Tempering Realm, 7th layer. The notification echoed in Ling Xiao's mind, causing his heart to tremble in excitement. By utilizing the titanium combat technique, the blood energy I gain during combat is astonishing, 3 points in just a few minutes. This rate of improvement even outpaced his closed-door cultivation. It seems the instructor wasn't lying. Powerful warriors do indeed grow stronger faster through battle, he mused with a slight smile. However, killing second-tier low-grade star beasts has become too easy for me. The blood energy it provides is barely an improvement compared to my regular training. It's time to seek out stronger star beasts for a real challenge. Feeling the surging power within his body, Ling Xiao's eyes gleamed with determination.
Since arriving here in the afternoon, 7 hours had passed.
His cultivation level had successfully advanced to the 7th layer of the body-tempering realm, and his blood energy had reached 71 points. He opened his attribute panel to check his stats.
Attribute panel. Name, Ling Xiao. Realm, body-tempering realm, 7th layer.
Blood energy, 71, affects strength, defense, and recovery speed.
Soul, 5, normal human, 1, affects mental power and soul intensity. Innate talents *. Immortal divine physique, SSS tier, vitality * 300%, soul 300%.
Innate Tao body, SS tier, comprehension * 1000, cultivation speed 1000. Titanium battle physique, C tier, speed * 300%, defense 500%.
Martial arts *. Titanium battle technique, 4th rank, lower grade, perfect, cultivation speed 300%. Titanium fist style, 4th rank, lower grade, perfect, fist power 400%.
With 71 points of vitality, enhanced by the immortal divine physique, Ling Xiao could unleash an astonishing force of 21,000 kilograms. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao swung his blade, slicing open the chest of a star beast with precision. He reached into its heart and pulled out a translucent blue star core, tucking it into the pocket of his low-grade combat uniform. His pocket was already bulging, filled with over 20 star cores, each at least of upper first-tier quality or even top-tier. Once sold, these cores could easily fetch tens of millions in star coins, more than enough to purchase higher-grade Tier 2 weapons or advanced nutrient solutions. He had also activated the combat recorder during some of his battles against peak first-tier star beasts, meticulously documenting the process in hopes of boosting his genius certification score while concealing his true strength. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance, so loud that Ling Xiao's brows furrowed in response.
At least a high-tier second-tier star beast.
Immediately intrigued, Ling Xiao leapt onto a treetop and gazed in the direction of the roar.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
A silver Tyrannosaurus, towering over 10 meters tall, was rampaging through the forest, smashing trees as it pursued something in the distance. A silver Tyrannosaur, a high-tier second-tier star beast. Its vitality rivals the 7th level of the Hotian realm.
This is the perfect opponent to test my limits.
Ling Xiao's eyes lit up at the sight. Although he wasn't entirely confident against a beast of this level, his immortal divine physique gave him the courage to push his boundaries. But as he observed the beast's speed, his brows knitted tightly. Its speed is insane, there's no way I can catch up.
Looks like I'll need to activate the titanium battle physique. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao summoned the titanium battle physique's inner energy. Rumble!
With a deafening roar, dark golden flames erupted from his body. In an instant, his entire form transformed into a radiant, dark golden figure.
Boom!
With a powerful leap, Ling Xiao shot forward like a streak of dark golden light, dashing toward the source of the roar at an incredible speed. His swift movement left even the sharp-eyed Qianwu stunned, unable to do anything but watch the golden blur vanish. Roar! The silver Tyrannosaur's blood-red eyes locked onto a smaller, 2-meter-tall thief, a second-tier low-grade egg-stealer dragon cradling a silver dragon egg in its arms. Although the egg-stealer dragon was smaller and weaker than the silver Tyrannosaur, its speed rivaled the larger beasts.
Its agility came
from allocating all its natural attributes to speed, making it nearly useless in a direct fight even against a peak first-tier star beast. Chirp! After fleeing for over 20 kilometers, the egg-stealer dragon finally spotted its kin in the distance. Overjoyed, it raised its head and cried loudly. Chirp! 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 In an instant, responses echoed from all directions. Moments later, over 20 egg-stealer dragons surged toward the silver Tyrannosaur like a flood, clearly intent on overwhelming it with sheer numbers. Roar! The silver Tyrannosaur bellowed in fury. For the past 100 years, it had laid eggs 7 or 8 times, but only one hatchling had ever survived.
The rest had all been stolen by these egg-stealer dragons.
Fueled by rage, the silver Tyrannosaur roared and lunged, sinking its teeth into the neck of an approaching egg-stealer dragon.
Crack! In an instant, the egg-stealer dragon's neck snapped.
The Tyrannosaur flung the lifeless body to the ground with a powerful toss.
Chirp! The silver Tyrannosaur's actions enraged the entire egg-stealer dragon pack. With a commanding cry from their leader, the egg-stealer dragons charged in unison, swarming the Tyrannosaur. In mere moments, the silver Tyrannosaur was engulfed by a tide of dragons. At the forefront was the pack leader, exuding the aura of a high-tier second-tier beast.
Its strength matched the Tyrannosaur's, though one specialized in speed while the other excelled in raw power.
Even so, the numbers were against the Tyrannosaur.
Within less than a minute, it was drenched in blood. However, the egg-stealer dragons paid a steep price as well. 7 or 8 of their own lay dead or grievously injured.
Whoa, they're actually fighting.
By this time, Ling Xiao had arrived at the scene, his golden aura gleaming brightly as he observed the chaotic battle.
Ha! A star beast egg?
Suddenly, Ling Xiao noticed one egg-stealer dragon sneaking off to bury a silver star beast egg beneath a nearby tree before rushing back to the battlefield. Quick-witted as ever, Ling Xiao immediately deduced that this egg must belong to the silver Tyrannosaur.
This is a jackpot.
A silver Tyrannosaur, if properly nurtured, has the potential to evolve into a third-tier star beast. Its egg alone would fetch a price of over tens of millions.
Excitement surged through Ling Xiao as he sprang into action.
Dissipating his titanium battle physique, he landed silently and began digging up the buried egg.
Man, the titanium battle physique really drains vitality.
I've already burned through half my vitality reserves in just 5 minutes. As he dug, Ling Xiao couldn't help but grumble about the energy cost. Anticipating the possibility of another fight, he activated the titanium battle physique to restore his vitality reserves even as he worked. Buzz! Moments later, Ling Xiao felt a warm current flow through his abdomen, and his depleted vitality quickly began to recover. In just seconds, his vitality was fully restored.
Ding!
Nutrient solution energy reserves depleted by 50 days. Remaining reserves, 13,950 days.
Vitality fully restored.
A system notification echoed in Ling Xiao's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned.
What the heck? The nutrient solution can do this.
Shocked, Ling Xiao realized that restoring half his vitality had only consumed the equivalent of 50 days' worth of nutrient solution energy.
Did that mean his reserves could sustain him through 140 full vitality recoveries? This felt like infinite energy.
Imagine this, even his titanium battle body, which consumed energy at a rapid pace, required a full 10 minutes to deplete all its power.
As
for the titanium fist technique, which burned through energy even faster, even executing 10 punches per second would still last for half a minute before energy ran out.
However, the recovery time? Only a few seconds to fully replenish.
As for the enhanced nutrient solution, Ling Xiao could produce it every single day. Once he had more money, he could craft even more advanced and potent versions. By that time, not only would his energy reserves become utterly terrifying, but the effects of restoring vitality and accelerating cultivation speed would also skyrocket dramatically. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's heart raced with excitement.
I knew it.
Anything strengthened by the system is never ordinary. In an instant, Ling Xiao was filled with anticipation for the undying divine body.
If such ordinary enhancements could bring such massive benefits, then wouldn't the hidden effects of the undying divine body be even more astonishing?
At this moment, Ling Xiao finally unearthed the silver Tyrannosaurus egg.
It's finally out. He held up the massive, 1-meter-tall egg from the ground and immediately examined it with curiosity. Silver patterns adorned its surface, making it appear extraordinary. System, analyze this for vulnerabilities.
Ling Xiao was brimming with curiosity as he spoke to the system without hesitation.
Ding. Item detected, silver Tyrannosaurus egg. Number of vulnerabilities, 200 million. Would you like to repair the vulnerabilities?
The system's prompt echoed in Ling Xiao's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned.
Wait, what did you just say? 200 million vulnerabilities? Holy crap, this innate talent is even more insane than my physique. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim.
200 million vulnerabilities, this was the most formidable thing he'd encountered, second only to his cellular activation ability. Of course, compared to the 12 trillion vulnerabilities of his cellular activation, 200 million seemed far fewer, but it was still 20 times more than the million-plus vulnerabilities of his innate Tao body. Speaking of which, why is it that my cellular activation has 12 trillion vulnerabilities and is rated SSS level, while my innate Tao body with
over 1 million vulnerabilities is only SS level? Isn't it just one grade difference?
But the gap in vulnerabilities is a staggering 1 million times. Ling Xiao voiced his confusion. A millionfold difference in vulnerabilities, yet only a 1-grade disparity, it seemed rather illogical.
Ding. SSS level is currently the highest grade known to humanity in your world.
Therefore, SSS level is merely a general classification. The gap between the weakest SSS grade and your undying divine body is immeasurable.
In fact, it's far more terrifying than the difference between an F-grade talent and an ordinary SSS grade talent.
When the host encounters higher levels of talent classification, the true rank of the undying divine body will be revealed. The system's swift response clarified Ling Xiao's doubts, leaving him enlightened. So, it wasn't that the gap between the undying divine body and the innate Tao body was small, it was that humanity's understanding of talent grades was incomplete.
I see now. That makes sense.
After all, a talent so powerful that it can revive someone through the memories of others couldn't possibly be just one grade higher than the innate Tao body. Ling Xiao wholeheartedly agreed. After all, while the innate Tao body allowed anyone to become a heaven-defying genius, with their talent growing as they advanced in strength, it still paled in comparison to the descriptions of the undying divine body. Looks like this silver Tyrannosaurus egg with 200 million vulnerabilities will definitely be incredible once it hatches. At the very least, its talent will crush any human genius. And conveniently, this world has beast companions. Once today's business is settled, I'll repair the vulnerabilities in the silver Tyrannosaurus egg and raise a mighty pet to play with. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile.
He glanced around and buried the egg again. The reason was simple, he was about to enter battle, and carrying an egg around would be inconvenient. Roar! Just as Ling Xiao finished burying the egg, a pained roar echoed from not far away.
Ling Xiao turned toward the source of the sound.
Boom!
With a thunderous crash, he witnessed the silver Tyrannosaurus collapse to the ground. Its massive body crushed a nearby oviraptor, blood splattering everywhere. Finally, a swarm of oviraptors surged forward, tearing apart the silver Tyrannosaurus's flesh and blood.
Its vitality was completely snuffed out. Is it over?
Ling Xiao's eyes gleamed as he observed the scene. From the original group of over 20 oviraptors, only about a dozen remained. Moreover, aside from the strongest oviraptor leader, the others were all covered in blood. Chirp! The oviraptor leader tilted its head back and let out a triumphant screech, as though declaring its victory to the world.
Celebrating too early, aren't you?
At that moment, a streak of dark golden light suddenly erupted like a thunderbolt.
Slash! 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 Slash!
In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a cold snort, blood gushed from the necks of the 10 heavily injured oviraptors. In mere moments, the heads of the 10 oviraptors rolled to the ground.
Boom! 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 Their massive bodies collapsed one after another, leaving the lone oviraptor leader in utter shock. Before it could even react, its subordinates had all been slaughtered. To think, those were 10 second-tier lower and mid-grade star beasts known for their speed. You're next!
A deafening cold shout rang out, and the next moment, a long blade slashed fiercely toward the uninjured oviraptor leader. Roar! The enraged oviraptor leader roared furiously, lunging forward like lightning to bite at Ling Xiao's blade.
Its speed was so astonishing that even Ling Xiao, with his titanium battle body activated, couldn't react in time. Clang!
As the blade collided with its sharp teeth, the first-tier alloy blade in Ling Xiao's hand shattered instantly, scattering into countless fragments. What the hell, so vicious? Ling Xiao was momentarily stunned by the ferocity of the attack. The oviraptor leader followed up with a tail sweep, its massive tail slamming into Ling Xiao with incredible force.
Boom!
With an explosive impact, Ling Xiao was sent flying like a missile.
Rumble!
With a thunderous crash, he slammed heavily into a massive tree. The terrifying force of tens of tons instantly gouged out a crater several meters in diameter on the towering 100-meter tree.
Damn it! I underestimated him. This guy's speed is absolutely terrifying.
In the hollowed-out crater, Ling Xiao felt as though every bone in his body had shattered. His chest had caved in, forming a massive dent. This egg thief dragon leader was a Tier 2 advanced star beast, equivalent to the 7th level of the Hotian realm. Although its strength wasn't as formidable as other star beasts of the same level, star beasts inherently possessed at least 50% more raw power than humans at the same level. For Tier 3 star beasts, their strength could even double that of their human counterparts. After all, the world was fair. While humans could cultivate martial techniques to enhance their explosive power, star beasts were born with raw, physical might. As a result, in battles between opponents of the same level, star beasts were generally evenly matched with ordinary humans. Thus, although the egg thief dragon leader's strength was slightly inferior to other star beasts of its level, it still easily exceeded 70,000 kilograms or perhaps even higher. Fortunately, Ling Xiao possessed the titanium combat body, which amplified his defensive capacity by a staggering 500%. His defense far surpassed his offensive power, preventing him from being utterly obliterated on the spot. Buzz! At that moment, a surge of warmth spread through his body. In an instant, his chest swelled back to its original state, fully restored.
Ding!
Nutritional energy reserves consumed, 500 days. Remaining reserves, 13,450 days.
All injuries fully healed. Ding! Recovered from the brink of minor injury. Qi and blood value +5. 2 notification tones echoed in Ling Xiao's mind.
His eyes immediately widened. Each of these notifications carried monumental implications, the nutritional fluid could actually provide energy to heal his injuries. Previously, Ling Xiao had worried that severe injuries might deplete his energy reserves, rendering him incapable of regenerating. Now, it seemed that such concerns were entirely unnecessary. The second notification was even more astonishing. Recovering from the brink of minor injury had directly increased his qi and blood value by 5 points. Since 1 point of qi and blood equated to approximately 300 kilograms of strength, this meant Ling Xiao had gained 1,500 kilograms of raw power out of thin air. So this is the hidden effect of the immortal divine body. Not only does it rebuild my physical form, but it also enhances my physical strength in the process. This ability is basically the ultimate evolution of a scion. At this moment, Ling Xiao laughed. With this extraordinary ability and the colossal energy reserves of the nutritional fluid, his power would skyrocket at an unstoppable pace. Still, my internal organs were completely shattered, and all my bones were broken, yet it only counted as a minor injury. It must be due to the immortal divine body. Ling Xiao was deeply moved. Such injuries would have been instantly fatal for an ordinary person, but for him, they were merely a scratch. Wait a second. My energy reserves are still over 10,000. Based on this calculation, I can gain more than 100 qi and blood points at least. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. Realizing this, he couldn't help but grin. With a smile on his face, he turned to look at the egg thief dragon leader charging toward him at full speed. Boom! With a deafening roar, Ling Xiao stomped down hard. The massive tree beneath him collapsed into a deep crater, and his figure shot toward the egg thief dragon like a cannonball. Titanium fist technique. In the next instant, Ling Xiao roared, his voice exploding forth. His entire body shimmered with a dark golden aura as he threw a devastating punch. Roar! The egg thief dragon leader let out a furious roar, its tail whipping toward Ling Xiao with deadly force. Boom! Their attacks collided ferociously. The dragon leader's tail, carrying a crushing force of 70 to 80 tons, exploded with power, sending Ling Xiao flying backward like a missile once again. Boom! Another thunderous crash resounded as Ling Xiao slammed into the massive tree once more. This time, the already unstable 100-meter tree collapsed with a resounding crash. The ground trembled. The fallen tree buried Ling Xiao beneath its massive weight. However, this time, Ling Xiao, who had unleashed a quadruple strength punch, managed to force the egg thief dragon leader to retreat. The creature stumbled back dozens of meters before coming to a halt, its tail now a bloody mess. Roar! Feeling the searing pain in its tail, the egg thief dragon leader growled low, a hint of fear flickering in its eyes. Its small brain couldn't comprehend how Ling Xiao, whose claws it had just shattered moments ago, could now inflict such damage upon it. It stared intently at Ling Xiao, its expression wary. Cough, cough, cough. Why is this damn tree so heavy? It nearly crushed me to death. Amidst the swirling dust, Ling Xiao struggled to crawl out from beneath the fallen tree. His entire body was bloodied and mangled. Although he hadn't been killed by the dragon's tail strike, he had come dangerously close to being turned into a bloody pulp by the tree. Yet, shockingly, within less than a second, Ling Xiao's body, initially a mangled mess of flesh and bone, had already healed by 90%. When he stood, his skin was as smooth as new, as though he'd never been injured. Of course, his clothes had been completely destroyed. Ding! Nutritional energy reserves consumed, 1,000 days. Remaining reserves, 12,450 days. All injuries fully healed. Ding! Recovered from severe minor injuries. Qi and blood value plus 10. Your cultivation level has advanced to the 8th level of the body refining realm. At that moment, 2 more notification tones echoed in Ling Xiao's mind. I was nearly smashed into pieces just now, and that only counts as severe minor injuries? Then what the hell qualifies as a serious injury? Feeling the surge of 3,000 kilograms of additional strength, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Still, the sudden increase in 3,000 kilograms of power brought a smile to his face. At this rate, his growth felt almost like he was about to take flight. With that thought, Ling Xiao stepped out of the dust cloud without hesitation. Roar! Seeing Ling Xiao emerge, the egg thief dragon leader grew visibly agitated. To its understanding, Ling Xiao's skin had already been torn apart, killing him should no longer be difficult. Unfortunately for the dragon, it didn't realize that the skin it saw was nothing more than Ling Xiao's clothing. If it had been a high-grade combat suit, such damage might indeed have meant a loss of defense. But Ling Xiao's outfit was a mere low-grade combat suit, incapable of withstanding attacks from a body-refining realm warrior, let alone a powerhouse like the egg thief dragon leader at the 7th level of the Hotian realm. Roar! The next moment, the Oviraptor let out a low growl and charged straight at Ling Xiao. Good timing! The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a faint smile as he instantly activated his titanium battle body to meet the attack head-on. This time, he only activated half of the defense of his titanium battle body. With his blood energy value raised to 86 points, his strength had reached a staggering 25,000 kilograms. Even with only half of his defensive capability activated, he could withstand an attack of up to 50,000 kilograms. If he were to fully activate it, the Oviraptor's attacks wouldn't even leave a scratch on him. Boom! Another earth-shattering collision ensued as the two sides clashed once more. At this moment, Ling Zhao's defense was weaker than before. However, as his fist smashed heavily into the opponent, the bones in his entire arm and the right side of his body shattered instantly. The next moment, the Oviraptor's thick tail lashed violently into him, causing all the bones in Ling Zhao's body to crack as he was sent flying backward. However, the Oviraptor also suffered serious injuries from the exchange. Ling Zhao, after crashing into the ground, took less than a second to climb back up, his injuries already fully healed. Ding! Your nutrient energy reserve has been depleted by 800 days. Remaining reserve, 11,650 days. All injuries have been fully repaired. Ding! You have recovered from minor injuries. Blood energy plus 8. Your blood energy has increased to 94 points. Congratulations! Your cultivation level has advanced to the 9th level of the body refining realm. This time, the injuries inflicted by the Oviraptor were more severe. However, compared to the near-fatal blow he had suffered from the massive tree earlier, the benefits from this round of recovery were not as significant. Even so, Ling Zhao's cultivation level had still advanced to the 9th level of the body refining realm. This feels like cheating. Plus, with the immortal physique, the pain from injuries is almost non-existent. This method of increasing strength is amazing. At this moment, Ling Zhao was grinning from ear to ear. Alright, little dragon, here I come. With a wide grin, Ling Zhao decisively deactivated his titanium battle body and charged toward the Oviraptor once more. Roar! The Oviraptor let out a furious roar and lunged toward Ling Zhao. Boom! Another violent collision sent both of them flying backward. Fortunately, Ling Zhao had held back half of his strength this time, otherwise, a full-force blow would have likely blown the Oviraptor's tail and body to pieces. This time, Ling Zhao's injuries were significantly more severe than before, especially since he hadn't activated his titanium battle body at all. Ding! Your nutrient energy reserve has been depleted by 1,300 days. Remaining reserve, 10,350 days. All injuries have been fully repaired. Ding! You have recovered from severe minor injuries. Blood energy plus 13. Your blood energy has increased to 107 points. Congratulations! Your cultivation level has advanced to the 1st level of the postnatal realm. As his injuries healed once more, Ling Zhao's cultivation level instantly advanced to the 1st level of the postnatal realm. The same severe minor injuries gave me 13 points of blood energy this time. Could it be that as my strength increases, I gain more blood energy from the same level of injury? Realizing this, Ling Zhao's eyes lit up. If this were true, wouldn't he be able to gain dozens of blood energy points from minor injuries once his cultivation level reached the peak of the postnatal realm? Thinking it over, it made sense. As his strength increased, the nutrient energy required to repair the same level of injury would naturally be greater. It was only logical. In that case, let's go again. With a smirk, Ling Zhao charged toward the Oviraptor once more without hesitation. Roar! The Oviraptor, having just recovered from its tail injury, was startled to see Ling Zhao rushing at it again. It had clearly seen Ling Zhao bloodied and battered just moments ago. How was he suddenly unscathed and charging back like nothing had happened? Roar! But since Ling Zhao was coming, the Oviraptor didn't hold back. With a furious roar, it lunged at him, jaws wide open. Why are you opening your mouth? Can't we just fight head to head? Ling Zhao muttered in exasperation. Couldn't the creature just fight normally? Without further ado, he unleashed his titanium fist technique, slamming a heavy punch into the creature's lower jaw. This punch was nothing like the ones before. With 107 points of blood energy now coursing through him, Ling Zhao's strength had reached 31,000 kilograms. Augmented by the fourfold power boost of the titanium fist technique, his strength soared to a terrifying 120,000 kilograms. This punch was more than enough to be fatal to the Oviraptor. Boom 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 boom. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the Oviraptor's head was obliterated by the sheer force of the blow, sending its entire body hurtling skyward. Though the impact caused Ling Zhao's right arm to shatter, the injury didn't even qualify as minor for him. Before the Oviraptor's body could hit the ground, Ling Zhao's injury had already healed. Ding! Your nutrient energy reserve has been depleted by 500 days. Remaining reserve, 9,850 days. All injuries have been fully repaired. Ding! You have recovered from a micro-injury. Blood energy plus 5.
Your blood energy has increased to 112 points. 2 notification sounds followed. Great, my experience farming dragon is gone.
Ling Xiao shook his head in frustration.
Seriously, why did this dumb dragon have to resort to biting? Couldn't it just fight me head-on?
Although he could quickly heal from bites, such injuries rarely reached the level of severe damage. Unless the creature devoured a significant portion of his body, that would be troublesome. Even if he could regenerate from just a single hand, the thought of his flesh being eaten made him deeply uncomfortable. Besides, he had already beaten the Oviraptor to the brink of destruction. If he didn't kill it this time, he'd have to kill it next time anyway. It was just a matter of gaining a few more blood energy points. Instead of wasting time here, it was better to go find a more powerful star beast. Still, this round was quite rewarding. Reaching the first level of the postnatal realm is no small feat. Unfortunately, my nutrient energy reserve can only support me up to the second level of the postnatal realm. Otherwise, I'd definitely stay here and farm a few more injuries. Ling Xiao glanced at his nutrient energy consumption and sighed helplessly. If he'd known this earlier, he would have gotten higher quality nutrient energy.
Unfortunately, he was broke. After all, he was just a poor guy. Damn it, I need money.
This time, I absolutely have to get some high-grade or even top-tier nutrient energy. With that thought, Ling Xiao strode confidently toward the Oviraptor's chest while opening his stats panel.
Stats panel. Name asterisk Ling Xiao. ID asterisk 519124243. Repair count asterisk 1, 3 repairs per day. Cultivation level asterisk first level of the postnatal realm.
Blood energy asterisk 112, 1 point equals 300 kilograms of strength.
Soul asterisk 5. Talents asterisk. Immortal physique, SSS grade, blood energy asterisk 300%, soul asterisk 300%.
Innate Dao physique, SS grade, comprehension asterisk 3000, cultivation speed asterisk 3000.
Titanium battle body, C grade, 300% speed, 500% defense.
Martial techniques, titanium battle art, tier 4, lower grade, perfect, 300% cultivation speed, titanium fist technique, tier 4, lower grade, perfect, 400% fist power. When Ling Xiao reopened his attribute panel, he was astonished to find that several data points had changed. The number of repair chances had increased from the original 2 times per day to 3 times, which excited him greatly. Most importantly, there was also an additional repair opportunity available right now, saving him from waiting for the reset at the end of the day. Could it be that my realm breakthrough caused the daily repair limit to increase to 3 times? If every realm breakthrough could grant an additional repair chance, it would undeniably be great news for Ling Xiao. Moreover, his innate Dao physique's comprehension and cultivation speed had improved significantly, jumping from the original 1,000 times to an astounding 3,000 times. This was no small improvement. It seems the innate Dao physique can continue to evolve. If that's the case, I'll be able to rapidly strengthen myself even through normal cultivation. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Ling Xiao's lips. Without hesitation, he tore open the chest of the egg-stealing dragon and extracted a Tier 2, upper-grade star core from its heart. This core, even if sold now, would be worth tens of millions. It was unbelievably valuable. Afterward, he proceeded to dig out the star cores from the remaining 20-plus Tier 2 star beasts. Due to the sheer quantity, he had to kill a few gale wolves to fashion a makeshift pouch to carry the star cores. However, by the time he finished, Ling Xiao was covered in blood from head to toe. It seems I need to get myself a proper weapon. Also, I've heard that some high-level artifact refiners can craft spatial rings, though each one is incredibly expensive. If I ever obtain one, I'll definitely fix its flaws. Oh, and I also need to get a high-grade combat suit. Looking down at his filthy appearance, Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of his tattered combat suit. Though its level was low and its defensive power nearly non-existent, it at least had the function of automatically cleaning the wearer's body, an invaluable feature for wilderness survival. Left with no choice, he found a spot to wash up before heading to the location where he had buried the Silverlight Thunder Dragon egg. Let's repair the flaws in this egg first. And conveniently, I have a repair opportunity available right now. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao used the newly acquired repair chance on the egg. Asterisk ding. Would you like to repair the flaws in the Silverlight Thunder Dragon egg? Asterisk. A system prompt echoed in Ling Xiao's mind, like a lightning bolt cutting through the silence. Repair. Ling Xiao shouted decisively, his voice firm as steel. Asterisk ding. Command accepted. Beginning repair. Asterisk. As the system notification rang out, a golden radiance erupted from the void, instantly enveloping the massive egg before him. Buzz. The egg began to expand at an astonishing speed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, deafening thunder rolled across the sky, and the land was plunged into darkness. Ling Xiao looked up, stunned to see thunderclouds rapidly converging above, as though they intended to devour the entire sky.
Damn, even a legendary celestial phenomenon has appeared. There's definitely something extraordinary inside this egg.
Seeing this, Ling Xiao instantly understood that the celestial phenomena were all caused by the egg. What Ling Xiao didn't know was that the thunderclouds weren't just covering his immediate sky, they had engulfed the entirety of Star Beast Planet number 10.
Countless star beasts cowered in fear, retreating into their caves.
Even a formidable Tier 3 peak star beast in the deep sea surfaced, casting a wary gaze toward Ling Xiao's location, as if sensing an unfathomable presence.
What's going on? Why has the entire planet suddenly experienced such an extreme weather anomaly? Investigate immediately to see if anything unusual has occurred.
On board the orbital mothership, Shenwu furrowed his brows, issuing strict orders to his subordinates as he observed the rapidly spreading thunderclouds. For the entire planet to be blanketed in thunderclouds at such speed, something major was undoubtedly happening. If it wasn't the emergence of a Tier 4 treasure, then it had to be the birth of a Tier 4 star beast. Recalling that the strongest creature on this planet was a thunder dragon, Xianwu felt even more uneasy. Minister, we've detected a massive energy surge, but its exact location and intensity are untraceable.
The thunderclouds are interfering with our systems, a subordinate quickly reported.
Humph,
your report is as good as useless.
Xianwu snorted coldly, his frustration mounting. He could only continue to monitor the situation from the sky, hoping for clarity.
I just hope Ling Xiao is safe.
Under immense pressure, Shenwu knew that if an A-grade genius were to fall here, even the guild leader would face severe repercussions, let alone himself. Geniuses of this caliber represented the pinnacle of all talent on Blue Water Star. At this moment, Ling Xiao was in no immediate danger. If there were any, it would probably excite him, as it would signify a chance to grow stronger. Buzz! Just then, a mysterious wave of energy erupted from within the egg, and the golden light grew even more dazzling. Under the golden glow, Ling Xiao noticed countless enigmatic black runes emerging on the egg's surface. These runes spread like a tide, quickly covering the entire egg.
Boom boom boom.
A sudden change occurred. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky.
Boom.
The massive bolt of lightning struck the now jet-black egg directly. Instantly, the ground within a 100-meter radius was blasted into a giant crater.
The overwhelming energy unleashed a shockwave that surged toward Ling Xiao. *T. Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically. He immediately activated his titanium battle physique, and a dark golden energy enveloped his entire body. Boom boom boom.
The next moment, the shockwave laden with fragments of lightning slammed heavily into Ling Xiao, sending him flying like a cannonball. The endless shards of lightning surged into his body, and the immense power of the thunder left him scorched black.
Boom boom boom. Finally, with a resounding crash, Ling Xiao slammed into a small hill over 200 meters away.
The hill was smashed into a massive crater over 10 meters in diameter, a testament to the hundreds of tons of force behind the impact. The charred body of Ling Xiao, which had resembled a piece of coke, was now reduced to nothing but a heap of scorched, blackened flesh.
For an ordinary person, such injuries, let alone the earlier coke-like state, would have meant certain death long ago. However, in the very next moment, something terrifyingly bizarre occurred.
The blackened flesh within the dirt pit began to writhe and squirm rapidly. Before long, a hand emerged and pressed against the ground. The next moment, Ling Xiao, now completely unscathed, slowly rose as if crawling out from the depths of the earth. Although his fur clothing was once again torn and tattered, Ling Xiao couldn't care less about such trivialities at this moment.
If not for my immortal god physique, I'd definitely be dead by now.
Ling Xiao's heart tightened, and his gaze instinctively darted toward the massive black egg not far away, which now appeared even more profound and mysterious after being struck by lightning. An overwhelming hunger suddenly swept over him, leaving him drained of all energy, as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from his body. Even though his injuries had been completely healed, all of his energy reserves had been completely depleted. Even the nutrient fluid he had stored had been entirely consumed.
Ding!
Your nutrient fluid energy reserves have been depleted by 9,850 days, along with 90% of your personal energy.
Remaining reserve, 0 days. All physical injuries have been fully repaired. Ding!
You have recovered from a near-death state.
Blood energy plus 100.
Your blood energy has increased to 212 points.
Ding! Congratulations!
Your cultivation level has successfully advanced to the second layer of the postnatal realm. At that moment, 3 consecutive notification sounds rang out, causing Ling Xiao's pupils to constrict sharply. He had completely drained his energy reserves in an instant. If his injuries had been even slightly worse this time, he would have truly died. Unbelievable!
I'm so lucky to be alive. If I'd actually died here, that would have been such a miserable way to go.
Taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao began channeling his titanium battle art to restore his strength. Unfortunately, with his nutrient fluid entirely depleted, his recovery speed was now excruciatingly slow. It would take at least 3 to 4 hours. It seems that even with an immortal god physique, this world is still fraught with dangers. I'll have to be more careful in the future. Honestly, I don't know how protagonists in those novels can constantly court death and still survive every time.
Am I just that unlucky?
His eyes drifted to the massive egg a few hundred meters away, which continued to absorb and exhale the essence of heaven and earth. A sense of helplessness welled up in his heart.
Ding! System repair complete. Your beast companion is currently hatching. Please wait.
Estimated hatching time, no more than 5 hours.
Just then, another notification chimed. No detailed introduction after the system repair?
Ling Xiao froze. It seemed he would have to wait a little longer to find out just what kind of creature this giant egg would hatch into. Still, this should be a young Tyrannosaurus. After the system repair, it's probably a star beast of the dragon lineage. Dragon-type star beasts are renowned for their formidable physical strength.
At this thought, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation.
After all, dragon-type star beasts were famous for their unmatched physical prowess.
Wait a second. Nutrient fluid is made from the meat of fierce beasts. If I eat some beast meat directly, would it speed up my energy recovery?
An idea struck him like lightning, and he immediately ran toward the nearby corpse of the egg thief dragon, tearing off a large chunk of raw meat. Setting up a fire pit, he began roasting the meat without hesitation, showing no concern for any powerful star beasts that might appear nearby. After all, Zhenwu had mentioned earlier that the strongest creatures in this area were merely third-tier star beasts, with fourth-tier ones being extremely rare. And now, Ling Xiao's strength was sufficient to withstand attacks at the peak of the postnatal realm, with his body completely uninjured. What's more, thanks to his immortal god physique, even a congenital-level strongman would find it difficult to kill him outright. However, the innate true energy of a congenital-level fighter was indeed powerful enough to potentially obliterate him in an instant. But as for star beasts that relied solely on brute strength, it was almost impossible for them to kill him. Besides, the aura emanating from the giant egg just now had already scared off all the nearby star beasts.
How long is this hatching process going to take?
He glanced at the massive egg in the distance while skewering a piece of meat larger than himself on a stick, roasting it over the fire pit. Over 10 slabs of meat were laid out on the fire, the flames leaping several meters high, making the scene exceptionally conspicuous against the night backdrop. While waiting, Ling Xiao sat cross-legged to meditate and restore his strength.
After about 20 minutes of roasting, the meat was finally cooked. TSK, the flavor of second-tier 7-star star beast meat is indeed incredible.
The enticing aroma wafting through the air made Ling Xiao swallow hard. He took a large bite, and his mouth was immediately flooded with rich, flavorful juices.
Wow, this is amazing.
His eyes lit up, and he began devouring the meat with gusto. Surprisingly, the meat was instantly digested into energy as soon as it entered his stomach. After finishing just one piece of star beast meat, he felt no sense of fullness, but his energy recovery had already reached 90%. Puzzled yet intrigued, he continued eating, quickly finishing 3 slabs of meat. Not only did his strength recover significantly, but to his delight, he also discovered that he had stored over 30 days' worth of energy reserves. It seems this is a property of the immortal god physique. Not only can it rapidly heal injuries, but it can also absorb and convert blood and flesh into energy almost instantly.
The excess energy can even be stored for later use. This is truly extraordinary. However, if it were just regular nutrient fluid, it clearly wouldn't have such potent effects.
His lips curved into a slight smile as these thoughts crossed his mind. Without hesitation, he proceeded to devour all the remaining meat slabs before roasting another batch. In the end, Ling Xiao consumed the entire corpse of the egg thief dragon leader, boosting his energy reserves to over 700 days. However, he quickly noticed that the energy derived from the beast meat was far less pure than that from nutrient fluid, significantly reducing its efficiency in healing injuries and restoring blood energy.
Realizing this, Ling Xiao halted his feast.
Eating star beast meat can only serve as an emergency measure.
The key still lies in relying on nutrient fluid.
Without it, I wouldn't be able to recover blood energy or injuries quickly during battle, and that could be fatal.
This realization caused Ling Xiao's eyes to glimmer with determination and excitement.
If he could acquire high-grade nutrient fluid or even the legendary top-tier nutrient fluid and combine it with the system's repair functions, he would never have to worry about energy shortages again.
At that point, his healing speed and blood energy recovery would skyrocket, reaching levels beyond imagination. With this in mind, Ling Xiao immediately began cultivating the titanium battle art. Ding! Congratulations, host! Blood energy +1. Ding! Congratulations, host! Blood energy +1.
Thanks to his recent breakthrough, the cultivation speed of his innate Dao body had tripled, allowing him to gain 3 points of blood energy every 20 minutes. This meant he could accumulate a staggering 9 points of blood energy every hour. At this speed, if Ling Xiao were to cultivate non-stop without eating, drinking, or sleeping for an entire day, he could amass over 210 points of vitality, directly advancing 2 minor realms. This rate of progress was utterly terrifying. 4 hours later, as time ticked by, Ling Xiao's vitality had already skyrocketed to 248 points.
Attribute panel. Name *Ling Xiao. Repair attempts *3, 3 times daily. Realm *Hotian second layer. Vitality *248, 1 point equals 300 kilograms of strength. Soul *5. Talents Undying Divine Physique, SSS level, Vitality *300%, Soul *300%. Innate Dao Physique, SS level, Comprehension *3000%, Cultivation Speed *3000%.
Titanium Battle Physique, C level, Speed plus 300%, Defense plus 500%. Martial Techniques Titanium Battle Art, 4th tier, lower grade, perfected, Cultivation Speed *300%. Titanium Fist Technique, 4th tier, lower grade, perfected, Fist Power *400%. When Ling Xiao opened his attribute panel, he noticed that his repair attempts had refreshed. Crack! Right at that moment, the sound of an eggshell breaking filled his ears, and Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. He quickly turned his head, only to see the massive dark black egg now riddled with cracks. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the surroundings as the black egg shattered into pieces. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar burst forth from the void. Ling Xiao stood stunned as a colossal black 3-headed dragon, standing 20 meters tall with a 40-meter wingspan, emerged in the sky. Roar! 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 The 3-headed dragon howled toward the heavens. A terrifying aura erupted from its body, sending waves of oppressive energy across 1,000 kilometers. Every living creature within that radius was overwhelmed by fear, trembling and prostrating themselves. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring a beast companion, Hell's 3-headed demon dragon.
Talent, SSS level. Rank, Tier 3, lower grade.
All repaired beast companions are 100% loyal to the host, ***.
The notification echoed in Ling Xiao's mind. Hearing it, he couldn't help but smile. A newborn with Tier 3, lower grade strength and SSS level talent indeed. The 2 billion loophole points spent were worth it. And with absolute loyalty, this is perfect. At Tier 3, lower grade, the Hell's 3-headed demon dragon was strong enough to annihilate an innate realm expert effortlessly. Even those at the 7th or 8th layer of the innate realm would stand no chance against it. Roar! At that moment, the 3-headed dragon in the sky noticed Ling Xiao on the ground. It let out an excited roar before descending directly in front of him, wagging its enormous tail in a display of affection. The resulting cloud of dust shot skyward. Standing 20 meters tall, the dragon was as high as a 7-story building, towering over most residential structures. Yet, despite its intimidating size, the dragon's appearance was somewhat adorable. It was clearly still a hatchling. So majestic. From now on, I'll call you Xiao He, Little Black. Ling Xiao announced decisively as he named the Hell's 3-headed demon dragon. Roar! Hearing the name, Xiao He looked at Ling Xiao with a pitiful expression. It seemed to understand that the name wasn't exactly flattering. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao had no intention of changing it. He found it easy on the tongue. However, Ling Xiao soon furrowed his brow. Your talent is incredible, and your strength is extraordinary, but it would be better if you were smaller. Looks like you'll have to stay here for now until I get a spaceship to transport you. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. With such a massive body, bringing Xiao He back with him was simply impossible. After all, dragon-type creatures were incredibly rare. Taking it back would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention and trouble. Roar! But upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, the 3-headed dragon grew anxious, letting out a series of urgent roars. Buzz! Suddenly, a dense black mist erupted from Xiao He's body, enveloping its enormous form. Then, under Ling Xiao's astonished gaze, the black mist began to shrink rapidly. Within seconds, the mist condensed to the size of a fist. When the mist dissipated, a miniature, fist-sized version of the 3-headed dragon appeared before him, having shrunk thousands of times in size. Hiss! You can change your size at will? This is incredible! Ling Xiao's eyes gleamed with excitement as he reached out to scoop up the tiny Xiao He into his hand. Roar! Roar! The delighted Xiao He lay in Ling Xiao's palm, chirping joyfully.
If not for its 3 distinct heads, one might mistake it for a small black lizard.
Since you can change your size, you can come with me.
Ling Xiao smiled faintly, carefully placing Xiao Hei on his shoulder. The repair attempts have refreshed, but it seems there aren't any loopholes to fix at the moment, he muttered, glancing at his attribute panel before falling into contemplation. There's still half a day left in the trial. If I use this time to cultivate, I might advance another minor realm. Let's leave this area first. Xiao Hei's birth just now scared off all the nearby star beasts. Using the sensory abilities of his innate Dao physique, Ling Xiao scanned a 20-kilometer radius and confirmed that all the star beasts had fled. With no other choice, he began moving forward with Xiao Hei perched on his shoulder. Howl! About 10 minutes after Ling Xiao and Xiao Hei left, a massive wolf wreathed in blazing flames descended upon the area. Standing over 30 meters tall, its sheer size marked it as a powerful Tier 3 star beast. Only a Tier 3 star beast, with its immense strength of hundreds of tons, could sustain such a massive body.
Moreover, this was no ordinary beast, it was an explosive flame demon wolf, a creature with awakened fire-related talents. Howl! The explosive flame demon wolf howled furiously, sniffing the air around it. Moments later, its gaze locked onto the direction Ling Xiao had left. It had detected a faint but familiar scent of a newborn star beast in that direction. Greed flickered in its fiery eyes. Boom! Without hesitation, the wolf kicked off the ground, shattering it beneath its paws. Its figure streaked like lightning through the sky, chasing after Ling Xiao at breakneck speed. On the vast plains, Ling Xiao shattered a powerful Tier 2 7-star giant bear star beast with a single punch. However, after defeating the beast, Ling Xiao fell into deep thought. Wait, according to legend, low-grade nutrient solutions are supposedly made from about a ton of Tier 2 star beast flesh. So, does that mean ordinary star beast flesh could also serve as a nutrient source? If I repair its flaws, it should be able to provide a significant amount of energy, right? Gazing at the star beast before him, his curiosity was piqued. Let's give it a try. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao acted on his thoughts. He drew a bone knife crafted from the rib of a previously slain egg-stealer beast and sliced open the star beast's body, extracting its star core. The star core contained immense energy, but it was spiritual energy, so Ling Xiao set it aside without repairing its flaws for now. It could potentially be useful for restoring spiritual power in the future. Next, he tore off a large chunk of the bear's flesh and activated his system to analyze it. Ding! A piece of Tier 2 star beast meat detected. Direct consumption would yield energy reserves, 70, flaws to be repaired, 6,451 types. Would you like to repair? The system's notification echoed in Ling Xiao's mind, making his eyes light up. It's feasible. A single piece of star beast meat can provide 70 energy reserves, and the number of flaws repaired surpasses that of low-grade nutrient solutions. The effect is clearly far superior. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. If this were true, it meant he wouldn't need to spend money on nutrient solutions anymore. That said, he mused, a chunk of Tier 2 high-grade star beast meat definitely costs more than a bottle of low-grade nutrient solution. And more importantly, the effect of a Tier 2 star beast is only equivalent to a low-grade nutrient solution. To achieve the effect of a high-grade nutrient solution, at least Tier 4 star beast meat would be required. At this thought, Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. Star beasts of that tier were far beyond what he could handle at the moment. I'll just use this as an emergency backup for now. In the long run, buying nutrient solutions is still more practical and cost-effective. With this conclusion, Ling Xiao chose not to repair the flaws just yet. System, can you repair the flaws in all the blood and flesh of this star beast? Ling Xiao directly addressed the system. Ding. Yes, each repair can target an entire entity. The entire body of a star beast, including its blood and flesh, is considered one entity. As expected, the system promptly responded to Ling Xiao's question. Good. With this Tier 2 star beast, I could produce at least 50 bottles of low-grade nutrient solution. Repairing it all at once would be more worthwhile. However, since I still have some emergency energy points, it's better to hunt a Tier 3 star beast. That would be equivalent to having dozens of bottles of mid-grade nutrient solution. After a moment's thought, Ling Xiao decided against repairing the flaws in the star beast before him. He knew it wouldn't be a worthwhile trade. After all, with his own strength and the help of Xiao Hei, they could easily take down a Tier 3 star beast. Xiao Hei could even defeat a Tier 3 3-star or 4-star star beast with a single strike. Using a precious repair opportunity on this Tier 2 star beast would be a waste. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao opened his map. There's a Tier 3 star beast in this area, but I can't pinpoint its exact location. Scanning the map, Ling Xiao noticed that a range of several dozen kilometers was marked in orange, and his eyes lit up. The orange marking signified the presence of a powerful Tier 3 star beast within that area.
And a Tier 3 star beast was precisely what Ling Xiao was looking for.
Now that I've reached the second stage of the postnatal realm, my explosive power has become terrifying, even without activating the titanium battle body 4.
Enhanced defense, star beasts at Tier 2 6-star or 7-star levels can't harm me when I'm on solid ground. Only a Tier 3 star beast can truly test my strength. Plus, I'll get the corpse of a Tier 3 star beast out of it. With this thought, Ling Xiao closed his eyes and began to sense the surrounding aura. In an instant, the world around him transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors within his consciousness. In his sensory vision, bright red orbs of light dotted the 20-kilometer radius, each representing a star beast. Suddenly, a massive blood-red orb, towering dozens of meters high, entered his perception range, hurtling toward him at incredible speed.
A low-tier Tier 3 star beast. And it's coming for me.
Ling Xiao instantly realized that the beast had locked onto him as its target, and his eyes glimmered with excitement.
Talk about a pillow when you're ready to sleep. Xiao Hei, keep your distance. I'll handle this one.
Ling Xiao chuckled and leapt onto a large boulder, addressing the small black creature perched on his shoulder.
Chirp, chirp.
Xiao Hei flapped its tiny wings and soared into the sky, watching the scene unfold from above.
Boom, 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 boom. A series of thunderous roars echoed from the distance.
Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and turned toward the source of the sound, quickly spotting a massive demon wolf wreathed in roaring flames charging at him with astonishing speed.
Ding!
Tier 3 high-grade star beast detected.
Analyzing data. Species, explosive flame demon wolf. Level, between Tier 3 1-star and Tier 3 3-star.
Description, possesses mastery over the power of flames, naturally adept at using fire for attacks. As part of the wolf race, it also has an exceptionally keen sense of smell.
Danger level, extremely dangerous. Immediate retreat is advised.
As Ling Xiao laid eyes on the star beast, his combat system swiftly analyzed the explosive flame demon wolf's species and abilities.
A string of alarm notifications rang out in his mind. This alarm is so annoying.
Ling Xiao muttered in frustration. The alarm had been blaring incessantly ever since he encountered Tier 2 star beasts, and it was even worse now.
Shaking his head, Ling Xiao disabled the alerts once again.
If it weren't for the need to understand his opponent, he wouldn't bother activating the combat system at all.
A star beast capable of awakening special abilities? Now this is going to be fun.
A flicker of excitement flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. Of course, he wasn't worried about losing. Instead, he was thrilled at the thought of the beast's energy reserves, which were bound to be far greater than those of ordinary star beasts.
It's decided, you're the one. Ling Xiao's gaze locked onto the incoming blazing flame demon wolf.
**** titanium battle body, ****.
With a thunderous shout, a dark golden aura erupted from his body, soaring into the sky.
The terrifying energy spread violently in all directions like a flood.
The dazzling dark golden flames surged over 10 meters high into the air.
In the next instant, Ling Xiao pushed off the ground without hesitation.
****boom, ****.
The ground beneath his feet collapsed several meters deep in an instant. His entire figure transformed into a streak of light, shooting forward with such incredible speed that the advancing blazing flame demon wolf's expression shifted in shock.
However, the moment the wolf realized that Ling Xiao was merely a small figure, its wariness vanished instantly.
Among star beasts, there is an iron rule: the larger the size, the stronger the power. Even though there were some smaller star beasts, their strength was negligible, relying only on slightly faster speed. For example, the egg thief dragon, though several times smaller than other star beasts of the same rank, compensated for its lack of size with its incredible agility. Now, seeing Ling Xiao move faster than itself yet standing at only 1.8 meters tall, the blazing flame demon wolf naturally assumed he was some kind of star beast similar to the egg thief dragon. After all, star beasts on this planet had never encountered a human before.
****. The next moment, the blazing flame demon wolf howled into the sky. ****boom.
The crimson flames on its body became even more ferocious, and its massive frame turned into a gigantic fireball, charging ferociously toward Ling Xiao. ****. Titanium fist technique, ****. As Ling Xiao arrived in front of the blazing flame demon wolf, he let out another thunderous roar, unleashing his full power in an instant. His fist hurtled forward with devastating force.
In the next heartbeat, the dark golden brilliance that enveloped Ling Xiao tore through the void and smashed directly into the head of the third tier, 1-star blazing flame demon wolf. ****boom. A deafening explosion shook the earth.
The mighty third-tier star beast, known for its strength, was sent flying like a cannonball by Ling Xiao's punch.
****boom. Boom, boom, ****.
It hurtled backward for hundreds of meters before crashing into a small mountain, embedding itself deeply into the rocky surface.
Its skull had been shattered into pieces. Severely injured, this once dominant third-tier star beast twitched once before its life force completely faded away. A single strike. A third-tier, one-star star beast that had comprehended the power of flames was defeated in an instant by Ling Xiao. At the point of their collision, flames still raged fiercely. Moments later, Ling Xiao, his body charred black from the fire, slowly emerged from the inferno. As he stepped out, his injuries began to rapidly heal. However, due to the insufficient energy reserves within his body, the healing process appeared unusually slow. Of course, that was only in comparison to his usual recovery speed when fully energized. To his surprise, he discovered that his rate of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had increased by several hundred times when injured. This phenomenon, though not entirely new, was far more pronounced now. Even so, Ling Xiao estimated that, despite the severity of his injuries, he would need no more than an hour to fully recover. This undying divine physique keeps surprising me. Truly worthy of being a power surpassing even the SSS grade. Feeling this miraculous recovery, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. He approached the corpse of the blazing flame demon wolf. With the titanium battle body and titanium fist technique, even a third-tier, one-star star beast is no match for me. But it seemed to underestimate me. It didn't even unleash the true power of its flame ability. If it had gone all out, this wouldn't have been so simple. Ling Xiao sighed as he examined the star beast. If the demon wolf had fought with full force, even ordinary third-tier, two-star, or three-star beasts wouldn't have stood a chance against it. Though he might have been able to kill it, Ling Xiao would have undoubtedly sustained serious injuries in the process. Now, with his energy reserves running dangerously low, Ling Xiao felt troubled. If another star beast were to appear, he'd have no choice but to rely on Xiao He. Even so, his current strength was far from ordinary. In a city like Kaiyun, a post-heavenly level cultivator like Ling Xiao would rank among the top 10 powerhouses. And now, having easily slain a third-tier, one-star star beast that had comprehended an elemental ability, Ling Xiao's strength was comparable to that of a ruler in major metropolises. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
anxiously as it let out distressed cries. It seemed deeply worried about his injuries.
I'm fine. These wounds will heal in no time. Seeing the little creature's worried demeanor, Ling Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Asterisk asterisk chirp, 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 asterisk asterisk. Hearing his reassurance, Xiao Hei finally relaxed.
But its mood quickly shifted. It flew toward the dead blazing flame demon wolf, furious, and delivered a powerful kick to its lifeless body.
Asterisk asterisk boom.
With a resounding impact, the demon wolf's massive body was sent flying into the sky, soaring hundreds of meters before plummeting back down.
Asterisk asterisk boom. Boom, boom, asterisk asterisk.
When it crashed to the ground, it created a massive crater, leaving the mangled corpse even more unrecognizable.
This little one sure has a temper.
Seeing this, Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, although the body was battered, it wasn't entirely ruined. He walked over and fixed his gaze on the remains.
Asterisk asterisk ding.
Third tier, 1-star beast corpse detected.
Flaws found, 21,204. Would you like to repair it?
Note, this repair does not include the star core asterisk asterisk. The familiar system prompt echoed in Ling Xiao's mind.
The staggering number of flaws left him speechless.
To put this into perspective, 21,000 potential points were equivalent to the level of a grandmaster of a similar rank.
A 1-star grandmaster level
entity typically had only 10,000 flaws, and such powerhouses, if leading on the Blue Water Star, could destroy an entire supercontinent with ease.
Even the Star Lords of Blue Water Star would treat such beings with utmost reverence.
But for the system to separate the star core from the body for repair, it seems the core's potential might far exceed that of the physical form.
After all, this star beast had comprehended the power of flames. With this realization, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up.
Without hesitation, he extracted the star core. A fiery red star core appeared in his hand.
Asterisk asterisk ding.
A third tier, 1-star fire attribute star core detected.
Flaws found, 740,000.
Would you like to repair it? Asterisk asterisk. As expected, the moment the system's notification sounded, an immense number appeared once again before his eyes.
740,000. A staggering 740,000.
This meant that the level of this star core had reached a planetary class, surpassing even the Grandmaster realm.
Repair it. Repair both of them immediately.
Without hesitation, Ling Xiao issued his command to the system.
Ding. Command received. Beginning repair. Ding. Command received. Beginning repair.
The system swiftly responded.
Buzz.
In the next instant, two golden streams of energy enveloped the massive corpse in front of Ling Xiao as well as the star core in his hand. In mere moments, the massive corpse began to swell at an incredible speed. Its original body, which spanned several dozen meters, expanded rapidly until it reached a full 100 meters. And it didn't stop there, it continued growing at an alarming pace. Finally, it reached an astonishing height of several hundred meters before coming to a halt. Several hundred meters tall, what kind of concept was this? It was akin to the height of a mountain. Such a colossal mound of flesh left Ling Xiao utterly speechless. Damn it, I forgot. High-level star beasts also have enormous physiques. How the hell am I supposed to eat a 5th-tier star beast? Ling Xiao smacked his forehead in exasperation. With something this massive, how long would it take him to finish it? Even though he possessed an immortal divine physique capable of storing vast amounts of energy, consuming this mountain of flesh would still take an unimaginable amount of time. Buzz! At that moment, the fiery red star core in his hand completed its restoration. The star core retained its fiery red hue and had not grown significantly in size, but the intricate patterns etched into its surface had become countless times more complex than before. Upon closer inspection, the star core was covered in densely packed runes. As the star core emerged, the temperature within a 100-mile radius began to soar as if a volcano had erupted. However, this rise in temperature wasn't due to the star core radiating heat like the sun. If that were the case, its temperature would have reached millions of degrees, if not more. Instead, it felt as though every inch of the surrounding 100 miles was simultaneously heating up. A fiery aura permeated the entire area. Yet Ling Xiao remained oblivious to all of this. Ding! Repair completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 5th-tier low-grade star beast corpse, Crimson Flame Sky Wolf, and 1 6th-tier rare-grade star core, Solar Star Flame Core. The system's booming notification echoed in Ling Xiao's mind, shaking him to his core. The 5th-tier star beast corpse didn't excite him much after all. Even if he tried to consume it, he wouldn't be able to absorb much of its energy. But the 6th-tier rare-grade star core? That was an absolute treasure. He immediately opened the item description. Crimson Flame Sky Wolf Corpse, a powerful species that, upon reaching adulthood, is at least a 5th-tier low-grade star beast. It is born with the innate ability to control Crimson Flame, Grade A. The elite among this species, after breaking through multiple bloodline limits, can devour tens of thousands of stars to eventually evolve into a Solar Star Flame Wolf, possessing an S-tier ability. Solar Star Flame. Solar Star Flame Core contains the Solar Star Flame. Once all flaws are repaired, the consumer will directly acquire the S-tier ability, Solar Star Flame. Additionally, the core provides a vast reserve of spiritual energy, enhancing mental power cultivation. Solar Star Flame, a formidable power capable of melting anything. It is the dream flame of countless alchemists and artifact refiners and possesses terrifying offensive capabilities. After reading the descriptions, Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction. This time, the repair ability wasn't wasted at all. To think I could directly gain an S-tier talent, this is incredible. Even a C-tier titanium battle physique was enough to massively boost my combat power. Now, with an S-tier combat ability, my strength is going to skyrocket to unimaginable levels. Moreover, with the Solar Star Flame's ability to melt anything, maybe I can even dissolve the Crimson Flame Sky Wolf's corpse so it won't go to waste. Ling Xiao fell into deep thought. If the Solar Star Flame could indeed melt anything, then it should be effective on the Crimson Flame Sky Wolf's corpse. First, let's awaken the Solar Star Flame. With that thought in mind, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He swallowed the fiery red star core in one gulp. Boom! As the star core entered his stomach, a terrifying surge of heat erupted from within him, wrapping every cell in his body in fiery energy. This wasn't just a sensation of heat. Ling Xiao could feel every single cell in his body being infused with a stream of fiery red energy. It was the power of the Solar Star Flame. Now that I think about it, while it's true that elemental star cores contain the abilities of the star beast they came from, I've never heard of anyone directly awakening those abilities by consuming them. Even if such a chance exists, it's astronomically rare, 1 in a billion at best. Most people who try this end up dying from their bodies bursting apart. After all, this kind of thing isn't something humans can just casually consume. It seems the system not only repaired all the flaws but also eliminated the risk of bursting apart after consumption. As Ling Xiao sensed the Solar Star Flame growing within him, his thoughts raced. Buzz! At that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a ripple in his sea of consciousness and quickly used his spiritual sense to investigate. The sea of consciousness was the ocean of one's mind, where memories and the soul resided. Even for someone like Ling Xiao, who possessed an immortal divine physique, damage to the sea of consciousness would leave him gravely injured and require an immense amount of energy to repair. But now, Ling Xiao found his sea of consciousness filled with the Solar Star Flame. He knew that since the system had repaired all flaws, there was no way it would let anything go wrong. As expected, the solar star flame began to rapidly coalesce in the air above his sea of consciousness. Soon, a fiery red light point formed. Under the gathering flames, it quickly expanded until a massive glowing orb hovered above Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness. So this must be the legendary ability core. It's said that every elemental ability user can condense an ability core within their sea of consciousness. Seeing this, Ling Zhao instantly realized the significance of the fiery red orb. As the ability core fully formed, he felt an innate connection to the solar star flame within him. He could now control it as effortlessly as moving his own limbs. At the same time, he noticed his thoughts becoming exceptionally clear, and everything around him seemed sharper and more vivid. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully awakened the ability, Solar Star Flame, S tier. Soul Power plus 500. Your soul realm has advanced to the 5th stage of the post-heaven realm. Additionally, you have gained 70,000 spiritual energy points. Ding! Energy reserve calculation formula has been updated to energy points. 1 energy point equals 100 days of energy consumption. Current energy reserve, 0. At that moment, 2 consecutive notification sounds echoed in the air, and Ling Zhao's eyes sparkled instantly. No wonder everything around me feels so different. Turns out my soul value has just skyrocketed by 500 points. This is a 100-fold increase in my soul strength. The effect of this star core is simply astonishing. Ling Zhao couldn't help but laugh. The transformation before him was nothing short of groundbreaking. The solar star flame was indeed powerful, but its strength depended entirely on his spiritual power, and the soul value was the manifestation of that spiritual power. If his soul value had remained at just 5 points, even if he had awakened the solar star flame, at best, he could only easily burn martial artists in the 7th or 8th stage of the body refining realm. After all, his 5 points of soul value equaled 15 points for an ordinary person, which was only equivalent to the strength of someone at the 1st stage of the body refining realm. Adding an S-level ability to the equation might have allowed him to burn the stronger 7th or 8th stage martial artists, but anything beyond that would still be out of his reach. Now, however, everything was different. Even a powerhouse at the innate realm would be no match for him. He could incinerate them effortlessly. Time to test the power of the solar star flame. Ling Zhao pondered for a brief moment, then snapped his fingers. Snap! As the crisp sound of the snap echoed, a small cluster of deep crimson flames flickered to life at his fingertips. Buzz! In an instant, the temperature within a radius of several kilometers surged at an astonishing speed. Such terrifying power from such a tiny flame! Ling Zhao was utterly shocked. Judging by the sheer heat alone, he could tell this flame was nothing to take lightly. The next moment, he gently flicked the flame from his fingertip. In an instant, the deep crimson flame transformed into a streak of red light and shot off into the distance at blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, the tiny flame had traveled 2 kilometers away. Boom! The moment the flame hit the ground, a deafening explosion shook the heavens and the earth. A terrifying inferno erupted, shooting dozens of meters into the sky. Everything within a 100-meter radius was instantly engulfed in the fiery red blaze. The intense heat was so overwhelming that Ling Zhao, standing several kilometers away, could still feel its oppressive heat. As the flames gradually dissipated, a deep crater filled with molten lava was left behind on the ground. Oh whoa! Little He, Ling Zhao's companion, let out an excited howl, clearly thrilled by the display of power. This is insane. The destructive power is absolutely terrifying. Ling Zhao was left utterly stunned by the scene before him. The destructive force unleashed by that small flame far exceeded the power of any full-strength attack he could previously muster. It made sense, of course. His physical cultivation might only be at the 2nd stage of the postnatal realm, but his soul had already reached the 5th stage. What's more, the solar star flame could be imbued directly into his body, exponentially amplifying his strength. With this in mind, Ling Zhao couldn't resist opening his attribute panel. Attribute panel. Name * Ling Zhao. Repair attempts * 1, 3 attempts per day. Martial arts realm * postnatal 2nd stage. Soul realm * postnatal 5th stage. Vitality * 251, 1 point equals 300 kilograms of strength. Soul value * 505. Talents * Undying divine body, SSS grade, combat power times 300%. Innate Tao body, SS grade, 3000 times enhancement. Titanium battle body, C grade, plus 300% speed, plus 500% defense. Solar star flame, S grade. Martial techniques *. Titanium battle arts, 4th tier, lower grade, perfect mastery, times 300% cultivation speed. Titanium Fist Technique, 4th tier, lower grade, perfect mastery, times 400% fist power. Looking at the 3S grade abilities he now possessed, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. At this point, even a 3-star, 6th-tier star beast wouldn't stand a chance against him. It's about time I dealt with that star beast. Battle intent flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as his gaze locked onto the massive star beast in the distance. He immediately mobilized all his energy. Boom! In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted as fiery red flames surged wildly from Ling Xiao's body. In the blink of an eye, the flames surged forward like a flood, rushing toward the massive mountain of flesh ahead. Zzzzzzzzz. The moment the flames made contact with the flesh, a melting sound filled the air. Yes, melting, not burning. The sight astonished Ling Xiao. He quickly recalled the system's description, which mentioned that the solar star flame was particularly suited for refining tools and medicines, and the explanation made sense now. He swiftly directed the flames to spread further. Before long, the flames formed a massive crimson fire dome, completely enveloping the colossal carcass before him. However, the melting process was slow. After all, this was the corpse of a terrifying 5th-tier star beast. On a planet like Blue Water Star, it could easily reduce the entire world to a living hell. Even though the star beast was dead, its flesh and blood were so formidable that without these flames, Ling Xiao wouldn't even be able to cut through its hide. After an hour-long battle of attrition, Ling Xiao finally managed to melt the mountain of flesh, hundreds of meters tall and covering tens of thousands of square meters, into a massive blood sphere approximately 50 meters in diameter. It seems I can refine it further. There are still quite a lot of impurities left. Ling Xiao gazed at the massive blood sphere suspended within the flames, filled with a sense of accomplishment. If it weren't for his 70,000-point spiritual energy reserve, there was no way he'd have been able to melt the entire corpse. Not even a single claw would have been possible. This effort alone had consumed over 1,000 points of his spiritual energy. Still, the benefits were undeniable. Through repeated consumption and recovery, Ling Xiao's soul value had directly increased by over 50 points. Of course, this type of recovery wasn't meant for healing soul injuries. Without the cheats provided by the undying divine body, achieving a 1-to-1 conversion ratio would have been nearly impossible. Otherwise, if all of this energy had been used to heal soul injuries, the 1,000-point spiritual energy reserve could have elevated Ling Xiao's soul value to the innate level. And so, the battle of attrition continued. With that thought, Ling Xiao dove back into the refining process. Time flew by. Another hour passed, and the once massive 50-meter blood sphere had finally shrunk to just 1 meter in diameter. Unfortunately, at this point, Ling Xiao found himself unable to refine it any further. What a pity! It seems I've hit my limit. My strength is still too weak. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. However, if anyone else heard this, they would probably be infuriated. Seriously? He had only acquired the system for a single day, yet he had gone from a mere ordinary person to someone capable of slaying innate level powerhouses, and he was still complaining about being too weak? With such rapid progress, future power growth would be as effortless as drinking water. Ling Xiao let out another resigned sigh. If I'd known that fixing the star core's flaw would awaken the solar starfire, I should have repaired it first. Then, after awakening the solar starfire, I could have refined the tier 3 star beast, the exploding flame demon wolf's corpse, into a small piece of blood essence. Only then would I repair the flaw again. That way, the resulting blood essence would have been just a tiny piece, nothing like the massive chunk I ended up with now. Ling Xiao then opened up the description of the massive sphere of blood before him. Blood essence contains all the blood and flesh essence of a tier 5 star beast. Consuming it fully grants 20,000 energy points equivalent to 2 million days of energy reserves. Additionally, it provides a 500% cultivation speed boost. A system notification instantly echoed inside Ling Xiao's mind. 20,000 energy points? So the reason my star core's energy is so depleted is likely because most of it was consumed when I awakened the solar starfire. Normally, a tier 6 star core should have a mental energy reserve exceeding 1 million. Still, 20,000 points isn't bad, and it even provides a 5-fold cultivation speed boost. What a waste, though. This chunk is so huge. Ling Xiao shook his head in exasperation. Just then, he felt something wet on his shoulder. Ling Xiao looked down at his shoulder, puzzled, only to discover that Little Black was drooling profusely. You little rascal. Fine, then. I'll give most of it to you. After all, once I reach the innate realm, I can hunt down higher-tier star beasts for even better materials. Ling Xiao smiled and directly divided the massive blood essence into 5 parts, leaving only 1/5 for himself. The rest, he placed in front of Little Black. After all, for Little Black to grow, it would need a tremendous amount of energy as well. Roar! Seeing that Ling Xiao had left such a large portion of the blood essence for it, Little Black let out an excited dragon-like cry. Its tiny body suddenly began to swell, rapidly expanding to a massive size of more than 30 meters. In an instant, Little Black swallowed the portion of blood essence Ling Xiao had given it in one gulp. Buzz! A wave of energy erupted from Little Black's body. The next moment, Ling Xiao watched as Little Black's body underwent rapid growth, visibly evolving at a speed discernible to the naked eye. Ding! Your beast companion has absorbed a significant energy source, activating the innate ability, Super Evolution, S-Class. Entering rapid growth mode. In this mode, growth speed increases by 10,000 times until maturity or until energy reserves are depleted. Growth will then cease. The system's notification rang out in Ling Xiao's mind at the same time. Holy crap, 10,000 times growth speed? That's insane. A 10,000 times boost meant that 1 year of growth now equated to 10,000 years of normal development. Even though Little Black's potential was incredibly terrifying and reaching its full maturity would normally take countless years, with such a powerful innate ability, it likely wouldn't take nearly as long to reach its peak. Of course, an ability this overwhelmingly powerful wouldn't make reaching adulthood any easier. It was said that the strongest human warrior, the martial god, had spent 70,000 years of cultivation to reach his current level. For Little Black, whose adult form would far surpass even the martial god's strength, it would normally take hundreds of thousands of years to reach maturity. Even now, it would still require decades. Wait a second. This blood essence enhances cultivation speed by 5 times. If that's the case, wouldn't Little Black's cultivation for 1 year now equal 50,000 years? Suddenly, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as he realized this. Natural talent was one thing, but the boost from the blood essence was an entirely separate enhancement. If that's the case, when I obtain higher tier blood essence in the future, Little Black's growth speed will become even more terrifying. At this thought, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Even if he didn't become an unrivaled powerhouse himself, with Little Black by his side, he could still dominate the human race with ease. Roar! As if sensing the changes within its body, Little Black let out another excited dragon cry, soaring into the sky. Moments later, its massive form shrank back down, and it landed on Ling Xiao's shoulder, curling up and falling asleep. This little guy. With this growth ability, it might just barely keep up with my pace. Ling Xiao chuckled softly as he looked at the sleeping Little Black on his shoulder. Indeed, without this rapid growth ability, even with its immense potential, Little Black catching up to the cheat-enhanced Ling Xiao would have been nothing short of a pipe dream. Wait, I still haven't eaten the blood essence myself. Suddenly, Ling Xiao remembered and wasted no time summoning the remaining blood essence with his Solar Starfire ability. This Solar Starfire can even act as telekinesis? Truly worthy of being an S-class ability. Ling Xiao marveled as he watched the blood essence enveloped in Solar Starfire float toward him. Telekinesis was a legendary skill of psychic masters, a rare type of ability user. Ordinary ability users awaken fixed-grade powers, such as the Solar Starfire, which was S-class, or basic flame abilities, which were only C-class. However, the telekinesis of psychic masters varied in grade. At the lowest, it might only be F-class, while at its peak, it could reach S-class or even SS-class. The higher the grade, the more terrifying the power output for the same level of mental strength. For example, a Tier 1 Psychic Master with 100 soul points who awaken F-class telekinesis could exert a force of up to 10,000 kilograms. If it were E-class, the force would rise to 15,000 kilograms, D-class, 20,000 kilograms, C-class, 30,000 kilograms, B-class, 40,000 kilograms, and A-class, 60,000 kilograms. As for S-class, it would be a terrifying 100,000 kilograms, 10 times the output of F-class. This multiplier applied to all combat-related abilities as a universal standard. For example, if a combat-oriented ability user can enhance their combat power by 300%, they are classified as a C-rank ability user. If they can increase it tenfold, then they are considered an S-rank ability user. Take Ling Xiao's current Solar Starfire ability, for instance, it directly amplifies his combat power by over 10 times, thus earning him the title of an S-rank ability user. Of course, higher-level abilities don't just boost combat power, they often come with other effects. Some can rapidly restore one's energy. For example, the A-rank ability Earth's Might allows its user to quickly absorb the essence of the earth while standing on solid ground, restoring both spiritual power and lost energy. As for Ling Xiao's Solar Starfire, its auxiliary effect is the ability to manipulate objects telekinetically. However, many elemental abilities possess this feature. The object manipulation power of these elemental abilities is far weaker compared to abilities specialized in telekinesis of the same rank. Based on Ling Xiao's calculations, if he were to use Solar Starfire to manipulate objects for killing, its power would at best be comparable to a B rank ability. In other words, it would amplify his strength by only 4 to 5 times. With this in mind, Ling Xiao simply swallowed the rest of the blood essence in one gulp. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining an energy reserve of 40,000 points. Cultivation speed increased by 500%. At this moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt satisfied as he sensed the endless surge of energy flowing within his body. In an instant, the minor injuries he had sustained from slaying the blazing flame demon wolf were fully healed. Ding! You have recovered from minor injuries. Energy points consumed, 20. Vitality points increased by 20. Another notification followed. 20 vitality points translated to an immediate boost of 600 kilograms in physical strength. To think that previously, recovering from minor injuries would only yield 4 or 5 vitality points. Now, the gain had multiplied 4 or 5 times over. Based on my current energy reserve, once it's fully consumed, my vitality points will definitely reach 40,000. This is already at the Grandmaster level. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth lifted slightly in satisfaction as he silently celebrated. Such an enormous energy reserve was enough for him to make significant strides in a short amount of time. However, how do I damage my soul? Only then can I rapidly enhance its strength. Pondering this, Ling Xiao fell into deep thought. Forget it. I'll head back and see if there are any soul cultivation techniques. Perhaps I might find something unexpected. Let's go, Xiao Hei. Time to hunt down some more star beasts. With that, Ling Xiao carried the soundly sleeping Xiao Hei and walked decisively into the depths of the night. Time flew by. Soon, the afternoon of the next day arrived. Boom! With a resounding roar, a massive aerospace mothership slowly descended onto the assembly point where Ling Xiao and the others had disembarked. By this time, dozens of people had already gathered at the assembly site. The moment they saw the aerospace mothership, their hearts surged with excitement, unable to contain themselves. They had spent the entire day on edge, nearly scared to death. After all, their strength was barely at the first stage of the body-tempering realm. Even a 1-star, second-tier star beast could easily tear them apart. Although 90% of the creatures on this planet were not star beasts, they still dared not act recklessly, because once they made a move, they might attract nearby star beasts. If that happened, there would be no escape for them. Since Ling Xiao had killed the shadow leopard, they had hastily found a hidden spot to lay low, fearing detection by star beasts. Unfortunately, among the 300-plus participants, only about 70 had survived. Buzz! The hatch slowly opened, and a beam of guiding light shone down. The 70-plus trainee warriors surged forward in excitement, quickly entering the ship under the pull of the guiding beam. We're saved! Ah, I made it out alive. Finally, it's over. This place is way too dangerous. Thank goodness. Even though I didn't manage to kill any star beasts, as Minister Qianwu said earlier, just surviving is enough to become a warrior. Exactly. Although the death rate was twice as high as before, the pass rate has significantly increased. At this moment, all the survivors were passionately discussing their narrow escape, their spirits soaring high. Everyone, rest where you are. Those injured, proceed directly to the medical bay for treatment. Once all survivors have returned, we'll set off. At that point, you will officially become certified warriors of the Warrior Alliance. At this moment, a calm and steady voice came from the control room. A man in a black martial arts uniform, Qianwu, appeared, followed by several fully armed subordinates, all at the peak of the body-tempering realm. Looking at the remaining 70 or so participants, Qianwu was utterly indifferent. As the minister of the Warrior Certification Department, he understood that every warrior had to endure bloodshed and pain. Death was an inevitable part of the journey. While warriors were entitled to privileges far beyond ordinary people, they also bore significant responsibilities. Some might argue that there was no need for participants to die during the certification process. After all, those eligible to become warriors were rare talents, 1 in 100, and it would be a waste to let them perish. Such reasoning wasn't wrong. Thousands of years ago, when the Warrior Alliance first began certifying warriors, the process indeed posed little danger. However, over time, the situation changed. Each certified warrior was entitled to a fixed monthly stipend of 10,000 star coins. After earning their certification, many warriors chose to retreat into the comfort of their homes, enjoying life. To put things into perspective, 10,000 star coins in the current era held the purchasing power equivalent to $100,000 in the 21st century. An annual income of over $1 million without the need for hard labor. Who wouldn't like that? Who would still risk their lives? This led to a severe problem. Star beasts were left unchecked, and the national treasury's resources were rapidly drained, nearly causing the collapse of the Warrior Alliance. Fortunately, the upper echelon identified the issue and promptly revised the warrior certification standards.
Participants were required to head directly into Star Beast zones and could only earn certification by killing a sufficient number of 1-star, 1-tier Star Beasts. That was just the first step. The second requirement mandated warriors to hunt a certain number of Star Beasts annually. Failure to meet the quota in the first year would result in the suspension of their basic resource stipend in the second year. These two new regulations immediately curbed the unchecked growth of Star Beast populations and even led to a significant reduction. Moreover, as warriors hunted more Star Beasts, their wealth accumulated rapidly, widening the gap between them and ordinary people. This, in turn, fueled even greater aspirations among the masses to become warriors. Since then, humanity had entered an era of unprecedented growth. Reflecting on this, Xianwu felt little sympathy for the fallen warriors. They had merely walked the same path he once had. For the future of humanity, this is a necessity. As time passed, another 7 or 8 people arrived, and the 1-hour gathering period was nearing its end. Has Ling Xiao not returned yet? Could something have gone wrong? Xianwu's heart grew heavier by the moment. Ling Xiao was still nowhere to be seen. This left him uneasy. After all, Ling Xiao was an A-level genius. If something happened to him, it would be a loss not only for Kaiyun City but for the entire planet of Blue Water Star. Earlier that day, several powerful figures had privately approached Xianwu. Each of those individuals was a regional inspector general, capable of ruling over a major province. Their main objective was to convince Xianwu to bring Ling Xiao back with him upon his return. They even promised benefits so enticing they left Xianwu in utter shock. The offered rewards were so overwhelming that he was nearly tempted to betray his loyalty. Even though all of them were inhabitants of Blue Water Star, the competition between provinces was fierce. Securing a genius like Ling Xiao would undoubtedly give any province an edge over all others. Now, seeing that Ling Xiao had yet to come back, Xianwu was filled with anxiety. Minister, time's up. Should we leave now? The spaceship has already attracted several Star Beasts nearby. If a top-tier second-grade Star Beast appears, the defensive shields of this aerospace mothership won't hold. Finally, the 1-hour mark arrived, and a subordinate whispered nervously to Qianwu. This aerospace mothership was only designed for transport, with defenses and offensive capabilities that were relatively weak. After all, even in this era, advanced spacecraft were still prohibitively expensive. Wait, Ling Xiao's life signals are still active. We absolutely cannot leave. Qianwu's response was resolute. Although Ling Xiao's exact situation was unclear, as long as he was alive, they could not abandon him. Hearing his words, the surrounding subordinates dared not say anything further and could only continue to wait. However, at that moment, an unforeseen event occurred. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar resounded from the sky. The terrifying sound shook the ground, causing leaves on the trees to tremble violently. Alert! Alert! A mid-grade third-tier Star Beast has entered the radar zone. Evacuate immediately. Alert! Alert! A mid-grade third-tier Star Beast has entered the radar zone. Evacuate immediately. Alert! Alert! A mid-grade third-tier Star Beast has entered the radar zone. Evacuate immediately. Simultaneously, a piercing electronic alarm echoed throughout the entire aerospace mothership. Hearing the alarm, everyone present froze in place. Those apprentice warriors who had barely survived prior dangers turned pale as paper in an instant. A mid-grade third-tier Star Beast? How could such a creature appear here? Were they all doomed? Damn it, why is there a mid-grade third-tier Star Beast? Quickly, activate the shield to maximum power. Xianwu's expression changed drastically as he barked orders to his subordinates. He rushed toward the ship's control room without hesitation. Buzz! With his command, radiant light erupted from the spaceship, instantly enveloping it in a protective barrier. At this moment, Qianwu and the others finally saw the monstrous creature approaching. A massive griffin, over 30 meters tall with a wingspan exceeding 60 meters, was diving rapidly toward the aerospace mothership. Roar! The next moment, the griffin let out an earth-shaking roar, its enormous claws slashing fiercely at the protective shield. Boom! The protective shield was utterly ineffective, shattering instantly into countless shimmering fragments that scattered like stardust. The colossal claw smashed down heavily on the spaceship, which spanned several hundred meters. Rumble! With a tremendous impact, the spaceship was sent spinning violently. Inside, the apprentice warriors were thrown around, many suffering gruesome injuries, and some perished on the spot. Roar! Frustrated by the spaceship's resilience, the griffin roared furiously and instantly flew to its front, raising its massive claw once more. Inside the control room, everyone's faces turned ashen, including Qianwu, who looked visibly shaken. With his strength, he struggled to handle second-tier Star Beasts rated 3 or 4 stars, let alone a mid-grade third-tier beast. Alert! Alert! Ship damage at 70%. unable to withstand further attacks. Ship destruction imminent.
As the alarm blared, despair spread like wildfire.
We're done for, aren't we?
At this moment, a single thought echoed in everyone's mind. Against a third-tier star beast, even the president of Kaiyun City would be powerless. Death seemed inevitable.
Ah-ha-ha.
Just as the griffin's massive claw was about to strike again, a dragon's roar, shaking both heaven and earth, rang out from the horizon.
Boom!
In an instant, a massive black beam of light descended from the sky, striking the griffin squarely.
Roar!
The overwhelming energy caused the griffin to howl in agony before it was disintegrated within the black beam. The sudden turn of events left everyone in the control room in stunned silence. But what followed was an even greater sense of dread. Damn it, now an even stronger star beast has shown up. What kind of being could instantly obliterate a third-tier 4-star star beast? Could it be the most powerful star beast on this planet, the Thunder Dragon King? No, impossible. The Thunder Dragon King wields lightning abilities, but this is clearly dark element energy. Could it be there's an even stronger star beast than the Thunder Dragon King on Planet 10? At that moment, the warriors in the control room discussed in terror. Although the powerful griffin had been slain, the sudden appearance of an even stronger, dark element star beast plunged them into deeper despair. However, just as they were convinced death was imminent, time passed, second by second, without any sign of the terrifying star beast. Minutes later, while everyone was still on edge, a notification sound suddenly broke the silence. Beep! Detected an apprentice warrior approaching the ship. Severe damage prevents the ship from initiating retrieval. The announcement left everyone stunned. An apprentice warrior approaching? The only person still alive and unaccounted for was Ling Xiao.
Ling Xiao's alive? That's fantastic.
Quick, contact the Blue Water Star authorities to come get us.
Qianwu was ecstatic.
Ling Xiao was still alive.
No matter how many people had died during this mission, it was worth it. Even if Qianwu himself perished, it would still be worth it. He understood perfectly well what a talent like Ling Xiao meant for Blue Water Star.
With that thought, he hurriedly stepped out of the overturned spaceship. As soon as he emerged, he saw Ling Xiao standing atop the damaged ship, draped in the hide of a second-tier 3-star star beast.
Senior, what happened here? Why does it look like the spaceship has been destroyed?
Seeing Qianwu emerge, Ling Xiao feigned an innocent expression, his face full of curiosity as he asked. The ship was attacked by a third-tier star beast just now. If it hadn't been for a powerful star beast passing by, we'd all be dead and buried by now.
Are you all right?
Qianwu suppressed the turbulence in his heart and responded calmly. However, the moment his eyes fell on the beast hide draped over Ling Xiao's shoulders, his pupils constricted sharply.
What? Is that the fur of a second-tier, 3-star mighty berserk bear? How is this possible? Could it be he managed to kill a second-tier, 3-star star beast?
With the combat lens implanted in his eyes, Qianwu instantly read the data on the beast hide adorning Ling Xiao. A second-tier, 3-star star beast defeating one of those would cost him dearly, even with his strength.
Yet Ling Xiao stood there, seemingly unscathed.
Even though Qianwu already knew Ling Xiao had the capability to kill a shadow leopard in one strike, he still couldn't help but feel a wave of shock surging through him. Only 15 years old and already capable of taking down a second-tier, 3-star star beast, such talent. It was no wonder he was rated an A-class genius, perhaps even nearing A+ level. Such a prodigy was a rare gem even for Blue Water Planet. As for the 3-headed mutated lizard perched on Ling Xiao's shoulder, Qianwu only gave it a passing glance, dismissing it as a mere first-tier star beast, probably a pet Ling Xiao picked up along the way.
A prodigy of this caliber, and yet only discovered now.
If he had been sent to the imperial capital for advanced training earlier, his power would have already surpassed ordinary limits.
Qianwu sighed deeply.
He had thoroughly investigated Ling Xiao's background before, so he understood the boy's past.
Though he couldn't fathom how someone who
used to be an ordinary youth, one who struggled to even get into a high-ranking martial school, suddenly became so astonishingly gifted, he didn't dwell on it. After all, hidden talents like this weren't unheard of in history. In the harsh conditions of the lower social strata, many brilliant individuals concealed their talents to protect themselves and their families.
Thank you for your concern, Senior. I hid out for a day, but luckily I wasn't injured.
Ling Xiao smiled faintly as he replied. Yet, the so-called powerful star beast passing by that Qianwu mentioned was, in reality, Xiaohei. Ling Xiao had refrained from taking action himself and instead called upon Xiaohei to handle the situation. This was, in fact, the first time he had witnessed Xiaohei in combat.
The sheer might of Xiaohei's S-class ability, the power of darkness, left Ling Xiao marveling at its devastating strength.
Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Qianwu was momentarily speechless.
Hiding out for a day? What nonsense! With the strength to kill a second-tier, 3-star star beast, why would he need to hide? This kid was clearly off having fun all day, venturing far enough out that he couldn't make it back in time. Don't call me senior anymore. Your strength has likely already surpassed mine. Taking down a second tier, 3-star mighty berserk bear with ease, there's no way I could do that. From now on, just call me Chen Wu, or, if you don't mind, call me Brother Wu. Chen Wu laughed as he spoke to Ling Xiao. Alright, I'll be counting on you, Brother Wu. Ling Xiao agreed readily. Though Qian Wu was old enough to be his father, in a world where strength reigns supreme, even beings old enough to be your ancestors would call you senior if your power was greater. No need to be so polite. I'm just a small fry, not qualified to take care of someone like you. Once you return, I imagine every major province will be scrambling to recruit you. Qian Wu replied with a helpless smile. He then went on to explain how the provincial inspectors from other regions were already vying to have Ling Xiao join their provinces. Joining another province? They're offering me 100 million in annual cultivation funds and corresponding resources? These people really know how to throw money around. But no thanks. I'm quite content where I am. Ling Xiao chuckled after hearing this. Such generous terms would have been irresistible to him in the past, but now? They seemed unnecessary. 100 million? He could earn that by hunting a single third-tier, 1-star beast. There was no need to join another province and risk provoking unnecessary complications. Not bad. While the offer is tempting, I'm confident that the Magma Province Inspector General won't fall short in rewarding you. After all, our Inspector General is one of the 7 Grandmasters of Blue Water Planet. Qian Wu laughed in response. I didn't realize the Inspector General of Magma Province was so powerful, far stronger than the inspectors of other provinces. Ling Xiao was momentarily surprised. Blue Water Planet was dozens of times the size of Earth, with over 30 provinces. Even the smallest province had a population of 2 to 3 billion. As the strongest individuals in their respective provinces, the inspector's strength was at least at the peak of the innate realm. The peak of the innate realm wasn't just the 9th level, it was the 10th. To reach the level of a Grandmaster, an innate realm expert had to refine their chi to the first rotation. Once their innate chi underwent the first rotation, it could transform into Grandmaster True Essence, increasing its power tenfold. The so-called peak of the innate realm referred to those whose innate chi had surpassed the first rotation but had yet to condense into True Essence. Legends spoke of innate chi reaching a second or even third rotation. With each additional rotation, the resulting True Essence's power would increase by another tenfold. Of course, achieving even the first rotation was a monumental challenge for most, let alone the second or third. While Blue Water Planet had at least 10,000 innate realm experts, there were only 7 Grandmasters. And to think, the Inspector General of Magma Province was one of them. Ha! Suddenly, Ling Xiao's brows furrowed as his gaze shot toward the sky. Buzz! At that moment, an overwhelming wave of energy rippled through the air. A massive spaceship, over 10 kilometers in diameter and surrounded by a powerful rune-etched shield, descended from the heavens, parting the clouds as it approached. In an instant, the shadow of the ship blanketed the ground for several kilometers. Qian Wu's jaw dropped at the sight. Such an enormous spacecraft, clearly a combat-class model, was undoubtedly a 4th-tier ship. Yet, throughout all of Blue Water Planet, there were fewer than 10 4th-tier ships. As a martial artist from a small city with a population of less than 10 million, Qian Wu had never even seen a ship of this caliber before. So this is the technology of this era? Ling Xiao gazed at the scene before him, unable to suppress his amazement. Even in his previous life, he had never witnessed anything like this, not even in science fiction movies. Wait a moment, is this the Magi Heaven battleship, a 4th-tier warship belonging to the esteemed Inspector General of the Magi Heaven province? Suddenly, Qian Wu noticed the striking insignia on the ship and exclaimed in shock. Buzz! At that very moment, enormous beams of traction light descended from the sky, instantly enveloping Ling Xiao, Qian Wu, and the entire damaged spaceship. In the next instant, the spaceship and everyone aboard were hoisted up by the overwhelming force of the beams, swiftly pulled toward the interior of the colossal battleship. Clank! As the cabin door sealed shut, the massive battleship emitted a powerful, earth-shattering vibration and vanished from the sky in an instant, surging toward Blue Water Star at a breathtaking speed. A few minutes later, inside the Magi Heaven battleship, Ling Xiao was escorted by an innate-level powerhouse through a highly restricted chamber door. The moment Ling Xiao stepped inside, his eyes fell upon an old man seated cross-legged, suspended in mid-air. The elder was wholly immersed in his cultivation. Airborne levitation, a Grandmaster-level martial artist? Ling Xiao's pupils instantly contracted at the sight of the old man. In just one night and through his morning training session, Ling Xiao's strength had surged dramatically, and his power had grown at a shocking pace. Attribute panel. Name, Ling Xiao. Repair limits, 1, 3 times per day. Martial realm, postnatal 9th heaven. Soul Realm, Postnatal 7th Heaven. Vital Energy, 951, 1 point equals 300 kilograms of raw force. Soul, 705.
Talents, Undying Divine Body, SSS Tier, Combat Power plus 300%, Innate Tao Physique, SS Tier, Power Amplification X 3000, Titanium Battle Physique, C Tier, plus 300% Speed, plus 500% Defense, Solar Star Flame, S Tier. Martial Skills, Titanium Battle Tactics, Tier 4, Lower Grade, Perfect State, plus 300% Cultivation Speed, Titanium Fist Technique, Tier 4, Lower Grade, Perfect State, plus 400% Punch Strength. Beast Companion, Infernal Three-Headed Dragon, Tier 3, 9 stars. At this moment, Ling Xiao's martial realm had shockingly advanced to the terrifying postnatal 9th heaven, while his soul realm had reached the postnatal 7th heaven. He was but a step away from condensing innate true essence and ascending as a formidable innate level martial artist. However, despite these advancements, he still stood no chance against a Grandmaster level fighter. As previously mentioned, even the weakest Grandmaster level martial artist at the first heaven realm was 10 times stronger than someone at the postnatal 9th heaven. The gap was insurmountable, and at this stage, it was still impossible for Ling Xiao to bridge. Of course, there was Xiaohe, his infernal three-headed dragon, who might hold out for a while. After all, Xiaohe had already grown into a Tier 3, 9-star creature. In merely half a day, Xiaohe had undergone what felt like decades of growth. But even so, the odds were slim. Xiaohe, despite possessing an S-tier talent and a 10-fold power boost, could only muster explosive power barely reaching the level of a Grandmaster First Heaven.
Moreover, Xiaohe was still very young, lacking the combat experience and mastery of innate skills that a true Grandmaster possessed.
Defeating such an opponent would be next to impossible. Ling Xiao had already deduced the identity of the person before him. On all of Blue Water Star, there was only one Grandmaster-level powerhouse capable of piloting the Magi Heaven battleship, the Inspector of the Magi Heaven province, Situ Tian. At that moment, as Situ Tian sensed Ling Xiao's aura, his eyes slowly opened. In an instant, an intense, piercing light burst forth from his gaze. An aura transcending the heavens and earth surged toward Ling Xiao, evidently testing his strength. Feeling the suffocating weight of this aura, Ling Xiao finally understood the legend: only upon reaching the Grandmaster level could one truly be considered a martial powerhouse. As he observed, it was indeed true. Moreover, Grandmaster level cultivation had a defining characteristic: the gap between each tier was exponential. The power of the first heaven was doubled in the second heaven, doubled again in the third heaven, and so on. The strongest Grandmasters could reach the 10th heaven. Even at the weakest level, the first heaven of the Grandmaster realm possessed a minimum strength of 10 million kilograms. The second heaven was 20 million kilograms, the third heaven 40 million, and the fourth heaven an astounding 80 million kilograms. By this progression, a Grandmaster of the 10th heaven could wield a jaw-dropping 5.1 billion kilograms of force. Such power, when fully unleashed, could undoubtedly obliterate the heavens and the earth. No wonder combat between great Grandmasters could annihilate entire continents with ease. However, the Situ Tian before him wasn't nearly as fearsome. Ling Xiao estimated that he was, at most, a Grandmaster of the first heaven. The system mentioned that once I truly reach the Grandmaster level, all of my talents will undergo an earth-shattering transformation. I wonder if that's really true. Ling Xiao's heart brimmed with anticipation. You must be Ling Xiao. I didn't expect your cultivation to have already reached the postnatal third heaven. Truly, a hero among the younger generation. Seeing that Ling Xiao could withstand the oppressive aura of a postnatal fifth heaven pressure, even Situ Tian couldn't hide his astonishment. For someone of Ling Xiao's age to achieve such strength was nearly on par with his own accomplishments at that age. It was worth noting that while Situ Tian himself did not hail from a top family on the planet, both his parents were innate level martial artists. The resources at his disposal far surpassed anything Ling Xiao, who grew up in the slums, could have imagined. By that measure, Ling Xiao's talent might even exceed his own. Of course, both his combat scanner and his own senses could only detect Ling Xiao's strength as being at the postnatal third heaven. This was thanks to Ling Xiao's innate Tao physique. The innate Tao physique perfectly harmonized with the world, not only allowing for rapid comprehension of natural energies but also concealing the user's presence within the system of heaven and earth. If Ling Xiao wished, he could completely erase his aura. Without visual confirmation, it would be nearly impossible to detect his existence. Even the most advanced instruments would fail. If Ling Xiao's strength advanced further, he could even reach the terrifying state of standing right before someone yet remaining entirely unseen. You flatter me, Inspector. My strength is still far inferior to yours. Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile, modestly accepting the inspector's praise. His words left Situ Tian momentarily stunned. You cheeky brat,
daring to compare yourself to me. You've got guts. With your talent, surpassing me in the future is absolutely possible. Situ Tian laughed in satisfaction. The path of martial arts required such bold and daring young warriors. Ling Xiao truly had the qualifications to stand on equal footing with him one day. As he spoke, Situ Tian slowly descended to the ground, carefully examining the young man before him. My visit this time is for two matters I need to discuss with you. Situ Tian's expression turned solemn as he addressed Ling Xiao. Inspector, please speak. Ling Xiao's curiosity was piqued. For someone of Situ Tian's stature to visit in person, there must be something of great importance. The first matter concerns your genius level certification. Your records are incomplete. From the fragmented footage we've gathered, your true strength far surpasses what was captured. That's why the speaker personally ordered me to come here. The Inspector General's first words left Ling Xiao feeling a bit awkward. I didn't expect you were hiding your true capabilities. If I hadn't come in person, your genius certification level would have been rated one tier lower. Ling Xiao's secrets were too numerous to reveal, so he had deliberately turned off the recording device. Doing so was akin to pulling the power plug, nothing could be recorded. This allowed his true strength to remain perfectly concealed. I apologize for troubling you to come all this way, Inspector General, Ling Xiao said helplessly, attempting to smooth over the situation. No trouble at all. Even if this hadn't happened, I would have come anyway. The Inspector General's tone softened. Based on your performance, I've assessed you as an A+ level genius. You should know, in all of Blue Water Star's history, every individual rated as A+ level has at least reached the pinnacle of the innate realm. Most even became grandmasters. I hope you'll be the next one. Hearing this, Ling Xiao gave a small smile. I'll do my best to reach the grandmaster realm as soon as possible. Indeed, he had to aim for that quickly. Witnessing the power of a grandmaster firsthand, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel an eagerness stir within him. Good. Confident, are you? Well then, let me tell you the second matter of importance. The Inspector General smiled as well, then lightly tapped the air with his fingertip. A low hum resonated. Buzz. Instantly, a massive star map appeared before Ling Xiao. Even before his transmigration, he was no stranger to this image. It was the star map of the entire Milky Way galaxy. The human race currently resides in the Milky Way, which is classified as a large galaxy. Within the Milky Way are 3,000 mid-tier star systems, each governing hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of life-bearing planets. Our Blue Water Star System is a small star system located within the Flaming Sun mid-tier star system. Besides us, there are 70,000 star systems and over 1.3 million planets in total. Among these 1.3 million planets, geniuses are as numerous as the stars. Reaching the innate level at your age is far from uncommon. The Inspector General's gaze shifted outward. As he spoke, the walls around them became transparent, as though the two were standing amidst the vast expanse of space. Hearing this astronomical number, Ling Xiao was filled with awe. Truly, with a larger population, the emergence of countless geniuses was inevitable. With so many geniuses, naturally, powerful institutions are needed to educate them. The ruler of the Flaming Sun mid-tier star system, the Flaming Sun Emperor, established the Flaming Sun Academy on Flaming Sun Planet. For the countless prodigies across these 1.3 million planets, gaining entry to Flaming Sun Academy is their highest aspiration. The Academy holds annual admissions, which begin the day after the martial examination. As the Inspector General continued, Ling Xiao quickly understood his intention. It was clear he wanted Ling Xiao to apply for the Flaming Sun Academy. I'm sure you've guessed my purpose. Yes, I want you to apply to Flaming Sun Academy. However, as the most elite academy, its admission requirements are naturally strict. First, applicants must be under 20 years old. Second, each planet can only send one representative. You must understand, even with just one applicant per planet, there are still over 1.3 million candidates. Accommodating such a large number requires immense resources and effort. Any more would be unmanageable. Additionally, the Academy only accepts 100 students per year, no exceptions. The Inspector General's expression turned serious. So, even though your talent is hailed as the most exceptional in Blue Water Star in a century, you'll still need to pass the selection process. Your competitors will include all geniuses under 20 on Blue Water Star. Among them, there are 7 A-level geniuses and hundreds of B-level ones. Many of them are 5 years older than you and have been nurtured by the Imperial Capital's first academy with immense resources. Some of the strongest have already reached the innate realm. Even so, with your extraordinary talent, if you don't succeed this year, there's always next year. You haven't even attended the Imperial Capital's first academy yet. But with 2 years of effort, I firmly believe that before you turn 20, you'll be the sole representative of Blue Water Star each year.
And if you're fortunate enough to enter the Flaming Sun star system, achieving the Grandmaster realm in the future won't just be a dream. The Inspector General's gaze fell on Ling Xiao, his lips curling into a slight smile. Ling Xiao's talent was astonishing, but he knew that, at only 15 years old, the young man would face nearly insurmountable odds competing against Blue Water Star's 20-year-old prodigies. Unless, of course, Ling Xiao turned out to be an S-level or even S-plus level genius. Such individuals were exceedingly rare, even in the entire Flaming Sun star system. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Interesting. Over 1 million planets worth of under 20 geniuses gathering in one place. Some are said to reach the innate level by 15? By 20, wouldn't they be at least half-step grandmasters? The thought sparked excitement within him. If that were true, the challenge would be immense. I understand now. I'll give it a try. But the martial exam is the day after tomorrow. Shouldn't the selection for Blue Water Star's representative have taken place earlier? Isn't it too late for me to apply now? Ling Xiao asked, his curiosity piqued. For most, it is too late. The registration deadline was a month ago. However, the speaker personally intervened to grant you a special exception. Tomorrow morning, you'll compete with the other martial artists of Blue Water Star. This year, I'll be the chief examiner and the one escorting you to the Flaming Sun star system. The selection will take place aboard my heavenly demon ship. After the selection, I'll personally escort the top candidate to Flaming Sun for the Academy's entrance examination. The others will return to Blue Water Star aboard auxiliary ships. Normally, none of this would have been necessary. The selection was supposed to conclude last night. But just as it was about to begin, your file was delivered to the speaker, who immediately arranged this special opportunity for you. The Inspector General explained everything in detail. Well, I feel quite honored. Ling Xiao chuckled. In that case, I'll make my preparations and be ready for tomorrow's selection. As a genius, receiving special treatment was only natural. Good. My ship will arrive at the Martial Alliance in Rainbow Cloud City at 6 tomorrow morning. Also, your A+ level rewards have already been distributed. Here's the translation of the passage adapted for American readers. The total reward includes 10 billion star coins, 1 Tier 4 cultivation technique, 2 Tier 3 combat skills, 1 Tier 3 weapon, and a Tier 3 combat suit. You can receive them once you're back home. Oh, and try to exchange for techniques, skills, or items that can boost your strength in a short period of time. That way, you can maximize your power before tomorrow. Remember, every assessment carries life-threatening risks. Even the selection battles are no exception. Protecting your life comes first. Hearing Ling Xiao's advice, Situ Tian's expression grew serious. Understood. Thank you, Inspector. I'll keep that in mind, Situ Tian replied, nodding firmly. After parting ways with Situ Tian, Ling Xiao returned to the Warrior Alliance alongside Qian Wu and others, successfully obtaining his warrior token. The warrior token symbolizes the identity of a true warrior and cannot be forged. Anyone caught counterfeiting one would be executed by the Warrior Alliance. For this reason, anyone holding a warrior token within the galaxy is undoubtedly a legitimate warrior. Of course, for commoners, possessing such a token is a dream come true, and even warriors in the body refining stage regard it as a treasure. However, high-level warriors see things differently. Their tokens often get destroyed in fierce battles, so for them, the token is dispensable. If I hadn't acquired the system, earning this token might have taken me until I was 60 or 70 years old, or perhaps I wouldn't have gotten it at all, Ling Xiao murmured with a wry smile as he looked at the token in his hand. He sighed, then carefully put it away and headed home. Beep, welcome home. With a cheerful chime, the door opened, and Ling Xiao stepped inside. Brother, where did you go today? You didn't even tell me. I thought you weren't coming back. A voice filled with grievance greeted him as Ling Xiao entered. He turned to see Ling Yuran looking at him with teary eyes, her face full of distress. Her red, puffy eyes reminded him that he had forgotten to inform her he wouldn't be home tonight. After all, it was impossible to communicate during the assessment period. How could I not come back? If I didn't, who would take care of my silly little sister? Ling Xiao laughed, ruffling Ling Yuran's hair playfully. Humph, and yet you didn't even send me a single message. Ling Yuran pouted, clearly upset. I had something urgent to take care of. Oh, by the way, take a look at this. Ling Xiao said helplessly, pulling a badge from his pocket. But the moment Ling Yuran saw the badge, her eyes widened, and she instinctively covered her mouth. This is a warrior token? Brother, where did you find it? Hurry and return it to the Warrior Alliance. If they discover you have it, you'll be punished, she exclaimed, alarmed. This token is mine. Why would I need to return it? Your brother is now a certified warrior, and this is my own warrior token. Ling Xiao said, smiling at her shocked expression. He activated the token with a wave of his hand. Buzz. In an instant, a bright, virtual projection appeared from the token, displaying Ling Zhao's image. Ling Yuren's jaw dropped as she stared at the projection. Brother, you actually. She was utterly dumbfounded. Impressive, right? Ling Xiao grinned smugly, secretly delighted. But the next moment, Ling Yuren's panicked words wiped the smile off his face. You forged a warrior token? Destroy it immediately. If the Warrior Alliance finds out, they'll execute you, she cried, reaching for the token to smash it. Stop. Do I look that dumb? This token is real. Ling Xiao quickly explained, exasperated. Deep down, he couldn't help but marvel at how far he had come. Just days ago, he couldn't even meet the 500-kilogram strength requirement to enter an advanced martial school. Yet now, he had successfully certified as a warrior. Who would believe such a transformation? Left with no choice, Ling Xiao recounted his recent experiences, though he downplayed his achievements, claiming he had barely reached the first level of the body refining stage and had been lucky to pass the certification. As for why his strength had increased so rapidly, he attributed it to the awakening of his special abilities, which had unleashed years' worth of latent energy in one go. While rare, such cases weren't unheard of. Many prodigies who awakened special abilities could rise several minor realms within days. In humanity's history, there were even a few exceptional cases where someone advanced from a martial apprentice to the acquired stage within 10 days of awakening. This was why no one doubted Ling Zhao's sudden surge in strength. After all, in the era of the Grand Universe, miracles were always possible. To prove his claim, Ling Xiao casually crushed an alloy ornament in the house, which required at least 1 to 2 tons of force to break. What? Brother, you've already reached the body refining stage? Doesn't that mean you can apply to the provincial elite martial schools? Ling Yuran asked excitedly. Exactly. With my strength, getting into a provincial elite school is practically guaranteed. But the president of the Cloud City Warrior Alliance told me there's a special assessment required for admission, so I'll be taking that tomorrow. I'm not sure when it'll end, Ling Xiao explained, mixing truth with fiction. Brother, you have to be careful. I've heard those assessments are extremely dangerous. Ling Yuran warned, her tone filled with concern. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Enough about that. I made quite a bit of money through the warrior certification. Let's go out for a feast. Once I finish the assessment, we'll move straight to the city center, Ling Xiao said enthusiastically. He chuckled, feeling elated. Moving to the city center had been a long-held dream for the siblings. Only there would they be safe from star beast invasions and the deadly threats they brought. And now, that dream was within reach. 2 hours later, Ling Xiao returned home once more. Author's note: Carrot, so pitiful. This book hasn't received many flowers or review votes. The author is feeling pretty down. On top of that, I had to take a break from updating due to personal matters a few days ago. I'm not even sure if anyone is still reading this. If you're still here, please consider sending some flowers, review votes, or even just dropping a comment to let me know. Your support is what keeps me going. Starting today, I promise at least 10,000 words a day. The upcoming story will be even more exciting, so I hope you'll stick around. This translation maintains the original tone and flow while ensuring clarity and readability for an English-speaking audience. He handed the small remaining bottle of blood essence to Ling Yuran. This bottle of blood essence not only had a generous amount, but it could also increase cultivation speed from 2 to 5 times the normal rate. Based on this calculation, in just a few months, at most half a year, Ling Yuran would reach the first level of the body refining realm. A 13-and-a-half-year-old achieving the first level of the body refining realm? If word got out, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar in Cloud City. Such a prodigy would only be second to Ling Xiao himself. Rar? Just then, little He, who had been sleeping in Ling Xiao's pocket, suddenly leaped out excitedly. When it spotted the small bottle of blood essence, the little creature immediately started drooling, its eyes sparkling with desire. Whoosh! In an instant, little He transformed into a streak of black shadow, lunging directly at the bottle of blood essence. You've already eaten so much, and you still want more? This isn't for you, Ling Xiao said helplessly, swiftly grabbing little He. Rar! The captured little He looked pitifully at Ling Xiao, as if pleading for mercy. Wow, a little lizard. Brother, is it your pet? It's so ugly, but kind of adorably ugly. Ling Yuran exclaimed in surprise as she poked little He with her finger. Rar! Little He instantly froze, its claws and teeth baring in protest. It was the mighty 3-headed hell dragon. To be called adorably ugly? If such words spread, its reputation would be utterly destroyed. You know, now that I think about it, it does look pretty ugly. If you like it, go ahead and play with it. But first, drink this bottle, otherwise, if this little guy steals it, it'll be trouble. Ling Xiao chuckled. As he spoke, he tossed both Little Hay and the bottle of blood essence to Ling Yuran.
Rawr! Rawr!
Little Hay, now in Ling Yuran's grasp, panicked and desperately sought help from Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao had already turned and walked back to his room, ready to claim his own rewards, ignoring Little Hay entirely.
Ding! You have a private message. Would you like to open it?
The moment Ling Xiao returned to his room, the mechanical voice of his AI assistant echoed in his mind.
A private message? At this hour?
He froze briefly before opening his inbox. What greeted him were hundreds of messages, almost all of them sent by Ling Yuran over the past 2 days. This little girl, looks like she was really scared when I didn't contact her for 2 days. Ling Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. After all, in this world, losing contact for 2 days often meant something bad had happened. But deep down, he knew he couldn't let this happen again. After reading through the messages, he made up his mind. No matter what, he would ensure he stayed in touch with the little girl moving forward.
A message from Luo Lingxuan? And several of them? Could it be that she's looking for a sparring partner?
Suddenly, he noticed the first message Luo Lingxuan had sent yesterday afternoon. Speaking of Luo Lingxuan, the school belle, her connection with Ling Xiao wasn't all that complicated. At Ling Xiao's age, being an orphan made survival in this world extremely difficult. Not only did he have to care for a younger Luo Lingxuan, but he also had to worry about basic necessities. To earn star currency, he had no choice but to find work. But being so young, there were practically no jobs available to him. The only option was to risk sneaking into the Star Beast Zone to scavenge. However, the survival rate for ordinary people entering the Star Beast Zone was less than 50%. On his first trip, the death rate was already 70%, and by the second, it was 90%.
It was essentially gambling with his life for money.
Despite the danger, Ling Xiao ventured into the Star Beast Zone. On his first trip, he got lucky and found the corpse of a high-level beast likely slain and abandoned by a warrior. He exchanged the beast's body for several hundred star coins, which sustained him for a few months. But on the second and third trips, he barely made it back alive. Fortunately, his luck held. On his fourth trip, however, he ran into a first-tier star beast. Just as he was about to be killed, a group of people appeared. It was Luo Lingxuan's father, Luo Yuntian, and his guards. They had come to the Star Beast Zone to gather rare materials and happened to save Ling Xiao in passing.
After learning about Ling Xiao's situation and his connection to Luo Lingxuan as schoolmates, Luo Yuntian offered him a job as Luo Lingxuan's sparring partner. This job mainly involved practicing the basic body refining fist technique. Because Ling Xiao had cultivated this technique well, Luo Lingxuan's strength improved significantly by having a peer to train with. This training lasted for a full 3 years. However, as Luo Lingxuan's strength grew, she had needed Ling Xiao less in recent months.
Of course, over those 3 years, the two had become close friends with a deep bond.
Wait, yesterday was Luo Lingxuan's birthday. With everything going on these past 2 days, I completely forgot.
Ling Xiao froze as he read Luo Lingxuan's first message. Truthfully, Ling Xiao was grateful to this young girl. Without her father Luo Yuntian's help, he would have died long ago. Although their sparring sessions had been intense, Luo Yuntian's household had provided him access to their healing chamber after each session to recover from his injuries. Such treatment was unheard of for someone from the lower class. Most sparring partners in prominent families didn't survive even a year, as they received no medical care after severe injuries. Through countless injuries and recoveries, Ling Xiao had managed to rise from having the lowest potential to achieving an average standing at school. So when he discovered Luo Lingxuan's birthday invitation that he'd overlooked, he was both surprised and regretful. But when he read the second message, he was stunned.
Yesterday at 5 p.m., Luo Lingxuan had informed him that the birthday party had
been cancelled because a distinguished guest of her father's couldn't attend and that it had been rescheduled for tonight at 8 p.m. The third message, just sent moments ago, asked if he had received the invitation.
Ling Xiao glanced at the time. Damn, it's already 7:40.
If it weren't for Luo Lingxuan's message, I'd have probably missed the party entirely. He chuckled awkwardly, quickly replied to her message, and rushed out the door. Meanwhile, at the Luo family residence.
Daughter, it's time to come out. Many of Kaicloud City's elites have come to celebrate your birthday. Luo Yuntian entered Luo Lingxuan's room with a beaming smile.
Luo Lingxuan had recently awakened her C-grade talent. Although the family had been prepared for this outcome, Luo Yuntian had been so excited that he hadn't slept well for days. Awakening a C-grade fire talent meant that with enough effort, Luo Lingxuan had a 30% chance of becoming a C-grade genius within a few years. A C-grade genius, such talent hadn't appeared in Kaicloud City for a century. It meant she could potentially reach innate levels of power in the future. Therefore, when the news of Luo Lingshuang's awakening spread, the Luo Corporation, which had only been a second-rate enterprise, instantly attracted the attention of many first-tier groups seeking to curry favor.
Alright, Dad, I'll come out right away.
Hearing Luo Yuntian's voice, Luo Lingshuang glanced at her message panel, still finding no news from Ling Xiao.
That guy, what's going on? He hasn't replied to my messages even now.
Thinking of Ling Xiao, who had also awakened his innate talent, she couldn't help but feel annoyed.
Could it be that he had really forgotten her birthday? Are you waiting for that kid Ling Xiao? Noticing his daughter's expression, Luo Yuntian asked with a hint of curiosity. No, who's waiting for him? Luo Lingshuang's face flushed, and she hurriedly denied it. Good, better not be.
That kid may have decent character and even saved your life once, but unfortunately, his talent is too poor.
You two are simply from different worlds. Luo Yuntian sighed helplessly as he spoke, observing his daughter's reaction. Dad, what are you even talking about? There's nothing between me and Ling Xiao. Besides, didn't you lack cultivation talent back then, yet still marry my mother? Hearing Luo Yuntian's words, Luo Lingshuang retorted angrily. And you say there's nothing? You're even comparing yourself to Ling Xiao. Alright, as long as there's nothing. It's your decision to make anyway. Luo Yuntian sighed again, regret flashing in his eyes. He regretted giving Ling Xiao a job back then, now it seemed even his daughter might get involved with him. However, without giving Ling Xiao that job, he might not have been able to protect his daughter at all. This story goes back to a year ago. That day, when Ling Xiao and Luo Lingshuang were returning home together, they encountered assassins sent by a rival group of the Luo Corporation. Their goal was straightforward, to assassinate Luo Lingshuang, so Luo Yuntian would be too distracted to participate in a crucial bidding competition. If Ling Xiao hadn't noticed something was amiss at the critical moment and blocked a fatal strike meant for Luo Lingshuang, she would have undoubtedly lost her life. Forget it, let them do as they please. With that thought, Luo Yuntian could only walk into the living room. Phew, finally here. At the same time, Ling Xiao arrived at the Luo family residence, having spent a few hundred star coins on a private shuttle. Damn, so many people this year? In previous years, there were only a few dozen guests. Looking at the dense crowd, Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. As one of Luo Lingshuang's few friends, this was his third time attending her birthday party. It must be because Luo Lingshuang awakened her C-grade talent. Even the Lu Corporation is here? Guess there really are no eternal enemies. However, when Ling Xiao spotted a certain fat man in the crowd, his eyebrows furrowed. Yes, this Lu Corporation was the one responsible for last year's assassination attempt on Luo Lingshuang. Although the target was Luo Lingshuang, the one who had nearly died in the process was Ling Xiao himself. Seems like I'll have to find an opportunity to wipe out the Lu family. Otherwise, the injuries I suffered back then would have been for nothing. A flash of killing intent flickered in Ling Xiao's eyes. Look, Miss Luo is here. At that moment, the crowd suddenly erupted in excitement. All eyes turned to the front, where Luo Lingshuang appeared, dressed far more dazzlingly than usual, walking out gracefully. Her presence stunned all the young heirs from the prominent families around her. As expected of the campus queen of this era, the youthful inexperience from 2 years ago pales in comparison to the current Luo Lingshuang. Even Ling Xiao couldn't help but be impressed. Even in this era, Luo Lingshuang's beauty was still at the very peak. Just then, Luo Lingshuang's gaze fell on Ling Xiao amidst the crowd. The moment she saw him, her previously unhappy expression instantly gave way to a radiant smile of delight. That smile silenced the noisy crowd in an instant. Fat Lu, who let you in here? Get out right now. At that moment, an enraged shout erupted from the center of the living room. Luo Yuntian glared furiously at the leader of the Lu Corporation within the crowd. Everyone present turned to Fat Lu in confusion after hearing the outburst. The fact that this guy was behind the assassination attempt on Luo Lingshuang was an open secret. No one expected him to have the audacity to show up here. At this moment, Fat Lu wore a sullen expression, standing reluctantly beside the head of the Luo family. The Luo family was one of the most powerful families in Kaiyun City, and its head was a formidable second-tier innate expert, ranking among the top 10 strongest individuals. Master Luo, there's no need to get so worked up. If there's been a misunderstanding, we can all sit down and resolve it peacefully. At that moment, an elderly man in a white robe, exuding an extraordinary aura, spoke with a smile. He was the head of the Luo family. Fat Lu was his sister's son, so it was only natural for him to protect him. Today, he had come specifically to address this matter. After all, if it wasn't resolved, it could become a significant problem once Luo Lingshuang fully matured. Father! Seeing this, Luo Lingshuang quickly tugged at Luo Yuntian's sleeve, trying to prevent the situation from escalating. Master Luo, I respect you as a senior and don't want to make things too harsh.
Please have your nephew leave immediately.
The Luo family does not welcome him.
Whether this is a misunderstanding or not can be discussed later. Seeing the head of the Luo family getting involved, Luo Yuntian's face darkened. At this moment, he hated his own lack of strength and influence. He couldn't even seek justice for the mastermind behind an assassination attempt on his own daughter. However, the Luo family's power and influence were far beyond his reach. Whether he liked it or not, he had to swallow this humiliation. Still, he would not lose his composure or bow down. Humph, Luo Yuntian, don't overestimate yourself. My uncle personally coming here to reconcile with you is already giving you face. Today, we're not only here to settle this matter but also to propose a marriage alliance.
The groom would be my uncle's grandson, Luo Xiang.
He's a genius from one of the province's top schools, perfectly matched for your daughter.
Fat Lu sneered, immediately mocking Luo Yuntian after his outburst.
His words shocked everyone present.
A marriage proposal?
The Luo family was truly brazen. It seemed they wanted to tie down such a genius as Luo Lingshuan before she could fully grow into her potential.
Luo Lingshuan's face turned pale as a sheet.
She knew all too well that this wasn't the first time the Luo family had pulled such a move. To think that this time, their target was her. Despair welled up in her heart. If they truly intended to force her, she wouldn't hold back and would rather burn herself to ashes.
You bastard! Activate the second-tier extermination protocol and destroy him for me. As soon as Fat Lu finished speaking, Luo Yuntian snapped completely.
He roared in rage, losing all sense of reason.
Everyone present was instantly stunned. Luo Yuntian, how dare you?
Even the head of the Luo family's face darkened with shock. The Level 2 Annihilation program possessed the power to raise the entire hall to the ground, a force so overwhelming that even he might not be able to withstand it.
Yet, the utterly enraged Luo Yuntian was deaf to reason. Annihilation program, activate.
With the cold, mechanical voice echoing through the hall, dozens of cracks split open across the ceiling, and countless weapons extended silently from above.
Buzz!
In an instant, all the weapons were fully charged, emitting a terrifying aura so oppressive that everyone present hurriedly activated their personal protective shields.
Master Luo, please reconsider. We're innocent.
Yes, yes. The guilty have names and faces. If you kill us all, the Luo family won't survive this either.
Let's talk this out. Exactly. Miss Luo is right here.
If you attack, we'll all perish together.
Think about it, Miss Luo is so talented.
If she apprenticed under a powerful master, even the Luo family wouldn't dare act rashly. At this moment, the heads of all the prominent families were on the verge of tears. Though the Luo family wasn't particularly powerful, acquiring a Level 2 Annihilation program was well within their means. If it were unleashed, they would all die without exception. None of them had anticipated that their opponent would resort to such a desperate, all-or-nothing tactic without any prior warning.
At this critical juncture, Luo Yuntian finally began to regain his composure.
He fixed his deathly gaze on the Luo family patriarch and the obese Lu, his mind caught in a storm of hesitation. Glancing at his daughter, Luo Lingshuan, he saw her pale, frightened face, and the rage in his heart was instantly suppressed.
Now's my chance. At that very moment, a glint of malice flickered in the Luo family patriarch's eyes. Boom!
With a violent stomp, the floor beneath him shattered, and he rocketed toward Luo Yuntian like a streak of light. His speed was so astonishing that Luo Yuntian, at the 6th level of the body refinement realm, couldn't react in time.
Die, you piece of trash!
As the Luo family patriarch appeared before him, he let out a thunderous roar and swung his fist with brutal force.
Only then did Luo Yuntian realize what was happening.
But it was too late. He didn't have time to activate the Annihilation program, and even if he had, he couldn't bring himself to destroy his daughter with his own hands.
I'm sorry, Schwanger.
A sense of despair washed over Luo Yuntian as he let out a sorrowful sigh.
Boom!
A deafening explosion resounded throughout the hall, leaving everyone stunned as they turned their gaze forward. The once arrogant Luo family patriarch was now a bloody, mangled mess, embedded lifelessly into the ground. And standing atop his corpse was a boy who appeared no older than 15 or 16. The weaker martial artists were completely dumbfounded, while those at the 8th or 9th level of the body refinement realm were left wide-eyed in shock.
What terrifying speed! The Luo family patriarch was killed in an instant? How is that possible? To take down the Luo patriarch in a single move, who is this boy?
In that fleeting moment, all they saw was a black blur flash by, followed by the Luo family patriarch's gruesome demise.
Lin Xiao? You're Lin Xiao?
Staring at the young man who had instantly annihilated the Luo family patriarch, Luo Yuntian was utterly stupefied.
Uncle Luo, Lingshuang, are you both okay?
Lin Xiao's calm smile accompanied his question, as if the earlier scene of carnage had been but a trivial matter.
Hearing his voice, Luo Lingxuan covered her mouth in disbelief.
Once again, Lin Xiao had appeared at her most perilous moment, rescuing her from certain doom. In that instant, fragments of a memory flashed in her mind, the boy who had once asked if she was hurt, even as his chest was pierced through, grinning all the while. A faint, inexplicable feeling began to bloom within Luo Lingxuan's heart. We're fine. I can't believe how powerful you've become. Is it because your ability awakened? Luo Yuntian was ecstatic. A 15-year-old who could instantaneously kill a postnatal realm martial artist, he knew exactly what this meant. He quickly pieced together a possible explanation for Lin Xiao's sudden surge in strength. After all, he was well aware of Lin Xiao's previous capabilities. He recalled the legends. Some individuals born with innate abilities would unconsciously absorb the latent energy of others with similar gifts from an early age. When their powers awakened, all the accumulated energy would be returned in a matter of days or months. This was why an awakened ability was often seen as a turning point, a moment that could change one's fate.
It's not just because of my ability, maybe? I'm not entirely sure myself. My strength just skyrocketed over the past couple of days.
Lin Xiao chuckled, casually explaining his situation. In truth, his exponential growth was largely thanks to his ability, the immortal body.
It wasn't a lie, after all. Lin Xiao, thank you.
Beside him, Luo Lingxuan finally found her voice, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush as she expressed her gratitude.
Do we really need to thank each other? We're friends.
Lin Xiao's words were accompanied by a carefree smile. But the moment he spoke, Luo Lingxuan's face grew even redder, a subtle trace of disappointment flickering in her heart.
Just friends?
She barely noticed how sensitive she had become to Lin Xiao's every word.
Such a genius, and he's close to the Luo family? What kind of luck is this? No kidding. Truly enviable. The Luo family's hit the jackpot.
Someone so young, so gifted, he's a super genius, even by Blue Water Star standards.
The Luo family's fortune is about to soar. The heads of the prominent families from Siluan City couldn't suppress their admiration and envy, whispering among themselves. A daughter with exceptional talent, and now a son-in-law like this? To them, Lin Xiao and Luo Lingxuan were an unstoppable pair. Why you dare kill my uncle? You're dead. The Luo family won't let you off.
At that moment, the obese Lu finally snapped out of his shock at the sight of his uncle's death. He roared in fury, but before he could finish, his face turned pale, and he wished he could slap himself.
Why hadn't he run away instead of mouthing off? Ahem. I misspoke. I'll leave immediately. Right now. He forced a smile and began to cautiously back away, ready to flee. Stop.
Lin Xiao's cold, commanding voice rang out. The moment the word left his lips, Lu felt an overpowering wave of killing intent crash down on him, paralyzing him with fear as he collapsed to the ground. His heart raced in terror. This killing intent was suffocating, a pressure even some innate stage warriors might not possess.
What kind of terrifying existence had he provoked? The president of the Lu Corporation, right? Do you remember that last year, when you hired someone to assassinate Ling Shuang, a young boy was accidentally injured in the process?
Ling Xiao stared coldly at the obese Lu lying on the ground and spoke slowly. As his words fell, a wave of shock rippled through the surrounding crowd. The story of Lu hiring an assassin to kill Luo Lingxuan had spread like wildfire. Everyone knew that a young man had saved her that day. But according to the rumors, that young man was merely Luo Lingxuan's sparring partner. No one could have imagined that he was, in fact, the man standing before them, Ling Xiao.
It was you. It was you all along. How is that possible? Fatty Lu shrieked in terror, memories of the past flooding his mind. Good. It's better that you remember. All of our grievances will end here today.
Ling Xiao smiled faintly, raising a single finger and pointing it toward the air.
Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk.
In an instant, a red beam of flame shot out before the crowd's eyes. By the time everyone realized what had happened, a hole the size of a thumb had been burned straight through the center of Lu Fatty's forehead. His face was frozen in shock, the terror still etched in his features. Without another sound, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless.
Flame power. It's flame power. Impossible.
Two prodigies who have mastered flame power.
A 15-year-old postnatal stage martial artist, and a super genius with a sea-level ability on top of that? What kind of monster is this? The crowd was utterly stunned into silence.
Even Luo Lingxuan and Luo Yuntian stood frozen, staring at Ling Xiao in disbelief.
That day, I awakened two abilities.
But the machine only detected one, Ling Xiao explained with a casual smile, as if sensing their astonishment. He had held back the full might of his solar star flame, merely demonstrating the characteristics and power of a sea-level flame ability. This way, he could freely use his flame power in the future without attracting too much suspicion.
Good. This is wonderful news. You brat, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. With talent this extraordinary, I can finally rest easy in trusting Schwanger to you. Luo Yuntian, hearing Ling Xiao's explanation, broke into a hearty, excited laugh.
His words left both Ling Xiao and Luo Lingxuan momentarily stunned.
Father, what nonsense are you saying?
Luo Lingxuan was the first to recover, her cheeks flushing as she scolded her father, embarrassed.
Ha, Yuntian, you're in a good mood today, aren't you? What? Planning to marry off your daughter without even letting me have a say in it?
A hearty voice rang out from the entrance to the hall. The moment they heard it, everyone froze in shock and turned their heads toward the door.
A middle-aged man in a black martial artist's uniform, radiating an aura of overwhelming power, strode into the room. It's Minister Qianwu. I can't believe it's the minister himself. Minister Qianwu and Luo Yuntian are friends. How did we not know this? Indeed, the newcomer was Qianwu.
The crowd was stunned to see him, marveling at Luo Yuntian's extensive connections.
The Luo family's rivals would surely think twice before making a move if they knew about this relationship.
After all, Qianwu's strength already surpassed that of the Luo family's patriarch. Moreover, he was still young and highly likely to become the president of the Martial Alliance in Kaiyun City one day.
The aging Luo patriarch in his twilight years was no match for a figure like Qianwu. Shut up, my daughter getting married doesn't require your approval. Luo Yuntian laughed as he stepped forward to greet Qianwu, their camaraderie evident at a glance. Uncle Qianwu.
Luo Lingxuan quickly greeted him with a bright smile. It was thanks to Qianwu's help that she was able to undergo her ability level assessment early.
Without him, her father's financial resources alone wouldn't have sufficed. My.
Lingxuan, you look as beautiful as a flower today. Let me see who's lucky enough to marry such a stunning niece.
Qianwu burst into laughter as soon as he saw Luo Lingxuan. Ahem, brother Wu, long time no see.
Ling Xiao interjected helplessly from the side. Over the past 3 years, Ling Xiao had often visited the Luo family, but he always headed straight to the training ground and left immediately afterward, never lingering in the reception hall. As a result, he had never met Qianwu.
It seemed Qianwu didn't frequent the Luo family estate often either.
The moment Ling Xiao spoke, however, everyone froze.
Holy crap, Ling Xiao, it really is you.
Qianwu exclaimed in shock upon seeing him. As someone privy to most of Ling Xiao's background, Qianwu naturally knew about his connection to Luo Lingxuan. Still, he hadn't expected this young man to be her supposed fiancé.
On second thought, though, it made perfect sense. Wait, you two know each other? Luo Yuntian couldn't help but ask, confused by the situation. What was going on?
Ling Xiao called Qianwu brother Wu, yet he himself was friends with Qianwu.
Meanwhile, Ling Xiao addressed him as uncle. The relationships were becoming a tangled mess. Ha, you don't even know your own son-in-law?
Ling Xiao is officially recognized by the Martial Alliance as an A+ grade genius. The announcement will be made public tomorrow, but I'm letting you in on it early.
Even
Inspector General Situ Tian himself has met him. According to the president, Ling Xiao has a 90% chance of reaching the Grandmaster level in the future. You're one lucky guy, Yun Tian, to have such an outstanding son-in-law. Qianwu's tone was a mix of excitement and envy as he spoke.
Boom.
His words were like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's minds.
An A+ grade genius?
Such a person only emerged on Blue Water Star once every few decades.
And to think he had even been personally acknowledged by Inspector General Situ Tian, it was almost unbelievable.
The news of Ling Xiao's 90% likelihood of reaching the Grandmaster level stirred up a storm in everyone's hearts.
The entire room fell into stunned silence.
Ling Xiao, you'd better treat my niece well in the future.
But let's keep things simple. You can call me Brother Wu,
and I'll call your father-in-law my brother. Qianwu's casual banter left the crowd speechless. No one had expected the usually serious Qianwu to show such a light-hearted side.
Ahem, Brother Wu, you're mistaken. Ling Shuang and I aren't engaged yet.
Ling Xiao clarified helplessly.
No matter. If you're not engaged now, you will be in the future. I'm just waiting for the wedding feast.
Besides, my niece is a C-level ability user, and she's this beautiful, she's barely good enough for you. Qianwu chuckled, patting Ling Xiao on the shoulder. Ling Xiao was left speechless.
With Qianwu being so enthusiastic, it almost felt like Luo Lingshuang was his own daughter.
Uncle Qianwu. However, while Ling Xiao remained thick-skinned, Luo Lingshuang, being a young lady, immediately turned red with frustration.
She shot an annoyed
glare at Qianwu, then glanced at Luo Yuntian, who had brought up the subject, and angrily turned her face away, refusing to acknowledge them.
All right, Qianwu, stop teasing Schwanger. Today, I, Luo, have not been the best host. Please forgive me for any shortcomings.
The Luo family has some pressing matters to attend to, so I hope we can host you properly another time. Helplessly, Luo Yuntian clasped his hands together in apology to the surrounding guests. The prominent families present, understanding the situation, tactfully left their gifts behind and departed with smiles. They all knew very well that from this day forward, the Luo family would undoubtedly become the most powerful household in Kaiyun City, the kind that even the guild master wouldn't dare provoke. Late at night, in the starlit garden of the Luo family estate, Ling Xiao and Luo Lingshuang strolled through the virtual projection of a serene garden.
"Thank you for today, Ling Xiao," Luo Lingshuang said softly at last. "There's no need for such formality between us. If it weren't for Uncle Luo, I'd have died in the Star Beast Zone long ago," Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. His thoughts wandered, marveling at how rare people like Luo Yuntian were in this era.
Not only had he saved Ling Xiao's life, but he had also provided him with a stable job and even the financial means to afford nutrient solutions.
"My father is my father, and I am me. Counting this time, you've saved me twice now."
"I will find a way to repay your kindness," Luo Lingshuang declared earnestly.
Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel exasperated.
"If that's the case, then I do have a favor to ask," he said. "Whatever it is, just tell me." Luo Lingshuang quickly nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I'll be leaving Blue Water Star tomorrow for a while to take the entrance exam at the Imperial First Advanced Academy.
It will take at least a week before I return. During this time, I'd like to ask you to look after Yorin for me."
"I'm worried about leaving her alone," Ling Xiao said seriously. He was headed to the selection trials for Sunfire Academy, a perilous endeavor.
Although he possessed an undying body, he still couldn't quite rest easy knowing Yorin would be home alone.
"I didn't expect you to be taking the exam for the Imperial First Advanced Academy. Coincidentally, I've already received my admission notice from the province's top school, so I don't
need to take the martial arts exam.
First thing tomorrow, I'll pick up Yorin and have her stay at my place for a few days," Luo Lingshuang said, her heart both shocked and unsurprised. Given Ling Zhao's strength and talent, it was no surprise that he'd easily gain admission to the First Academy.
"Thank you so much,"
Ling Xiao responded with a smile, feeling a weight lifted from his heart.
"Time flies so fast."
"Before I knew it, we've already known each other for 3 years," he said, walking to the garden's edge and gazing at the brilliantly lit city. "Yeah, I can't believe we're both about to enter advanced martial academies," Luo Lingshuang remarked, reminiscing about the determined boy she had met 3 years ago. Born into comfort and privilege, she had never imagined that someone her age would have to shoulder the responsibility of providing for a family. Now, 3 years later, that once frail boy had grown to heights she could hardly reach.
The two fell silent, quietly watching the night sky over Kaiyun City.
Just then, a sudden change occurred. The sky lit up with dazzling, colorful lights, and the clouds instantly turned into a radiant kaleidoscope.
Rainbow clouds? Today of all days, we're seeing rainbow clouds? This is a once-in-a-century phenomenon, Luo Lingshuang exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed.
I remember the instructor saying that Kaiyun City's unique location and magnetic field changes only result in rainbow clouds appearing once every few hundred years. I didn't think I'd get to see them tonight, Ling Xiao said, equally thrilled. You're so boring. You had to explain something so romantic with science. My mom told me that any man and woman who witnessed the rainbow clouds together will grow old together, Luo Lingshuang complained, shooting a resentful look at him.
I've never heard of that legend before,
Ling Xiao replied awkwardly. But according to your logic, since these rainbow clouds only appear every few centuries, does that mean I'll have to wait hundreds of years to find a girlfriend?
I can't just randomly pick someone now, can I?
He chuckled helplessly.
Still, aren't we a man and a woman?
He suddenly realized what he had just said and immediately fell silent. Luo Lingshuang's face had already turned crimson, her delicate features illuminated by the rainbow glow, making her look even more stunning.
Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat.
An hour later, as the rainbow clouds faded, Ling Xiao quickly found an excuse to return home.
Good grief,
I nearly ended up with a wife just by stepping out.
Is my charm really that overwhelming?
He muttered, scratching his head in exasperation.
But why is it that, as time passes, my memories keep aligning more and more with the previous Ling Zhao's?
Everything he experienced feels like something I've lived through myself, he pondered, frowning. Take his feelings for Yorin, for instance, those couldn't simply come from inheriting someone else's memories. Whatever, I'll worry about that later.
For now, let's focus on my rewards.
It's time to upgrade my gear, Ling Xiao thought as a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes.
He immediately opened the Warrior Alliance Mall.
In an instant, a massive virtual interface appeared before him, with a clarity far surpassing the 4K and 8K screens of his previous life.
Beep, esteemed A+ ranked genius, your rewards have been issued. Please check your account.
Contents include 10 billion star coins, 1 4th-tier cultivation technique, 2 3rd-tier martial skills, 1 3rd-tier weapon, and 1 3rd-tier battlesuit. The virtual message left Ling Xiao stunned. His account balance, which had only been 100,000 star coins, had skyrocketed to 10 billion, enough to buy high-grade nutrient solutions many times over. However, what truly caught his attention were the 4th-tier cultivation technique, 3rd-tier martial skills, 3rd-tier weapon, and battlesuit. Even though the 4th-tier technique was only of lower grade, purchasing it would require at least hundreds of billions.
This was the kind of technique that only Grandmaster-level warriors could fully master. This technique is perfect to replace the titanium combat technique.
As for martial skills, I'll need one that enhances movement speed and another that complements my weapon for combat, he mused. At the same time, Ling Xiao still had one chance left to fix any flaws. In just 2 hours, it would be a new day, granting him 3 more opportunities. All the techniques, skills, battlesuit, and weapon could then be optimized. As for energy reserves, they would be more than sufficient in the short term.
Ling Xiao's power would soon ascend to Grandmaster level without a doubt.
Alright, show me all the techniques available for exchange. Only the best sellers. And ideally, something that cultivates both the body and soul.
Ling Xiao commanded them all without hesitation. To simultaneously cultivate both the body and soul is undoubtedly the optimal choice. Otherwise, it would waste a precious opportunity for improvement. Beep, beep, beep. Command received. Initiating search for the target cultivation technique. Following Ling Xiao's command, the intelligence system of the Warrior Alliance marketplace sprang into action.
Moments later, a plethora of cultivation techniques appeared before him, their names bizarre and varied, with exchange values soaring into the
trillions. If these techniques weren't restricted to personal use and couldn't even be gifted, Ling Xiao would have already considered selling them. Soul Body Dual Cultivation, Low-Tier 4th Rank Martial Technique. Cultivation Difficulty, 3 stars, out of 10. Power, 3 stars, out of 10.
Description: a foundational soul-body dual cultivation technique perfectly balancing the soul and body.
Extremely low cultivation difficulty makes it a popular choice among practitioners. While its power is limited, it does not qualify as a rare technique. Price, 600 billion. The top-selling technique's description caused Ling Xiao to ponder. A technique with such low power still managed to command a price of 600 billion? Though expensive, its low difficulty was precisely what made it a favorite among the masses. He noted that most other techniques had a cultivation difficulty of 7 or 8 stars, yet their power remained mediocre. It seems that taking the path of dual cultivation for both soul and martial arts is daunting enough to discourage most people. Even for those who persist, achieving significant success is immensely difficult. Ling Xiao nodded slightly.
However, with his innate Tao constitution granting him a comprehension ability thousands of times greater than ordinary people, there was no difference to him between cultivating a technique with a difficulty of 2 or 3 stars and one with 7 or 8 stars. Perhaps only a technique with a difficulty rating of 10 stars could pose a challenge for him.
Marketplace, don't show me the top-selling techniques.
Find me a cultivation method with the highest potential power and fastest cultivation speed upon mastery. Ling Xiao commanded decisively.
Command received.
In the next instant, all the displayed techniques disappeared, replaced by a single cultivation method.
The moment Ling Xiao read its description, his entire being surged with excitement. Soul Obliteration Technique, Low-Tier 4th Rank Martial Technique. Cultivation Difficulty, 10 stars, out of 10. Power, 10 stars, out of 10.
Description: an extreme soul-body cultivation technique requiring the practitioner to tear apart their own soul.
During the process of self-repair, the soul's strength is enhanced, and the fragmented soul nourishes the body. Drawbacks: a slight misstep in tearing the soul could result in complete annihilation.
The excruciating pain of soul tearing is beyond the endurance of ordinary individuals.
Warning: danger level 10 stars. Do not exchange or attempt cultivation.
Statistics show that out of every 1,000 practitioners, 999 perish during the first attempt, with the last one dying by their second or third attempt.
Theoretically feasible, practically a suicide technique. Price: infinite. Not available for purchase.
The glaring red warning in the description left Ling Xiao thrilled.
Damn, tearing apart the soul to boost power?
This is practically tailor-made for me.
I've hit the jackpot.
However, the final note about its price being not available for purchase left him speechless.
If it can't be purchased, then why list it? Just to taunt me? Wait.
Marketplace, this technique is marked as unavailable for purchase, but I have an exchange token.
As long as it's a low-tier
4th rank technique and can be found, I can exchange for it unconditionally.
Does that mean I can exchange for this technique?
Ling Xiao's mind stirred with realization.
Not all techniques could be exchanged. rare or classified techniques unavailable in the
marketplace were off limits. Such secret techniques were reserved for individuals who had made extraordinary contributions to humanity. However, despite its overwhelming power, this particular technique had not been classified as rare due to its terrifying difficulty and near-certain death rate. Instead, it was labeled as an ordinary technique, albeit unpurchasable. To Ling Zhao's surprise, today he had encountered a loophole: his undying divine physique paired with an exchange token for a low-tier 4th rank technique. Beep. According to the rules, this technique cannot be purchased with star coins. However, there is no rule prohibiting its exchange. The soul obliteration technique meets the criteria and is available for exchange.
Would you like to proceed?
As expected, after analyzing the situation, the system confirmed there was no rule violation and prompted Ling Zhao for confirmation.
Of course, exchange it.
Ling Zhao replied without hesitation.
Beep. Congratulations, esteemed A+ ranked genius.
You have consumed one cultivation technique exchange opportunity.
The exchange is successful. Memory transfer will begin shortly. As Ling Zhao's words fell, the marketplace's intelligence system promptly executed the command. Buzz.
In an instant, a torrent of immense memory data surged from Ling Zhao's smart wristband, directly transferring into his mind. At this moment, a forbidden-level cultivation technique called the soul obliteration technique unfolded in his consciousness. As he reviewed the cultivation method, Ling Zhao couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The process involved tearing apart one's soul using the power of their own spirit. After severely damaging the soul, it would then undergo self-repair. Upon completion of the repair process, the strength of the soul would increase significantly. Ling Zhao discovered that this technique categorized the levels of soul fragmentation into 4 distinct tiers.
Level 1 fragmentation, loss of 1/3 of the soul. Level 2 fragmentation, the soul splits into 2 halves. Level 3 fragmentation, the soul divides into 5 parts. Level 4 fragmentation, the soul splits into 10 parts. Upon reaching level 1 fragmentation, the user's damaged soul could unleash 200% of its original power. Level 2, 400%. Level 3, 800%.
Level 4, a staggering 1600%, a 16-fold increase in soul power.
If one could cultivate to this level, the resulting power would surpass even typical 6th rank techniques. For ordinary people, however, even surviving level 1 fragmentation was an impossible task. Most would perish before achieving it.
According to the records, the only individual to ever reach level 3 fragmentation was a psychic with a mutated soul. Thanks to this technique, he rose from being a mere ordinary genius to become the top prodigy of a mid-tier star system. His reputation shook the heavens, earning him the title of the invincible super genius beneath the rank of Grandmaster. However, when he attempted to advance to level 4 fragmentation, his soul was obliterated entirely.
Reading this, Ling Zhao couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. This technique is absolutely insane. Splitting the soul into 10 parts.
The pain must be unimaginable, something very few could endure.
Ling Zhao sighed in admiration. Then, a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes.
He closed them and began following the technique's instructions to cultivate. The initial steps of this technique were exceedingly difficult. The very first requirement was to tear apart one's own soul, a feat nearly impossible for anyone who wasn't a psychic or a spirit-type ability user. Fortunately, although Ling Zhao was not a spirit-type ability user, his innate Tao constitution allowed him to control his soul with precision.
A few seconds later, he succeeded. His soul transformed into 2 enormous hands, gripping tightly onto itself.
This sensation sent a shiver through Ling Zhao's heart.
If it means death, then so be it. Let's give it a shot.
Ling Zhao took a deep breath and controlled the massive hands to suddenly exert force.
Rip! In an instant, a wave of excruciating pain surged over him like a tidal wave. The next moment, a large chunk of Ling Zhao's soul was torn away. Damn! That hurts like hell. Ling Zhao's face turned pale instantly.
However, he knew that his undying physique had absorbed 99% of the pain.
Even so, the remaining pain was akin to an ordinary person losing an arm. The agony of a soul wound was indeed extraordinary.
To the average person, it was far worse than being flayed alive and having salt rubbed into their wounds.
Buzz!
Just then, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted within Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness. This energy stream immediately rushed toward the missing portion of his soul. Ling Zhao promptly activated the soul annihilation technique. Within moments, the torn chunk of his soul began to dissolve into specks of starlight and merge back into his body.
Everything happened swiftly. In less than a few minutes, Ling Zhao's soul was completely healed. Ding. Your mental energy reserve consumption, 30 points.
Your soul's minor injury has been repaired, soul value plus 30,
Ding. A fragment of your soul has merged into your body, vitality +3, asterisk. As the healing process concluded, a series of system notifications echoed in Ling Xiao's mind. Hearing these prompts, his brow furrowed slightly, but there was a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Gaining 30 soul points in one go was undeniably significant. Still, my soul's recovery rate is surprisingly slow. It seems the soul truly is the most vital part of the body. Even with my undying physique, I can't regenerate it quickly. Ling Xiao contemplated. His undying physique was more focused on the physical body. Based on his current strength, the system's description indicated that even if 99% of his body were destroyed, it could regenerate provided that his soul's damage didn't exceed 90%. This was enough to prove how terrifying soul injuries still were for Ling Xiao at this stage. But soon, a smile appeared on his face. Even if it takes a few minutes to recover from a minor injury, it means I can gain 30 points of strength every 3 minutes. That's 600 points in an hour. At this rate, in 1 hour, I'll ascend to the innate level of strength. In a single day, I'll reach the level of a grandmaster among ability users. Coupled with the 4th level soul fragmentation boost, there won't be anyone on Blue Water Star who can rival me. Thinking about this, Ling Xiao's confidence soared. With such a terrifying growth rate, what did pain matter? Moreover, he had the system. As long as he patched up its flaws, this technique would become even more formidable. Asterisk ding. Congratulations, host, for mastering the technique, Soul Annihilation Technique. You've achieved the 1st level of soul fragmentation. Soul strength x 200%, asterisk. Suddenly, another notification rang in Ling Xiao's mind. System, analyze how many flaws this technique currently has. Ling Xiao asked the system without hesitation. He had already seen the terrifying potential of this technique. If it could be fully developed, it would undoubtedly propel his strength to unimaginable levels in no time. Asterisk ding. The flaws detected in your technique, Soul Annihilation Technique, 1 trillion. Would you like to repair all flaws? Asterisk. The system's cold voice echoed in Ling Xiao's mind, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. 1 trillion flaws. At that moment, even Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a wave of shock. Such an astronomical number of flaws, what kind of terrifying potential did this technique possess? The last time he encountered such a massive number of flaws was with his undying physique. Repair them. Repair all the flaws immediately. Ling Xiao commanded the system without hesitation. Asterisk ding. Command received. Initiating repairs, asterisk. The system responded swiftly. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A vast torrent of memories surged into Ling Xiao's mind like a flood. As he absorbed this influx of information, his sense of astonishment deepened. Finally, as the memory transmission was completed, a new technique fully solidified within his consciousness. Asterisk ding. Congratulations, host. Your Soul Annihilation Technique has been completely repaired and upgraded to Soul Immortality Technique, Eternal Tier, asterisk. Soul Immortality Technique, Eternal Tier, a legendary technique of the Eternal Tier, capable of rapidly enhancing soul strength through soul fragmentation. The repair process simultaneously fortifies the soul, while the fragmented soul pieces nourish the physical body. Repaired features. All pain effects have been nullified. As long as the practitioner survives the soul fragmentation, higher levels of soul power can be unlocked. Soul fragmentation levels asterisk. Level 1 fragmentation, tear away 1/10 of the soul. Soul boost, x 200%. Level 2 fragmentation, tear away 1/5 of the soul. Soul boost, x 400%. Level 3 fragmentation, tear away half of the soul. Soul boost, x 800%. Level 4 fragmentation, split the soul into 3 parts. Soul boost, x 1600%. Level 5 fragmentation, split the soul into 10 parts. Soul boost, x 3200%. Level 6 fragmentation, split the soul into 100 parts. Soul boost, x 6400%. Level 10 fragmentation, reduce the soul to nothingness and reconstruct it. Soul boost, x 1024 times. Ling Xiao stared at the description of the soul immortality technique in silence. A soul boost of 1024 times? This heaven-defying technique made Ling Xiao take a deep breath. This technique was undoubtedly a divine treasure when it came to soul cultivation. It was absolutely worth the value of 1 trillion flaws. Although his initial goal had been to find a dual cultivation technique for both soul and body, none of that mattered anymore. With this technique in hand, what need did he have for dual cultivation? With the system, he could simply find another body cultivation technique later. The most astonishing aspect of this technique was its ability to reach peak mastery as long as one had the strength to endure soul fragmentation. If one could withstand it, they could directly achieve level 10 fragmentation in one go.
and a terrifying 1024x soul boost was enough to shatter all conventions. Moreover, Ling Xiao realized that before repairing the flaws, his soul could only handle up to level 4 fragmentation. But now, he could achieve level 5 fragmentation, granting him a 3200% soul boost. It seems the system is pushing me to focus on cultivating my spiritual power. Let's give it a try. According to the system's description, reaching level 5 fragmentation should be perfectly safe. Ling Xiao's spirit surged as he closed his eyes without hesitation. Buzz! In an instant, Ling Xiao's consciousness plunged into his sea of consciousness. Within the sea of consciousness, a glowing orb of Ling Xiao's soul floated serenely. Buzz! Suddenly, with a single thought from Ling Xiao, two massive hands extended from the soul orb. Buzz, 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 buzz. Then, more enormous hands began to emerge one by one. All the hands immediately grasped Ling Xiao's soul. Rip, 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 rip. When Ling Xiao controlled these hands and exerted a sudden force, his soul was instantly torn into pieces. Each of the 10 hands held a fragment of his soul. As expected, it was exactly as described in the indestructible soul technique. At the moment of tearing, Ling Xiao felt no pain whatsoever. Having undergone system enhancement truly made a difference. However, a sense of weakness from deep within his consciousness caused Ling Xiao's heart to tighten. It seems the system wasn't wrong. Even though I blocked all pain sensations, if I exceed the limits of my soul's endurance, I will still die. Thinking this, Ling Xiao, who had been considering whether to test further by tearing his soul again, immediately stopped. It was just cultivation, there was no need to risk one's life recklessly. He firmly believed in the system's data. If the damage level couldn't exceed 90%, then it absolutely must not exceed 90%. Buzz! At that moment, a surge of violent spiritual energy erupted within Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. In an instant, Ling Xiao felt the largest fragment of his soul beginning to quickly repair itself. Meanwhile, the remaining soul fragments left the sea of consciousness and merged with his body's cells. As the soul fragments fused, Ling Xiao could distinctly feel his control over his body becoming increasingly adept. During the repair process, Ling Xiao also sensed his soul power skyrocketing at an astonishing speed. Even his physical body was rapidly being strengthened. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt his soul beginning to ascend to a higher state. Through this repair, the strength of his soul was steadily increasing at an extraordinary pace. This surge in strength didn't change the physical size of his soul, but its density underwent a qualitative transformation. As the soul evolved, the massive solar flame energy orb hovering above Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness began to condense wildly. Ultimately, it evolved from a fiery red orb into a golden fireball. The intensity of the flames increased by dozens of times. This scene left Ling Xiao utterly stunned. However, recalling that splitting his soul into 10 pieces was equivalent to a 5th stage fragmentation, he quickly understood. After all, the power boost from a 5th stage fragmentation could reach a terrifying 32 times its original strength. Such overwhelming power, once unleashed, would allow Ling Xiao, with his current combat ability, to easily obliterate even some weaker Grandmaster-level cultivators. However, the injuries this time were too severe, so it took a full half-hour for the repairs to be completely finished. Ding! Your mental energy reserve has been consumed, 300 points. Your severely injured soul has been repaired, soul value, plus 300. Congratulations, your soul realm has successfully advanced to the first heaven of the innate realm. Ding! Your soul fragments have fused with your body, vitality, plus 100. Your martial arts realm has successfully advanced to the first heaven of the innate realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully splitting your soul into 10 pieces and repairing it. Your soul has undergone a qualitative transformation. Soul fragmentation degree, 5th stage. You have gained soul empowerment, plus 3200%. The system's notification sound promptly echoed in Ling Xiao's mind. This notification caused Ling Xiao's eyes to narrow slightly. Damn, in just half an hour, I've advanced 3 minor realms, going from the 7th heaven of the postnatal realm straight to the first heaven of the innate realm. This is practically cheating. This realization left Ling Xiao genuinely thrilled. It was worth noting that tearing his soul apart had taken him less than a minute to complete. Although the repairs had taken some time, it was merely half an hour. For ordinary cultivators, even grandmasters, or planetary-level powerhouses capable of destroying worlds, forget splitting their soul into 10 pieces. Even tearing just 1/10 of their soul would require centuries of recuperation and countless medicinal resources to recover fully. For others, the improvement in strength from practicing the indestructible soul technique and repairing their soul was negligible. What they sought was the terrifying soul empowerment provided by the technique. This empowerment could enhance any martial skill or special ability. But for Ling Xiao, tearing his soul was even more beneficial. Thanks to his immortal physique,
he could rapidly repair any injury to his body. Moreover, during the repair process, his soul strength could increase dramatically. The combination of these abilities was akin to having a cheat code. With this thought, Ling Xiao immediately pulled up his attribute panel. Attribute panel. Name, Ling Xiao. Repair count, 0, 3 times per day. Martial arts realm, first heaven of the innate realm. Soul realm, first heaven of the innate realm. Vitality, 1054, 1 point equals 300 kilograms of strength. Soul, 1035. Talents. Immortal physique, SSS level, combat strength times 300%. Innate Tao body, SS level, 3000 times empowerment. Titanium war body, C level, 300% speed, 500% defense. Solar flame, S level. Techniques. Titanium war art, 4th grade, lower tier, perfect, 300% cultivation speed. Indestructible soul technique, immortal grade, 5th stage fragmentation, 32 times multiplier. Martial skills. Titanium war art, 4th grade, lower tier, perfect, 300% cultivation speed. Titanium fist technique, 4th grade, lower tier, perfect, 400% punch power. Beast companion. Infernal three-headed dragon, 4th grade, 1 star. Looking at his current attributes, Ling Xiao felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. With this level of power, there are probably only a handful of people on Blue Water Star who can match me in combat. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile. Even so, he didn't dare to claim invincibility, as Grandmaster-level powerhouses had all cultivated 4th or 5th grade techniques, wielded high-tier martial skills and weapons, and some even possessed exceptional talents. Nevertheless, with his current S-level special ability and the Immortal Physique's 300% power boost, combined with the indestructible soul techniques, 32 times multiplier, Ling Xiao's soul combat strength had undoubtedly reached the Grandmaster level, no less than the first heaven of the Grandmaster realm. As for his martial arts combat strength, the 9th heaven of the innate realm was 10 times weaker than the first heaven of the Grandmaster realm. Ling Xiao estimated that his pure physical combat strength was roughly equivalent to the 9th heaven of the innate realm. 1.5 hours to go before my repair attempts refresh. I'll redeem a martial skill and a weapon first, then I can push myself to the limit with 3 rounds of extreme training. Plus, while repairing my soul, I can train in the new martial skills, and by then, they'll be ready for immediate repair. After a moment of thought, Ling Xiao opened the marketplace. There were 2 martial skills to choose from, one of which was naturally a fire attribute ability-based martial skill. After all, with such a powerful soul, not having a matching martial skill would make it impossible to unleash his full potential. As for the second martial skill, he originally planned to go for a fist technique. But after some consideration, he realized fist techniques didn't require weapons. With his ability to patch flaws, he could definitely craft divine weapons in the future. Using his fists to fight when he held such powerful weapons would just be a waste. Moreover, his current titanium fist technique was sufficient for now. So Ling Xiao decided to choose a weapon first and then pick a second martial skill to match it. As for a battlesuit, there weren't many designs to choose from. Ling Xiao casually selected a low-tier grade 4 set. Marketplace AI, analyze my combat tendencies. I'm a close combat fighter, and I want something that increases the risk of injury but maximizes power. Based on this, what weapon should I choose? Ling Xiao spoke directly to the marketplace's AI system. Beep. After analysis, the weapon most suited to your specifications is a spear. The system completed its analysis in an instant, and the result left Ling Xiao stunned. A spear? Sure, spears are powerful, but how does it increase my likelihood of getting injured? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. Beep. Based on extensive data analysis, as your strength increases, swordsmen, blade users, and even fist fighters can eventually develop long-range skills such as sword energy, blade energy, or fist auras, which often become their primary means of combat. However, spear users, even when condensing spear energy, primarily rely on close combat. As a result, the likelihood of physical injury remains significantly high. While close-range attacks are more destructive, they also come with a higher mortality rate than other forms of combat. This aligns perfectly with your combat tendencies. Faced with Ling Xiao's question, the AI system provided a detailed analysis, leaving no room for doubt. I see. So a spear is indeed the right choice for me. Ling Xiao stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. In that case, it's decided. Get me a fire attribute spear, grade 3, and the most expensive one you've got, he instructed the AI without hesitation. The more expensive, the better. Since the redemption attempts didn't cost anything, there was no reason not to take full advantage of this opportunity. Beep. Locating your requested weapon. The marketplace AI reacted instantly, and within moments, it displayed the attributes of a spear.
Flame Spear, Grade 3 top-tier weapon, embedded with a Grade 3 top-tier fire attribute star core.
Possesses immense fire attribute damage. Price, 100 billion. Redeemable. Note, redeemed items are for the user's exclusive use. If the user dies, the weapon will be reclaimed by the Warrior Alliance.
Ling Xiao glanced at the weapon but wasn't overly concerned. With his current strength, he could easily shatter ordinary weapons with a single strike, but once the flaws were patched, it would be a different story. System, find me a fire attribute ability-based martial skill and a spear technique. Both should be Grade 3 top tier with the highest possible power, he commanded directly. Difficulty wasn't an issue, it was all about strength. As long as the martial skill was powerful enough, that was all that mattered.
Beep. Command acknowledged. Searching. The marketplace AI began processing immediately.
The next moment, two martial skills appeared before Ling Xiao's eyes. Flame Field Spear Technique, Grade 3 top-tier martial skill.
Training difficulty, 7 stars, out of 10. Power, 8 stars, out of 10. Description, infuse the power of flames into the spear to unleash devastating attacks. Drawback, requires a B-grade ability, Flame Force, to fully unleash its power. The higher the level of the fire-based ability, the greater the power. Price, 14 million. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as he reviewed the first skill. Isn't this perfect? My ability is the S-ranked Solar Star Flame, its power will be off the charts.
He chuckled, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Although he could infuse the Solar Star Flame into the spear technique, it wouldn't fully unleash the flame's potential.
For instance, the Solar Star Flame could currently amplify his power 32 times, capable of annihilating entire landscapes. But when channeled through a spear technique, it would only yield a few times the normal strength. Even so, combined with the spear technique's inherent amplification, the total power could still soar to 20 or 30 times, or even higher. However, it would still fall short of what a true ability-based martial skill could achieve. If Ling Xiao could obtain a fire-based ability skill of the same level, with the Solar Star Flame's 32-fold amplification and then another multiplier, from the skill itself, the final output could surpass 100-fold. This was precisely why he sought both a fire-based spear technique and an ability skill. In the future, my physical combat strength and spear technique will be my surface-level power for others to see. When real danger arrives, then I'll show them what true despair looks like. Ling Xiao felt a wave of exhilaration, a bright smile spreading across his face. I wonder what surprises the fire-based ability skill will bring me, he muttered with anticipation. He then turned to the second skill, and the result made his eyes gleam. Fiery Explosion, Grade 3 top-tier martial skill. Training difficulty, 8 stars, out of 10. Power, 9 stars, out of 10. Description, condense the power of flames into a devastating fire pillar capable of annihilating everything in its path. The higher the level of the fire-based ability, the greater the power. Drawback, the immense power poses a risk of self-damage if the user's physical strength is insufficient, increasing the training difficulty to 8 stars. Price, 16 million. This ability skill was equally impressive. With a power rating of 9 stars, it was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of all Grade 3 top-tier martial skills. Excellent. Redeem it, both the spear technique and the ability skill. Ling Xiao commanded decisively. Beep. Redemption successful. Memory transmission commencing. Please prepare yourself. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Boom. In the next instant, a torrent of memories surged into Ling Xiao's mind like a raging flood. The influx of information was slightly unsettling, far more overwhelming than the seamless transmissions he had experienced from the system in the past. Even so, for someone like Ling Xiao, who had lived through tens of thousands of years, this was still an extraordinary experience. As time passed, the full contents of the two martial skills were imprinted into Ling Xiao's consciousness. Feeling the merging of these two memories, Ling Xiao nodded slightly. Ding! Your exchange has been successfully completed. If you wish to purchase additional items, please directly use star coins. The items you have redeemed, the Flaming Spear and the Tier 3 Supreme Combat Suit, will be delivered to your location within 10 minutes. Please note that all items you have exchanged are classified as rewards and cannot be sold or transferred. Upon your death, all items will be reclaimed directly by the Martial Alliance headquarters. Only when your strength reaches the Grandmaster level will these items become your permanent possessions. As the notification echoed, signaling the completion of the exchange, Ling Xiao nodded again, his expression calm. Delivered within 10 minutes? Seems like they need to ship the Tier 3 Supreme equipment directly from the Imperial capital. Honestly, equipment of this caliber, neither the Flaming Spear nor the combat suit, can be easily afforded by even most 9th stage innate realm martial artists.
And yet, as someone merely at the postnatal level, I can redeem them this early. If I were to reveal the full extent of my power, I wonder if I'd be able to earn even greater rewards. Ling Xiao briefly felt a tinge of regret. Had he known the items would be of such exceptional quality, he might have pushed his genius evaluation to a higher tier. That way, he could have gained even more valuable treasures. However, he quickly smiled as the thought passed. If he had been rated as an S-level genius, he might have completely missed out on acquiring the soul obliteration technique. After all, this technique was classified as a lower-tier 4-star method in the system's store. If he had searched for higher-level techniques, it likely wouldn't have shown up in the results. And a technique with such immense potential, capable of exploiting loopholes worth trillions, surely couldn't have another equal in the entire martial library. Even if another existed, the chances of him encountering it would be slim to none. Thus, his current situation was a pleasant surprise. He'd managed to obtain the strongest cultivation technique he could have hoped for. Let's begin training. I'll master the basics of these two martial techniques before proceeding further. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao closed his eyes. With a decisive wave of his hand, he gripped his very soul with sheer force. Rip! In an instant, his soul was torn into 10 fragments under the terrifying strength he exerted. A wave of weakness surged through his body. Rumble! The next moment, the stored energy within Ling Xiao's body surged rapidly into his soul, beginning its swift reconstruction. Simultaneously, Ling Xiao started deducing the two martial techniques in his mind. Buzz! With his conscious focus, a massive training ground materialized within his mind. In this simulated training ground, every rule and principle seemed to merge seamlessly with the natural laws of the universe, as though this place were as real as the world itself. This was a unique ability granted by Ling Xiao's innate Tao constitution. By attuning himself to the surrounding world, he could create a space where the rules mirrored those of the real world with near-perfect accuracy. Many powerful martial artists could achieve similar feats, but there was one key difference: even the strongest martial gods of the human race could only construct worlds with partial rules, limited by their own understanding. Anything they didn't know simply couldn't be replicated. It was akin to knowing only 1 + 1 is equal to 2 and attempting to construct an entire mathematical system, an impossible endeavor. However, the world Ling Xiao constructed was directly linked to the real world through his Tao constitution. The rules were fully shared and consistent. In essence, his imagined world had no discrepancies from reality. This meant that any martial technique or cultivation method perfected in this space would also hold true in the real world. The Tao constitution doesn't enhance combat directly, but its supportive capabilities are unparalleled. As this thought crossed Ling Xiao's mind, a faint smile appeared on his lips. He raised his right hand, grasping into the void. Buzz! In an instant, a spear engulfed in flames appeared in his hand. Let's start with spear techniques. Ling Xiao wasted no time. He assumed the opening stance and thrust the spear into the void. Clang! A piercing sound split the air, resonating within Ling Xiao's mind. Without pausing, he launched another thrust, followed by a series of rapid attacks into the void. Thrust, stab, slash, sweep. Each move was as fundamental as it could be. To master any martial technique, the foundation was paramount. And as someone with no prior experience in spear techniques, Ling Xiao had to start from scratch. Fortunately, thanks to his Tao constitution, every move he executed sparked an endless stream of inspiration in his mind. The first set of movements was clumsy, the second already comparable to someone who had trained with a spear for years. By the 10th repetition, he had surpassed those who had reached minor mastery in spear techniques. By the 1000th repetition, every move and stance Ling Xiao executed carried the profound essence of a grandmaster. At this point, over an hour had passed in the real world. During this time, his soul had been reconstructed and torn apart twice more. To be precise, Ling Xiao hadn't even begun learning the flame domain spear technique. And yet, he was utterly immersed in the world of spear basics, entirely oblivious to the passage of time. His consciousness-formed avatar continued to practice tirelessly, refining the fundamental movements. Clang! Finally, as Ling Xiao reached his 1500th repetition, a dazzling spear light erupted from the tip of his spear. In the next moment, the spear light transformed into an enormous energy spear that slammed into the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The thunderous explosion shook the space, shattering the spear light into countless sparks that illuminated the entire domain in brilliant flames. This feeling, Ling Xiao's gaze was fixed intently on the spear in his hand, his heart filled with astonishment. He hadn't used any formal martial technique just now, yet the power unleashed had already surpassed his full-strength attacks by more than double. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully unlocked the spear mastery skill. Current level, proficient, early stage, 0/1000. Spear combat effectiveness bonus, 200%.
At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Ling Zhao's mind, instantly lifting his spirits. Combat effectiveness doubled when using spear techniques? Damn, there's such a perk. I've spent so much time studying fist techniques, why didn't I trigger this before? While elated, Ling Zhao couldn't help but feel puzzled. He had trained in the titanium fist technique for over 10 times as long as he had with the spear, yet it hadn't activated any kind of mastery. This left him wondering why. Ding. Every individual has varying affinities for different weapons. Some excel with spears, others with swords, and still others with sabers. Identifying your natural affinity will yield twice the results with half the effort. Conversely, forcing against your innate talents will lead to limited progress, no matter how hard you try. Based on system analysis, Host's talent with spear techniques far exceeds that of fist techniques or any other weapon. The system promptly provided an explanation in response to Ling Zhao's confusion. I see. Ling Zhao nodded slightly, then opened the skill description menu. He'd never heard of such a skill before. Skill techniques refer to the insights and realizations a martial artist gains while practicing a specific weapon or technique, triggering their activation. When one comprehends a spear technique, using it can significantly enhance its power. The higher the technique level, the more astonishing the amplified effect becomes. Technique mastery is categorized into 6 tiers: beginner, skilled, proficient, perfect, master, and impeccable. Each tier is further divided into 4 stages: early, mid, late, and peak. Note, the level of a technique depends on the potential explosive force one's current strength can unleash. The same technique varies in power across different levels. For instance, if a grandmaster has only a beginner-level spear technique, when their realm regresses to a lower level like the Hotian stage, the beginner-level technique can explode with the force of a master-level technique. In other words, as strength increases, so must one's comprehension of a technique. If the accumulation of technique experience cannot keep up with the growth in strength, even if one's proficiency with a spear multiplies dozens of times, the technique level might still drop. Note, the host's technique level is fixed and is not affected by this rule. When strength surges, the system will automatically supplement the necessary experience points. It seems I'll need to dedicate more effort to practicing spear techniques in the future. This is truly a marvelous tool. Ling Zhao's eyes sparkled. With the system's support, his future techniques would only grow more formidable, and the explosive power he could unleash would become all the more terrifying. With this thought, he recalled the memory of the flame domain spear technique from his mind and began practicing. This technique was undoubtedly a top-tier martial art of the 3rd rank. If not for Ling Zhao's existing proficiency in spear techniques, even understanding some of the force application methods would have been impossible, let alone cultivating it. Fortunately, Ling Zhao had laid a solid foundation. Over time, he quickly elevated the flame domain spear technique to the beginner level. Ding! Congratulations, host! After 10 minutes of studying spear techniques, you have gained 100 proficiency points. At this moment, the system notification sounded again. Ha! So this is how proficiency increases. Ling Zhao smiled faintly. It was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At this rate, he would soon advance his spear technique to the mid-stage of proficiency. He continued delving deeper into his practice. Time passed quietly. In just 1 hour, Ling Zhao had elevated the flame domain spear technique to the proficient level. However, reaching the perfect realm would still take him several hours, even with his talent. During this time, his weapon and combat attire were also delivered. After receiving them, he naturally resumed his training. Ding! A new day has arrived. Your repair attempts have been refreshed. Your current level grants 4 attempts. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in his mind, causing Ling Zhao to pause. Then, he laughed. I almost forgot. I'm now at the Xian stage. The system mentioned that with every advancement in realm, the daily number of repair attempts increases by 1. Perfect timing. I've been worrying about my insufficient mental energy reserves. With 1 more attempt, I can now repair another star core's flaw. Ling Zhao was inwardly delighted. After all, there was much to repair this time. 1 weapon, 2 martial arts. As for his combat attire, he had no plans to repair it. Even so, his 3 attempts were still insufficient. Moreover, his mental energy reserve was currently a mere 8,000 points, of which over 1,000 had already been consumed. At this rate, his mental energy would be completely exhausted by afternoon. However, my martial arts haven't yet been perfected. If I repair proficiency now, I'll have to start training the technique anew after fixing the flaws. It only takes a few hours now, but if I wait until later, it could take months, years, or even centuries if the potential is great enough to reach perfection. Ling Zhao's gaze sharpened as he decisively closed his eyes and continued his training.
As for the repair attempts, it made no difference to him whether he used them now or a few hours later.
Ding! Congratulations, host!
After 10 minutes of studying spear techniques, you have gained 100 proficiency points.
Ding! Congratulations, host!
After 10 minutes of studying spear techniques, you have gained 100 proficiency points.
Ding! Congratulations, host!
After 10 minutes of studying spear techniques, you have gained 100 proficiency points. Meanwhile, the system's notifications echoed continuously in Ling Xiao's mind.
Ding! Congratulations, host!
Your spear technique level has advanced to Skilled Mid-Stage, 0/3000. Spear technique power amplification increased to 250%.
After several dozen minutes of training, this notification rang through Ling Xiao's mind.
However, he paid it no mind, instead continuing to focus wholly on his practice.
Ding! Congratulations, host!
After 10 minutes of studying spear techniques, you have gained 100 proficiency points.
Ding! Congratulations, host!
After 10 minutes of studying spear techniques, you have gained 100 proficiency points.
Ding! Congratulations, host!
After 10 minutes of studying spear techniques, you have gained 100 proficiency points. Finally, another 5 hours passed.
Ding! Congratulations, host!
Your spear technique level has advanced to Skilled Late Stage, 0/5000. Spear technique power amplification increased to 300%. In an instant, the notification resounded in Ling Xiao's mind. At the very moment of leveling up, the small barrier that had been troubling Ling Xiao for hours was instantly shattered. Standing on the ground, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. The next moment, he lightly tapped the ground with his foot and shot straight into the sky.
Flame Domain Spear Technique, 7th Form, Flame Domain. In an instant, Ling Xiao's thunderous roar echoed like rolling thunder. Clang!
A deafening spear cry erupted from the tip of his spear. In the simulated battle arena of his consciousness, Ling Xiao thrust his spear fiercely into the void. A golden flame spear light, like a falling meteor, crashed forcefully toward the ground.
Boom! Blinding golden flames illuminated the entire arena.
The surrounding area, spanning several kilometers, was instantly transformed into a domain of flames.
Flame Domain Spear Technique. Mastered. Finally, it's done.
High in the sky, Ling Xiao hovered amidst the power of the golden flames. Looking down at the magnificent scene below, he couldn't help but smile.
Ha! I can actually fly now. Isn't flying something only Grandmaster level experts can achieve?
At that moment, Ling Xiao snapped back to reality, only to find himself soaring through the consciousness space. It was worth noting that the rules of this virtual training ground mirrored those of the real world. If Ling Xiao could fly here, it meant he could also fly in reality. He began to recall the detailed descriptions of Grandmaster-level powerhouses. The records state that Grandmasters achieve flight by using martial energy to counteract planetary gravity. It seems that as long as any energy system can overcome gravity, flight becomes possible.
Even some powerful innate-level experts can do it.
It's said that certain ability users, like spiritual telekinetics, can achieve flight with
psychokinesis even at the body-strengthening realm.
With my current strength, whether through abilities or my innate power, I am more than capable. Through his recollections, Ling Xiao quickly deduced the reason behind his newfound ability to fly. Filled with excitement, he began to accelerate through the skies, soaring freely. Even though all of this was an illusion, the sensation felt indistinguishable from the real world, allowing Ling Xiao to fully enjoy the thrill of flight.
It's time to address the flaws in the Flame Domain Spear Technique. I wonder if this will bring me any surprises.
After circling the skies for a while, Ling Xiao came to a halt, his gaze locking onto the Flame Domain Spear Technique within his mind.
Ding! Flaw detected in martial skill, Flame Domain Spear Technique. Ding! Flaw detected in martial skill, Flame Domain Spear Technique. Number of flaws, 300,000. Would you like to repair it? At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Ling Xiao's mind, and a glint appeared in his eyes. 300,000?
Based on the calculations, flaws ranging from 1 to 10 are classified as first tier.
Between 10 and 100 as second tier. Starting from 100, they become third tier. At 1,000, they reach fourth tier. At 10,000, they hit fifth tier, which is a level only Grandmaster level experts can practice.
And now, this 300,000 indicates sixth tier.
This tier is meant for planetary level powerhouses.
Planetary level powerhouses are said to possess the strength to obliterate entire planets. A potential of 300,000 flaws being repaired is already quite remarkable.
Since that's the case, let's repair it immediately.
With that thought, Ling Xiao made his decision without hesitation.
Ding! Command accepted. Beginning repair process.
In the next moment, the system's notification echoed once more in Ling Xiao's mind.
Boom! 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 In an instant, a flood of knowledge surged into Ling Xiao's mind like a torrential river. He closed his eyes, focusing entirely on comprehending this influx of new information. Simultaneously, as he absorbed this knowledge, Ling Xiao also began to cultivate at an astonishing speed. Time flew by, and before long, Ling Xiao had fully mastered a brand new martial technique. Ding! Congratulations, host! All flaws in the Flame Domain Spear technique have been repaired. Upgraded martial skill acquired, Exploding Flame Meteor Spear Technique. Meteor Spear Technique, a 6th-tier mid-grade martial skill created by a powerful expert after destroying over 10,000 stars. Its fire-based offensive power is extraordinarily devastating. Note, when paired with your Solar Star Flame, this martial skill can unleash even greater destructive power. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Ling Xiao's mind once more. As soon as he heard the notification, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. While mastering this technique, he had already grasped its terrifying potential from the descriptions. Previously, the Flame Domain Spear technique, when used at full force, could only boost Ling Xiao's combat power threefold, and that didn't even account for the pure martial power of the Solar Star Flame. Normally, a 3rd-tier peak martial skill would yield results of this level. A 4th-tier low-grade skill would amplify power by fourfold. But this 6th-tier mid-grade martial skill? Its explosive power was a staggering tenfold. Such overwhelming power, combined with the Solar Star Flame, would produce unimaginable destructive force. Ling Xiao swiftly opened his attribute panel. Attribute panel. Name, Ling Xiao. Repair attempts, 3 of 4. Martial Realm, Innate 2nd Heaven. Soul Realm, Innate 4th Heaven. Vital Energy, 2254, 1 point equals 300 kilograms force. Soul Energy, 4635. Skills, Spear Techniques, Mastery, Late Stage, 300%, 0/5000. Talents. Undying Divine Body, SSS tier, Combat Power times 300%. Innate Tao Body, SS tier, Amplification times 3000. Titanium Battle Body, C tier, plus 300% speed, plus 500% defense. Solar Star Flame, S tier. Techniques. Titanium Combat Art, 4th tier low grade, plus 300% cultivation speed. Immortal Soul Art, Eternal tier, 5th tier fragmented, times 32. Martial Skills. Titanium Fist, 4th tier low grade, plus 400%. Meteor Spear Technique, 6th tier mid grade, plus 1000%. Beast Companion, Hellfire Cerberus Dragon, 4th tier 2-star. Looking at his current stats, Ling Xiao felt a surge of emotions. In just a few hours, he had nearly ascended an entire major realm. As expected of an Eternal tier cultivation technique, before long, his realm would advance to that of a Grandmaster. With my current martial combat power, combined with the Meteor Spear technique, my multiplier is now close to my soul combat power. However, I still have my ability technique, Blazing Flame Explosion, which I haven't cultivated yet. Once I complete its cultivation and repair its flaws, my soul combat power will once again surpass my martial strength. Oh, and my spear hasn't been repaired yet. I'll handle them together. A sharp gleam flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Without hesitation, he quickly exited the consciousness training ground and moved toward the corner of his room. There, 2 boxes lay quietly. Ling Xiao placed his hand on the authentication panel of one of the boxes and infused it with his vital energy. Beep, vital energy verification complete. Storage box unlocked. With a soft chime, the 2 boxes slowly opened. Within one box lay a fiery crimson spear. In the other rested a sleek, advanced smartwatch. Ling Xiao promptly removed the outdated watch on his wrist and equipped the new smartwatch. Beep, data migration complete. Martial uniform deployed. As the notification sounded, the smartwatch instantly extended a full combat uniform over Ling Xiao's body, covering him entirely. Simultaneously, his new combat power detection system activated. His original clothing instantly receded. The streamlined design and exceptional elasticity of the uniform made Ling Xiao feel incredibly comfortable. Wearing this suit, he even felt as though his appearance had improved. This is incredible. Gazing at the 3rd-tier peak-grade combat suit he now wore, Ling Xiao was overjoyed. Without delay, he activated the reticle combat detector to scan his entire body. This time, Ling Xiao didn't use his innate Tao to conceal his aura. Beep. Analysis complete. Target data. Martial Realm, Innate 2nd Heaven. Soul Realm * Innate 4th tier. Combat Power Assessment * half-step Grandmaster level. Remarks * suspected to have cultivated spiritual techniques, possessing formidable mental power. Insufficient data, scanning combat performance will yield a more precise evaluation. Soon, the notification echoed in Ling Xiao's mind again. Hearing this analysis, Ling Xiao marveled at its powerful functionality.
Standing here without concealing my aura, it can detect that my combat strength is at least half-step Grandmaster. This third-tier Supreme Combat Analyzer truly lives up to its reputation. I didn't expect the combat suit and analyzer to be integrated, seems like I've really struck gold this time. Ling Xiao smiled in satisfaction and shifted his gaze toward the nearby spear. Ding! Detected a fire element spear with 80,000 flaws. Would you like to repair it? The flaws in the flame spear made Ling Xiao raise an eyebrow. Although the number wasn't insignificant, it didn't reach a level that would shock him. Of course, for the current Ling Xiao, it was more than manageable. However, think about it, this is a weapon at the Grandmaster level. A combat power of the first tier of Grandmaster is 1,000 times that of a first tier master. A weapon used by a Grandmaster level expert naturally can't be underestimated. Moreover, even a flaw count of 80,000 is something many 7th or 8th tier Grandmasters might not possess. With that thought, Ling Xiao prepared to start the repair, but suddenly, a question struck him. Wait a second, every time I fight, my clothes get torn apart. After all, it seems like not being pulverized doesn't help with improving my strength. But I can't keep wearing those crude animal skin outfits every time, can I? Ling Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. For him, while a third-tier supreme weapon wasn't sufficient, it could barely suffice for now. However, being left stark naked wasn't exactly his preference. Let's check the flaws in the combat suit first. A glint of light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he turned his gaze to the combat suit nearby. Ding! Detected a third-tier supreme combat suit with 1.2 million flaws. Would you like to repair it? This detection instantly left Ling Xiao pleasantly surprised. The flaws in this combat suit reached a staggering 1.2 million. If repaired, it would become a stellar-grade combat suit, one that even planetary-level experts would struggle to damage. To put it into perspective, a stellar-level expert, when fully unleashing their power, could effortlessly destroy a star millions of times larger than a planet. This was undeniably a world-ending, mythological tier existence. As for how many stellar-level experts existed among the human race, Ling Xiao wasn't sure. But just thinking about it, he knew they were few and far between. In other words, owning this combat suit would make it nearly impossible for even experts of this caliber to kill Ling Xiao. This is far superior to the flame spear. The spear might last me only a few more days before it becomes useless, but this combat suit could serve me for a very long time. With that thought, Ling Xiao no longer hesitated. System, repair the flaws in the combat suit. He issued the command decisively. Ding! Command accepted. Initiating repair. The system notification echoed in Ling Xiao's mind. Buzz! In an instant, golden light enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body. To be precise, it enveloped the combat suit he was wearing, the smart wristband on his hand, and the combat analyzer in his eyes. The simultaneous repair of these three items left Ling Xiao a little surprised. After all, these three were all treasures. Buzz! Before long, the golden light gradually dissipated. The silver combat suit Ling Xiao had been wearing transformed into a black suit adorned with intricate silver patterns. His smart wristband also turned black, melding seamlessly with the suit. The aura emanating from this new attire was far more potent than that of the previous silver combat suit. The black hue seemed to devour everything around it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for repairing the flaws in the combat suit. The combat suit has been upgraded to Black Shadow Combat Set. 7th tier low grade. Black Shadow Combat Set, 7th tier low grade. Forged from the unique black shadow or found in the core of black hole stars. Combat Suit Asterisk boasts exceptional defensive capabilities, flexibility, and self-repair functions. Even if destroyed, as long as its atomic structure remains intact, it can rapidly regenerate damaged components using its black hole-level gravitational pull. It can instantly retract or deploy and adjust its defense standards, capable of withstanding attacks from as low as a postnatal level warrior to as high as a third-tier stellar realm expert. Thanks to its unparalleled flexibility, the combat suit can extend to envelop weapons, granting them the same level of defense as the suit itself. Smart wristband asterisk equipped with 7th tier intelligence, it can shield itself from the highest level human AI systems. However, due to its equal level, it cannot hack nor be hacked. Combat Analyzer asterisk a 7th tier combat analyzer capable of instantly detecting and summarizing target data to assess their strength. Currently the highest grade combat analyzer among the human race. With the two notifications, Ling Xiao finally understood what his upgraded combat suit had become. The Black Shadow set not only possessed unparalleled defensive power but also upgraded his smart wristband and combat analyzer to the pinnacle of human technology. Even the current war gods didn't have equipment on par with his. What surprised Ling Xiao the most was the unique properties of the Black Shadow combat suit. It could adjust its defense levels, making it practically tailor-made for him. If it were an ordinary combat suit, I'd have to worry about opponents not being able to break through my defense, which wouldn't help with enhancing my physical strength. But now, the Black Shadow combat suit perfectly solves that problem. Not only can it instantly tear apart, but it can also rapidly repair itself.
It's as if it was custom-made just for me.
Thinking of this, Ling Xiao revealed a satisfied smile. It seemed he'd never have to worry about being left exposed again. Just yesterday, on Beast Star number 10, Ling Xiao had been stark naked for half a day.
As for weapons, didn't the combat suit say it could extend to envelop weapons?
While it wouldn't enhance their power, at least it would prevent them from breaking under excessive force, leaving him weaponless. This round was an absolute win, repairing 4 items in one go. With this set of equipment, my martial arts and techniques, my strength has truly skyrocketed. By the way, it's 6 in the morning now, and I still have 2 hours before Sidutian comes to pick me up. It seems that Yen explosion can only be cultivated to the mastery level. As for fixing the flaws, that will have to be dealt with on the road. Ling Xiao glanced at the time, a trace of helplessness in his heart. After all, this was a top-tier third-grade martial technique. For him to master it in such a short time was no easy task. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. There was nothing to worry about. He could address it later on the journey.
As for those so-called geniuses from Blue Water Planet?
Apologies, but in Ling Xiao's eyes, they were utterly insignificant. With his strength, he didn't even need to use martial techniques, weapons, or even true energy.
Bare-handed, he could easily defeat them all.
With that thought, Ling Xiao closed his eyes, entering the consciousness training space, where he began to delve into his memory to study the cultivation method for Yin explosion. This ability technique may lack basic moves, but that's precisely what makes it harder to get started.
Ling Xiao frowned.
He thought to himself that mastering this would undoubtedly be even trickier. No matter how difficult, he had no choice but to continue. Summoning the solar star flame within him, he began to gather energy in the palm of his hand according to the technique's description. Buzz! A massive golden flame ignited, instantly forming a colossal fireball with a diameter of 200 to 300 meters. This was the solar star flame, known for its explosive power. But Ling Xiao continued to pour his solar star flame into it. The fireball rapidly expanded to a staggering diameter of 1,000 meters. If it were to fall, it could level a small city. After all, Ling Xiao had already reached a Grandmaster level power. Destroying a city was a trivial feat for him. However, the challenge of Yin explosion wasn't its explosive power, but its extreme complexity. Despite its potential, the technique's current level only allowed for 1 star power, offering no real enhancement to Ling Xiao's strength. The real test began here.
Condense!
Ling Xiao roared, clenching his hands in the void.
Buzz! The enormous fireball, as though subjected to an overwhelming force, rapidly shrank to 500 meters in diameter. Its density doubled in the process. Buzz! This was only the beginning.
The compression continued. This invisible force was none other than Ling Xiao's mental power. Following the technique's instructions, Ling Xiao persisted, compressing the fireball further. From 500 meters, it shrank to 400, then to 300 meters. By now, its density had tripled. Yet when the size reached 250 meters, trouble began to manifest.
With its density now quadrupled, in theory, its destructive power should also quadruple.
But theory was just that. When put into practice, even though its density had indeed increased fourfold, the actual power only doubled. After all, when the total amount remains unchanged, 1 plus 1 does not necessarily equal 2. Fortunately, the current compression level was still far from the technique's true limit. His limit was to compress the fireball to 1/16 of its original size, approximately 60 meters. At that point, his proficiency could advance to the perfect level, and its power would reach a fourfold increase, needing the standard of an average low-grade 4th-tier martial technique. This was the strength of a 9-star power martial technique. Thus, Ling Xiao continued to compress the massive fireball.
Buzz! Suddenly, a change occurred.
When the fireball was compressed to 200 meters, it began to destabilize, growing restless.
Boom!
In the next moment, the fireball exploded violently.
The terrifying power swept out instantly, reducing Ling Xiao to ashes in a sea of flames.
Thankfully, this was the consciousness space, and Ling Xiao's awareness quickly recovered.
As expected, it's not that simple.
This isn't just about having enough power to compress it. Every part must be perfectly balanced.
Otherwise, it could lose control at any moment.
What surprised him was that the explosion's power unexpectedly reached 4 times that of the perfect level. If this technique were used as a mutual destruction move, it would be quite effective. Ling Xiao chuckled to himself. Once his undying physique reached the level where he could resurrect, he might actually use this move in combat. For now, though, using it would undoubtedly mean his own demise. Still, achieving this level on the first attempt was already impressive. Under normal circumstances, as long as he progressed step by step, the risk wouldn't be as high as one might imagine. It was just that, in the consciousness training space, Ling Xiao felt no fear.
Even when he sensed the impending explosion, he kept going. The earlier explosion gave me a lot of insight. Let's try again.
Ling Xiao smiled slightly, closing his eyes once more. At 8 a.m., under the glow of the morning sun, the city of colorful cloud began another day of cultivation and work for everyone. At the entrance of the Martial Artist Alliance, Wu Yong, carrying his martial artist badge, walked in high spirits toward the alliance.
Whoa, old Wu.
I didn't expect you to pass the martial artist examination.
When did that happen?
His actions immediately caught the attention of those familiar with him.
Surprised, they quickly gathered around. Heh, I passed the exam just yesterday, and I even killed 3 1-star, first-tier star beasts. You know what that means, right?
Hearing his words, Wu Yong's friends were astonished, and he couldn't help but grin smugly. His words caused everyone nearby to gasp in shock.
What? Yesterday's test was on Star Beast Planet number 10, right? And you actually survived?
Yeah, I heard even Minister Qian Wu almost died there.
Impressive, Wu Yong. I didn't know you were this strong.
In an instant, the surrounding crowd, including some already certified martial artists, moved closer, marveling at Wu Yong. At this moment, Wu Yong was practically floating with pride. By the way, I heard that yesterday, another super genius emerged from our Blue Water planet.
An A+ level talent. The test was also on Star Beast Planet number 10. Old Wu, did you see him?
One of his friends who had certified a couple of years ago suddenly brought up the topic. With that one sentence, the expressions of everyone around changed.
What? Blue Water Planet produced another A+ level genius? How is that possible? Damn, it's true. It's already been announced on the official website. Whoa, it's actually true.
Too bad they only mentioned there's an A+ level genius, and the certification took place on Beast Star number 10.
Nothing else was revealed.
The crowd around him immediately checked the official website. The moment they confirmed the data, they were utterly stunned. They hadn't expected it to actually be true.
Ha ha ha. Speaking of this A+ level genius, I've actually seen him in person. Do you all know where he's from?
Wu Yong smirked smugly, basking in the astonishment of the surrounding martial artists.
Where's he from? No way, you've actually met him? Stop bluffing. Come on, tell us where he's from. This wasn't disclosed anywhere, how would you know? Even if you've seen him, did you really ask where he lives? Hearing Wu Yong's declaration, the crowd around him was shocked. Their curiosity instantly piqued as they turned their attention to him. Humph, you guys have no idea.
This so-called A+ level genius is from our Kaiyun city.
I was with him yesterday for the martial artist certification test. Now, tell me, have I seen him or not?
Wu Yong spoke with utmost pride, his face beaming with arrogance. But the moment he said this, everyone froze, exchanging puzzled glances. Then, they all looked at Wu Yong with pity in their eyes.
Wu Yong was stunned. What's going on? Why weren't they even a bit excited? Here we go, another one with post-battle delusion syndrome. Yeah, luckily there's treatment for that these days. 2 days, tops, and he'll be fine. Old Wu, listen to me. Let me take you for treatment later. Don't delay it.
As soon as these words came out, Wu Yong was dumbfounded.
These people actually thought he was suffering from post-battle delusion syndrome? Hey, I'm telling the truth. What's with those faces? That genius really is from Kaiyun City. Otherwise, why would we have gone to Beast Star number 10 for the certification?
Wu Yong grew anxious, hastily raising his voice to explain.
Right, absolutely. You're totally right, Wu Yong. Let's go, drinks are on me.
But Wu Yong's reaction only confirmed to those around him that something was definitely wrong with him. A burly man grabbed Wu Yong by the arm and started walking him in a certain direction.
What the hell? You said drinks, but why are you dragging me to the medical center? Lao Wang, you don't believe me either?
Wu Yong suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and cursed silently in his heart. Oh, and that A+ level genius is named Ling Xiao.
I remember he's a student at your school and even called me big bro. Wu Yong's frantic explanation instantly aroused suspicion in the crowd. This illness is serious. He can't even distinguish reality anymore. A 17-year-old high schooler being an A+ level genius? If that were true, he'd already be at the top academy. And calling him big bro? What a joke. Poor old Wu.
Finally got certified after all these years, only to fall victim to this condition.
Lao Wang, just take him to the medical center already. A few days, and he'll be fine.
Wu Yong's words only solidified everyone's belief that there was something wrong with his mind.
Old Wu, we really do have a student named Ling Xiao at our school, but just a few days ago,
He couldn't even lift 500 kilograms.
He awakened an F-level ability, there's no way he's any kind of genius.
Instructor Wang sighed, pulling Wu Yong along with a look of mild disdain.
As a coach, how could he not know how ordinary his own student was? What the hell? Even you don't believe me? Are you sure your school only has one Ling Xiao? And he's just a regular student?
Wu Yong froze in disbelief.
Could it be that he really had delusions? Did he fabricate all these memories after seeing the announcement on the official website this morning?
Sigh, we only have one Ling Xiao.
Just come with me and get checked. It's a quick treatment, just a few days.
Instructor Wang sighed again, pulling Wu Yong along toward the medical center.
Hey, Brother Wu, Instructor Wang, so you guys know each other.
Just then, a familiar voice made both of them stop abruptly. This voice caught their attention, and the surrounding martial artists also turned to look. When they saw the person approaching, everyone was dumbfounded. A 15-year-old boy wearing a black combat suit and a warrior's insignia on his chest was walking toward them, carrying a flame-wreathed spear on his back.
At that moment, everyone was stunned.
Even the most ordinary martial artist could sense that the fiery spear on his back was undoubtedly a powerful weapon of at least the second tier.
Whoa, so young and already a warrior? Could he be a super genius from the top academy?
Wait, that kid just called Instructor Wang by name.
Could it be that Wu Yong was telling the truth?
This is huge. The sharper ones in the crowd immediately grasped the gravity of the situation.
Holy crap, Brother Ling Xiao, you're real? I thought I really had delusions.
Wu Yong was so excited he was nearly in tears. A moment ago, he doubted himself, but now Ling Xiao was standing right in front of him.
Of course I'm real. Brother Wu, what are you going on about? Ling Xiao looked confused, completely baffled by Wu Yong's excitement. Ling Xiao? You're really Ling Xiao?
Instructor Wang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Ling Xiao.
Come on, Instructor Wang, I haven't even graduated yet, and you don't recognize me?
Ling Xiao replied helplessly.
Whoa, it really is you.
Instructor Wang finally snapped out of it, his mind in turmoil.
Oh, right.
Since you're here, I might as well tell you, I've decided not to take the martial arts exam this year. I'm applying directly to the Imperial Capital's top advanced martial arts academy. I'll be leaving today, so don't worry about me. Ling Xiao suddenly remembered something and said with a smile to Instructor Wang. The moment he said this, the surrounding martial artists collectively gasped. At this point, most of them started to believe Wu Yong's earlier words.
Oh my god, what's going on with you, kid? Are you seriously that A+-level genius from yesterday?
Instructor Wang could no longer keep his composure and hurriedly questioned Ling Xiao.
If you're talking about the A+-level genius from yesterday's certification, then yeah, that's probably me. But the process is a bit complicated, it's a long story.
Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, how am I supposed to explain this? After all, this was his teacher for several years, it wouldn't be right to brush him off casually.
He had to come up with a somewhat reasonable excuse.
Buzz. But just then, something unexpected happened. A strange fluctuation swept across the air, and the entire ground was suddenly shrouded in an enormous shadow. At that moment, everyone instinctively raised their heads to look up at the sky. When they saw what was hovering above, their jaws dropped in shock. A colossal spaceship, vast beyond imagination, had appeared, completely covering the city center. The massive shadow it cast made everyone gasp in disbelief.
The Demon Skyship.
That's the Demon Skyship of Lord Sitatian, the provincial overseer.
Why is the Demon Skyship here? Could something major be happening?
For a brief moment, everyone stood frozen, staring at the sky in utter astonishment. Sitatian, a Grandmaster-level powerhouse and the ruler of the entire Demon Sky province, had descended in person.
Buzz.
As the ship hovered, a giant hatch slowly opened, and a dazzling beam of light descended from the heavens.
Finally, Brother Ling Xiao, you've arrived. Even Lord Sitatian is here.
A frantic voice came from the direction of the Martial Alliance headquarters. Chen Wu rushed out, catching sight of Ling Xiao, who was still conversing with Instructor Wang.
Instructor Wang, let's discuss this when I return. I have to go now.
Seeing Chen Wu's urgency, Ling Xiao smiled and said goodbye to Instructor Wang. Without hesitation, he headed toward the beam of light that had touched down on the ground. Buzz! In the next moment, an invisible force lifted Ling Xiao straight into the air, carrying him up into the spaceship.
Boom!
With a deafening roar, the Demon Skyship, so massive it seemed to block out the very sun, transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the skies above colorful Cloud City. All that remained on the ground were the stunned faces of Instructor Wang and the others, who were still trying to process what had just happened. How could that ordinary student of mine, someone with no remarkable talent, suddenly become the #1 prodigy of Blue Water Star? Instructor Wang struggled to believe it. After all these years, he had never noticed any special potential in Ling Xiao.
This realization made him feel utterly incompetent as a teacher. Ling Xiao, we meet again.
The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the ship's cabin, a hearty laugh greeted him. A burly man walked over with a broad smile. It was none other than Zhao Wu, the innate stage level 5 expert who had introduced Ling Xiao to Situ Tian the previous day. He also had another identity, he was a teacher at the first academy of the imperial capital.
So it's Teacher Zhao. It's nice to see you again.
Ling Xiao greeted him with a smile.
Ha ha ha. No need to be so formal.
Come, Ling Xiao, the other students have been waiting for quite a while. Zhao Wu looked at the young man in front of him, his eyes filled with admiration. He was well aware that Ling Xiao's combat suit and weapon were both top-tier, third-grade masterpieces, items far beyond what an ordinary person could afford. This is the privilege of an A+ grade genius, Zhao Wu thought to himself.
Thank you for leading the way, Teacher Zhao. Ling Xiao nodded slightly and followed Zhao Wu deeper into the spaceship.
To be honest, the sheer size of the Demon Skyship was astonishing. It was practically a small city, with a diameter spanning several kilometers. Before long, the two arrived at a massive cabin. Ling Xiao noted that the cabin alone spanned a diameter of 1 kilometer, with a total area of 1 million square meters. The surrounding walls were constructed from at least third-grade materials, their strength truly terrifying.
Even battles between late-stage innate experts would leave this place unscathed.
Inside the cabin, there were already more than 20 young prodigies, all around 20 years old, standing in wait. As soon as they caught sight of Ling Xiao, their gazes shifted toward him in unison.
So this is the new A+ grade genius? It's him? He's from some third-rate little city.
Looks like he just got lucky, a freak awakening that gave him a surge of energy or something.
You can't say that. Even so, his talent is undeniable. If he didn't have the aptitude, how could he accumulate that much energy?
At this rate, he might become the sole representative of Blue Water Star in just a couple of years. Well, that depends on his combat skills and mastery of martial techniques.
Speed and cultivation alone isn't enough to become a representative.
Instantly, the surrounding prodigies launched into a spirited discussion.
Most of them were fifth-year students from the first academy of the imperial capital.
To them, Ling Xiao, a boy 5 years their junior who hadn't undergone systematic training, wasn't worth taking seriously.
At least, for now, this was still their stage.
Everyone, the ship will accelerate into the dark universe in 3 minutes, and the selection process will begin.
As always, strength will determine everything.
Zhao Wu's voice rang out sharply as he addressed the group of young talents.
There was no need for Situ Tian to personally oversee the selection.
The others didn't seem to take his words too seriously, but Ling Xiao's eyes glimmered with interest.
The dark universe, he thought.
It said that by reaching a certain speed, the ship's transdimensional engine can open a pathway into
the dark universe.
In that space, the ship's velocity increases a billionfold, unaffected by celestial bodies or asteroids along the way.
Well, it makes sense. Without this technology, how could anyone traverse distances of light years or even hundreds of thousands of light years in the era of the great universe?
This kind of technology is only installed on 4th grade or higher ships. I should take a closer look. Ling Xiao's curious gaze shifted to a transparent wall not far from the cabin, which offered a clear view of the outside world. As the ship rapidly gained speed, Ling Xiao could feel the surrounding celestial bodies beginning to blur into phantoms.
Beep beep beep, the ship is about to enter the dark universe. All passengers, please prepare yourselves. A calm electronic voice echoed through the cabin.
The gathered prodigies held their breath, their eyes fixed on the view outside. In truth, if not for Ling Xiao's delayed assessment, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to board a 4th grade ship like this.
Buzz! With a faint tremor, the stars outside suddenly vanished, and the view was replaced by an endless expanse of darkness.
Everything remained smooth and steady, with no sign of turbulence.
None of the passengers felt the slightest discomfort. That's it? Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel underwhelmed.
In that instant, it was as if the ship had plunged into a dark void, but he knew this was the power of the transdimensional engine.
As for turbulence, that was a joke.
At a speed increased by a billionfold, even the slightest deviation could result in catastrophic destruction.
Thus, entering the dark universe required absolute stability. Any residual shockwaves from battles could spell certain doom. Beep, successfully entered the dark universe. Please note, the destination is 7,000 light-years away.
Estimated travel time, 25 hours.
No communication can be sent within the dark universe.
A mechanical voice echoed softly.
All right, everyone. The selection process has officially begun. We have 25 hours. The tournament will follow a one-on-one format. However, since there are 21 participants, one person will get a bye in the first round. Zhao Wu addressed the gathered prodigies with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand lightly, and instantly, a projection of cards appeared before everyone. Participants who draw matching numbers will be opponents. Battles will proceed in numerical order from 1 to 10. Whoever draws the red card will get a bye and advance directly to the next round. Now, begin. The moment Zhao Wu's voice fell, the gathered talents wasted no time and reached out toward the virtual cards. Ling Xiao also tapped on one of the cards. Buzz! In an instant, his card flipped, revealing a vivid red card in front of his eyes. He froze for a moment, stunned by the sight. A bye? Really? Do these people have this much good luck? Ling Xiao chuckled helplessly. It wasn't that his luck was particularly good, it was just that anyone who faced him was destined to lose. The red card went to that kid? His luck is unreal. I thought he'd be eliminated in the first round, but now he's advancing to the second round? He's ridiculously fortunate. Well, luck is a type of strength too. Let the battles begin. Around him, the other prodigies wore expressions of resignation as they saw Ling Xiao getting a bye. Yet none of them envied him, for they understood that a bye was only temporary. Ultimately, victory would depend on true skill. Ling Xiao's luck isn't bad at all, Zhao Wu remarked, but he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he pressed a button mid-air. Clack! At that moment, a massive square-shaped arena rose from the center of the cabin, taking up nearly 90% of the plaza. For this round, Ling Xiao gets a bye. Participants who drew the number 1 cards, step forward and begin your match. Everyone else, move to the edges of the arena. Zhao Wu's voice rang out. With his command, everyone except the 2 participants who had drawn the number 1 card stepped off the arena. Ling Xiao followed suit. I didn't expect there to be a female contestant in the first round. And she looks quite young too. Ling Xiao murmured in surprise as he noticed the 2 contestants stepping onto the arena. One of them was a young girl, around 17 or 18 years old, dressed in a pristine white martial arts uniform. She held a long sword that exuded a frosty chill. Her long black hair fluttered gently in the air, and the icy aura surrounding her made it clear that she was an ice elemental adept. Her strikingly beautiful face caused Ling Xiao to sigh inwardly. This era truly produced an abundance of stunning women. Interesting. This young lady is no ordinary talent, Ling Xiao thought, his eyes gleaming as he sensed the hidden power within her. He quickly opened his combat device, and the girl's stats appeared in front of him. Well, it seems I'll be competing against a young lady in the finals, Ling Xiao muttered with a wry smile as he shook his head. Wait, it's Li Yuanluan versus Xikong Shui? Isn't Xikong Shui only a third-year student? Rumor has it she's already reached the 7th stage of the postnatal realm. If she's given 2 more years to cultivate innate true, she'll undoubtedly become the strongest in our first martial academy. Too bad she's up against Li Yuanluan, ranked 3rd on the prodigy leaderboard, in the first round. Unlike Ling Zhao's calm reaction, the other prodigies were visibly shaken. One was Xikong Shui, the strongest talent before Ling Zhao's arrival. The other was Li Yuanluan, ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. This battle was akin to a final match happening in the first round. Buzz! The next moment, a virtual barrier appeared around the edge of the arena, enveloping it completely. This is a Tier 4 protective shield. Even I can't break it, so feel free to unleash your full strength. No one will get hurt, Zhao Wu reassured from the sidelines. Since we're opponents, I'll do my best not to offend you too much, Junior. Don't worry, your senior will go easy on you. Li Yuanluan chuckled as he clasped his hands toward Xikong Shui. Rumble! But before he could finish speaking, an overwhelming frost swept toward him, like an unstoppable flood. Li Yuanluan's face turned pale in an instant, his heart filled with shock. Innate first stage? Impossible. His expression shifted drastically as he drew his longsword and unleashed all his true chi in an attempt to ward off the freezing assault. Crack! However, the frost, sharp as blades, swept over him in an instant, freezing him completely. The sudden turn of events left everyone present utterly speechless. Even Zhao Wu and Situtian, who was monitoring from the control room, sprang to their feet in stunned disbelief. Innate first stage? A 17-year-old at the innate first stage, and a B-rank ice elemental adept to boot? This is an A+ level genius. How is this possible? How has Xikong Shui's strength improved so quickly? Situtian trembled with excitement, his voice quivering. This was the second A+ level genius to emerge, and she was already showing her brilliance. Her talent far outshone Ling Zhao's by miles. With a bit more cultivation, she might even qualify as an S-level genius. After all, Xikong Shui wasn't just powerful, she also possessed a B-rank ability. A B-rank adept at the innate first stage, facing opponents who are at most C rank and in the same realm. This battle is bound to be a landslide victory.
Amidst the astonished crowd, only Ling Xiao chuckled softly. Among the 21 participants, 18 were at the postnatal 7th to 9th stages. The remaining 3 included Ling Xiao, Xikong Shui, and a young man in his 20s whose face was filled with shock. This young man was also at the innate first stage, but his ability was only C rank. After all, talent in both martial arts cultivation and abilities was rare, and only true prodigies excelled in both. And now, Xikong Shui was one such prodigy. Still, this girl isn't as simple as she appears. I doubt these so-called geniuses can push her to reveal her true potential. Ling Xiao's eyes glimmered faintly as he sensed a peculiar aura from Xikong Shui. Though he couldn't pinpoint its origin, he was certain that if unleashed, it would be unimaginably powerful. Immediately, he paid no further attention, closed his eyes, and resumed cultivating his blazing flame burst in the consciousness training arena. Teacher, I've won, haven't I? If you don't announce it soon, his life force will completely dissipate. As everyone remained in shock, Xikong Shui spoke coldly. Ha! Oh. Yes, you've won. Xikong Shui is the victor of the first match. Prompted by Xikong Shui, Zhao Wu hurriedly shouted the result. Buzz! As his words fell, the ice encasing Li Yuanluan instantly dissolved. The unconscious Li Yuanluan collapsed heavily to the ground. Moments later, he was carried off by a robot and placed into a medical pod. Xikong Shui, meanwhile, slowly stepped off the spaceship. Next up, the second match. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Wu addressed the remaining participants with a serious tone. Time flew by as one battle after another unfolded in the assessment. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already been cultivating in his sea of consciousness for over 3 hours. The second round begins. Just then, Zhao Wu's voice pulled Ling Xiao back to reality from his cultivation. Opening his eyes, Ling Xiao noticed the first round assessment had concluded. Out of 10 matches, only 11 participants, including himself, remained. Buzz! In the next moment, a numbered token appeared before each of them once more. Since we still have an odd number of participants, just like before, one person will have a bye. Zhao Wu spoke again, his tone carrying a hint of excitement. The emergence of a prodigy like Xikong Shui had given him hope. Perhaps this time, they could send a true genius to the Flaming Sun Academy. Of course, that hope was 2 years away, not now. After all, although a B-rank talent combined with a first-stage innate realm strength was remarkable enough to rank above average across all planets, it still fell short of breaking into the top 100. I wonder who my opponent will be. Hopefully, I won't get another bye. Ling Xiao didn't dwell on other thoughts. All he wanted was to finish the fight quickly and return to his cultivation. With that, he tapped the token in front of him. Buzz! However, when Ling Xiao saw the flipped token, he froze. It was red again. What the? This guy got another bye. The scene was instantly noticed by the nearby prodigies. Damn, how is his luck this good? Yeah, 2 consecutive byes? Feels like there's some shady business going on. What the hell is happening? The crowd erupted in disbelief. 2 consecutive byes, it was simply outrageous. Silence. A bye is purely a matter of luck. There's absolutely no backstage manipulation involved. Besides, this is just a selection round for representatives. Whether or not someone ultimately becomes a representative still depends on their strength. Even if they keep getting byes, they'll need real strength to win in the end. At this moment, Zhao Wu's voice rang out, silencing the uproar. After all, this was merely a selection round, with no real rewards at stake. Ultimately, whether you were ranked second or eliminated in the first match, failure was still failure. Well, guess I've got more time to cultivate. Ling Xiao chuckled. Skipping a fight suited him just fine. It was merely a formality anyway. Without further ado, he closed his eyes once more and returned to his cultivation. Meanwhile, the other 5 pairs of prodigies began their battles. This round was far more intense than the previous one, with the 5 matches lasting a total of 5 hours. However, just as the final fight was about to end, a monumental event occurred on Ling Xiao's side. In the skies of the consciousness training arena, Ling Xiao held a massive flaming orb with a 70-meter diameter, which he was slowly compressing. The orb had reached nearly 4-fold enhancement, and Ling Xiao only needed to overcome the final barrier to perfect his martial technique. It's time! A glimmer of determination flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. The flaming orb quivered violently. Buzz! In the next instant, the enormous orb compressed further by several meters. Now at its absolute limit, the previously shrinking orb could no longer condense any further. To be precise, if Ling Xiao continued following the current technique's principles, it would be impossible to compress the orb any further. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully cultivated Blazing Flame Burst to its perfect state. Power enhancement has been elevated to 4-fold. A notification echoed in Ling Xiao's mind.
Hearing the system's alert, a faint smile curved on Ling Zhao's lips. Finally perfected it. This took a full 10 hours of cultivation.
Reflecting on the time spent, he realized this martial technique was far more challenging than his marksmanship techniques. System, repair the flaws in this martial technique. Ling Zhao unhesitatingly commanded the system.
Ding. Command received. Detecting flaws in your blazing flame burst, 900,000. Repairing now. Instantly, the system responded. 900,000 flaws, far exceeding those in his previous marksmanship technique.
Despite both being 6th-tier martial techniques, one was a supreme-grade skill, while the other was merely inferior grade.
Rumble.
In an instant, a flood of new technique knowledge surged into Ling Zhao's mind, which he quickly processed. Although the system's memory transmission felt like a long process to Ling Zhao, only a brief moment passed in the outside world. A moment later, Ling Zhao fully grasped the new martial technique, instantly mastering it to the perfect state. Feeling the immense power of the technique, Ling Zhao was filled with joy.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. Your martial technique Blazing Flame Burst has been fully repaired and has evolved into 9 Heavens Blazing Flame Burst, 6th tier supreme grade.
9 Heavens Blazing Flame Burst, 6th tier supreme grade martial technique.
First stage, instantly compress a fire elemental attack by a factor of 100, achieving 10-fold power enhancement. Second stage, instantly compress 9 Blazing Flame Bursts into one 9 Heavens Blazing Flame Burst, unleashing 15-fold power. This stage requires an enormous energy expenditure. The attributes of the new martial technique appeared in Ling Zhao's mind, filling him with satisfaction. A 10-fold enhancement in normal use and up to 15-fold in bursts this far surpassed his marksmanship techniques.
Let's give it a try. Without hesitation, Ling Zhao soared into the skies of the consciousness training arena. Boom!
In an instant, a ferocious wave of power erupted from his body, enveloping him in golden flames. The next moment, Ling Zhao raised both hands high into the air. Buzz! 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 In an instant, massive fireballs began to rapidly coalesce in the air. Before long, 9 terrifying fireballs, each with a diameter of a kilometer, appeared in the sky.
Condense!
With a low shout from Ling Zhao, the enormous fireballs began to contract violently, shrinking instantly into 10 smaller fireballs, each only 10 meters in diameter.
9 Heavens Flame Burst!
With Ling Zhao's resounding roar, the 9 condensed fireballs transformed into 9 streaks of blazing light, hurtling towards the earth with deafening force.
Boom! 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 Boom!
In a heartbeat, endless flames erupted into the sky, spreading destruction in all directions. The golden fire devoured everything in its path, engulfing everything within a radius of over 20 kilometers. Witnessing the scene before him, Ling Zhao's eyes flickered with an intense light. In just a few days, his power had reached such a terrifying level.
If this move was unleashed on Kaiyun City, the entire city would be obliterated in an instant.
The 20-kilometer radius was merely the range of the flames. Beyond that, vast areas were melting under the scorching heat waves.
This level of destructive power was far more than enough to annihilate an entire city like Kaiyun. So, this is the power of martial artists in this world? I suppose I've finally stepped into their ranks now. So, this is the power of martial artists in this world? I suppose I've finally stepped into their ranks now. As Ling Zhao thought about this, a slight smile appeared on his face. But he also knew that his ultimate achievements would not stop here. The stars and the vast cosmos, that was his goal. With this thought, Ling Zhao opened his attribute panel. Attribute panel. Name, Ling Zhao.
Repair attempts, 1/4.
Martial Arts Realm, 4th level of innate stage. Soul Realm, 9th level of innate stage.
Vitality, 4154, 1 point equals 300 kilograms strength.
Soul Power, 9435.
Skills, Spear Mastery, Advanced Proficiency, 300%, 2000/5000.
Talents. Immortal Divine Body, SSS level, Combat Power * 300%. Innate Tao Body, SS level, 3000x enhancement. Titanium Battle Physique, C level, 300% speed, 500% defense. Solar Star Flame, S level. Techniques.
Titanium Combat Technique, Tier 4 low grade, 300% training speed. Undying Soul Technique, Eternal grade, Tier 5 fragmented, 32x multiplier.
Combat Techniques.
Titanium Fist Technique, Tier 4 low grade, 400%. Meteor Spear Technique, Tier 6 medium grade, 1000%.
9 Heavens Flame Burst, Tier 6 peak grade. Beast Companion, Infernal 3-headed Dragon, Tier 4, 4-star. Glancing at the attribute panel, a faint smirk tugged at Ling Zhao's lips.
Currently, his realm had already ascended to the fearsome 8th level of the innate stage. In just 10 hours, he had mastered far more than just the Flame Burst technique. Within his sea of consciousness, his soul had been continuously torn apart. Even now, his soul remained incomplete, meaning that his strength, in theory, was still growing. If anyone were to discover that he had already reached the 9th level of the innate stage, they would undoubtedly be astonished. A 15-year-old at the 9th level of the innate stage, such terrifying power was simply unbelievable. Of course, it wasn't just Ling Xiao who had grown. The small creature in the pocket of his combat uniform, Xiao He, had also undergone a significant transformation. At this moment, Xiao He had grown into a tier 4-star beast. I can't believe I misunderstood. I thought I'd gained 7,000 points of mental energy storage, but it was actually 70,000 points. By all rights, this should be enough to elevate my soul realm to somewhere in the 2nd or 3rd stage of the master realm. For now, there's no need to upgrade my star core. That means I've earned myself one more chance for repair. Ling Xiao pondered deeply. How should he use this final repair opportunity? Ling Xiao, get ready to draw your number. At that moment, Zhao Wu's voice pulled Ling Xiao out of his thoughts. Opening his eyes, Ling Xiao saw that the people around him were waiting for him to wake up. This kid. I was hoping to see how strong he really is, but he's just been sitting here sleeping. Exactly. So arrogant. Sure, his talent's impressive, but he shouldn't underestimate the experience we seniors have. Yeah, with that kind of attitude, he won't go far. The surrounding geniuses, clearly bitter about their earlier eliminations, were now venting their frustrations upon seeing Ling Xiao seemingly napping, their anger palpable. Ahem. Looks like I've stirred up some resentment. Hey, I wasn't trying to avoid a fight. Who said I was sleeping anyway? Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. Did these people think he was weak and easy to bully? Alright, next round, draw your numbers. Seeing Ling Xiao awake, Zhao Wu didn't say much more and immediately announced the next step. Buzz. Instantly, a card appeared before Ling Xiao. Without hesitation, he tapped to open it. After this fight, they probably won't dare say anything anymore. Ling Xiao shook his head, amused. After all, this round had 6 participants. How could he possibly draw another bye? Yet, as Ling Xiao turned over his number card, the bright red color on its surface left him momentarily stunned. A bye? Another bye? What the? This kid got a bye again? Seriously, another bye? Damn it! If it weren't for Lu Zhili and his opponent taking each other out last round, this kid wouldn't have gotten a bye. Oh, forget it. A bye's a bye. At least he can't get a bye in the final round, right? At that moment, the remaining 10 or so participants were utterly speechless. From their murmurs, Ling Xiao quickly understood why he had drawn another bye. It turned out that 2 equally matched fighters had nearly killed each other in their previous battle. Both were now lying in medical pods. Normally, minor injuries could heal in a few hours, but their injuries were so severe that it would take at least a full day to recover. As a result, both were eliminated. 6 participants had suddenly become 5, which meant another bye had to be given. Fine. But in the next round, there'll be 3 people left. Surely I won't draw another by then, right? Ling Xiao was utterly exasperated. As these thoughts ran through his mind, on the stage, Si Kongxue had already begun her match against the strongest contender from First Martial Academy, Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan, a youth with a long sword strapped to his back, clad in a black combat uniform. Junior, I didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly. Last year, during your certification exam, I ran into you. Back then, you were merely at the 4th level of the acquired stage. Zhou Yuan stared at Si Kongxue in front of him, utterly shocked. Just last year, when he had fought her, he was certain she had given her all. Yet now, in just 1 year, she had leaped from the 4th stage of the acquired realm to the 1st stage of the innate realm. Such talent was astonishing. If she hadn't been concealing her strength last year, she would undoubtedly qualify as an S-class genius. A genius of this caliber didn't even need to occupy a planetary quota to apply for elite academies directly. However, in response to Zhou Yuan's words, Si Kongxue remained indifferent. She didn't utter a single word, merely glancing at the icy longsword in her hand. Her meaning was clear: stop talking and fight. Even if my strength can't match yours, you can't surpass me in swordsmanship, Zhou Yuan declared. Seeing Si Kongxue's cold demeanor, Zhou Yuan wasted no more words. A dazzling light flashed in his eyes. Clang! In an instant, he unsheathed his long sword, its blade radiating a fierce sword aura, showcasing techniques at the pinnacle of 3rd-tier swordsmanship. What? That's peak-level mastery of foundational sword techniques? Zhou Yuan has reached this level? Zhao Wu exclaimed in shock. Peak foundational swordsmanship. This level of skill was something even many swordmasters had not achieved at Zhou Yuan's age. And Zhou Yuan had done it. Moreover, the impact of mastering swordsmanship at this level on combat strength was substantial and undeniable. With such swordsmanship, Zhou Yuan indeed had the power to challenge Si Kongxue.
Forgive me, Zhou Yuan shouted suddenly.
With a light step, his entire body shot towards Xikong Shui like a flash of light. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Xikong Shui.
Gui Yuan sword technique.
Zhou Yuan roared, and his longsword transformed into countless streaks of swordlight, slashing ferociously towards Xikong Shui. This scene shocked Zhao Wu, who resisted the urge to jump in and intervene.
Clang!
But in the very next moment, Xikong Shui moved.
Ice Soul sword technique.
As her ethereal voice rang out, the icy longsword in her hand instantly met Zhou Yuan's surging sword aura.
Boom! 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 Deafening explosions erupted from the center of their clash.
Fragments of sword energy rained down like a storm, crashing onto the ground below. The overwhelming sword energy caused the entire arena's surface to crack layer by layer. Fortunately, after shattering several meters deep, the protective barrier underneath absorbed the remaining impact, preventing further destruction.
This scene left Zhao Wu in awe.
The combat power of two warriors at the first stage of the innate realm is able to shatter materials that usually only those at the third or fourth stages can break.
Their strength is truly extraordinary.
At the same time, Zhao Wu realized that even with Zhou Yuan's impressive swordsmanship, he was still falling behind Xikong Shui in overall strength. Though the clash appeared evenly matched, Xikong Shui remained firmly rooted in place, unscathed.
It's over for him.
Finally, after holding on for a full hour, the battle reached its conclusion.
Ha!
Suddenly, Xikong Shui let out a low cry, and the sword aura in her hand surged to several times its previous intensity. The terrifying torrent of sword energy swept toward Zhou Yuan's chest with alarming speed.
Put!
A flash of light streaked by, and blood sprayed through the air as Zhou Yuan's body was violently flung backward.
Boom!
He crashed into the protective barrier with a thunderous impact before losing consciousness.
He's lost. If not for the combat suit, Zhou Yuan would have died on the spot.
Zhao Wu shook his head helplessly. The kid's a hard-working genius, but compared to raw talent, he's still lacking by too much. This was Zhou Yuan's last chance. If he failed this time, his future prospects of entering the Flaming Sun Academy would vanish completely.
Of course, even if he hadn't lost, getting into the Elite Academy would still have been a long shot. Xikong Shui wins. On to the next match, Zhao Wu announced.
Zhou Yuan was promptly carried away by a medical robot and placed into a recovery chamber. In the following match, a young man with a physique honed through intense body cultivation easily emerged victorious. His defense was incredible, rendering his opponent's attacks almost entirely ineffective. If he hadn't encountered Zhou Yuan or Xikong Shui, he would undoubtedly have been the strongest contender. As this match concluded, only 3 contestants remained.
Now, for the final 3 of you, do you want to draw lots to decide who gets a bye, engage in a 3-way battle, or does anyone wish to forfeit?
Zhao Wu addressed the remaining trio directly. The question of forfeiting was, of course, directed at Ling Xiao. In Zhao Wu's eyes, Ling Xiao, being merely at the 3rd stage of the acquired realm, was in no way comparable to the other two, one at the 9th stage of the acquired realm and the other at the 1st stage of the innate realm.
Ha, I'm fine with anything. It's not like I'm going to win anyway.
Rory laughed, his confidence long shattered after watching Xikong Shui's battles. Whatever works, Xikong Shui replied coldly, her aloof demeanor unchanged. She paid no attention to anyone around her. I think we should go for a 3-way battle, Ling Xiao suggested with a smile. His words left everyone stunned. They had expected Ling Xiao to either gamble on a draw or simply forfeit. No one thought he would opt for a 3-way battle.
Very well. In that case, let's proceed. Zhao Wu hesitated briefly before nodding. This decision simplified matters considerably.
After speaking, Zhao Wu stepped off the arena, leaving the final 3 to face off.
Both of you can come at me together, Xikong Shui suddenly declared in an icy tone.
Her voice was calm, as though she were stating an undeniable fact.
She's got quite the pride, doesn't she?
Ling Xiao muttered helplessly.
Ah, then I'll go first. Rory laughed heartily, donning his gauntlets as he charged toward Xikong Shui. Humph! Xikong Shui snorted coldly, and an overwhelming chill engulfed the arena.
Vital energy shield, Rory roared, unleashing a crimson aura of vitality to shield his body.
Boom!
The terrifying frost collided with Rory's shield.
To everyone's shock, Rory's shield began to freeze at an alarming rate.
In mere seconds, both Rory's shield and his body had turned into an ice sculpture. Not only that, but the entire arena, including the nearby Ling Xiao, was instantly frozen solid.
She's won.
As expected, Xikong Shui is the victor, someone exclaimed. For Rory to last 5 seconds against her is already far better than most of her previous opponents.
Ha ha ha, poor little freshman. He got frozen into an ice block as soon as the frost began to spread. Don't expect too much. The kid hasn't even officially enrolled yet.
It's normal for him to be this weak.
This scene left everyone present marveling at Sikong Shue's overwhelming power while sparing a moment of silence for Ling Xiao.
Well then, in that case, the winner this time is, Zhao Wu stepped forward, ready to swiftly declare Sikong Shue's victory. If Ling Xiao froze to death, it would be a serious problem.
Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from the arena.
Everyone turned to see Ling Xiao, who had been encased in ice, shattering the frost in an instant. He emerged completely unscathed.
The crowd was stunned into silence.
Their eyes widened in disbelief at what they were witnessing.
The terrifying frost that even Rory couldn't withstand for a few seconds had been broken so effortlessly by Ling Xiao? How was this possible?
Even Sikong Shui, who had been calm and composed, looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment.
This boy had actually broken through her frost? This aura? Innate first stage? That's impossible. How can this be? 15 years old and already at the innate first stage? An S-rank genius. Inside the control room, Situ Tian's eyes were wide with shock. An S-rank genius, every one of them was a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy capable of shaking entire planets.
And now, such a genius had emerged on their blue water star. The next moment, Situ Tian burst out of the control room and dashed toward the chamber where Ling Xiao and the others were. Man, it really is cold, Ling Xiao quipped as he glanced at the icy surroundings.
Little girl, always so frosty. Be careful, or you might have trouble finding a husband in the future. Buzz. The next moment, a blazing heat burst forth from Ling Xiao's body. A terrifying flame engulfed the entire arena in an instant. Hisses. The frost on the ground evaporated in seconds, and the once icy air began to melt under the intense heat. Ah, fire, fire.
Unlucky Rory, who had just been rescued from his icy predicament, now found himself hopping around in a panic, scalded by the searing heat. If it weren't for his martial arts uniform's cooling properties, he would have been roasted alive by now. Get out of there, quick! Zhao Wu hastily opened a gap in the protective barrier. The sweltering heat forced everyone present to retreat further and further back. Rory darted out of the arena through the gap, which immediately sealed shut behind him.
Ling Xiao has awakened the power of flames? That wasn't in any of the records. What's going on? And his current aura, he's already at the innate level.
Zhao Wu stared at Ling Xiao in astonishment. He could hardly believe his eyes, a 15-year-old at the innate level, wielding the power of flames.
Just how high was Ling Xiao's talent? Without a doubt, he was an S-rank genius.
Even in the entire Yin-Yang star system, such a prodigy would be extraordinarily rare.
Your strength is impressive.
Across the arena, Sikong Shui finally spoke, her tone heavy with gravity. In this sweltering heat, a bead of sweat trickled down her forehead. The temperature continued to rise. Not bad, Ling Xiao replied with a grin. You're pretty good yourself, mastering swordsmanship to the proficient level at such a young age. The moment he spoke, Sikong Shui's pupils contracted sharply.
How do you know that? She asked coldly.
Her tone carried a hint of unease. She had never revealed her true strength to anyone.
How could Ling Xiao possibly know? What? Proficient level swordsmanship? That's impossible. No way.
Proficient level swordsmanship is something only swordmasters can achieve.
Unbelievable. Sikong Shui was holding back in her previous battles?
The revelation left Zhao Wu and the others in shock.
Sikong Shui had mastered proficient level swordsmanship?
That meant she hadn't even used half of her true strength in her earlier fights. Her swordsmanship surpasses mine, Zhou Yuan muttered, looking utterly defeated. He had thought that his sword skills were at least on par with hers, only to realize that her seemingly simple moves concealed a level of mastery he couldn't even comprehend.
He let out a bitter laugh at his own naivety. It's obvious, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile.
Defeating a genius at the peak of entry-level swordsmanship can't be done with brute strength alone.
Alright, let's not waste any more time. Let's begin.
With a confident smirk, Ling Xiao gestured for her to make her move. As someone who had reached the latter stages of proficient-level spear mastery, it was easy for him to discern Sikong Shui's swordsmanship level. After all, these techniques shared common principles. If someone handed him a sword right now, he might not execute proficient-level techniques at their peak, but he could certainly perform at the early stages of proficiency.
Very well. If that's the case, I won't hold back anymore.
Sikong Shui's eyes sharpened as she let out a low shout. Ice Soul Sword Art. In an instant, she turned into a streak of white, dashing toward Ling Xiao with incredible speed. But before she could close the distance, Ling Xiao raised his right hand slightly, as if grasping the air. In an instant, the surrounding fire elements surged like a torrent, forming a massive flaming hand that firmly restrained Sikong Shui in midair. The immense pressure rendered her completely immobile.
Damn it! Extreme Frost Power, activate!
Feeling the oppressive heat, Sikong Shui desperately tried to unleash her hidden strength, but it was all in vain.
Within Ling Xiao's fiery domain, her extreme frost power was rendered utterly inert. This is impossible. Si Kong Shue's disbelief reached its peak. Her extreme frost power was an S-rank ability, a rare and terrifying gift. Yet now, it was completely useless. How could this be? What's more, Ling Xiao hadn't even defeated her outright. He had merely used flames to confine her. At this moment, she began to question everything she thought she knew. Binding someone with flames wasn't inherently difficult, but doing so required an overwhelming superiority in strength. She stared at the boy before her mind racing with questions. How could he possess such monstrous power? Her master had once told her that with her abilities, she could stand among the top talents even in the yin-yang star system. Her hidden extreme frost power wasn't just any ordinary B-rank ice ability, it was a true S-rank power. Who would have thought such a genius would emerge in this remote star system? Xiaoxue, concede. You are no match for him. His soul realm has already reached the 9th level of the innate realm. Moreover, the flames he wields aren't of the C-grade but the S-grade solar starfire, exactly the nemesis of your extreme frost power. Such an intriguing young man. This level of talent is absolutely top tier within the Milky Way. Unfortunately, my soul is damaged, and I cannot see more. But even so, avoid provoking him if you can. At that moment, a female voice sounded in Si Kong Shue's mind. The moment the voice appeared, Si Kong Shue froze. S-grade solar starfire? And a soul realm at the 9th level of the innate realm? What kind of genius is this? Could it be an SS-grade talent from the legends? That's a realm only peerless martial gods and a handful of supreme powerhouses can achieve. I concede. Finally, though frustration filled her heart, Si Kong Shue lowered her head. She understood clearly that there was no way she could defeat Ling Xiao. Her master was one of those supreme powerhouses, and if her master said she would lose, then victory was out of the question. After all, based on her master's guidance and her recent breakthrough from the 7th level of the acquired realm to the 1st level of the innate realm within just over a month, her master was undoubtedly far beyond the realm of martial gods. Buzz! As Si Kong Shue admitted defeat, the flames engulfing her instantly dissipated. She slowly descended from midair, landing on the ground. The surrounding geniuses, along with Zhao Wu, widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked at the young boy standing on the arena, a boy no older than 15 or 16. Ling Xiao wins. I hereby declare Ling Xiao victorious. He will represent our Blue Water planet to participate in the trial on Sunfire planet. Other students, please wait for the secondary transport ship to return to Blue Water planet. At last, Zhao Wu snapped out of his daze and announced loudly, his voice brimming with excitement. As soon as his words fell, the crowd around them finally recovered from their shock. Unbelievable. A 15-year-old innate realm warrior, and so powerful at that, an S-grade genius. He's actually an S-grade genius. How is this possible? He really is an S-grade genius. This is terrifying. He used flames to completely suppress Si Kong Shue. What a joke. We thought he was just lucky to skip a few matches earlier, but it turns out we were the lucky ones not to face him. Discussions erupted among the surrounding geniuses. None of them could believe what they had just witnessed. Though some were disheartened by their failure, they understood that their opponent was simply too monstrous. Neither Si Kong Shue nor Ling Xiao were competitors they could even hope to rival. Master, should I reveal my extreme frost power to secure an S-grade talent certification? That way, I can participate in the Sunfire Planet trial. At this moment, Si Kong Shue eagerly sought advice from her master in her mind. Wait and see. That Ling Xiao has already achieved S-grade certification. If he's willing to cede his spot to you, there'll be no need for you to expose yourself. The mysterious voice replied calmly. Staying low profile was always preferable. She didn't want her disciple drawing too much attention from others. Is it over? Just then, an aged voice echoed across the arena. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice to see an elderly figure flying toward them. Greetings, Inspector. Greetings, Inspector. Greetings, Inspector. Greetings, Inspector. As soon as the crowd saw who had arrived, they immediately bowed in respect to the inspector. No need for formalities. The inspector responded with a gentle smile, landing softly on the ground. His gaze shifted toward Ling Xiao and Si Kong Shue. Ling Xiao, I've already uploaded the footage of your battle to the central brain of the Martial Alliance. Based on the evaluation, your genius certification level has been elevated to S-grade. You are now directly eligible to participate in the Sunfire Academy trial without occupying one of the designated spots. Of course, the additional spot you've earned is yours to allocate as you see fit. After all, it's your achievement. Looking at Ling Xiao, the inspector smiled warmly and said, This is truly wonderful news. Both Ling Xiao and Si Kong Shue were exceptionally talented, one an A+ grade genius, the other an extraordinary S-grade genius. Their future was undoubtedly destined for mastery, perhaps even reaching the status of grandmasters. When that time came, the status of Blue Water Planet would skyrocket. As their discoverer, the inspector himself would be richly rewarded. His heart was brimming with joy at the thought. Then give the spot to Sikong Shui. I trust she won't waste this opportunity. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, his gaze carrying a subtle meaning as he glanced at Sikong Shui. His words left Sikong Shui stunned. To be chosen as a representative without exposing her extreme frost power was already a tremendous honor. Could it be that he's already sensed my extreme frost power? Thankfully, he didn't reveal it. Gratefulness welled up in Sikong Shui's heart. Ling Xiao's gesture of giving her the spot, despite her earlier poor attitude toward him, made her feel both touched and a little ashamed. Little did she know, Ling Xiao had seen through not only her extreme frost power. A mysterious and powerful soul, Ling Xiao mused to himself. The intensity of her master's soul is unprecedented, though weak, its quality is terrifying. When alive, that soul must have belonged to an extraordinary powerhouse. I can't believe Sikong Shui has a guardian spirit like that. Luckily, I have the Eternal Soul Technique, an immortality-grade cultivation method. It completely shields me from anyone's probing. Otherwise, my true strength would have been exposed already. Ling Xiao fell into contemplation. When Sikong Shui's master had probed him earlier, he had immediately sensed it and used the Eternal Soul Technique to conceal his aura, leaving only an unremarkable facade. With such a formidable figure lurking nearby, Ling Xiao couldn't afford to let his guard down. Ha ha ha. Excellent. In that case, I'll report this immediately. By the way, I've checked the schedule. There are 15 hours until we reach Sunfire Planet. After arriving, you'll rest for a day before the trial begins. Take this time to adjust your states and aim to get into Sunfire Academy in one go. Hearing Ling Xiao's decision, the inspector couldn't help but laugh heartily, his joy overflowing. The allocation of the spot to Sikong Shui meant that her chances of successfully entering Solar Flame Academy increased significantly. As for the others, even if given the opportunity, they might find it hard to seize. Zhao Wu, make arrangements to send the other students back so they can focus on improving their cultivation. After giving this instruction, Situ Tian addressed Zhao Wu, who stood by his side. Then, Situ Tian hurriedly left, his mind occupied with the thought of informing the speaker about this matter. If the speaker were to learn of it, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao and Sikong Shui, guided by the spaceship's AI system, were led to their respective rooms. Ling Xiao, thank you for the spot. After hesitating for a moment, Sikong Shui earnestly expressed her gratitude. There's no need to thank me. Even without this spot, you would have made it with your own strength. Besides, once we're on Solar Flame Star, we can look out for each other. Ling Xiao replied with a smile. His words left Sikong Shui momentarily stunned. All right, if there's ever anything you need help with, I'll do my best. She nodded firmly again, her sincerity evident. Her serious demeanor made Ling Xiao chuckle. This girl, though a bit cold, is actually quite adorable. Shaking his head with a helpless smile, Ling Xiao and Sikong Shui each returned to their own rooms. Back in his room, Ling Xiao didn't waste any time resting. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and began cultivating. Time ticked by second. Ding. Mental energy reserve consumed, 300 points. Severe soul injury repaired. Soul value plus 300. Vitality plus 100. Ding. Mental energy reserve consumed, 300 points. Severe soul injury repaired. Soul value plus 300. Vitality plus 100. The notification chimed in his mind every 30 minutes. Ding. Mental energy reserve consumed, 300 points. Severe soul injury repaired. Soul value plus 300. Vitality plus 100. Congratulations, host. Your soul value has reached 10,000 points. Cultivation level advanced to the 10th stage of the innate realm. You've successfully entered the stage of soul transformation. The system's notification echoed in Ling Xiao's mind. Soul transformation? Ling Xiao was stunned. Reaching the 10th stage of the innate realm in terms of vitality meant that his true energy had begun to condense, with each advancement doubling its power. When true energy evolves into true essence, its power increases tenfold. But as for what soul transformation was, he had no idea. I'd better look up some information. Feeling at a loss, Ling Xiao opened his smart wristwatch and began searching. Buzz. In an instant, a flood of information about soul transformation surged into his mind. Soul transformation, as it turned out, was somewhat akin to the condensation of true energy. When an Esper's cultivation reached the 10th stage of the innate realm and their soul power reached 10,000 points, they could begin to gather and transform their soul. This transformation had 10 levels in total. Only by reaching the first level could the soul ascend and evolve, ultimately allowing someone to become a master-level Esper.
In essence, soul transformation and true energy condensation were similar, differing only in name. Moreover, Ling Xiao discovered that the higher the level of soul transformation, the smoother future cultivation would become, making it easier to reach formidable heights. The same applied to true energy condensation. The higher the revolutions of true energy condensation, the further one could progress on their path. However, the data did not record what would happen if both soul transformation and true energy condensation reached their 10th levels. Still, Ling Xiao knew it would undoubtedly be extraordinary. If both reached the 10th level, my strength would be at least 10 times that of someone at the first level. Just from this standpoint, I'm already ahead of everyone else, definitely a surefire win. With that thought, Ling Xiao made up his mind. He had to reach the 10th level, there was no room for compromise. After all, losing face by being defeated by someone at a lower level in the future would be unacceptable. Still, this doesn't seem easy. Is there a shortcut? Soon, Ling Xiao frowned, realizing a problem. Upon reaching the 10th stage of the innate realm, unless he became a master-level Esper, both his vitality and soul value would remain stagnant. This meant that his undying physique cultivation method would effectively be rendered useless. This was troublesome. Did this mean he had no choice but to advance step by step to achieve the 10th level of transformation and condensation? According to the data, out of 10 people at the 10th stage of the innate realm, only one could successfully begin true energy condensation. Among 20 to 30 people who achieved true energy condensation, only one could reach the first revolution and become a powerful, master-level Esper. This meant that out of hundreds of people at the 9th stage of the innate realm, only one would successfully become a master-level Esper. With such a massive disparity in numbers, it was no wonder there were only a handful of master-level Espers on the entire Blue Water Star. Ding! Host's intention to achieve 10 revolutions of true energy condensation and the 10th level of soul transformation detected. Would you like to activate assisted evolution? At that moment, the system's notification sounded, instantly lifting Ling Xiao's spirits. System, what's assisted evolution? He immediately asked the system in his mind. Ding! Assisted evolution allows the host to continue accumulating vitality or soul value through the undying physique. The accumulated values will be stored by the system. Once a certain threshold is reached, the stored values will be unleashed all at once, instantly elevating the host's true energy condensation revolutions or soul transformation levels to the corresponding stage. Currently, the host needs to accumulate 30,000 soul points to reach the 3rd level of soul transformation. The system responded directly to Ling Xiao's query. Wait, are you saying that if I accumulate 30,000 soul points now, I can directly advance to the 3rd level of soul transformation? Ling Xiao asked eagerly. Ding! Correct. The system confirmed. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up immediately. The intensity of the 3rd level of soul transformation would allow his current 10,000 soul points to unleash the power of 30,000 points. Considering this, it merely required a slight increase in soul points. Realizing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. After all, while it seemed like he had to spend an extra 10,000 soul points now, what about when his soul value reached 100,000 points? By then, he could unleash the power of 300,000 soul points, essentially gaining 200,000 for free. And when it reached 1 million, 10 million, or even 1 billion points, at that point, the benefits Ling Xiao would reap would far outweigh his current investment by an unimaginable margin. In that case, activate it. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao confirmed the activation. Ding! Command received. Activating auxiliary evolution function. Your attribute panel has been updated. Please check. Responding instantly to Ling Xiao's command, the system executed his order. He immediately summoned his attribute panel to take a look. Attribute panel. Name, Ling Xiao. Repair attempts, 1/4. Martial arts realm, innate 4th level. Soul realm, innate 10th level. Vitality, 4354, 1 point equals 300 kilograms of strength. Soul energy, 10,000, 240/30,000. Skills, spearmanship, proficient, late stage, 300%, 2,000/5000. Talents. Immortal God Physique, SSS level, Combat Power * 300%. Innate Tao Physique, SS level, Strength multiplier x 3000. Titanium Battle Physique, C level, Speed * 300%, Defense * 500%. Solar Star Flame, S level. Cultivation Techniques. Titanium Battle Art, 4th tier low grade, Cultivation Speed * 300%. Eternal Soul Art, Immortal grade, 5th tier fragmented, multiplier x 32. Combat Techniques. Titanium Fist Art, 4th tier low grade, 400%. Meteor Gun Art, 6th tier mid grade, 1000%.
9 Heavens Blazing Explosion, 6th tier top grade, 1500%. Beast Companion, Infernal 3-headed Dragon, 4th tier 4-star.
Ling Xiao noticed something new. A small energy gauge had appeared next to his soul energy value.
At this moment, the energy gauge, with a
maximum of 30,000 points, had accumulated up to 240. He realized this must be the surplus energy from his recent strength breakthrough. After all, until he reached the Grandmaster level, Ling Xiao's soul energy could not increase further.
Perfect. Time to continue cultivating. Ling Xiao smiled slightly, closing his eyes. Ryip.
In his consciousness, Ling Xiao immediately tore his soul apart, just as he had done before, dividing it into 10 fragments. However, this time, Ling Xiao no longer felt the weakness he had experienced in the past. It seems my strength has improved, and the immortal god physique has evolved as well.
Ling Xiao recalled the system's earlier statement: when his realm reached the Grandmaster level, his abilities would undergo transformation.
It seemed that evolution was on the horizon.
Thinking of this, a faint smile curved on his lips.
The stronger his abilities became, the more excitement surged in Ling Xiao's heart. Without hesitation, he manifested a massive hand in his consciousness, ruthlessly tearing at his soul once more.
Ryip. With this tear, an 11th fragment was effortlessly separated.
His soul remained resilient, and there was no sign of weakness.
Keep going.
The 12th fragment.
The 13th fragment. The 14th fragment. Finally, when Ling Xiao had torn his soul into 20 fragments, a wave of weakness swept over him like a tidal wave. It seems my current limit is 20 fragments.
Ling Xiao's eyes flickered as he closed them again, channeling the remaining energy and spiritual power within his body to repair the damage to his soul. Under the protection of his soul power, Ling Xiao could feel his soul rapidly healing. This injury was twice as severe as before, and logically, the repair should take
longer.
However, thanks to the enhanced level of his immortal god physique, his repair speed had also doubled.
The entire process would now take no more than 30 minutes. As before, Ling Xiao estimated that the benefits from this session would also double.
As for his energy reserves, he had previously mistaken the gain for 7,000 points of spiritual energy, but in reality, it was 70,000 points.
Originally intended for repairing the cracks in his star core, this energy was currently unnecessary. That said, it's already 7 in the evening.
Soon, it will be a new day, and I'll have 4 more chances to repair those cracks. Ling Xiao touched his chin, deep in thought. He cast a glance around, and his gaze finally settled on his spear.
That's right, didn't my talent level just increase? Logically, I should receive more rewards for that.
Suddenly, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up.
He quickly opened the Warrior Alliance marketplace.
Repairing his soul was something his body could handle on its own. There was no need for him to worry.
Beep, you have a new message from the Genius Certification Department. Please check.
At that moment, a notification sound echoed directly in Ling Xiao's mind.
Excellent. A reward, just as I expected. Hearing the news, a smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Free rewards were not something he would ever pass up. He immediately clicked on the message.
Buzz. As the message opened, a holographic projection of a middle-aged man appeared before Ling Xiao.
Greetings, esteemed S-rank genius. This is the Genius Certification Department. We have received notice of your promotion to S-rank and hereby inform you of your benefits. S-rank genius privileges include 100 billion star coins, 1 4th tier top grade cultivation technique, 2 combat techniques of 4th tier mid-grade and below, 1 4th tier mid-grade or lower weapon, 1 4th tier mid-grade or lower battle suit. Since you have previously claimed A+ rank genius benefits, those rewards must be reclaimed. For each item reclaimed, equivalent rewards will be provided, and the new benefits will then be issued.
If you have already cultivated any reclaimed techniques, your new rewards will only be distributed after you reach the Grandmaster level.
The additional star coins have been deposited into your account. Please check.
After reading the message, Ling Xiao was speechless.
They actually wanted to reclaim the A+ rank rewards? Did this mean he had to return his cultivation techniques in order to claim the new ones?
By the way, Marketplace AI, I haven't even started cultivating this technique yet.
How would they know?
Ling Xiao asked the Warrior Alliance Marketplace AI, puzzled.
Ding.
The martial arts marketplace will directly erase all memory of the technique and combat skills in question.
Without the memories, you will naturally be unable to use them.
Rest assured, this technology is highly advanced and poses no risk of side effects or discomfort. If, after the memory erasure, you are still able to use the technique, it will be deemed as already integrated, and you may keep it for free. Your current device is equipped with memory erasure functionality and can erase the memories at any time. The AI's response made Ling Xiao's eyes light up.
They can erase all memories of the technique? If the memory can't be erased, I get it for free? This technology is really confident in itself. Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh at the AI's statement. Erase his memories? With the enhancement of his eternal soul art, what could possibly erase his memories? What a joke!
Moreover, he had already patched the loopholes in those techniques and combat skills.
He didn't need them at all. Then just delete it. As for my weapon, how should we handle the transfer? The battle suit, I'll keep that for myself, Ling Xiao declared without hesitation. A battle suit was a valuable item. Its attributes were exactly what Ling Xiao needed.
If he exchanged it, he might not be able to enhance something with the same effects.
Besides, trading a 7th tier battlesuit for a 4th tier one would be utterly foolish.
If the other party saw this item, they'd probably lose their minds.
Ding! Detection shows you are en route to Flame Star. Upon arrival, someone will deliver a new weapon and retrieve the old one.
Memory deletion will commence shortly, please prepare yourself. The AI system, unaware that Ling Xiao was manipulating it, initiated the memory deletion program.
Buzz!
In an instant, the intelligent wristband on Ling Xiao's hand emitted a dazzling light, penetrating his consciousness and accessing his memories.
Buzz!
However, just as the program began, the light suddenly retracted, as if nothing had happened.
Memory deletion complete. The system prompt echoed. That's it? Memory deletion? Why don't I feel anything, and why are my memories still here?
At that moment, Ling Xiao was stunned.
Ding! Responding to the host, this intelligent wristband is a 7th tier intelligence.
Even the human central AI, also at the 7th tier, cannot breach my main system, let alone this subsidiary AI. As the wristband spoke up, Ling Xiao finally realized that the device in his possession was no longer the garbage it once was. Although it may not be able to erase my memories, it's always better to play it safe.
Now, I can choose one more cultivation technique and 2 combat skills, right?
Thinking of this, Ling Xiao smiled. For a cultivation technique, he would select one focused on the physical body. As for combat skills, he needed one for movement techniques, as he currently had none. Powerful attacks were useless without sufficient speed to back them up. The titanium combat body was only a 4th tier technique, which was no longer sufficient for Ling Xiao. Most of the martial artists around him used techniques of similar levels, making it impossible to showcase his superiority. Finally, he decided to pick a defensive technique as well.
The titanium combat body was simply too weak. As for weapons, Ling Xiao chose the Inferno Demon Spear, classified as a mid-grade 4th tier weapon.
Alright, I'll use this opportunity to patch the loophole for a physical cultivation technique. Looking at the flaming spear in his hand, Ling Xiao felt a tinge of regret. It hadn't even been used yet, but it was already going to be replaced.
However, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted on board the spaceship. In an instant, the vessel quaked violently. The alarm lights bathed the entire ship in crimson hues. Warning! Warning! The ship has been struck by a dark cosmos passage bomb. Shield integrity has dropped by 21%. The ship is under attack. Preparing to exit the dark cosmos. The ship's AI issued a frantic alert.
Hearing this, Ling Xiao furrowed his brows.
A dark cosmos passage bomb?
That's something only space pirates would use.
But in such a vast dark cosmos, how could they just happen to run into us? He pondered deeply.
No matter the case, trouble was upon them. With no other choice, he stepped out of his cabin. The ship's interior was awash in ominous red light.
Ling Xiao? What's going on?
The door to a nearby cabin suddenly opened, and Si Kongxue, shrouded in a frosty aura, stepped out. Seeing Ling Xiao, she asked with confusion.
I'm not sure. Maybe we've encountered space pirates? Let's head to the control room and check it out.
Ling Xiao shook his head.
Boom!
At that moment, the ship was struck again by a terrifying force.
Ugh!
The massive impact caused Si Kongxue to stagger. It was worth noting that an ordinary person would have been reduced to a mist of blood under such force.
Careful!
Instinctively, Ling Xiao reached out and caught Si Kongxue in his arms. Si Kongxue, still in shock, suddenly found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Her cheeks instantly turned crimson, and her mind went completely blank.
Warning! Warning! The ship is under attack.
Shield integrity has dropped by 45%. Immediate countermeasures or escape are advised.
Hey, little girl, how much longer are you planning to stay in his arms? Are you daydreaming about romance? A teasing voice echoed in Si Kongxue's mind, snapping her back to reality. She quickly broke free from Ling Xiao's embrace. Sorry about that, just a reflex reaction.
Ling Xiao, realizing his action might have been inappropriate, apologized immediately.
It's fine. Si Kongxue tried to appear nonchalant, but her flushed face betrayed her emotions. However, judging by the impact, this is definitely a 4th-tier star-class weapon. It seems we really are dealing with space pirates. Ling Zhao's expression turned serious. A 4th-tier weapon's power depended on its specific grade. Although he was incredibly strong now, capable of defeating even Grandmaster-level warriors, including those at the 4th or 5th level of the realm, facing someone much stronger, like a 7th or 8th-tier Grandmaster, would be a completely different story. Ling Xiao, are you guys alright? At this moment, Zhao Wu, pale-faced, rushed over. Clearly, the recent impacts had left him shaken as well. Mr. Zhao, what's going on? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled by his teacher's sudden appearance. We've been attacked. I'm not sure about the specifics either. The situation is serious. The overseer has ordered me to take you to the escape pods immediately. Zhao Wu urged Ling Xiao and Si Kongxue. Hearing this, both Ling Xiao and Si Kongxue froze. The situation was dire enough to warrant abandoning ship, leaving the overseer behind to hold off the enemy? This was clearly no minor skirmish. We don't have time to waste, move now, or it'll be too late. Zhao Wu shouted, quickly heading in another direction. Do we really have to leave? Si Kongxue hesitated. Leaving the overseer behind was something she couldn't bring herself to do. Let me assess the situation first. Ling Xiao frowned at her hesitation and immediately extended his consciousness to sense the surroundings. In an instant, everything within a 3,200-kilometer radius was laid bare before his awareness. That's right, a range of 3,200 kilometers. Originally, Ling Zhao's divine sense spanned only 100 kilometers when he reached the 10th heaven of the innate realm. However, due to the effects of the soul rebirth technique, it expanded 32 times. Hiss! This brat can actually develop such a vast divine sense at the innate level, what a monster! Sensing Ling Zhao's terrifying range of mental perception, even the mysterious expert residing in Si Kongshue's mind was utterly shocked. What she didn't know was that Ling Xiao had deliberately blocked her perception. If she realized that he had reached the 10th heaven of the innate realm in just under an hour, she would undoubtedly be even more astonished. Hearing her master's exclamation, Si Kongxue became even more curious about the young man before her. Though he appeared a year or two younger than her, his demeanor and actions exuded a maturity far beyond his years. What a peculiar person, Si Kongxue thought to herself. Of course, Ling Xiao had no way of knowing what was on her mind. As Ling Zhao's divine sense continued to probe, he suddenly detected a green spacecraft, completely unlike a human vessel, gathering energy frantically, preparing to fire upon the dark skyship they were on. A Skurian ship? Ling Zhao's brows furrowed as he noticed the insignia on the spacecraft. The Skurians were an ancient race of the Milky Way galaxy. The human race first discovered them 70,000 years ago, and even then, the Skurians were already one of the leading powers of the galaxy. After millions of years of development, they had reached their current level of dominance. As such, when they learned that humanity was a fledgling race only tens of thousands of years old, they didn't take them seriously at all. After all, countless minor races like humanity existed throughout the galaxy. However, humanity's rapid development caught everyone off guard. In just a few tens of thousands of years, humans had risen to become one of the 5 great races in the galaxy. During that time, the original 4 great races had made several attempts to annihilate humanity, but each time, they failed, because of one man, the martial god, a peerlessly powerful warrior. It was he who had elevated humanity to its current status. Even so, humanity remained the weakest of the 5 great races and was often suppressed. And now, for a Skurian spacecraft to appear so covertly in a human-occupied area, there could only be one explanation: they were here to assassinate humanity's rising talents, Ling Xiao and Si Kongxue. I just became an S-class talent and haven't even had the chance to enjoy any benefits, and now they're already trying to assassinate me? This is way too much. Ling Xiao was speechless. What puzzled him even more was how the assassination plan had been prepared so quickly, barely an hour after he had been identified as an S-class talent. It seems there must be a traitor within humanity, and someone with significant status at that. Ling Zhao's eyes gleamed sharply. However, this wasn't something for him to worry about now. What he needed to focus on was how to deal with these enemies. With that thought, he directed his divine sense into the enemy spacecraft, instantly enveloping everything within it. Soon, the data of each enemy combatant surfaced within Ling Zhao's mental sea. A 3rd Heaven Grandmaster, along with 4 peak innate experts, over 300 innate level fighters, and 100,000 postnatal level troops. Not bad, not bad. This is practically a delivery of free resources. Seeing the enemy lineup, Ling Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile. How is it, Ling Xiao? Noticing his smile, Si Kongxue quickly asked. No problem. I have a solution. Come, I'll take you somewhere, Ling Xiao replied with a slight smile, then headed in the opposite direction of Zhao Wu. Without hesitation, Si Kongxue followed. She was intensely curious what exactly was Ling Xiao planning. Her master had mentioned that the strongest enemy outside was at the third heaven of the Grandmaster realm, a level even the chairman of Blue Water Planet couldn't confidently defeat. Yet Ling Xiao seemed so confident. Soon, under Ling Xiao's guidance, the two arrived at a massive crater within the ship. From here, they could clearly see everything outside. Thankfully, both of them were wearing combat suits, which activated their energy-based space armor to envelop them completely. This allowed them to survive even in the vacuum of space. A Skurian ship? The moment Sikong Shui saw the scene outside, her expression turned grim. Her master had mentioned the enemy's strength but had not revealed their identity as Skurians. After all, this race had once literally treated humans as food. Now, seeing their ship, her face grew cold. If Ling Xiao weren't by her side, she might have already asked her master to step in and destroy these enemies. Sikong Shui, whatever happens next, make sure you don't tell anyone, alright? Ling Xiao suddenly turned to her with a smile. Ha! Sikong Shui was stunned. Did Ling Xiao have some sort of plan? Surely he wasn't expecting her to take action? How could someone at the innate realm possibly defeat a Grandmaster-level opponent? Alright, I promise not to say anything, Sikong Shui replied earnestly with a nod. Good, then this will be our little secret. Ling Xiao's hearty laugh caught Sikong Shui off guard, her cheeks flushing faintly. Our little secret? For some reason, those words stirred a peculiar feeling in her heart. Ugh, all that effort to find a disciple, only to have her get swept away like this. Watching this scene, the ethereal woman in Sikong Shui's mental sea, dressed in an ice blue gown and stunningly beautiful, sighed in exasperation. Little Hey, it's time to eat. At that moment, Ling Xiao patted his pocket, a sly grin forming on his face. Sikong Shui looked on curiously. Roar! A childish growl came from Ling Xiao's pocket, and a moment later, a three-headed, comically ugly little lizard crawled out. Is this a three-headed lizard? It looks. Seeing Little Hey, Sikong Shui's expression turned odd. Sensing her gaze, Little Hey immediately raised its three heads, clearly expecting praise. It looks so ugly. The moment Sikong Shui spoke, Little Hey froze on the spot. Roar, 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 roar. Snapping back to its senses, Little Hey began flailing its tiny claws in protest. How dare she call it, this mighty three-headed hell dragon, ugly? This was an outrage. Alright, go eat first. Go on, take care of everyone on board that ship for me. Ling Xiao chuckled helplessly. If Sikong Shui had just kept quiet, Little Hey wouldn't have been so offended. Blah! Xiao He, hearing Ling Xiao's words, stuck out his tongue playfully at Sikong Shui before transforming into a streak of black light and darting away. Can Xiao He really handle this? He looks so small. Sikong Shui said worriedly, her gaze lingering in the direction where Xiao He had disappeared. Don't worry. Xiao He's strength surpasses even mine. Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Ever since Xiao He underwent super evolution, his power had grown at an astonishing rate. Though his development would cease upon reaching maturity, before that point, even with the system's help, Ling Xiao couldn't hope to catch up. A juvenile hellfire three-headed dragon at tier 4 stars? Where in the world did this kid find such an ancient and mythical beast? Weren't these supposed to be extinct? Sikong Shui's master exclaimed in shock after hearing Ling Xiao's explanation. A beast of this caliber, if it reached its full potential, might even be beyond her ability to handle, even at her peak. And yet, such a creature had appeared in a seemingly insignificant place like this. With her master's professional confirmation, Sikong Shui was finally convinced of Xiao He's extraordinary strength. Skull Clan, I can't believe you've tracked us all the way here. In the depths of the starry sky, Situ Tian hovered midair, gripping his spear tightly, his gaze locked on the spaceship ahead. His mind was racing with countless thoughts. I hope Zhao Wu manages to get Ling Xiao and Sikong Shui out of here safely. Damn it! I should have known better. 90% of S-class geniuses end up being targeted for assassination. At this moment, regret overwhelmed Situ Tian. He should have returned to Blue Water Star the moment he learned of Ling Zhao's S-class talent. But if he had returned, and the enemy followed, it could mean the annihilation of the entire planet. To eliminate an S-class genius, the enemy would undoubtedly resort to planet-scale devastation. Of course, one might wonder how people could even talk in the vacuum of space. Scientifically, sound requires a medium to travel through like air, solid ground, or metal. On Earth, sound travels at 340 meters per second in air and over 1,000 meters per second in metal. However, during the Great Galactic Era, scientists discovered that while the vacuum of space appears empty, it still contains space itself. By speaking at a specific frequency, one can cause spatial vibrations, enabling sound to propagate even in a vacuum. Most importantly, this method of sound transmission is incredibly fast, reaching the speed of light. However, ordinary people cannot achieve this frequency.
Only those who have reached the Grandmaster level in cultivation can accomplish it.
Ha ha ha.
Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter erupted from the spaceship. The next moment, a 5-meter-tall Skull Clan warrior clad in black combat armor, with green skin, shot out of the vessel.
Blue Water stars Situ Tion, a mere inspector.
I can't believe such a backwater planet managed to produce an S-class genius and an A-plus class genius.
And yet, all you have is a
decrepit old Grandmaster at the first realm guarding them.
What a gift to me, Polyra, for padding my record. The Skull Clan powerhouse Polyra sneered mockingly at Situ Tion.
In his eyes, the human race, with their pathetic cultivation system that could only sustain a single circulation of true energy, was utterly unworthy of being counted among the 5 great races. Arrogance radiated from him.
And why not?
For the Skull Clan, advancing to Grandmaster level required achieving a second true energy circulation at the
10th stage of innate cultivation.
Yet the difficulty of reaching this second circulation was no greater for them than achieving the first was for humans. Because of this, Skull Clan Grandmasters were inherently twice as powerful as their human counterparts.
Enough nonsense.
Over the years, you've slaughtered countless of our talented geniuses.
Today, I'll settle the score with you. Situ Tion roared furiously.
A violent surge of Grandmaster-level true energy erupted from his body.
Boom! The terrifying force rippled outwards, shaking the surrounding space. Foolish human! Polyra smirked coldly at Situ Tion's display of power. Boom! In an instant, an overwhelming wave of green true energy surged from Polyra's body, dwarfing Situ Tion's aura entirely.
The disparity in their strength was undeniable.
Now, Shadow Demon Cannon, fire! Situ Tion suddenly shouted excitedly.
Buzz! In a flash, a massive, pitch-black beam of light erupted from the rear of the Heaven's Wrathship, slicing through the void and hurtling toward Polyra.
Polyra was momentarily stunned, his face filled with shock. Damn it, you old fool! Playing dirty, huh? He hadn't expected the humans to resort to such underhanded tactics,
but it was too late to regret now. He quickly gathered all his energy to defend himself.
Boom!
A deafening explosion echoed as the powerful Shadow Demon Cannon struck Polyra directly, sending him hurtling forward. The Tier 4 mid-grade Shadow Demon Cannon packed a devastating punch.
If fired on a planet's surface, it could flatten an entire city in an instant. Did we get him? Situ Tion's face was tense as he stared unblinkingly at the explosion's epicenter. He knew the cannon was still recharging and would require another 10 seconds before it could fire again. 10 seconds was more than enough time for Polyra to retaliate and kill him. What worried him even more was the complete lack of reaction from the enemy's ship, as if they weren't concerned about their captain's life. Oomph!
Just then, a cold snort dispersed the smoke and dust from the explosion, revealing Polyra standing completely unscathed before him. Old man, no amount of tricks can make up for the gap in our power. Polyra sneered as he casually brushed the dust off his armor.
It didn't work? Just as I thought. Situ Tion sighed in resignation.
He hadn't truly expected the attack to kill Polyra, but seeing him emerge completely unharmed still caused his heart to sink. If their roles were reversed, he would have been obliterated instantly. Was the difference in power really this insurmountable? If you're out of tricks, then it's my turn, old man. Polyra growled coldly as he began to move.
Boom!
An overwhelming surge of green light erupted from his body as he extended his right hand.
Buzz!
Endless streams of green energy gathered in his palm, coalescing into a massive green energy sphere.
Die, you old fool! Polyra roared as the green light intensified. Roar! At this critical moment, a deafening dragon's roar erupted from the void. Polyra and Situ Tion had no time to react before a massive head suddenly opened its blood-red maw and swallowed Polyra in one gulp. Gulp! With a swallowing sound, Polyra disappeared into the giant head's mouth in one bite. Everyone present was dumbfounded by the scene.
In the starry sky, a colossal black dragon with 3 enormous heads soared through the void.
Boom!
Suddenly, the massive energy sphere Polyra had just gathered exploded within the black dragon's stomach, the deafening sound echoing across the cosmos.
Everyone's hearts tightened, thinking Polyra would burst out from the dragon's belly. Hiccup! However, what left everyone pale with shock was that the black dragon nearly let out a hiccup. He's dead. Impossible.
Lord Polyra's life signs have vanished.
On board the Skull spaceship, chaos erupted. If life signs disappeared, there was a 90% chance that death had occurred. Quick, start the ship. Escape immediately. Do you want to die here too?
A Skrull at the peak of innate power shouted in sheer panic. Everyone snapped out of their daze as if awakened from a dream, hurriedly pushing the spaceship's engines to their limit. Buzz! In an instant, the massive spaceship shot forward at incredible speed, propelled by its engines.
Roar!
But Little Black had no intention of letting them escape.
one of the dragon's 3 heads tilted back and unleashed a sky-shaking roar. Instantly, a massive dark cloud surged ahead of the fleeing spaceship. Thud! The spaceship plunged into the dark cloud and was immediately locked in place, unable to move. Roar! Little Black bellowed in fury, and its enormous body transformed into a streak of black light, diving straight into the dark cloud. Boom! 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 Explosions thundered continuously, leaving Sitution utterly stunned. Right! I need to run too. After standing frozen for several seconds, Sitution finally came to his senses and dashed into his own spaceship. Activate the shields. Maximize the engines. Without hesitation, he rushed to the control room and issued commands to the ship's AI. Buzz! The spacecraft suddenly glowed, and its protective shield enveloped the entire vessel once more. Buzz! With another surge of power, the demon skyship transformed into a black streak of light, speeding into the distance. However, no one except Ling Xiao and Si Kongxue, who were still near the breach, noticed a fist-sized black mist quietly flying back as the spaceship launched. The mist drifted toward Ling Xiao's hand and dissipated, revealing Little Black, who landed softly in Ling Xiao's palm. Hiccup! Little Black let out another hiccup, rolled its eyes at Si Kongxue, and then burrowed into Ling Xiao's pocket. This little guy really holds grudges. Ling Xiao smiled helplessly at Little Black's antics. I didn't expect something so small to be this powerful. Si Kongxue was still in awe of the strength Little Black had just displayed. Of course, the 3-headed Hell Demon Dragon is a high bloodline stellar beast with a blood vitality potential of level 5, equivalent to a 5th revolution true Qi cultivator. On top of that, its realm is far superior to its opponents. A decisive victory was inevitable. At this moment, Si Kongxue's master began explaining, leaving Si Kongxue deeply shocked. To think that this was Ling Xiao's pet. How many more secrets did this young man have? Alright, that's enough for now. But the ship is damaged. We'll have to wait for repairs before we can continue into the dark universe. It seems we'll be delayed in reaching Flame Sun Star. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow as he watched numerous repair nanorobots frantically working on the ship. Where is everyone? Where did they go? Why is the ship already moving? Meanwhile, Zhao Wu stood near the escape pod, his face full of confusion. Inside his room, Ling Xiao glanced at the time. It was already 11:30 p.m. The day was almost over. It seems there's no time to study the new techniques. I'll have to settle for repairing one of these star cores first. Sighing, Ling Xiao pulled a star core out of his pocket. Since his weapon was soon to be replaced, there was no need to repair it now. That could wait until the new weapon arrived. As for the cultivation techniques and 2 martial skills he had just exchanged for, it would be best to wait until he mastered them perfectly before repairing any flaws. Otherwise, he'd have to start from scratch, which would be no small challenge. System, repair the star core immediately. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao issued the command to his system. Ding! Scanning detected flaws in this light attribute tier 3 star core, 7.8 million. Begin repair? The notification sounded in Ling Xiao's mind. 7.8 million flaws? Ling Xiao's pupils contracted slightly. Could this be a tier 7 star core? The flame attribute star core he'd repaired before had only tens of thousands of flaws, and after repair, it had barely reached tier 6. The weakest light attribute power is illumination, which is only useful for emitting light and is considered an E-rank ability. A slightly stronger one would be light, force, an A-rank ability. Even more powerful is holy light force, an S-rank ability. Based on this star core is likely an SS rank ability. I wonder what it could be. Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he decisively selected repair. Ding! Command accepted. Repairing star core now. In an instant, the system's notification echoed again. Buzz! A dazzling light radiated from the milky white star core in Ling Xiao's hand. The star core became even more intricate, its surrounding runes multiplying at an exponential rate. Soon, a crystalline, translucent white star core formed in Ling Xiao's palm, emitting an overwhelming sense of power. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully repaired 7.8 million flaws in the star core. You have obtained a tier 7 7-star, Holy Light Star core. Consuming it will immediately awaken the ability, Holy Light Force, SS rank, and provide a substantial reserve of soul energy. At the same time, the system's notification sounded in Ling Xiao's mind. An SS rank Holy Light Force? What a treasure! Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. Although he knew this was an SS level ability, he wasn't entirely clear on how powerful it truly was. After all, no genius with the power of holy light had ever been recorded in human history. Generally, the level of a genius among ability users corresponded to the rank of their ability. For instance, as long as Luo Lingxuan trained diligently to enhance her C-level ability,
there was a 90% chance she could become a C-level genius.
With slightly better innate talent, she might even reach the level of a B-level genius.
Of course, there were exceptions, some prodigies with extraordinarily strong natural talent, like Zhou Yuan.
This swordsmanship genius, despite only possessing a C-level ability, could still be recognized as an A-level genius.
In other words, for someone with an SS-level ability, if their innate talent wasn't outright useless, they would generally be certified as an SS-level genius. However, such geniuses in the human race were exceedingly rare, and even their highest potential often capped at the S-level.
With this thought, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and swallowed the star core. Boom!
In an instant, a torrent of violent energy surged into Ling Xiao's spiritual sea, flooding it like a raging river.
Boundless soul energy rapidly converged in his spiritual sea, forming an enormous glowing soul orb.
This orb brimmed with unparalleled soul power. Its reserves at least 1,000 times greater than his previous 70,000 soul energy points. Feeling this, Ling Xiao's eyes gleamed faintly. The energy recovery speed at the 7th tier should be significantly faster than before. It seemed his pace of power advancement was about to accelerate. Buzz! At that moment, a dazzling light ignited above Ling Xiao's spiritual sea. In a flash, countless light particles appeared, rushing toward the sky of his spiritual sea with astonishing speed. As the energy converged, the glowing orb rapidly expanded. This was none other than Ling Xiao's Holy Light ability orb, containing his immense holy light power.
Time flew by.
The orb quickly grew to match the size of the golden Sunfire orb, then continued to expand. Only after surpassing the Sunfire orb in size several times over did it finally slow down and stabilize. At this moment, it became clear that the level and potency of the Holy Light power were undoubtedly superior to that of the Sunfire power.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the Holy Light ability. You have also gained a soul energy reserve of 80 million points.
The system's notification echoed in Ling Xiao's mind at that moment. Hearing this, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Buzz! The next moment, he clenched his hand lightly, and a radiant white glow instantly bloomed in his palm. Roar! However, at that moment, a low growl suddenly came from Ling Xiao's pocket. Xiaohei, his three-headed little dragon, extended its three tiny heads warily. Seeing the holy light orb in Ling Xiao's hand, Xiaohei immediately bared its teeth and growled defensively.
The hell three-headed demon dragon.
The system mentioned before that it's a dark-type star beast.
During its juvenile stage, it can only wield S-level dark power. In its growth stage, it can use SSS level extreme power.
If it matures to its peak, it might awaken hell power far beyond the SSS level. These three energies are naturally countered by holy light power.
No wonder this little guy looks so annoyed. Seeing Xiaohei's reaction, Ling Xiao couldn't help but chuckle.
With that thought, he dispersed the holy light power in his hand. Roar! Noticing this, Xiaohei realized that the holy light source was its master.
It quickly relaxed, dismissing its wariness and affectionately nuzzling Ling Xiao. All right, go back to sleep.
Watching the little creature, Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly.
Ding! A new day has arrived.
Congratulations to the host for gaining 4 opportunities to fix system loopholes. At that moment, the system notification sounded again.
Hearing this, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. Has it refreshed?
But I haven't learned any combat techniques or martial skills yet.
I'll have to wait for the right moment to use these fixes.
After a brief moment of thought, Ling Xiao closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into his martial training field within his mind. He began studying a martial cultivation technique he had obtained earlier, Blood Fury Art. This technique was extraordinary in its ability to instantly burn one's own blood to gain a terrifying surge in power. Though it was only a 4th-tier high-grade technique, its blood-burning effect could amplify strength by 6 times, a level of enhancement that surpassed 90% of 4th-tier high-grade techniques. It was worth noting that a 6-fold power boost was something only 5th-tier techniques could typically achieve.
However, the downside was significant. Using Blood Fury would result in a 90% loss of vital blood. For most people, it would take decades to recover, and in some cases, they might not survive at all. Yet for Ling Xiao, who possessed an undying divine physique, this wasn't a concern. To him, this technique was nothing short of divine. With this technique, not only can my Blood Fury enhance my power, but it's going to feel absolutely fantastic. And the best part is, it's so simple to cultivate. As long as I grasp the essentials and am not afraid of the risks, I can directly achieve the highest level of Blood Fury. With this realization, Ling Xiao began cultivating with all his might. Thanks to the innate advantage of his Dao physique, Ling Xiao's cultivation process was exceptionally fast. After mastering the essentials, it took him only 2 hours to refine this 4th-tier high-grade technique to perfection. But he didn't stop there. He continued to train in a movement skill, flame step, and a defensive martial technique,
Black Gold Battle Physique. To be honest, while the Black Gold Battle Physique was a mid-grade 4th-tier martial technique, its effects only enhanced defense by 5 times. Although this was superior to most techniques of the same level, it still fell short of the rare Titanium Gold Battle Physique. However, Ling Xiao didn't mind. He understood that while the Titanium Gold Battle Physique might be at its peak, the Black Gold Battle Physique had untapped potential. If fully developed, its power would be overwhelming. Naturally, these two martial techniques were both of the 4th tier, and even with his powerful innate Dao physique, perfecting them would require a considerable amount of time. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had plenty of time, an entire day. With that in mind, he closed his eyes once more and focused on his cultivation. While studying martial techniques, Ling Xiao continued to tear apart his soul within his spiritual sea. Ding! Congratulations to the host for cultivating flame step to the beginner level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for cultivating flame step to the proficient level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for cultivating flame step to the mastery level. In just 3 hours, Ling Xiao had brought his movement skill to the mastery level. However, for an ordinary person, advancing any martial technique from mastery to perfection would take an incredibly long time. Even until death, attaining perfection remains an arduous feat after all. The essence of a martial technique is something that, aside from its creator, few can ever truly master. Ding! Congratulations! Your soul's severe injuries have been successfully repaired. Soul value gained, 600 points. Blood chi value, 200 points. Congratulations! Your martial realm has successfully advanced to the 8th level of the innate realm. Current soul reserves, 12,000/30,000. More than 10 minutes later, a system notification thundered through Ling Xiao's mind like a bolt of lightning. This time, the soul repair only took a little over 10 minutes, tearing apart 20 fragments of the soul. Effectively, it was akin to gaining nearly 2,000 soul points within an hour. His blood chi value also increased by 700 to 800 points within the same hour. At this moment, it had only been a mere 5 hours since Ling Xiao began utilizing the stellar core. My martial realm is on the verge of breaking through to the 10th level of the innate realm. Let's keep going. Ling Xiao's eyes gleamed with determination, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint smile. Without hesitation, he shut his eyes and immersed himself in cultivation once more. Time flowed quietly. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Fire Flame Step has been successfully cultivated to the perfect realm. Combined with the power of flames, speed can increase by 450%. If paired with a higher tier fire-based ability, the speed boost will be beyond imagination. 3 hours later, the system notification echoed once again in Ling Xiao's mind. He immediately ceased his cultivation and focused his gaze on his soul. At that moment, there was only a small fissure in his soul, still in the process of healing. Buzz! Suddenly, a ripple surged forth, and the fissure instantly closed. Ding! Congratulations! Your soul's severe injuries have been successfully repaired. Soul value gained, 600 points. Blood chi value, 200 points. Congratulations! Your martial realm has successfully advanced to the 10th level of the innate realm. Blood chi reserve functionality unlocked. Current soul reserves, 19,000/30,000. Blood chi reserves, 100/30,000. The system's notification chimed once more, and a wave of joy surged through Ling Xiao's heart. Finally, I've reached the dual peak limits of both my physical body and soul. He reflected silently, realizing that at this pace, his soul reserves would soon reach their maximum capacity. Next up, it's time for the Black Gold Battle Body. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he closed them again, beginning the evolution of the Black Gold Battle Body. The principles behind the Black Gold Battle Body were similar to the Titanium Battle Body, though the method of condensing true energy was slightly different. While it might not surpass the Titanium Battle Body in raw stats, its defensive strength was undoubtedly formidable. Due to the structural similarities, Ling Xiao managed to cultivate the Black Gold Battle Body to perfect quality within just 5 hours. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Black Gold Battle Body has been cultivated to the perfect level. When fully activated, defensive power can increase by 500%. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your soul reserves have reached the maximum of 30,000 points. Soul transformation is about to commence. The system issued 2 successive notifications, and Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Rumble! At that moment, Ling Xiao's soul began to tremble violently, and mysterious runes materialized around him. These runes burned like fire, swiftly purging the impurities within Ling Xiao's soul and refining an endless reservoir of soul power. At this moment, pure and untainted soul energy emerged from the void. This soul energy was entirely distinct from the aura of the soul reserve sphere hovering above Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. The soul power obtained through the stellar core was not inherently Ling Xiao's own, it required further integration before it could be utilized. However, these newly emerged soul forces were identical to his own soul's essence, as though they were fragments of himself.
So this is the soul energy that the system has been accumulating for me? It's finally ready to be used now. Witnessing this scene, Ling Xiao suddenly understood. With the infusion of this soul energy, he could clearly sense the rapid elevation of his soul's essence. This was not a mere quantitative change, it was a qualitative transformation.
As the 30,000 soul reserve points fully integrated into Ling Xiao's soul, his soul strength tripled, achieving a third-grade soul transformation.
Ding! The first phase of soul transformation has concluded. For the second phase, you must accumulate 100,000 soul reserve points.
Upon completion, the host's soul transformation level will advance to 6th grade. At this moment, the system's notification echoed once again, filling Ling Xiao's heart with fighting spirit.
100,000 points?
At my current pace, it won't take long to achieve that.
He paid no mind to the effort this would require.
After all, a small investment now would undoubtedly yield rewards far exceeding 100,000 soul points in the future.
Now that my strength has grown, it's time to focus on techniques.
System, repair the technique, Bloodburst Art, as well as the skills Fire Flame Step and Black Gold Battle Body, eliminating all flaws. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao issued his command to the system.
Ding! Command accepted. Beginning repairs. In an instant, the system responded decisively. Rumble!
The next moment, a torrent of overwhelming power surged into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Ling Xiao could distinctly feel a powerful technique and 2 martial skills being imprinted into his memory at lightning speed. These 3 techniques and skills, as they were transmitted into Ling Xiao's consciousness, had already reached the perfect realm. Ling Xiao was utterly astonished by this development.
Ding! Congratulations to the host. The technique Bloodburst Art has had 39.8 million flaws repaired. Upgraded to the technique Demonic Disintegration, 8th tier technique.
The martial skill Fire Flame Step has had 2.8 million flaws repaired. Upgraded to the martial skill Flame Dragon Flash, 7th tier martial skill. The martial skill Black Gold Battle Body has had 3.8 million flaws repaired. Upgraded to the martial skill Star Titan Body, 7th tier martial skill. Among the 3 techniques, the weakest was a 7th tier martial skill, while the technique itself was an immensely powerful 8th tier technique.
The name of one, in particular, caught Ling Xiao's attention *** Demonic Disintegration ***.
It sounded like a self-destructive technique, and yet, he had somehow managed to restore it. With the effects of his immortal physique combined with this move, he would become virtually indestructible and unkillable force capable of erupting with unfathomable power at any moment.
Without delay, Ling Xiao began reviewing the descriptions of each ability. Demonic Disintegration, the innate technique of the supreme cosmic race known as the demons.
Typically, only demons are capable of cultivating it.
Restrictions have now been removed.
Effect: sacrifice a portion of your physical body to gain an immense surge in power. The larger the sacrifice, the greater the power boost obtained. After the disintegration of the Heavenly Demon Clan, they could slowly recover, making it impossible for practitioners of other races to sustain their cultivation. This cultivation technique was purely explosive in nature, incapable of significantly enhancing cultivation speed. As the properties of the Heavenly Demon Disintegration technique were revealed, Ling Xiao nodded slightly.
It was just as he had imagined, more akin to a talent than a technique.
The inability to accelerate cultivation speed was utterly irrelevant to him. He did not rely on meditation or martial practice for progress, instead, he depended on self-mutilation.
Although Heavenly Demon Disintegration could not quicken cultivation, to Ling Xiao, it was unquestionably a divine skill.
After all, he couldn't possibly self-mutilate every day to enhance his physical body. One small misstep could prove fatal.
Let's give it a try first.
With that thought, Ling Xiao broke into a sly smile and activated Heavenly Demon Disintegration without hesitation.
Boom!
With a muffled explosion, Ling Xiao's left hand burst apart, transforming into a mist of blood that filled the air.
Buzz! The blood mist surged back into Ling Xiao's body.
At that moment, he felt his strength multiply tenfold. Meanwhile, under the power of his immortal physique, the hand that had exploded began to regenerate rapidly. In no time, his arm was restored to its original state.
Ding! Congratulations, host.
Your injury, classified as a minor wound, has been repaired. Blood energy reserve consumed, 20 points.
Blood energy value replenished, plus 20. The system notification promptly followed.
For the current Ling Xiao, the loss of a single hand was akin to a mere scratch on an ordinary person, if not even less of a concern. After all, a scratch would take several days to heal, whereas Ling Xiao's hand had recovered in an instant.
Not bad.
A single hand yields a tenfold increase in power.
What if I sacrificed my entire body? This thought stirred an idea in Ling Xiao's mind. Something's off.
Just then, Ling Xiao frowned. His attention shifted to his soul, and to his shock, he discovered that a small fragment of it was missing as well. This technique actually sacrifices both the soul and the body.
No wonder it can grant such terrifying power in an instant. Ling Xiao suddenly understood.
If sacrificing a single hand granted a tenfold increase, then sacrificing half his body would undoubtedly boost his strength by more than 30-fold.
Such an extraordinary level of enhancement was far beyond what any 8th-tier technique could achieve.
Naturally, the price paid was not limited to just the physical body. Fortunately, both my soul and body can regenerate.
Repairing the soul is just a bit slower. Seems like there's not much of a downside after all. With this realization, Ling Xiao's heart brimmed with joy.
He now had time to adapt to the sudden surge in his physical strength.
After all, rapid enhancements in physical power also required time to adjust.
His gaze shifted to the other two martial techniques. Flame Dragon Step harnessed the power of fire to condense a flame dragon, unleashing terrifying speed in an instant.
The higher the flame's grade, the faster the speed. Base effect, 1500%.
Stellar Combat Body channel the power of the stars from the heavens, gathering it into a single form.
Greatly enhances physical defense. And some strength.
When combined with the S-grade ability Stellar Force, defensive power can explode to 2000%.
Normal state, 1500%.
Reading through the descriptions of the new martial techniques, Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction.
Both techniques appeared to be exceptionally powerful.
After all, being 7th-tier martial techniques, their might was naturally extraordinary.
System, display my current attribute panel.
Ling Xiao commanded the system.
Attribute panel. Name, Ling Xiao.
Repair attempts, 1/4. Martial realm, 10th heaven of innate realm, 3900/30,000. Soul realm, 10th heaven of innate realm, 3rd tier, 100/50,000.
Blood energy, 10,000, 1 point equals 300 kilograms of strength. Soul, 10,000.
Skills, Spear Mastery, Proficient, Late Stage, 300%, 2000/5000.
Talents *. Immortal Physique, SSS grade, Combat Power * 300%. Innate Tao Body, SS grade, Amplification X 3000. Solar Star Flame, S grade. Sacred Light Force, SS grade. Cultivation Techniques *.
Titanium Battle Art, 4th tier lower grade, 300% cultivation speed. Indestructible Soul Art, Eternal grade, 5th tier fragmented, 32x.
Heavenly Demon Disintegration, 8th tier.
Martial Techniques *. Titanium Fist, 4th tier lower grade, 400%. Falling Star Spear Art, 6th tier middle grade, 1000%. 9 Heavens Fiery Explosion, 6th tier supreme grade, 1500%. Flame Dragon Step, 7th tier middle grade, 1500%. Stellar Combat Body, 7th tier middle grade, 1500%. Beast Companion *. Infernal Three-Headed Dragon, SSS grade, 4th tier 6 star. Looking at his current attributes, Ling Xiao felt a surge of pride. With Heavenly Demon Disintegration, both my physical body and soul can increase at the same rate.
In 10 hours, how far can my strength go? Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fully activated Heavenly Demon Disintegration.
Since this technique required soul sacrifice, he refrained from sacrificing 99% of his body all at once, opting instead for 95%. After all, that was the limit of his soul's tolerance.
Boom!
Instantly, Ling Xiao's body exploded into a mist of blood with a thunderous roar. In the void, only a single beating heart remained. The heart emitted a berserk aura that even Ling Xiao himself found astonishing. A 30-fold enhancement was indeed unimaginably powerful. What's more, he felt it wasn't the limit. With greater sacrifices, the power could potentially grow even stronger.
If anyone knew what Ling Xiao was thinking, they would be dumbfounded. You're down to just a heart, how can you still fight? Yet, despite this, Ling Xiao's exhibited strength remained overwhelming. The reason was simple. Buzz!
Suddenly, a surge of energy flooded into the lone heart. In an instant, countless tendrils of flesh sprang forth from the heart. Within less than a second, the heavily injured Ling Xiao was completely restored. Even more astonishing, his aura remained undiminished. In other words, the effects of the sacrifice still persisted. Ling Xiao estimated that this state could last for at least 5 minutes. If he could defeat his opponent within that time, it would suffice. If he couldn't win in 5 minutes, an hour wouldn't make a difference either. More importantly, Ling Xiao's soul only required 15 minutes to fully regenerate. In other words, once the physical enhancement faded, he merely needed to hold out for 10 minutes before using the technique again. Of course, if even with a 30-fold enhancement he still couldn't defeat his opponent, Ling Xiao knew that once his strength was fully restored, escaping would be out of the question. That was just the current situation. In the future, as the repair speed of Ling Xiao's soul continued to increase, perhaps he could maintain 30-fold combat power every second of every minute. By then, he would truly be an unstoppable force. In any case, the power of this technique is absolutely sufficient. Feeling the immense strength surging within his body, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. At this moment, he might even surpass the strongest of Grandmaster Level 9 Heavens experts. In the following days, Ling Xiao continued his cultivation, and time flew by rapidly. Every time he activated his heavenly demon physique, it took over 10 minutes to recover. With each recovery, his physical body and soul strength surged dramatically. Ding! Congratulations! Your soul and physical body, both severely damaged, have been successfully repaired. Soul value plus 600 points. Vitality value plus 600 points. Ding! Congratulations! Your soul and physical body, both severely damaged, have been successfully repaired. Soul value plus 600 points. Vitality value plus 600 points. Ding! Congratulations! Your soul and physical body, both severely damaged, have been successfully repaired. Soul value plus 600 points. Vitality value plus 600 points. As time went on, Ling Xiao's soul value and vitality value soared. This translated to a gain of 2,400 points of each energy type per hour. 10 hours passed, and Ling Xiao was prepared for the next restoration cycle. He promptly pulled out a bottle of crimson liquid. This was an essence of blood collected from a Tier 3, 3-star star beast he had slain on Star Beast Planet number 10. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao used it to repair all flaws within himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for repairing flaws using the blood and flesh essence of a Tier 3, 3-star star beast, 80,000 points recovered. As a reward, you have obtained a Tier 5 star beast blood essence. When consumed, it will directly enhance vitality energy reserves by 800,000 points. With a flash of light, the blood essence in his hand was significantly upgraded. Roar! A soft cry came from Ling Xiao's pocket. A little black creature darted out with excitement, drooling as it stared at the blood essence in Ling Xiao's hand. You little glutton, your nose is sharp. But I can't give you all of this. My vitality reserve is already half depleted. Let me replenish myself first. Too bad this is only Tier 5 blood essence. Seeing the little creature's eager expression, Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. While this bottle of blood essence was decent, its grade was too low. Still, the 800,000 reserve it provided would suffice for the time being. With that thought, Ling Xiao split the energy in half, consuming one portion himself and giving the remainder to the little black creature. This little thing's consumption was truly astonishing. The previous 100,000 plus reserve he had given it had already been exhausted. If not for the flesh and blood of those skull star beings, it wouldn't have been able to reach Tier 6, 6-star level. The excited little creature instantly grew several sizes larger and swallowed the energy in one gulp. Burp! It let out a satisfied belch before curling back into Ling Xiao's pocket to sleep once again. Even 400,000 points of energy reserve isn't enough for this guy. Looks like I'll need to hunt down some Tier 4 star beasts for their blood essence. Watching the little creature retreat into its slumber, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with determination. If he could secure blood essence from Tier 4 star beasts, it could be refined into reserves of at least tens of millions. By then, this little black creature would easily supply him with power. Unfortunately, Tier 4 star beasts weren't easy to come by. The spaceship is about to arrive. I'll aim to condense my true chi to the third turn. There should be plenty of Tier 4 star beasts to hunt after that. Ling Xiao glanced at the navigation route and saw that the spaceship was nearing its destination, the fiery sun star. He shut his eyes and resumed cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your vitality reserve has reached 30,000 points. Beginning true chi condensation. Finally, after 3 hours, a notification echoed in Ling Xiao's mind. His eyes snapped open. Boom! A surge of violent energy erupted into Ling Xiao's dantian. Within his dantian, he could clearly sense his true chi spinning at an incredible speed. At the center of this rotation, droplets of pale golden liquid began to form. So third turn true chi can already condense into liquid form? By the 10th turn, would it solidify into something like the golden cores described in novels? If it could truly solidify, it would resemble the legendary golden core. Ling Xiao marveled at the thought, realizing that the energy quality of this liquid true chi far surpassed the gaseous true chi from before. Its explosive power was exactly 3 times as potent. This was the so-called third turn true chi. Finally, with the frenzied replenishment of 30,000 points of vitality value, Ling Zhao's dantian was filled with pale golden liquid true qi.
Ding!
Congratulations, host! Your true qi has successfully condensed to the third turn.
Vitality quality has improved. Currently, 1 point of vitality value equals 900 kilograms of strength.
Another notification sounded, and Ling Zhao's eyes lit up.
Though vitality value itself couldn't increase before reaching the Grandmaster level, the strength represented by each point of vitality could still be enhanced.
In other words, if I reach 10th turn true qi, 1 point of vitality value would equal 3,000 kilograms of strength. And if he ascended to the Grandmaster level, his strength would multiply tenfold, making 1 point of vitality value equivalent to 30,000 kilograms of strength. Ling Zhao suddenly realized how absurdly powerful this system was. If that were the case, tracking numerical vitality values might become unnecessary altogether.
More importantly, a newly advanced Grandmaster level expert would only have about 1,000 kilograms of strength per point of vitality value.
In terms of physical strength alone, Ling Zhao's current capabilities were already 30 times greater.
This meant his first heaven physical power was comparable to the sixth heaven of a Grandmaster.
In other words, once he reached the Grandmaster level, even ordinary great Grandmasters wouldn't stand a chance against him.
This system is incredible.
I must dedicate myself to cultivation and reach that level as soon as possible. Ling Zhao smiled. With such a powerful system, his future strength progression would surely be effortless.
Beep beep beep.
The spaceship has successfully arrived in the fiery Sunstar system and is about to land.
All crew members, please prepare. Attention, the fiery
Sunstar system's gravity is 100 times that of Earth's standard gravity. Those unable to withstand it should activate their battlesuit's anti-gravity system. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed throughout the spacecraft.
Ling Zhao, upon hearing the notification sound, stood up. Finally arrived, huh?
We were supposed to get here yesterday afternoon, and now it's already the early hours of the next day. He walked over to the window, stretched lazily, and gazed out at the vast expanse of the starry sky. What he saw outside was a colossal, cold white star, surrounded by thousands of planets of varying sizes.
These planets moved and rotated as if they were part of a unified system.
Their most striking characteristic was their size.
Even the smallest of these life-sustaining planets was over 10 times larger than Blue Water Star, let alone Earth.
The rotation speed of these planets had been adjusted to match Earth's, meaning a day was still 24 hours. Of course, whether it was day or night depended on the specific time
zone of each location.
Blue Water Star adhered to the same system, which explained why, even after traveling 100,000 years into the future, the 24-hour cycle remained unchanged.
This was the legacy of humanity's origin, Earth's influence at its finest.
The star in this system must be at least 100 times larger than the Sun in the solar system.
And that planet over there, which is even bigger than the Sun, must be Flame Sun Star, right?
Ling Zhao marveled at the grandiose star system before him, his heart filled with awe. The Sun's diameter is roughly 1,000 times that of Earth, and its volume tens of thousands of times greater. Yet, the Flame Sun star before him must have a volume several million times that of Earth. Logically speaking, a planet this size should have a gravitational pull thousands of times stronger than Earth's.
However, thanks to the planet's powerful anti-gravity field, its gravitational pull was reduced to just about 100 times that of Earth.
Of course, one could adjust it to Earth-like levels if desired. But this was no ordinary place, this was Flame Sun Star. Only those who had reached at least the first level of the postnatal realm could qualify to migrate here and become residents of Flame Sun Star. This meant that every individual on this massive planet was at least at the postnatal realm or higher.
The realization left Ling Zhao deeply shaken.
Ling Zhao, get ready to disembark. Just then, Zhao Wu's voice came through the intercom, clear and direct.
Alright, time to go. Soon, I'll finally get my hands on my new weapon. The 4 repair chances refreshed today, I'll put them to good use right away. Ling Zhao smiled faintly and then strode out of the spacecraft. So this is Flame Sun Star? Master, I've really made it here. I'm finally about to meet that person.
In another room aboard the ship, Sikong Shui stared at the massive planet growing ever closer, utterly transfixed.
A flicker of anger flashed in her eyes.
I've told you before, as my disciple, no talent in this insignificant Flame Sun Star system or even the entire Milky Way can surpass you. There's no need to trouble yourself with petty family matters. A faint soul projection emerged as her master's voice rang out, filled with disdain for the Flame Sun Star. What seemed like an unimaginably powerful planet to others appeared as insignificant as a grain of sand in her eyes. Back in her peak, her domain was vast and incomparably grand, far surpassing this massive star system.
But what about Ling Zhao, Master? Can I surpass him? Sikong Shui suddenly asked, her curiosity evident.
Her master's expression froze momentarily before she coughed lightly.
Of course you can.
Once you master my Supreme Ice Codex and awaken your archaic level talent, the Supreme Ice Power, a mere backwater genius like him will be nothing to you.
The Supreme Ice Sovereign let out a dismissive laugh.
Her words were not baseless, and archaic level talent was ranked above even SSS level talents. No matter how extraordinary Ling Zhao's talent was, at best, he had only comprehended an S-level solar flame ability. Surpassing him would be a trivial feat.
Alright, Master, I'll work hard.
Whether it's that person or Ling Zhao, I'll surpass them both. Xikong Shue's face turned serious as she made her vow to the Supreme Ice Sovereign.
Good, my diligent disciple. Keep at it.
The Supreme Ice Sovereign chuckled in response, finding her disciple's straightforwardness endearing and easy to manipulate.
After all, even she hadn't fully mastered the Supreme Ice Codex in its entirety. How could this little girl, with her much weaker talent, possibly accomplish it?
Xikong Shue, the ships landed. Just then, Ling Zhao's voice came from outside the cabin door.
Coming.
One moment, Xikong Shue's face was stern with determination to surpass Ling Zhao. The next, she broke into a cheerful smile and dashed out.
At that moment, the Supreme Ice Sovereign was completely dumbfounded.
Such foolishness!
Why did I take on such a naive disciple?
Just moments ago, she thought Xikong Shue's innocence was a good thing. Now, she was so exasperated she felt like coughing up blood. With no other choice, she huffed and retreated back into Xikong Shue's body to sulk.
Boom! With a thunderous rumble, the Motian warship slowly descended onto a massive landing pad.
Led by Situ Tian, Ling Zhao and Xikong Shue stepped off the ship. Ling Zhao scanned his surroundings and immediately noticed the dense array of ships docked nearby, tens of thousands of them. Each one would take off mere minutes after landing. Ling Zhao, Xikong Shue, we're only here to drop you off, so our stay is limited to 10 minutes.
The assessment begins tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp. Take some time to look around. Remember to return here on time. If you're late, you'll have to wait until next year's assessment. And be cautious during the process. Survival is the ultimate goal. No matter how talented someone is, if they die, they'll be forgotten.
After escorting Ling Zhao and Xikong Shue off the ship, Situ Tian gave them a stern reminder.
Understood, Inspector. Don't worry.
Ling Zhao responded with a confident smile. To be honest, he wasn't concerned about life or death situations. With his current strength, unless a Grandmaster-level powerhouse showed up and obliterated him entirely, leaving not even a scrap of flesh, he could regenerate from even the smallest fragments.
Got it.
As for Xikong Shue, she had even less reason to worry. With her master by her side, even as merely a lingering soul, she could easily eliminate star-level powerhouses. Her safety was practically guaranteed. Interestingly, after stepping into the outside world, this little girl reverted to her previous cold demeanor, as if her other emotions only surfaced when she was with Ling Zhao.
Alright then, I'll take my leave. Be careful, both of you. Once the assessment is over, I'll come back to pick you up.
Although still somewhat worried, Situ Tian glanced at the time, and with no other options, boarded his spaceship and swiftly departed. After Situ Tian left, Ling Zhao looked around and found that over 1 million young geniuses, both male and female, had gathered here. These individuals sized each other up. When they noticed that Ling Zhao and Xikong Shue appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old, their curiosity was piqued. They thought to themselves, which planet do these two young representatives come from, to be considered geniuses? However, upon realizing that both of their cultivation levels were only at the first stage of the innate realm, many quickly dismissed them. At this age, being at the first stage of the innate realm was at best classified as a plus to S-level talent. And on this plaza, there were already hundreds of S-level geniuses. Not to mention, many of them were nearing 20 years old and had cultivation levels that reached or surpassed the 7th or 8th stage of the innate realm. There really are so many geniuses here, Ling Zhao muttered as he scanned the crowd. Most of them appeared to be around 20 years old, and all were uniformly at the innate level. He even spotted a few who were already half-step Grandmasters, S-level geniuses. It was worth noting that such individuals were considered elite experts in the entire Motian province, yet here they were, not even 20 years old.
Ling Zhao couldn't help but sigh.
If he had stayed confined to a small place, he would have never encountered geniuses of this caliber.
Wait, is there something on your mind?
Ling Zhao turned to Xikong Shue and asked. No, Xikong Shue replied curtly.
I'm heading to the Martial Alliance. Want to come along?
Ling Zhao suggested. The Martial Alliance was where one could exchange for weapons. He couldn't just leave the girl here by herself, especially since the Martial Alliance was situated not far from the plaza.
Sure, I need to claim my reward anyway, Xikong Shue said after hearing Ling Zhao's suggestion.
Ling Zhao suddenly remembered that Xikong Shue's genius ranking had already been elevated to a plus level, meaning her rewards would naturally be greater.
Alright then, let's go. With that, Ling Xiao began walking toward the Martial Alliance building.
The enormous plaza was located at the heart of Flame Sun Star's imperial capital, spanning a staggering area of over 400 square kilometers, with each side measuring around 20 kilometers in length, a truly massive scale. Each year, super geniuses from over 100 life-supporting planets would gather here to await a life-changing assessment. As such, the facilities surrounding the plaza were extraordinarily well-equipped. There was a fifth-tier medical building, as well as the towering Martial Alliance headquarters that stood over 10,000 meters tall. It could be said that everything, from food and accommodations to transportation, was meticulously arranged for the geniuses during their stay. After all, these individuals represented not just the future of Flame Sunstar but the future of humanity as a whole. A few minutes later, Ling Xiao and Sikong Shui followed the crowd into the Martial Alliance building. There, they quickly exchanged their weapons. Ling Xiao's weapon was upgraded to a mid-tier 4th-grade Flame Demon Spear, said to be fused with the star core of a Flame Demon. Flame Demons were a powerful race of star beasts inhabiting a planet perpetually engulfed in flames, located 500 light-years from Flame Sunstar. Their entire bodies were cloaked in fire, and the most powerful among them had reached planetary-level strength. Even the Flame Sun Emperor wouldn't dare provoke one lightly. The star core used in this spear was obtained by a Grandmaster who had slain an innate-level Flame Demon. The weapon carried a potent flame attribute, making it incredibly powerful. As for Sikong Shui, she exchanged her weapon for a longsword imbued with ice attributes. After upgrading their weapons, Ling Xiao and Sikong Shui quickly returned to the waiting area. With only a few hours left before the assessment began, they had no time to rest. Buzz! Suddenly, a violent fluctuation rippled through the sky. Moments later, a colossal spaceship 10 times the size of the Motion battleship descended with a thunderous roar. The massive spaceship cast its shadow over nearly a quarter of the plaza.
Ha! That flag, isn't this era supposed to be unified? Ling Xiao frowned as he noticed the flag emblazoned on the ship. Wait, a 5th-tier advanced spaceship? Which planet is it from? It's from the Dowa star system. I've heard they're the descendants of the Dowa clan. What? The Dowa star system? I heard their ruler is a Grandmaster at the 7th stage, commanding over 300 life-supporting planets. I didn't expect their star system to show up here. The Dowa star system ranks within the top 10 of the entire Flame Sun galaxy. Each year, they produce many A+ level geniuses, and every decade or so, they even produce an S-level genius. Their strength is nothing to scoff at. Be careful, everyone. The people from the Dowa star system are notoriously ruthless. They kill without hesitation, and every year during the assessments, several geniuses die at their hands. So what? If they're not strong enough, they'll die no matter how ruthless they are. If I encounter one of them, I'll kill them first. The surrounding geniuses frowned as they watched the spaceship's arrival, clearly unwelcoming of the Dowa star system's presence. Boom! Finally, with a deafening rumble, the enormous spaceship landed. A few nearby geniuses were nearly crushed under its sheer weight. The ship's massive size meant it didn't need supporting structures. It claimed a full quarter of the plaza, forcing the gathered crowd to squeeze into an even tighter space. Such an arrogant display naturally soured the moods of the surrounding geniuses. A bunch of barbarians. A little bit of strength, and they think they're invincible. They're only from the 7th-ranked star system. How dare they act so conceited? Exactly. When the assessment starts, the first one I see from their star system, I'll take them out. These geniuses were no pushovers. As representatives of their respective planets, they had risen above countless competitors. Who could tolerate such insolence? Click. At that moment, the spaceship's hatch slowly opened. Under a dazzling beam of light, a group of young warriors descended, exuding an air of arrogance. They wore combat uniforms styled like samurai armor, with the Dowa flag stitched conspicuously on their chests, an emblem that made them stand out even more. Leading the group was an S-level genius whose cultivation had reached the formidable 8th stage of the innate realm. A bunch of baka. This genius from the Dowa star system scanned the crowd with disdain and sneered. You dare insult me? Are you looking for death? Among the S-class geniuses, a fiery young man erupted in an instant. Boom! A terrifying aura burst forth from his body as he dashed straight toward the genius of the Great Wa star system. Nani? The genius from the Great Wa star system turned pale at the sudden attack, but the fiery young man didn't care about his reaction. With a clenched fist, he swung it fiercely toward the other's face. Boom! The thunderous impact reverberated through the plaza. The genius of the Great Wa star system spat blood as his body shot out like a missile, crashing heavily into a spaceship. Blood splattered everywhere, and the scene was utterly shocking. Holy crap! It's Quan Tai from the Quan Lion star system.
His grandfather is none other than the ruler of the Quang Lion star system, the 8-star Grandmaster Quang Lion himself.
No kidding, Quang Tai is a genuine S-class genius.
His strength has already reached the half-step Grandmaster level.
Rumor has it he's on the verge of forming his first Chi cyclone. The onlookers quickly recognized Quang Tai.
The Quang Lion star system ranked higher than the Great Hua star system, with an even more dominating presence.
Damn it! An eightfold heaven cultivator dares to act so arrogantly? I, Quang Tai, have never encountered anyone so fearlessly foolish.
Quang Tai cursed, his sharp gaze sweeping toward the other geniuses of the Great Hua star system, who were now frozen in terror.
Want to take a punch too? Come on, let's see what you've got.
He grinned maliciously, looking at the trembling group of quail-like little fools, full of disdain.
Baka, you're seeking death, brat. At that moment, an enraged roar erupted from within the spaceship.
A horrifying aura belonging to a Grandmaster-level powerhouse descended instantly, pressing down on the plaza. In the blink of an eye, the geniuses gathered their struggle to breathe, their faces turning ashen. A withered old man slowly floated out from the spaceship, his cold, sinister gaze locking onto Quang Tai.
Damn it, you old geezer. Try laying a finger on me, and see if my grandfather doesn't destroy you.
Quang Tai shouted back defiantly, showing no fear.
The crowd was stunned. Quang Tai dared to speak so rudely to a grandmaster?
The old man's expression instantly darkened, but he dared not make a move. He knew full well that Quang Tai, the most pampered grandson of the Quang Lion star system's ruler, was not someone he could afford to provoke. If he attacked Quang Tai, as a first heaven grandmaster, he'd have no hope of survival. The disparity between grandmasters was enormous. A second heaven grandmaster could easily obliterate a first heaven grandmaster, let alone someone as terrifying as the ruler of the Quang Lion star system, who was an eightfold grandmaster. Even the ruler of the Great Hua star system himself could be annihilated in an instant.
Humph,
you've got guts, brat, the old man spat, his tone filled with suppressed anger and dread. He prepared to retreat.
Boom! Suddenly, an overwhelming force of suppression erupted. What?
The old man's face turned deathly pale as he realized escape was impossible. The immense pressure enveloped him in an instant.
Bang!
A thunderous explosion echoed as the old man was swatted away like a fly, his body disintegrating into a mist of blood.
The sight left everyone utterly stunned. A Grandmaster-level powerhouse had been killed so effortlessly?
During the enrollment period of Yin Yang Academy, anyone who dares attack outside of the examination will be executed without mercy.
All candidates from their home star system will have their qualifications revoked.
A cold, commanding voice rang out across the heavens. The moment the words fell, the geniuses of the Great Hua star system turned pale with shock.
Revoked qualifications? Their participation had been invalidated.
Amid the astonished stares of the crowd, an elderly figure walked through the air with his hands clasped behind his back. It's the chief speaker. The chief speaker himself has appeared. The moment the figure came into view, the onlookers were filled with awe and fear. The chief speaker was the second most powerful figure in the Yin-Yang star system, surpassed only by the Flame Sun Emperor. His strength was unparalleled, and his authority extended over dozens of life-bearing planets.
It's over. We're doomed.
The Great Hua star system is finished this time.
When we return, we'll all be dead.
Inside the spaceship, a pinnacle-level master from the Great Hua star system looked out at the chief speaker in despair. The death of their grandmaster had sealed their fate, and he knew arguing with the chief speaker would be nothing short of suicide.
Take off. Get us out of here now. Finally, the master gave a desperate order. Vroom!
The spaceship roared to life, its engines blazing as it rose into the sky, carrying hundreds of geniuses with it in a frantic attempt to flee. The chief speaker paid them no mind. At that moment, Ling Zhao's gaze locked onto the fleeing spaceship. Then, his eyes flicked to the chief speaker not far away, and a mischievous thought began to form. Now, take over this fifth-tier advanced spaceship, Ling Zhao commanded, a sly smile playing on his lips as his consciousness connected to the intelligent device on his wrist. On the ground, the gathered geniuses burst into laughter as they watched the Great Hua star system's spaceship flee in disgrace. Wow, the Great Hua star system is running away like a pack of dogs this time.
Ha, eliminated as soon as they arrived. They've set a new record. The mocking jeers echoed through the crowd. Wait, what's that spaceship doing now?
A sharp-eyed genius suddenly pointed upward, his expression changing drastically. Everyone looked up to see a massive cannon barrel emerging from the spaceship.
Vroom!
In an instant, a destructive energy began to gather at the cannon's tip.
The crowd froze in disbelief. Had the Great Hua star system gone mad? Were they actually planning to attack Yin Yang star?
The chief speaker frowned as he observed the scene.
He knew the attackers couldn't be so reckless as to strike at him. Yet, he couldn't afford to take chances.
If he didn't act quickly, the geniuses on the ground would be in grave danger. This fifth-tier advanced spaceship possessed terrifying firepower, enough to threaten even a grandmaster at the 7th or 8th heaven. While the chief speaker could withstand it, the resulting shockwave would obliterate the gathered geniuses. Very well. The higher-ups have wanted to deal with the Great Wa clan for years. Let it begin with my yin-yang star system. The chief speaker's expression turned icy as he raised his right hand and clenched the air. Boom! In an instant, an immense force crushed the spaceship into pieces. The debris was hurled far away and vanished from sight. The sheer violence and power of the scene left everyone on the ground gasping in awe. So strong. The assembled geniuses shared a single thought, asterisk, this is the terrifying power of a peak grandmaster? Asterisk. The chief speaker is a psychic warrior. That's so cool. Maybe I should become a psychic warrior too, Ling Xiao mused, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. To be honest, psychic warriors were indeed dazzling when they fought. With a wave of their hand, they could destroy the heavens and the earth. That's it, I've made up my mind. I must get one of those. The speaker's psychokinetic ability seems to be at an S level. Looks like I'll need to buy a higher grade psychokinetic star core. Ling Xiao immediately set his next small goal for himself. Since this old man has stepped in, I hereby announce that the selection exam for the Sunfire Academy will commence 2 hours earlier than scheduled, and I will personally serve as your examiner. At that moment, the speaker stroked his beard and spoke with a smile, his demeanor kind and benevolent. Yet no one could reconcile this seemingly gentle figure with the man who had just crushed tens of thousands of lives with a single strike. That's fantastic. The speaker himself is presiding over the exam. Yeah, this is way better than being tested by the other officials. I heard the speaker rarely oversees exams personally, not even once in a century. We're so lucky. Hearing the speaker's announcement, many young geniuses couldn't contain their excitement. After all, based on the speaker's earlier display, many had already developed a sense of admiration for him. However, those more knowledgeable among the crowd turned pale upon hearing the news. Good, you guys are so naive. Don't you know that whenever the speaker oversees an exam, the mortality rate is always the highest? The elimination rate too. A young man sighed and explained. His words caused the cheering crowd to fall silent. Yeah, I remember the last time the speaker administered an exam, half of the candidates died. It was absolutely horrific. What? Are you serious? Then aren't we weaker candidates practically doomed? Well, not necessarily. There's an upside to this too. They say the talents who pass under the speaker's hands and enter Sunfire Academy tend to be far superior to those from other cohorts. Ha ha ha. If you're afraid of dying, you can leave now. At that moment, the crowd erupted into heated discussions, their emotions a mix of exhilaration and dread. For those with weaker abilities, a 50% mortality rate essentially translated to a death sentence of over 90%. Ladies and gentlemen, you still have the chance to back out now. The speaker's voice rang out from the sky, his eyes glinting with a mysterious light and a faint smile on his face. Let me make it clear, this year's exam will be far more challenging than any in the past. My AI has calculated that the mortality rate could reach 60%. If you don't want to die, you can withdraw now and try again next year. Or, you can return to live as an ordinary genius, defending the homeland. That's a noble choice as well. Your smartwatches will display a prompt. Choose to withdraw or continue. Make your decision. Remember, this is your only chance. Once you decide, there's no turning back. His smile, which should have been reassuring, instead sent shivers down the spines of many young geniuses. 60% mortality rate? Is this an exam or a death sentence? The crowd of geniuses exploded into chaos. If this were a warrior certification test, one might argue that it was to control the number of warriors and prevent resource wastage. But this was simply an entrance exam, and yet the mortality rate was horrifyingly high. Every person present had the potential to become a grandmaster, or even a supreme grandmaster, and now, they were being pushed to risk their lives for a chance to advance. At this moment, many warriors hesitated. Interesting, such a high mortality rate. What kind of exam could it be? If there are many star beasts involved, that would be ideal. I'm in need of high-grade star beast corpses and star cores. Ling Xiao, instead of being deterred, found himself intrigued by the absurdly high mortality rate. Without hesitation, he tapped the continue button on his smartwatch. Beside him, Xikong Shui also made the same choice. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a minute had passed. Impressive. I didn't expect only 10% of you to withdraw. You've exceeded my expectations. The speaker looked at the statistics and smiled in satisfaction. Then his expression suddenly turned icy cold. As for those who hesitated just now, all of you are eliminated. The moment he spoke, everyone froze in disbelief. Beep.
You displayed hesitation during the decision-making process for 10 seconds. You are eliminated. Beep. You displayed hesitation during the decision-making process for 3 seconds. You are eliminated. Beep. You displayed hesitation during the decision-making process for 0.5 seconds. You are eliminated.
The notifications echoed in their minds, relentless and unforgiving.
The most extreme case?
Someone who hesitated for merely 0.1 seconds was also eliminated. In other words, even a fleeting moment of doubt was enough to disqualify them, no matter how quickly they resolved to proceed.
I only hesitated for a split second. How can I be eliminated? Yeah, I wasn't even planning to withdraw. This is outrageous. I'm an S-class talent, and I still got eliminated. I won't accept this. The eliminated candidates erupted in a collective outcry. Silence. A bone-chilling voice pierced through the chaos, silencing the crowd instantly.
At your level, as top-tier geniuses, there are certain truths you must understand, the speaker began, his voice calm yet commanding, as his gaze swept across the crowd. Humanity has risen from a technological civilization in a mere 100,000 years, while other galactic civilizations have existed for millions, even tens of millions of years. Despite such an overwhelming disparity, our race has survived and thrived. This was made possible by countless predecessors who faced death unflinchingly, sacrificing their flesh and blood to pave the way for us. Now, this is merely an entrance exam.
It doesn't even involve stepping onto a battlefield, and yet you hesitate? You fear death? How, then, can you face the vast interstellar battlefields of the future? Will you cower in fear there as well? Fear is natural, yes.
But Sunfire Academy exists to cultivate the finest talents of humanity, those who will bleed and fight for the continued advancement of our race.
So tell me, should I not eliminate you?
The speaker's words cut through their hearts like daggers.
Yes, if you couldn't face a mere exam, what could you hope to accomplish in the future? Those eliminated hung their heads in shame.
Seeing this, the speaker's expression softened into a faint smile.
Elimination rate, 95%, he murmured, waving his hand as the figure reset to 0. I'll give you one more chance. If you dare to face death, then press agree now.
As his words fell, the previously dejected geniuses suddenly seemed reinvigorated, as if injected with adrenaline. The next moment, everyone made their choice without hesitation, swiftly clicking the agree button. Although some still faltered and chose to abstain, the system's analysis revealed that the hesitant and abstaining participants combined accounted for only about 30%.
70% remained.
Not bad, I suppose, the Speaker of the Council remarked with a faint smile.
He tapped lightly on his smart wristwatch. Boom!
Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the sky. In the stunned gaze of the crowd, a massive Tier 6 lower-grade spacecraft slowly descended, dominating the entire horizon. A Tier 6 spacecraft, so the Speaker of the Council actually owned one. Even though it was only a lower-grade model, it was enough to demonstrate the Speaker's terrifying influence on the planet Yin Yang. Is this what a Tier 6 spacecraft looks like? Wait a minute, I nearly forgot. My system has a floor repair function. Does that mean I could repair spacecraft too? If I were to get my hands on a Tier 3 spacecraft, based on the system's capabilities, I could potentially upgrade it to Tier 5, or even Tier 6 or 7. With that, even if I encountered an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, I'd still have a chance to survive. Excitement surged in Ling Zhao's heart. In this era, the value of a spacecraft far surpassed that of a martial artist. The power of a spacecraft owned by someone of equal strength could be exponentially greater. When used strategically, it could easily enable one to kill enemies far above their level. And with his system, it was as if Ling Zhao held the key to countless high-tier spacecraft. Of course, all of this would have to wait until he passed the current examination. Afterward, he could earn more star coins to purchase a better spacecraft. While not all advanced spacecraft were guaranteed to outperform lower-tier ones, the chances of them being much stronger were significantly higher. Just like with a batch of 10 Tier 1 star cores, 8 might upgrade to Tier 3, 2 might reach Tier 4, and there was even a chance that one could ascend to Tier 5. In contrast, with Tier 2 star cores, at least 8 would upgrade to Tier 4, and 1 or 2 would inevitably reach Tier 5. That was the difference. Therefore, theoretically, the higher the level of an item being repaired, the better the results. The eliminated participants may wait here for representatives from your planet to retrieve you. As for the rest, you will accompany me to the true testing grounds of Yin Yang Academy. The speaker's voice rang out slowly. As soon as his words fell, a massive beam of energy descended from the sky. In an instant, the beam enveloped all 1 million participants. One by one, the chosen individuals began to rise into the air, eventually boarding the colossal spacecraft. Only about 400,000 people remained on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. Among them were even 1 or 2 S-class geniuses. In that moment, they likely felt nothing but regret. The sheer size of the Tier 6 spacecraft was astonishing. Despite carrying over 1 million geniuses, it didn't feel crowded in the slightest. Inside the vast cabin, everyone looked up curiously at the sky. A massive virtual projection appeared overhead, displaying dozens of planets engulfed in roaring flames, all orbiting a massive star. As Ling Xiao stared at the star system, a sense of familiarity stirred within him.
Ladies and gentlemen, this star system is your ultimate testing ground. Its name is the Yanma star system. The speaker's voice echoed in everyone's ears.
Hearing this, Ling Xiao suddenly understood why it felt so familiar. He had come across this star system while browsing the attributes of the Yanma sphere. Indeed, this star system was the home of the Yanma race.
Over 10 planets, each comparable in size to Yin-Yang star. Moreover, the absence of a gravitational field meant gravity here was hundreds of times stronger than normal.
Apart from the powerful Yanma race, there were virtually no other living beings capable of surviving in this environment. At the center of the system's massive star resided an exceptionally formidable entity, the Yanma Emperor. The Yanma Emperor rarely makes an appearance, so rest assured.
However, each planet is home to more than one Grandmaster-level Yanma, thousands of Master-level Yanma, and countless innate-level Yanma. The Yanma race is born as mid-stage acquired-level warriors, and upon reaching adulthood, they naturally ascend to the innate level. So don't entertain any delusions of luck. If you encounter one that's too strong, run. The speaker began explaining to everyone. Listening to these terrifying statistics, the surrounding geniuses grew grim. A 60% mortality rate was clearly no exaggeration. This time, your target will be planet number 7 of the Yanma system, the weakest of all the Yanma planets. The goal of the test is to kill Yanma. Defeating a first-level innate Yanma earns you 1 point, a second level earns 2 points, a third level earns 4 points, and so on. A fourth-level Yanma would be worth 8 points. Killing a peak innate Yanma, at the half-step Grandmaster level, would net you 512 points. If you manage to kill even a first-level Grandmaster Yanma, you will earn a staggering 100,000 points. In the end, rankings will be determined by point totals. The top 100 participants will gain direct entry into Yin-Yang Academy.
Let me make this clear, based on projections, anyone who can kill even a single first-level innate Yanma will qualify for Yin-Yang Academy.
So, everyone, do your best. The speaker's calm and reassuring voice resonated in everyone's minds.
However, upon hearing this, the participants couldn't help but feel a wave of helplessness.
A Grandmaster-level Yanma? That was easier said than done.
The Yanma race, like the Skulrians, were guaranteed to possess second-stage true Qi upon reaching the Grandmaster level.
Moreover, every Grandmaster Yanma had mastered a B-class ability, the power of flame.
Their terrifying strength was far beyond what the participants could contend with.
Forget 100,000 points, even 1,000,000 points felt as unattainable as the moon in the sky. So many Grandmaster-level Yanma? Looks like this will be a great opportunity to farm my vitality points.
Ling Xiao's lips curved into a faint smile. The stronger his opponents, the more vitality points he could gain. Around him, the other geniuses began whispering to one another.
With the Yanma being so powerful, we'll need to be extra cautious. Let's hope the random deployment doesn't mess us up too badly.
What are you afraid of? The speaker is here. Even if the Yanma Emperor shows up, he might not be a match for the speaker. By the way, I heard the Yanma carry star cores that are worth twice as much as ordinary ones of the same level.
Anyone looking to strike it rich can give it a shot.
As the spacecraft continued its rapid journey, the participants' discussions grew livelier. Ling Xiao, however, closed his eyes, focusing on his cultivation and ignoring the chatter around him. Finally, after the spaceship had been in flight for 2 hours, the surrounding temperature began to suddenly rise. Everyone quickly turned their attention to the virtual window, and in an instant, a fiery red stellar region came into view. Every planet here was glowing red, as if covered in molten lava. The spaceship slowly descended over a massive planet. Although this planet was only 1/10 the size of Yin-Yang star, it was still hundreds of thousands of times larger than many inhabited planets.
For instance, Blue Water Star. Beep. Yanma Galaxy has been reached. Random deployment will commence shortly. Everyone, prepare yourselves.
At this moment, a notification sounded in everyone's ears.
Ling Xiao, see you at Yin-Yang Academy.
Xikong Shui said earnestly to Ling Xiao.
See you at Yin-Yang Academy.
Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. Suddenly, the ground opened, and one by one, flying spacesuits emerged, rapidly enveloping everyone present. Click, click, click.
With the sound of metallic locks fastening, everyone was fully equipped with their flight spacesuits.
The cabin doors are opening.
Deployment will now begin.
Please do not resist to avoid inaccurate landing positions.
As the cabin doors slowly opened, the ship's AI voice echoed. Everyone shot toward the surface like meteors. Ling Xiao didn't resist, allowing the suit to propel him rapidly into the atmosphere. In an instant, scorching heat enveloped him. Although most of the atmospheric heat was blocked by the spacesuit, the residual warmth that seeped through was still several hundred degrees. Fortunately, everyone here was a formidable warrior, and this level of heat was not a challenge for them. Finally, they all breached the atmosphere, scattering in all directions. The size of this planet was so immense that even with 1 million people, not to mention 1 billion, it wouldn't cause much of a stir. After all, a planet of this size could typically accommodate tens of trillions of inhabitants. The million participants were spread out, with each person separated by distances of hundreds of kilometers. Of course, encounters were still possible. At this moment, Ling Zhao's suit continued to fly through the sky for several dozen minutes before finally descending toward the surface. Boom! The spacesuit carrying Ling Xiao crashed heavily into the ground. Crack! The suit then rapidly retracted, shrinking into a device about the size of a wristwatch, which affixed itself to Ling Zhao's other hand. This thing's defense is only at tier 4. If it gets destroyed, it's no big deal, Ling Xiao remarked, a faint smile playing on his lips. Of course, for him, if someone couldn't survive an attack from a tier 4 star beast, then keeping the spacesuit intact wouldn't matter anyway. With that thought, Ling Xiao surveyed his surroundings, only to see vast stretches of lava. Not far away, volcanoes were still erupting incessantly. This place is truly desolate. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. Beep. Contestant Start has killed a tier 3, 7-star flame demon, earning 64 points and taking first place on the leaderboard. At that moment, a notification sounded in Ling Xiao's mind. Someone's already killed a flame demon. Ling Xiao was momentarily stunned, but upon reflection, it made sense. He had been sent to another part of the planet, while those who landed near the spaceship's initial drop zone had already had several dozen minutes to act. Sure enough, the leaderboard already showed several people who had killed star beasts, though none had yet matched the 64-point score. I must still get into Yin Yang Academy. After all, Situ Tian and the others went through so much trouble to get me here. It would feel like a waste if I didn't make it in. But first, I'll fix the flaws in my flame demon spear. With that thought, Ling Xiao didn't rush to move. Instead, he reached behind him and grabbed his long spear. System, repair the flaws, he commanded without hesitation. Ding. Command accepted. Detected flaws in this weapon, 5.4 million. Commencing repair. The system notification echoed, and a golden radiance immediately enveloped the weapon in Ling Xiao's hands. Of course, only Ling Xiao could see this golden light. Hearing the notification, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. Over 5.4 million flaws. That means once it's upgraded, this weapon could reach tier 7 mid-grade? That level should be enough for me to use all the way to planetary rank. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Soon, under the golden radiance, the spear's upgrade was completed. The originally fiery red spear had now turned completely black. Black flames surged around the spear, emanating an aura so chilling it could strike fear into anyone who laid eyes on it. This transformation left Ling Xiao momentarily stunned. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully repairing 5.4 million flaws. The weapon has evolved into Black Flame Spear. Black Flame Spear, a powerful weapon forged with the star core of the Black Flame Wild Lion, a star beast possessing the SS grade ability Starry Sky Black Flame. The weapon carries the power of the Starry Sky Black Flame, greatly enhances the power of fire attribute martial techniques. As the notification sounded, detailed information about the Black Flame Spear followed. Although the name Black Flame Spear didn't sound as aggressive as Flame Demon Spear, the loaded abilities made it clear that these two weapons weren't even on the same level. The Flame Demon Spear only carried B-grade fire force, whereas the Black Flame Spear possessed the terrifying SS-grade ability Starry Sky Black Flame. Legend had it that this kind of flame could only be found in the depths of black holes. A black hole is a terrifying celestial body formed after the collapse of a star, capable of devouring everything. Even light cannot escape its grasp. Many misunderstand black holes, thinking of them as holes leading somewhere else. In reality, a black hole is more akin to a planet. The difference is that this planet has gravity so extreme that not even light can escape it. Everything on its surface is compressed to an unimaginable degree. The starry sky black flame is a substance formed when a star's flames are compressed under the extreme gravitational forces of a celestial body on the brink of collapsing into a black hole. It could be described as an upgraded version of solar star flames. This explained why the spear was now entirely black, even down to the flames it emitted. The material of this spear feels similar to my black kill suit. Could they be part of the same series? Ling Xiao glanced at his outfit, noting the similarities in texture, and pondered silently. Boom! Just then, the ground began to tremble violently. Feeling the vibrations, Ling Zhao's eyes gleamed. He fixed his gaze on a massive volcano tens of thousands of meters tall in the distance. With a firm grip on his spear, he swung it lightly into the air. Clang! The long spear let out a resonant cry, tracing an elegant arc through the void. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shaking roar erupted from the depths of the ground, and the entire surface began to tremble violently. Boom! Out of nowhere, a massive volcanic crater exploded, spewing endless lava like torrential rain, cascading down and covering an area hundreds of kilometers wide. This terrifying scene caused the faces of the nearby geniuses to change drastically. They turned their horrified gazes toward the towering mountain. In the next moment, all of their faces turned ashen. From the volcanic crater emerged a colossal beast over 2,000 meters tall, its entire body engulfed in molten lava, roaring furiously as it climbed out. The terrifying aura emanating from the beast spread like a tidal wave, crushing everything in its path. The surrounding geniuses felt an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. A Grandmaster-level flame demon. And not just any, it's above the 6th tier of Grandmaster. What on earth is going on? Upon sensing the overwhelming power of this flame demon, every genius who could see it had a drastic change in expression. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and fled. Are you kidding? A being of this level was utterly beyond their ability to contend with. Forget them, even many governors who ruled entire star systems would stand no chance against it. For instance, the governor of the Blue Water Star System wouldn't fare any better here, they'd just be cannon fodder. A 4th tier, 6-star flame demon? Perfect for some practice, a voice suddenly rang out. At this moment, Ling Zhao's lips curved upward into a faint smile as he fixed his gaze on the flame demon. Simultaneously, the towering flame demon that had emerged from the volcano cast a cold, piercing glare in Ling Zhao's direction. Oomph, a human! It's you again! Why do you carry the aura of my flame demon clan on you? The flame demon roared with fury. Oh, you can speak? Your intelligence doesn't seem too shabby. My weapon was forged using star cores from your flame demon clan. Isn't it normal for it to carry the aura of your kind? Ling Zhao replied, his tone light and mocking as he chuckled upon realizing the demon could talk. But the moment his words landed, the flame demon erupted in rage. Despicable human! You're courting death, the demon bellowed. Rumble! In an instant, it unleashed a terrifying aura. Blazing flames rolled across its molten body, transforming it into a massive fireball. Then, like a meteor, the fireball hurtled toward Ling Zhao with incredible speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Good timing! Ling Zhao laughed at the sight. In the next moment, he swung his black spear with immense force directly toward the incoming flame demon. At that instant, it was as if all the surrounding light was swallowed by the black flame spear. Boom! The moment the spear collided with the flame demon, a deafening explosion echoed across the land. A devastating shockwave radiated outward, obliterating everything in its path. In mere moments, the landscape within a 100-mile radius was reduced to flat, barren ground. The geniuses who had felt the terrifying impact stood frozen, their gazes locked on the center of the collision, their expressions blank with shock. Gathered nearby, none of the geniuses had any intention of pursuing the flame demon anymore. All of them stared in horror at the battlefield. What kind of existence is fighting that flame demon? Could it be a powerhouse from the Solar Flame Star System training here? Probably. I overheard the flame demon mention a human expert. Or maybe it's a genius from the Solar Flame Academy. Gasp! With that kind of power, could it be someone from the 7th or 8th grade? As they fled, the geniuses couldn't help but excitedly speculate among themselves. In the Solar Flame Academy, there were 10 grades, but each grade spanned a full decade. In other words, enrolling in the academy meant 100 years of study. It made sense only innate geniuses at the peak of their kind could gain admission, and within the first 10 years of study, even a first-year student could often reach the Grandmaster level. Living for over 1,000 years was not uncommon for such individuals. With such long lifespans, studying for 100 years still left them looking youthful. Most geniuses would surpass the 5th tier of the Grandmaster level after their century of study and would often be assigned positions across various star systems, replacing governors whose power paled in comparison. There were even those rare prodigies who could reach the great Grandmaster realm within 100 years. Such extraordinary talents were considered once-in-a-millennium phenomena, even within the Solar Flame Academy. Thus, after witnessing Ling Zhao's battle, everyone speculated with 90% certainty that he was one of the Academy's super geniuses. After all, although this was the trial site for 1 million Academy students, it didn't mean other warriors weren't present. Roar! At that moment, from the center of the explosion, the flame demon let out a blood-curdling scream. Now, the flame demon, whose body had been encased in molten lava, was missing its entire right side, which had been blasted apart by Ling Zhao's spear. The excruciating pain caused the demon's expression to twist in agony. Human, who are you? The flame demon's voice trembled with fear. Not bad. You managed to withstand my full-strength attack without me using any combat techniques.
Your defensive power is comparable to an ordinary 8th-tier Grandmaster, Ling Xiao remarked casually, as if he were merely evaluating a training dummy. His words caused the flame demon's face to twist even further.
He hadn't used any combat techniques?
The flame demon race was not only a wise species but one with potential far surpassing humanity's.
However, due to their low reproduction
rates and limited intelligence, their progress in cultivation was slow, leaving them suppressed by humanity over millions of years. But that didn't mean they lacked a robust martial system. They fully understood the importance of combat techniques for cultivators.
For Ling Xiao to nearly destroy him without even using a technique, it was terrifying.
Human, this territory belongs to the Flame Demon clan. If you kill me, you'll never make it out alive, the Flame Demon warned, clutching its shattered body while drawing magma from the ground to regenerate itself.
So much nonsense!
Ling Xiao sneered. Without hesitation, he pushed off the ground.
In an instant, endless flames coalesced, forming a blazing dragon beneath his feet. Roar!
The fiery dragon let out a resonant roar, and in the next moment, Ling Xiao became a streak of fire, tearing through the void.
Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air, followed by a burst of flames piercing straight through the chest of the flame demon.
Ling Xiao reappeared, now several kilometers behind the massive creature. In his hand, he held the star core that had been lodged in the flame demon's heart. Buzz! In the next instant, with a mere thought, Ling Xiao erased the soul energy contained within the star core.
Roar!
The flame demon howled in agony before its body exploded in midair, transforming into a fiery rain of molten magma that scattered across the skies.
Witnessing this scene, Ling Xiao couldn't help but marvel. So, this flame demon's life form is entirely composed of magma. Could its life core truly be this star core?
Ling Xiao stared at the fiery star core in his hand, puzzled. According to common knowledge, for most star beasts, even if their star core is extracted, they would merely suffer a severe drop in power, certainly not a fatal blow. Over time, they could even regenerate a new star core. This was because their souls were not stored within the star core but within their sea of consciousness. But this flame demon was different. Its soul was housed within the star core itself. This meant that, theoretically, once the star core was removed, the flame demon would be dead. Its body, being made solely of magma, couldn't be considered a true physical form.
The world is vast, and wonders never cease.
Ling Xiao sighed thoughtfully. He carefully stored the star core away and then flew off into the distance. As for his points, not a single one had been added.
Of course not.
Ling Xiao had no intention of drawing the attention of the Flame Sun Emperor, or worse, the martial god himself. After all, defeating a tier 4 6-star flame demon at the age of 15 was beyond extraordinary. It was absurd.
Such an accomplishment would undoubtedly mark him as an SSS-level prodigy.
Even the martial god wouldn't ignore someone like Ling Xiao.
That would be a headache.
Thus, Ling Xiao decisively instructed his AI system to block the combat record. He planned to log his achievements when he defeated the tier 4 1-star flame demons instead. That way, not only could he secure first place, but he could also conceal the majority of his true strength.
Not a bad plan at all. Of course, by then, the title of SS-level prodigy would unquestionably belong to Ling Xiao.
Master, are you sure what we're looking for is here? At this moment, near the blazing star of the Flame Demon Galaxy, Xikong Shui hovered in space, surrounded by an aura of spiritual energy. She curiously questioned her master while flying close to the star.
Yes, it's definitely here.
When my soul wandered the Milky Way, I happened to pass by this place and sensed the aura of the Ice Spirit Starflame. Combining its unique properties, I'm 90% certain, a calm yet confident voice replied as a ghostly figure emerged from within Xikong Shui's body, gazing at the star's surface with a faint smile.
But, Master, isn't the Ice Spirit Starflame a stellar anomaly? I cultivate ice abilities, wouldn't that conflict with it? Xikong Shui asked, her curiosity piqued.
One was fire, the other ice. They sounded like polar opposites from different worlds.
You know nothing.
Fire and ice are of the same origin, both rooted in the manipulation of temperature.
One rises, one descends.
Essentially, they are two sides of the same coin. It's only their seemingly opposite properties that mislead people into thinking they're unrelated. The Supreme of Extreme Cold explained smugly. The Ice Spirit Starflame has an incredible range of temperature control. It can burn even stellar-level beings to death or freeze them solid.
Its power is classified as SS level, truly extraordinary.
Hearing this, Xikong Shui nodded in sudden realization.
I see now. No wonder it's called the Ice Spirit Starflame. Let's go. Time to take a closer look.
The Supreme of Extreme Cold chuckled. Controlling Sikong Shue's body, they plunged into the massive star. Instantly, Sikong Shue felt the surrounding temperature skyrocket. Fortunately, the Supreme of Extreme Cold enveloped her in protective energy, keeping her perfectly comfortable. With the Master's overwhelming strength, their speed was astonishing. Within a mere minute, they dove deep into the star's core. However, as they ventured further, the temperature began to plummet dramatically. Soon, the heat dropped to a terrifyingly low range of just a few thousand degrees, freezing everything in sight. This is the unique nature of the Ice Spirit Star Flame. This star has been transformed by the Ice Spirit Star Flame. Its internal temperature is extremely low, but externally, it appears no different from an ordinary star. Without experience, nearly no one would realize. The Supreme of Extreme Cold's voice was tinged with satisfaction as they explained to Sikong Shue. The sight of ice confirmed the presence of the Ice Spirit Star Flame. This was a windfall for their young disciple. Breaking through the icy barrier, they ventured deeper. Finally, after minutes of navigating through thick layers of frost, Sikong Shue entered a vast, blue-hued space. In the center of the space, a flame quietly burned, radiating a strange, icy aura. "Master, is this the Ice Spirit Star Flame?" Sikong Shue asked, her voice filled with wonder. "Indeed, this is the anomaly's domain. Though it seems devoid of ice, the temperature here is so extreme that even stellar-level beings would freeze instantly." The Supreme of Extreme Cold nodded slightly. Years ago, she had searched for the Ice Spirit Star Flame in vain, as her own strength rendered it useless to her. But now, she was determined to let her disciple claim this treasure. Perhaps, with this power, Sikong Shue could achieve mastery over both fire and ice, surpassing even her master. "Xiao Shue, clear your mind and prepare to accept the power of the Ice Spirit Star Flame," the Supreme of Extreme Cold instructed suddenly. "Understood," Sikong Shue responded without hesitation. She closed her eyes and opened her soul to embrace the flame. Buzz! Without delay, the Supreme of Extreme Cold flashed to the Ice Spirit Starflame's side and grasped it directly. Boom! The flame reacted in alarm, unleashing a surge of energy to resist. Terrifying power erupted, causing the entire star's temperature to rise rapidly. The one who sensed it most acutely was none other than the Flame Demon Emperor, deep within the star. "What's happening?" The sudden temperature spike caused the Flame Demon Emperor's expression to darken. He was well aware that this star was no ordinary star. While he could tolerate the high core temperatures of regular stars, the central heat of this one was already near his limit. The only reason he remained here was the doubled speed of his cultivation. Hence, he had brought his entire clan along. At this moment, the temperature of the star abruptly surged, even causing the flameborn creature to feel the searing heat. Not good. The temperature is rising too fast. The Flame Demon Emperor, in a panic, realized that the surrounding temperature was rapidly approaching its limit. With a body spanning hundreds of thousands of meters, he instinctively tried to flee. Boom! A sudden anomaly erupted as the surrounding temperature skyrocketed tenfold. "Damn it! What's happening?" The panicked Flame Demon Emperor roared in fury, but the sudden surge of heat melted his colossal body into nothingness. In the end, all that remained of his massive form was the star core floating in the void of space. A planetary-level fire elemental lifeform, reduced to ashes by fire itself. What a cruel irony! However, the explosion of heat wasn't confined to the star's interior. The temperature it radiated outward also began to climb at an astonishing rate. At this moment, the entire Flame Demon star system experienced a dramatic escalation in temperature. The planet's surface rapidly melted into rivers of magma. Terrified, the elite students quickly activated their spacesuits to shield themselves from the unbearable heat. Thankfully, with the protection of the suits, they avoided severe harm, though the scene before them left everyone stunned. Why has the sun suddenly become so bright? Could it be the Flame Demon Emperor's doing? That's unlikely. Although the Flame Demon Emperor is a planetary-level entity, this star is far too massive for his power to have such an effect. All the students were perplexed. What on earth is happening with this star? Zinio, AI brain, analyze it now. Ling Xiao demanded with a frown, gazing up at the blazing sky. By now, the star's radiance was so intense that it bathed the entire planet in a blinding, daylight-like brilliance. The ground beneath them had already liquefied, and the temperature was so high that weaker flame demons were instantly reduced to ash. This was far from normal. Beep beep beep. Scanning complete, an anomalous energy source detected within the star. Calculations indicate a 70% probability of the emergence of a stellar anomaly flame with a grade no lower than S. The AI brain's analysis quickly displayed the result. Although it was only a 7th-tier AI and not guaranteed to be 100% accurate, the findings were shocking enough. An S-grade stellar anomaly flame? That's promising. Let's check it out. Ling Zhao's eyes lit up upon hearing the news. But then, he glanced at his spacesuit and frowned slightly. This spacesuit speed is too slow, only 100,000 kilometers per hour.
By the time I get there, it'll be too late.
Looking at the speed limitations, Ling Xiao felt helpless. While a speed of 100,000 kilometers per hour might have been groundbreaking 10 millennia ago, it was now woefully inadequate for someone of his caliber. However, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile.
Don't I have the system?
I'll just fix it. With that thought, he wasted no time opening the system interface to check the number of flaws in his spacesuit.
Ding!
Flaws detected in the flight spacesuit, 41.3 million. The system's notification echoed in his mind, and the staggering number left Ling Xiao momentarily stunned. Over 41 million flaws, this was no doubt a standard 8th-tier flight device.
Incredible! System, repair the flaws now. Ling Xiao gave the order without hesitation. Ding! Command received. Repairing flaws now. As the notification sounded, a dazzling light enveloped the wristband that stored his flight spacesuit.
The light flashed briefly before vanishing, leaving behind a sleek, violet watch-like device surrounded by arcs of electricity.
Ding!
Flight spacesuit flaws repaired, 41.3 million. Successfully upgraded to Starry Sky Thunder Wings, 8th tier, mid-grade.
Starry Sky Thunder Wings, an 8th tier mid-grade flight technology.
Embedded with the star core of a Starry Sky Thunderbird, it is augmented with S-grade thunder energy.
Its flight speed is extraordinary.
Additionally, the Starry Sky Thunder Wings can deploy a thunder barrier, functioning as a spacesuit.
Its defensive power is sufficient to withstand attacks from star system-level entities.
This flight system can accelerate to subspace speeds within moments, enabling physical traversal across star systems.
It also possesses stealth capabilities, evading detection from star system-level scans. Upon seeing the enhanced specs of his flight spacesuit, Ling Xiao couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. A defense strong enough to resist star system-level attacks? Speeds capable of traversing star systems? This was outrageous.
After all, this was merely a small personal flight device. Achieving subspace speeds with such a compact piece of equipment was exceedingly difficult.
Yet Ling Xiao quickly came to terms with it. After all, this was an 8th-tier device, such capabilities weren't entirely unimaginable. With this, I'm practically invincible. Even the Black Shadow combat suit doesn't compare to this level of defense.
With a grin on his face, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate any longer.
He stomped down hard. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as Ling Xiao's figure transformed into a streak of violet thunder. In an instant, he pierced through the atmosphere and shot toward the star. In the vastness of space, Ling Xiao moved like a living bolt of thunder. His speed was so terrifying that within mere minutes, he had reached the edge of the star. This speed had already surpassed the speed of light. Yes, surpassed the speed of light. To put things in perspective, light from the star needed several hours to reach the planet he was on. Yet Ling Xiao accomplished the journey in just minutes. Some might wonder, doesn't surpassing the speed of light cause time to reverse? Such a question would draw laughter in the era of the great universe. The idea of time reversal at light speed simply means that if you were flying away from Earth at the speed of light and looked back, the Earth you saw would still appear at the same moment in time due to the nature of light transmission. However, once you hit the speed of light, you'd no longer see any images behind you. Light would never catch up to you, meaning nothing could enter your line of sight. When you exceed the speed of light, you might see the light images you emitted earlier. From your perspective, it would look like time on Earth was rewinding. But this isn't actual time reversal, it's merely the illusion of witnessing historical light images. Thinking about it, the notion of achieving time travel purely by exceeding light speed is utterly nonsensical. The universe is vast, and the concept of time reversal would require countless phenomena to move in reverse. The mere notion of achieving this by reaching the speed of light is utterly laughable. After all, numerous entities exceed the speed of light, yet if all of them could reverse time, the universe would have collapsed long ago. By the time humanity reached the era of 100,000 years into the future, time reversal had long become a fictional concept, a trope confined to novels. Of course, this might simply be because human technology had yet to reach that point. Now, back to the story. After a few minutes of flight, Ling Xiao finally arrived before the massive star. Without hesitation, he plunged directly into it. AI brain, begin the search. Avoid the planetary-level flame demon emperor at all costs. Ling Xiao's tone was resolute. Beep, scanning complete. Due to the star's sudden eruption and extreme temperatures, the flame demon emperor has already been incinerated. Only a stellar core remains. Correction, the celestial flame contained within this star has been classified as SS level, possessing both ice and heat attributes. However, the database is incomplete and cannot identify the specific type of celestial flame. The system's report left Ling Xiao stunned. The flame demon emperor is dead. A planetary-level flame demon emperor burned to death by fire?
The absurdity was almost comical, a creature made entirely of flames, perishing in fire.
What a humiliating demise. An SS-level celestial flame with both icy and fiery attributes? No wonder it could kill the flame demon emperor. Even the weakest SS-level celestial flames can incinerate stellar-level entities.
If mastered by a martial artist, they could even burn galaxy-level powerhouses to ashes.
It's no surprise a planetary-level being couldn't withstand it. Ling Xiao let out a bitter laugh. Alert! Detected soul force scan from an overwhelmingly powerful entity. Activating ultimate concealment mode.
At that moment, the alarm from the stellar thunder wings rang sharply in Ling Xiao's mind. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's expression changed.
The stellar thunder wings could block soul detection from galaxy-level powerhouses, yet they had directly triggered the ultimate concealment mode. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao activated his indestructible soul art, concealing his soul completely. In an instant, it was as if Ling Xiao vanished from existence. What kind of entity could this be? Even the ultimate concealment mode, which galaxy-level beings can't see through, was nearly breached. Ling Xiao frowned. Though the soul probe had disappeared, he still felt an unease gnawing at his heart. Wait, this aura feels familiar. It's similar to the one I sensed from Si Kongshui. Suddenly, a flash of realization crossed Ling Xiao's mind. So that's it. This celestial flame has already been claimed by that mysterious old man accompanying Si Kongshui. What a shame. Piecing the situation together, Ling Xiao let out a helpless smile. Since someone else had arrived first, there was nothing he could do. Meanwhile, the culprit, the Supreme of Extreme Frost, was holding the ice spirit starflame she had just restrained. Her delicate brows furrowed as her gaze flickered in the direction of Ling Xiao. I thought I sensed something just now. Why did it suddenly disappear? Did I imagine it?
The Supreme of Extreme Frost paused in confusion. Perhaps. I'm only in soul form now, and restraining this little thing has consumed a significant amount of my soul force.
It's not surprising if I'm hallucinating. With that, she dismissed the matter. After all, her current condition left much to be desired. It wouldn't be strange if her senses were playing tricks on her. Having made up her mind, she wasted no time, directly embedding the refined ice spirit starflame into Si Kongshui's spiritual sea. Buzz! In an instant, the ice spirit starflame surged into Si Kongshui's spiritual sea, beginning an accelerated fusion. If a powerhouse had witnessed this moment, they would be utterly dumbfounded. Celestial flames, even at their lowest grade, were S-level entities. Each celestial flame possessed its own consciousness and an untamable nature. To subdue one, even a galaxy-level powerhouse would have to risk their life. Yet now, this powerful ice spirit starflame was voluntarily merging with Si Kongshui's soul. This alone was enough to showcase the terrifying strength of the Supreme of Extreme Frost. Unfortunately, with only fragments of her soul remaining, she fell into a deep slumber after completing the process, merging into Si Kongshui's body. This is the place. Ling Xiao had arrived at a region of higher temperatures. The heat here was unimaginably intense. If Ling Xiao were to deactivate his stellar thunder wings, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant. And the sole reason he had come here was for the Flame Demon Emperor's stellar core. A stellar core of a planetary-level powerhouse. It went without saying how terrifying the energy contained within would be, not to mention the absolute essence of flame it held. Once repaired, Ling Xiao estimated that he could create something even stronger than his Sunstar flame, possibly even superior to this mysterious SS-level celestial flame. Without delay, Ling Xiao expanded his spiritual senses, scanning a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Yes, 10,000 kilometers. Thanks to 3 stages of soul mutation, Ling Xiao's soul force, though at 10,000 points, could exert power equivalent to 30,000 points. Each point of soul force could scan a radius of 10 meters. Stacking those numbers, he achieved a range of 300,000 meters. With a 32x soul amplification, the total became an astonishing 10 million meters, a full 10,000 kilometers. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. Finally found it. A faint smile played on his lips as he propelled himself forward, transforming into a streak of light heading straight for the source. In no time, Ling Xiao arrived before the stellar core, which floated amidst the molten lava. The core wasn't large, fitting neatly in his palm, but the terrifying energy it emitted made Ling Xiao's heart race. AI brain, analyze it. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao gave the command. Beep. Analysis complete. 6th tier, 2-star lava-type stellar core. Contains lava force, grade A. Based on your current strength, there is a 100% chance you would explode if consumed directly. The AI brain's prompt brought a glimmer to Ling Xiao's eyes. An A-grade lava force? Once repaired, its effects will definitely exceed my expectations.
Without further hesitation, Ling Xiao chose to initiate the repair process. He mentally calculated, today, he still had 2 repair attempts remaining.
Ding. Detected vulnerabilities in the 6th tier stellar core, 500 million flaws. Begin repair?
The system's response came quickly, and Ling Xiao's pupils narrowed slightly.
500 million loopholes, a triple S level ability. Who would have thought I'd get this lucky this time, asterisk asterisk. Such a terrifying loophole. Once I gain enough energy reserves, its true power will be utterly shocking.
Perhaps with this, my strength will advance to planetary level without even needing spiritual energy.
Repair it. Repair it now.
Ling Xiao wasted no time and issued a firm command to the system.
Ding. Command accepted. Beginning to repair all loopholes.
A notification echoed in his mind. Buzz. In an instant, a dazzling light engulfed the star core in his hand. The runes on the star core immediately turned incomparably profound, and its originally dark red surface transformed into pure black.
Ding.
Congratulations, host.
Successfully repaired 500 million loopholes in the lava-type star core. Star core upgraded to 9th tier dark flame star core. SSS level.
9th tier dark flame star core, upon consumption, awakens the SSS level ability dark flame, which possesses the terrifying power to incinerate all things. This is a formidable ability that only the top-tier elites of the Hell Demon Clan can awaken.
Additionally, the consumer will gain an immense reserve of soul energy.
The notification rang out in Ling Xiao's mind, and his pupils contracted slightly.
This ability called Dark Flame, it definitely doesn't sound ordinary.
Ling Xiao was very pleased with the fusion this time. Though he didn't acquire an SS-tier mysterious flame, he knew that such flames were not things that could easily submit to someone. Take Sikong Shui for example, her success was most likely due to the unknown, powerful force backing her. Without such backing, her talent and strength alone would never have been enough to withstand something of that caliber. With this in mind, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate further. He swallowed the star core in one gulp.
Boom!
The moment the star core entered his stomach, a torrent of black flames erupted from Ling Xiao's body like a flood. In an instant, the black flames enveloped him entirely, surging into his body and swiftly transforming his physique, allowing him to easily endure the power of the dark flame. Afterward, the flames surged toward his sea of consciousness. The black flames flowed into his sea of consciousness with astonishing speed, condensing into a massive dark sphere of light. Within mere seconds, the sphere of light had grown larger than the light of holy power sphere that had previously occupied that space. As time passed, the enormous dark flame sphere was fully formed. Ling Xiao opened his eyes. His right hand clenched slightly, and he waved it through the air. Buzz! In a flash, black flames erupted from his right hand.
Looks good. I wonder how powerful it is.
Ling Xiao was intrigued by the sight but didn't dwell on it.
He clenched his fist again, extinguishing the black flames.
Then, he opened his attribute panel. #### attribute panel.
Name * Ling Xiao. Repair attempts * 1/4.
Martial Realm * 10th Heaven, Innate Stage, 3rd Transformation, 49000/100,000. Spiritual Soul Realm * 10th Heaven, Innate Stage, 3rd Tier, 77,000/100,000.
Vitality * 10,000, 1 point equals 900 kilograms of strength. Soul Energy * 10,000. Skills *
Spear Techniques, Mastery Peak, 400%, 1000/7000.
Talents * Immortal Divine Body, SSS level, Combat Power * 300%. Innate Tao Body, SS level, 3000X enhancement. Solar Star Flame, S level. Holy Power, SS level. Dark Flame, SSS level. Techniques *
Titanium Battle Technique, 4th Tier, Low Grade, 300% Cultivation Speed. Undying Soul Technique, Eternal Level, 5th Tier, Fragmented, 32x. Heavenly Demon Disintegration, 8th Tier.
Combat Skills *
Titanium Fist Technique, 4th Tier, Low Grade, 400%.
Falling Star Spear Technique, 6th Tier, Mid Grade, 1000%. 9 Heavens Flame Explosion, 6th Tier, Top Grade, 1500%. Flame Dragon Step, 7th Tier, Mid Grade, 1500%. Stellar Battle Body, 7th Tier, Mid Grade, 1500%. Items * Black Kill Armor Set, 7th Tier, Mid Grade. Black Flame Spear, 7th Tier, Mid Grade. Aircraft, 8th Tier, Mid Grade. Beasts * Hell 3-Headed Demon Dragon, SSS level, 4th Tier, 7 stars. Ling Xiao stared at his attributes, secretly marveling in his heart, * such power, only through actual combat can I fully grasp its extent. Empty words are meaningless, *. my biggest weakness is my realm. I need to focus on upgrading my strength, he reflected, his thoughts turning cautious. Asterisk with Seacone. Shui here, I'd better leave for now. I have no idea if her mysterious backer harbors hostility. If I'm discovered, it'll be troublesome. Asterisk. Casting one last glance at the depths of the star, Ling Xiao decisively turned and left. A few minutes later, Ling Xiao landed once again on Flame Demon Star number 7. The stellar thunder wings on his back instantly transformed into a wristwatch, resting on his arm. The assessment had already lasted over 2 hours. Glancing at the points leaderboard, he noticed that the first place score had soared into the thousands, clearly from killing numerous Tier 3, 8-star or 9-star star beasts. I need to earn more points. If I get eliminated because of an emergency that distracts me from hunting star beasts, it'll be disastrous. His brow furrowed slightly, and he promptly activated his divine sense to scan the surroundings. In an instant, all activity within a 10,000 kilometer radius fell within his perception. A range of 10,000 kilometers on Earth, it would cover almost the entire planet. But on this star, it was just a small area. Even so, he detected several Tier 4 flame demons, beings at the Grandmaster level. Found you. You'll do. A faint smirk appeared on Ling Xiao's lips. With a light step, he launched himself forward. Boom! The ground caved in dozens of meters underfoot as Ling Xiao transformed into a streak of light, rushing toward his target. Half a minute later, he appeared above a vast sea of magma. Activate the battle recorder. He didn't descend but instead issued a command directly. To slay a Grandmaster-level being, aerial combat was a must. With sufficient strength, flight was achievable regardless of one's realm. At this point, his combat strength had already reached the Grandmaster level, so there was no need to hold back. Real-time recording feature activated, the intelligent wristwatch promptly responded. Let's lure this star beast out first. Ling Xiao clenched his right hand in midair. Buzz! A spear of golden flame materialized in his hand. To avoid standing out too much, he refrained from using dark flame, limiting its power to the level of a First Heaven Grandmaster. Die! With a fierce swing of his arm, Ling Xiao hurled the golden spear, which streaked through the air like a shooting star, piercing the magma below. Thump! A muffled sound echoed as the spear plunged into the molten sea, followed by an earth-shaking roar of fury. Boom! The magma's surface quaked violently, and an enraged howl erupted from deep beneath the ground. A 4-star, first-tier flame demon, over 200 meters tall, roared as it clawed its way out of the ground and locked its fiery gaze onto Ling Xiao. Who? Human race. The flame demon, having just advanced to Tier 4, stammered as it spoke, but it clearly recognized what humans were. Let me give you a welcome gift. Ling Xiao grinned at the sight, waving his hand. Instantly, dozens of flame spears, each carrying the power of a First Heaven Grandmaster, materialized around him. The spears turned into streaks of blazing light and shot toward the ground with astonishing speed. The flame demon had no time to react. Boom! 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 The spears rained down like a storm, detonating on impact and utterly obliterating every inch of the flame demon's body. It can't be that easy to kill, right? Ling Xiao paused, slightly surprised. But it was clear he had overestimated the flame demon. After this barrage, the demon's star core had been shattered into fragments, leaving Ling Xiao speechless. Looks like my strength is equivalent to a Grandmaster at the 4th or 5th heaven now, Ling Xiao muttered with a wry smile. A 4-star, first-tier flame demon was roughly on par with a human Grandmaster at the 3rd or 4th heaven, and to kill it in a single strike required strength at least at the 5th heaven of the Grandmaster realm. Forget it, that's enough for now. AI, upload this footage and disable the real-time recording function, he ordered, unwilling to put on another performance for the sake of appearances. Next, it's time to train. I'll find a stronger flame demon to boost my blood energy. With that, Ling Xiao flew off in the direction of a flame demon he had specifically chosen. Phew, finally killed it. Flame demons at the peak of the innate realm are truly formidable. At the mouth of a volcano, Quang Tai let out a sigh of relief as he glanced at the peak innate star beast he'd just smashed to death with his warhammer. This flame demon was on the verge of reaching the second turn, which would have transformed it into a powerful Grandmaster-level flame demon, a force to be reckoned with, and Quang Tai himself was barely at the threshold of the first turn. Luckily, his A-ranked berserker body allowed him to outlast and ultimately take down the flame demon. Beep, congratulations! You have earned 512 points. Your ranking has risen to 3rd place. Just then, a notification echoed in Quang Tai's mind. Finally made it to the top 3. But damn, the 1st and 2nd ranked lunatics are still over 1,000 points ahead of me. I just can't close the gap. Quang Tai sighed in frustration as he checked the points leaderboard. Although his strength was impressive,
his reliance on close combat martial arts made fighting flame demons cumbersome, and he'd suffered quite a bit because of it. Even after pushing himself to the limit, he'd only just barely secured third place.
Heh, but not bad at all. Grandpa said if I make it to the top 3, he'll reward me with a 5th-tier gauntlet.
Kwang Tai was naturally optimistic, and the thought of the gauntlet brought a wide grin to his face.
Beep, your ranking has dropped to 4th place. But just as he was celebrating, another notification rang out, and Kwang Tai froze in disbelief. What the hell? Who took my 3rd place? At that moment, Kwang Tai was truly furious. Dropping to 4th meant he'd lose the chance to get the 5th-tier gauntlet.
Seething with anger, he immediately opened the leaderboard, silently vowing to teach the thief a lesson once they all returned to the Solar Flame Academy.
He couldn't let this slide.
However, when his eyes landed on the top of the leaderboard, they widened like saucers.
He couldn't believe the score of the new first-place holder. TTT 10, 10,000? What the hell?
Kwang Tai counted the zeros again and again, confirming there were indeed 5 of them. His heart was filled with shock and disbelief.
10,000 points.
That meant the person had killed a Grandmaster-level flame demon at the 1st heaven. The gap between a Grandmaster at the 1st heaven and an innate flame demon at the 10th heaven was like night and day.
Even against a 9th heaven.
Innate flame demon, Kwang Tai would have an outside chance at victory.
But a Grandmaster-level flame demon?
The difference in power was at least tenfold.
The sheer strength of a Grandmaster-level flame demon could wipe out the top 10 ranked participants in mere seconds.
If they all stood together, it wouldn't even take 1 second. Yes, the disparity was that vast. Such a massive gap in power was impossible to bridge, even for the most talented individuals. At the Grandmaster realm, a flame demon's fire ability evolved into flame power. And to even reach the Grandmaster level, a flame demon had to achieve the 2nd turn first. This combination of traits meant that even the weakest Grandmaster level flame demon was equivalent to a human Grandmaster at the 3rd or
even 4th heaven. No matter how talented someone was, they couldn't possibly overcome a difference of 60 or 70 times in power.
At that moment, everyone on the leaderboard felt their rankings drop almost simultaneously. Previously, Ling Zhao's score was 0, placing him dead last. Now, he sat at the very top, with a staggering 10,000 points. The name Ling Zhao struck despair into the hearts of all the so-called geniuses.
Someone from this generation managed to kill a Grandmaster-level flame demon? Could it be a genius who preemptively advanced to the Grandmaster realm?
Aboard a 6th-tier spacecraft drifting through space, the Speaker of the Council raised an eyebrow as he noticed the drastic shift in the leaderboard. Such a talent was exceedingly rare, but the Speaker found it troubling. It likely meant that a peak innate genius had been forced to break through to the Grandmaster realm in order to survive a desperate situation. While this tenfold boost in power might save their life, it came at a significant long-term cost. The battlefield currently hosted hundreds of S-rank talents, and one of them even had a 30% chance of reaching S+ rank. That individual had been the previous first-place holder and was destined to soar to unimaginable heights. In fact, 4 of the top 10 ranked talents had already reached the 1st turn of the innate realm and were on the brink of advancing to the
Grandmaster realm.
However, none of them had done so yet, because they were aiming for the 2nd turn, or even the 3rd or 4th turn. Such patience and preparation would ensure greater power in the future and allow them to achieve higher realms.
The Speaker couldn't help but feel concerned. Was Ling Zhao forced to advance prematurely to kill the flame demon?
If so, it would be a tremendous loss. I hope that's not the case, the Speaker sighed, then pulled up Ling Zhao's combat footage.
What? This kid only uploaded 1 video? What kind of trick is he playing?
The Speaker was momentarily stunned as he noticed Ling Zhao had only submitted a single video, the recording of him killing the Grandmaster-level flame demon. Curious, the Speaker quickly opened the footage. In an instant, the screen displayed Ling Zhao's overwhelming display of power as he effortlessly annihilated the 4-star, 1st-tier flame demon. As the screen lit up, the Speaker's expression shifted drastically.
How is this possible? The Speaker let out a shocked exclamation.
The moment his voice fell, every warrior in the spaceship's control room froze, their gazes converging on him. Immediately, they were astounded to see that the most powerful figure in the Yin-Yang star system, the Speaker himself, was displaying an expression of utter shock.
What happened? Could it be some massive disaster? Could it be that the other 4 major races are attacking our human race again?
That's possible. The last time I saw the Speaker so shaken was when one of our mid-level star systems was destroyed by the Tatarans.
Let's hope it's nothing serious.
In that moment, even the most formidable of warriors, those at the peak of innate power or at the Grandmaster level, felt a deep unease in their hearts, all because of a single sentence from the Speaker.
15 years old, he's only 15. And he's this powerful? An SS-level genius, without a doubt an SS-level genius. Countless thoughts churned through the speaker's mind. The words SS-level genius echoed endlessly in his head.
He knew all too well that, let alone an SS-level genius, even an S+ level genius was a rarity that only appeared once every several hundred years in the entire yin-yang star system. The primary reason the speaker had personally come to oversee this examination was a faint hope of identifying a potential S+ level genius. But even that candidate had only a 30% chance of reaching such a level. And now, Ling Xiao had actually achieved the level of an SS level genius. It was easy to imagine the uproar this news would cause if it got out. The entire human race would be thrown into a frenzy. After all, an SS-level genius hadn't appeared in countless years. In the history of the human race, there had only ever been one such figure, a martial god. No, this must be reported immediately. An SS-level genius cannot be allowed to face even the slightest danger. The speaker's expression turned gravely serious. A chill ran through him as he considered the consequences. If word got out that there was an SS-level genius here, it wouldn't even take a day before powerful assassins from other races descended upon them. At that point, even the capital of the yin-yang star system wouldn't be able to provide adequate protection. Thus, while Ling Xiao's situation needed to be reported, it had to be done in the utmost secrecy. The fewer people who knew, the better. The speaker resolved not to even inform the yin-yang capital directly. However, this made reporting the matter all the more complicated. It seems I'll have to make a trip to the ancestral star myself. Intelligence system, use my authority to immediately delete this video. At this moment, the speaker issued a cold and decisive order to the ship's AI. Beep, video successfully deleted. The AI promptly responded. After all, this was merely an examination for the Yin-Yang Academy. As the chief examiner, the speaker had full authority to delete any content. If this video had been uploaded to the central AI's mainframe for talent evaluation, even you wouldn't have the authority to delete it, nor would the Yin-Yang capital. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, your fate now depends on your luck. If you can hold on until my return, everything will be fine. The speaker's gaze swept over Ling Xiao, who was ranked first on the leaderboard. He then activated administrative privileges to block Ling Xiao from uploading any further videos. I leave this place in your hands. I have urgent matters to attend to. When escorting these geniuses back, if you encounter any trouble, respond with full force. The speaker regained his composure and calmly addressed the warriors present. Though they didn't understand the speaker's intentions, the surrounding warriors all nodded in agreement. Moments later, the speaker departed aboard a Tier 5 advanced spaceship, disappearing from this sector of space in an instant. Ling Xiao remained unaware of any of this. The video he had casually uploaded had nearly triggered a wave of planetary-level assassins hunting him down. Boom, boom, boom. On Flame Demon Star number 7, with a deafening explosion, a massive flame demon was split in half by a young girl wielding a long sword. Immediately, the flame demon's body erupted in a thunderous blast, disintegrating into a rain of molten lava that scattered across the sky. Even as it perished, the 4-star Tier 4 flame demon remained in utter disbelief. It had been slain in an instant by a mere human girl. The power of my ethereal sword strike still hasn't reached perfection. The kill wasn't smooth enough. Where did I go wrong? The girl in white, holding her long sword, stared thoughtfully at the trail of sword energy she'd just unleashed. She was Jian Wu, the top student in the 7th-year rankings of Yin-Yang Academy. She had mastered the rare A-grade ability speed and had honed her swordsmanship to an almost terrifying level of proficiency. She was only a step away from advancing her swordsmanship to the master level. Once she achieved that, she would challenge the 8th-year ranking leader. But this final step had kept her stuck for a full 10 years. Of course, she looked only 2 or 3 years older than Ling Xiao, but her actual age was already 91. Even so, in the Grandmaster realm, her age was considered young. After all, Grandmaster-level warriors typically had lifespans exceeding 1,000 years. Forget it. I'll find a Tier 4 7-star flame demon to practice on next. Jian Wu sighed and made up her mind. With a light step, she shot off toward the distance. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a series of earth-shaking explosions erupted in the distance, drawing Jian Wu's attention immediately. Boom, 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 boom. The relentless explosions shook the very ground, which began to quake violently. This aura, it's Tier 4 10-star. What kind of flame demon is fighting at this level? Jian Wu's expression changed instantly, her heart pounding with alarm. I need to see this. Without hesitation, she whirled her longsword into the air, leaping onto it. Sword in hand, she soared toward the source of the explosions at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, over 300 kilometers away above a sea of molten lava, a massive flame demon towering over 1,000 meters was unleashing furious punches into the void. The ground trembled violently with each of the flame demon's blows. And in the space it attacked, a young man in a black combat suit, with a long spear strapped to his back, darted nimbly to evade its strikes. What was most astonishing, his eyes were shut tight. Even more striking were the two divine dragons formed from black flames that coiled beneath his feet. Roar! This sight enraged the flame demon to the point of madness. It roared furiously at the skies, and magma erupted in all directions like a frenzied fountain. In an instant, the magma transformed into countless massive fists, smashing down toward the ground. Roar! With the enraged howl of the peak Tier 4 flame demon, the countless magma fists descended like a meteor shower, their target singular, Ling Xiao. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of meteor-like fists blanketed an area spanning dozens of kilometers. Boom! 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 The deafening explosions thundered like a storm, shaking the earth violently. Such an overwhelming display of power caused Sword Dance, who had just arrived nearby, to pale instantly. What is wrong with this flame demon? Why is it so frenzied? Who's over there? She murmured gravely. A peak Tier 4 flame demon was a terrifyingly powerful existence. Even if she were to confront it, death would be the only outcome. Only top-tier powerhouses in the 9th or 10th grade might have a slim chance of escape. As for defeating it, there was likely no one in the entire Sunfire Academy capable of such a feat. With unease stirring in her heart, Sword Dance turned her gaze toward the direction of the flame demon's attack. Her pupils contracted sharply at the sight. Amidst the meteor-like barrage of magma fists, a young man, was darting through the storm with terrifying speed, effortlessly evading the destructive onslaught. Such incredible agility sent waves of shock through Sword Dance's mind. Who is this boy? Where did this monster come from? Judging by his life aura, he's not even a century old. Could he be an SSS-level genius from some distant star system? She couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. But if such a prodigy truly existed, there was no way she wouldn't have heard of him. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort resounded in Sword Dance's ears. Her heart trembled, and she instinctively looked up. Her face turned ashen. The flame demon, who had been attacking Ling Xiao just moments ago, was now glaring at her with fiery eyes, hovering above her. Human, die! In the next moment, the infuriated flame demon opened its massive jaws. Boom! An intense crimson light erupted from the flame demon's mouth, forming a kilometer-wide beam that illuminated the land for hundreds of miles. The terrifying beam tore through the void, hurtling straight toward Sword Dance. The speed was so overwhelming that, even though she realized the danger, there was no chance of escape. It's over. Despair surged through her heart, and in the face of this terrifying flame demon, her courage dissolved entirely. Boom, boom, boom. The beam struck Sword Dance directly, erupting into a massive explosion. A colossal mushroom cloud soared into the sky, rising tens of thousands of meters. At the same time, the shockwave from the explosion rippled outward, incinerating everything in its path into magma with its searing heat. The ground caved in, sinking a full kilometer, while the blast's impact stretched for thousands of miles. If this had happened on Earth, such an attack would have obliterated an entire nation. On this planet, however, thousands of young candidates participating in nearby trials were instantly turned to ash, a stroke of supreme misfortune. Oomph! Pathetic humans! The flame demon snorted coldly, its voice echoing across the skies. Now that this insignificant pest was no longer spying on it, it could focus entirely on Ling Xiao. The flame demon's expression suddenly changed as it stared at the center of its own attack, its heart filled with alarm. Ling Xiao had somehow appeared right there, blocking the attack that had been aimed at Sword Dance. Hey, don't lose focus while fighting, Ling Xiao said, looking up at the flame demon in the sky while holding the unconscious Sword Dance in his arms. His tone carried a hint of exasperation. He had spent so much effort refining his movement technique to its peak, almost reaching the master level, yet this flame demon suddenly shifted targets for no reason. How exasperating! Roar! Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the flame demon could no longer suppress its rage and launched another attack at him. But Ling Xiao merely smiled, holding Sword Dance close as he dodged in an instant. Ding! You have successfully dodged an attack from a Tier 4 10-star powerhouse. Movement proficiency plus 10. Ding! You have successfully dodged an attack from a Tier 4 10-star powerhouse. Movement proficiency plus 10. Ding! You have successfully dodged an attack from a Tier 4 10-star powerhouse. Movement proficiency plus 10. At that moment, the system's notifications flooded Ling Xiao's mind like an unstoppable tide. Rewind to over an hour ago, after uploading a video of himself slaying a Tier 1 Flame Demon Grandmaster, Ling Xiao had come directly to this sea of magma, targeting the peak Tier 4 Flame Demon before him. Upon their first meeting, Ling Xiao deliberately suppressed 90% of his defenses, allowing the Flame Demon to strike him with full force. With a single blow, Ling Xiao was reduced to ashes. If not for the sliver of defense he held back, he would have been completely dead. Yet this attack caused his blood and vitality to surge by over 500 points. After recovering, Ling Xiao showed no mercy, continuing to provoke the flame demon. The enraged flame demon, infuriated by the audacity of this ant, launched a relentless barrage of attacks. However, the nightmare had only just begun. Ling Xiao was like an unkillable cockroach, regenerating instantly every time he was blasted apart. He soon noticed that while evading attacks, his movement proficiency was quietly leveling up, his speed and agility improving dramatically. Amid the relentless assault, Ling Xiao simultaneously farmed vitality and trained his movement technique. In just an hour, his movement technique reached its peak proficiency. Meanwhile, his vitality surged at an astonishing rate, ultimately skyrocketing to a staggering storage of 100,000 points. Ding! You have successfully dodged an attack from a Tier 4 10-star powerhouse. Movement proficiency plus 10. Congratulations, your skill level has successfully advanced to Early Mastery 0/10000. Speed bonus plus 500%. At the moment his vitality hit 100,000, the system's notification echoed in Ling Xiao's mind, announcing the breakthrough of his movement technique. Time out. I need a moment to break through. Ling Xiao suddenly shouted, causing the flame demon's massive figure to pause in confusion. But in the next second, the flame demon's fury erupted. Roar! Human, your arrogance knows no bounds. I'll kill you. The flame demon roared toward the heavens, its fiery energy surging madly as its body expanded like an inflating balloon. This doesn't look good. Ling Xiao froze at the sight, realization dawning. In the next instant, his face fell. Damn it, this guy is going to self-destruct. Ling Xiao was speechless. Why would it choose death when it was alive and well? Unfortunately, the flame demon had no intention of reflecting on its absurdity. It had been meant to remain calm, but it had provoked someone who refused to back down. And not only had it disturbed that person, but it had also antagonized him relentlessly. After enduring an hour of torment, the flame demon's mind had completely unraveled. Human, die with me. Finally, with a vengeful, wrathful roar, the peak Tier 4 flame demon detonated itself. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a deafening explosion shattered the heavens, and the entire ground collapsed into chaos. A mushroom cloud, tens of thousands of meters high, surged into the sky, and the shockwave, carrying an aura of destruction, swept out in all directions. The searing heatwave incinerated everything in its path, including even the lower-ranked flame demons of master-level strength, reducing them to ashes in mere moments. This strike was several times more powerful than the flame demon's vengeful last attack. The heavens and earth were thrown into upheaval, and even the examiners stationed in outer space witnessed the scene unfold. Which human powerhouse is battling a Grandmaster-level opponent this time? That attack just now, it must have reached the 1-star Grandmaster level, right? Definitely. Incredible. Killing a Grandmaster-level flame demon means it'll be much easier for humanity to take control of this flame demon star system. That's obvious. If we wanted to take it, we would have done it long ago. The flame demon star system is filled with treasures. The longer we hold off, the more valuable it becomes. At that moment, heated discussions erupted among them. After all, slaying a Grandmaster-level flame demon was an event that only occurred once in decades, a rare and joyous occasion. However, none of them realized that this wasn't a Grandmaster-level flame demon at all, just a peak Tier 4th rank flame demon forced into self-destruction. Meanwhile, amidst the fiery blaze, Ling Xiao stood motionless, unscathed, cradling the still-sleeping Jianwu in his arms. His body was enveloped in a protective aura of black and gold energy. With the black-gold battle body, it was naturally impossible for Ling Xiao to perish so easily in the flame demon's explosion. However, the energy shield around him was now riddled with cracks, seemingly on the verge of breaking. In that instant, Ling Xiao had nearly sacrificed his entire physical body, though it had since fully recovered. Still, this attack had pushed his defensive limits to the brink. Had the explosion been any stronger, he would have had to rely solely on his battlesuit for protection. At least it served as a test to gauge the limits of his overall defense. What a pity, such a perfect practice target. Looks like I'll have to find another one soon, Ling Xiao sighed, shaking his head at the sight before him. The opponent's strength had been just right for him to hone his movement techniques and restore his vitality. Unfortunately, the flame demon lacked the mental fortitude to continue and chose self-destruction instead. With a casual wave of his right hand, a cracked star core, located over 10 kilometers away, sped through the air and landed neatly in front of him. Good thing it didn't completely shatter. Even with the cracks, it shouldn't affect its value too much. Ling Xiao took the peak 4th rank star core without a second thought, pocketing it with ease. By the way, who's this woman? Why'd she stick her nose into all this trouble? Only now did Ling Xiao finally turn his attention to the sleeping Jianwu in his arms. As a swordswoman, Jianwu radiated an otherworldly aura, and her beauty rivaled that of Si Kongshui and the others, leaving Ling Xiao momentarily at a loss for words. He mused to himself, it seems I have a knack for attracting women. If I'd had this ability before crossing over, maybe I wouldn't have died single,
Forget it. System, let's upgrade my true chi condensation to the 6th cycle first.
Helpless, Ling Xiao gently set Jianwu down and issued a command to the system.
Ding. Command accepted. The system responded instantly.
A terrifying surge of energy poured into Ling Xiao's limbs and bones. In an instant, he felt the pale golden liquid true qi in his dantian rapidly condensing.
As the condensation intensified, the pale golden liquid began to transform into a deep golden hue.
Soon, with the support of 100,000 points of vitality, the true qi fully condensed into deep golden liquid form.
Clearly, the next stage would see it solidify into a golden core.
Seriously, anyone watching this would think I'm cultivating immortality here.
Even forming a golden core, how absurd.
Ling Xiao chuckled helplessly, though he was rather satisfied overall.
6th cycle true qi meant that each point of Ling Xiao's vitality was now equivalent to 18 points for an ordinary person.
In essence, his strength was now comparable to that of a 2nd cycle grandmaster at the 1st level of mastery, and that was before reaching the grandmaster realm. Once he ascended to that level, his strength would increase tenfold. Even now, if multiplied by 10, his vitality would rival that of a 6th level grandmaster. Coupled with his various techniques and martial skills, his combat power was truly terrifying. With that thought, Ling Xiao glanced at his attribute panel.
Attribute panel. Name, Ling Xiao.
Repair attempts, 1/4. Martial realm, innate 10th level, 6th cycle, 0/300,000. Soul realm, innate 10th level, 3rd tier, 91,000/100,000.
Vitality, 10,000, 1 point equals 1,800 kilograms of strength. Soul, 10,000. Skills.
Spearmanship, master level, 400%, 1000/7000.
Movement techniques, early grandmaster level, 5x, 0/10,000. Talents. Immortal divine body, SSS level, combat power x 300%. Innate Dao body, SS level, 3000x boost. Solar star flame, S level. Holy light power, SS level. Dark magic flame, SSS level. Techniques.
Titanium battle art, 4th tier low grade, 300% training speed. Undying soul art, eternal grade, 5th tier broken, 32x.
Demonic disintegration technique, 8th tier. Martial skills.
Titanium fist, 4th tier low grade, 400%. Meteor spear, 6th tier medium grade, 1000%.
Nine heavens flame burst, 6th tier top grade, 1500%. Flame dragon step, 7th tier medium grade, 1500%. Star battle body, 7th tier medium grade, 1500%. Equipment. Black death set, 7th tier medium grade.
Black flame spear, 7th tier medium grade. Aircraft, 8th tier medium grade.
Beast companion. Hell three-headed magic dragon, SSS level, 4th tier 7-star. Looking over his current attributes, Ling Xiao fell into deep thought. After the 6th cycle comes the 10th. Once I reach that point, I'll ascend to the Grandmaster realm.
Right now, it'll take 300,000 vitality points to hit 10 cycles.
Thankfully, vitality points are easy to gather.
I just need to spend 3 or 4 hours hunting flame demons, and I'll have enough.
But advancing in the soul realm, that's a bit slower.
At least the star core from earlier came through. Even though 99% of its energy was absorbed by the dark magic flame, I still gained a 9th tier soul reserve of a full 100 billion points.
Not just enough for now, it'll last me well into the stellar level realm.
Currently, I'm gaining 2,000 soul points every 10 minutes, which means 12,000 in an hour. At that rate, reaching the 10th cycle in the soul realm will take just over a day, not too long at all. With that thought, Ling Xiao dismissed the attribute panel.
Intelligence system, deactivate her protective shield.
Ling Xiao cast a glance at Jianwu, who lay unconscious on the ground, and immediately issued a command to his AI assistant.
Buzz. Following Ling Xiao's order, the protective barrier of Jianwu's combat suit activated instantly.
Ling Xiao quickly noticed that the suit's level had reached the 4th tier pinnacle. In other words, it was strong enough to withstand a casual strike from a 10th level Grandmaster. Of course, the earlier attack she endured was a full-force blow from a Grandmaster level flame demon, something even this high-tier protective suit could not defend against.
She should be fine now, right?
Looking around at the magma-covered ground, Ling Xiao lightly tapped his foot and shot into the sky, disappearing from the ruins. After all, he wasn't her bodyguard. Saving her once was already more than enough. Fortunately, about 10 minutes after Ling Xiao left, Jian Wu slowly regained consciousness. Her combat suit had a built-in healing function, but due to the severity of her injuries, it had taken this long to repair her body.
I'm not dead? The first thing Jian Wu did upon waking was inspect her body.
Seeing she had no injuries at all, she was momentarily stunned.
Was it him?
In an instant, the image of a young man flashed through her mind. Yes, the one who saved her was undoubtedly that mysterious and extraordinarily powerful youth.
Who is he? How could he possess such terrifying strength?
Jian Wu frowned slightly, her mind swimming with questions. Of course, she couldn't possibly associate Ling Xiao with the examinees participating in today's assessment. After all, she would never believe that a mere freshman, who hadn't even entered the academy yet, could wield such immense power.
Elsewhere, Ling Xiao had already tracked down another fourth-tier pinnacle flame demon.
As before, Ling Xiao relied on his movement techniques, marksmanship, and his undying divine body to simultaneously farm blood energy and improve the levels of his movement skills and marksmanship. While focusing on refining his combat techniques did slow down his cultivation progress, it wasn't a significant setback. His soul power was replenishing at a relatively slow rate anyway, so this period served as a perfect opportunity to wait for its recovery. Furthermore, with a 9th grade soul reserve, the speed at which his soul power advanced was extraordinarily fast. In just over 40 minutes, Ling Xiao had already accumulated enough soul energy to elevate his soul transformation level to the 6th stage. Afterward, Ling Xiao engaged in a drawn-out battle with the 4th-tier pinnacle flame demon, refining his combat skills for several hours. Finally, in the 7th hour, his accumulated blood energy had reached an astonishing 300,000.
It's finally enough. Ling Xiao looked at his amassed blood energy and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions.
Of course, if anyone else heard his words, they might very well die of frustration on the spot. Damn it, in just a few days of cultivation, this guy had gone from being a slightly strong nobody to a superpower capable of killing a 10th-level grandmaster. And yet, he still dares to sigh about how hard it's been.
System, enhance my true qi condensation to the 10th cycle.
At this moment, Ling Xiao didn't care about anything else. He directly issued a command to the system.
Ding. Command received. Consuming 300,000 blood energy to condense true qi. The system responded without hesitation and immediately began its operation. Rumble.
In an instant, the surging blood energy flooded Ling Xiao's body like a raging torrent. At that moment, Ling Xiao could feel his power skyrocketing at an alarming rate. Although the total amount of blood energy within him didn't change, the explosive power he could unleash was increasing exponentially. Simultaneously, the dark golden true qi liquid in Ling Xiao's dantian began to thicken rapidly. As time went on, the true qi liquid became more viscous, condensing into a solid state. However, this was just the beginning. After solidifying, the true qi underwent rapid purification and compression. With each compression, the solidified true qi in his dantian became denser, harder, and more refined. Thanks to the continuous replenishment from the surrounding energy, its size returned to normal after each compression. Finally, just as the blood energy was completely consumed, Ling Xiao's golden core had finished its full transformation.
Ding! Congratulations, host! Your true qi cyclone has successfully condensed into 10th cycle true qi.
The power output has increased tenfold, and each point of blood energy now delivers an explosive force of 3,000 kilograms. The system's notification echoed in Ling Xiao's mind.
System, does this mean I can directly advance to the first level of the Grandmaster realm? Ling Xiao asked eagerly. Ding!
Yes, host. You can now reverse condense your true qi into true essence and elevate your cultivation to the first level of the Grandmaster realm.
The system's response left Ling Xiao stunned. Reverse condense true essence? Is it that simple? Ling Xiao was momentarily taken aback.
He quickly reviewed the relevant information and discovered that condensing true qi into true essence merely required reversing the flow of one's true qi. Once reversed, true qi would circulate at a more ferocious pace, unleashing even greater power. However, this process came with significant risks. If the true qi wasn't strong enough, it could rupture in an instant. When that rupture happened, the consequences could be dire, ranging from immediate death by physical implosion to a complete dissipation of true qi. In some cases, cultivators would even regress to the first stage of the innate realm, forced to start over from scratch. That said, as long as one reached the first cycle of true qi, the reversal process would no longer pose any danger. With 10th cycle true qi, this should be as steady as Mount Tai. Ling Xiao smirked confidently before closing his eyes to begin reversing his true qi. Buzz! As the reversal began, the golden core in Ling Xiao's dantian, which had been slowly rotating, came to an abrupt halt. In that moment, Ling Xiao felt his true qi spiral out of control. Buzz! The next instant, the golden core started spinning in the opposite direction. Its speed increased rapidly, soon surpassing its previous pace. And yet, the rotation didn't stop there. The speed continued to climb, reaching tenfold, then 100-fold, and eventually 1,000-fold. The rotation seemed limitless, accelerating endlessly. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao felt a sharp, growing pain throughout his body. Every cell in his body began to tremble violently. It was as if the immense force unleashed by the golden core's reversal was shaking him apart from the inside. No way. My body can't handle the golden core's reversal. What's going on? At that moment, Ling Xiao froze as if struck by lightning, utterly bewildered. If even he, with his extraordinary physique, couldn't endure it, how could anyone else possibly survive such a process? But soon, Ling Xiao realized that something was amiss. While others' true energy reversed at speeds dozens of times faster at most, his was spinning thousands of times faster, and it was still accelerating. Could it be because my true energy has reached the level of 10 rotations? But at this rate, my body is about to collapse. Frowning deeply, Ling Xiao felt a sharp, splitting pain as his physical body began to break apart. Splurt! 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 Blood gushed out like a fountain from the cracks splitting open on his body. At first, his wounds would heal almost instantly after tearing open. But as time went on, the speed of the ruptures increased dramatically, and Ling Xiao realized he could no longer keep up with the pace of recovery. If it had been anyone else, they would have long since been torn to shreds, reduced to nothing more than a mist of blood in the air. Clearly, Ling Xiao's body had reached its limit. Even so, he couldn't afford to stop. If he stopped now, the physical collapse would be the least of his worries. His cultivation realm might fall. Although he wasn't entirely certain if it would regress, Ling Xiao absolutely refused to take that risk. Wait, I still have the heavenly demon disintegration technique. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. He realized that the problem lay in the insufficient strength of his physical body. Even his black gold battle body was useless because it only enhanced defense, not the physical body itself. His body's collapse was happening from the inside out, something the black gold battle body couldn't counter. But the heavenly demon disintegration technique was different. It could enhance the strength of both his soul and physical body at a fundamental level. Heavenly demon disintegration. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao let out a low shout and immediately sacrificed all of his internal organs. Boom! In an instant, Ling Xiao's aura surged like a flood. The flesh of his sacrificed body transformed into a mist of blood that merged with the rest of his body. At that moment, the areas that had been breaking apart began to repair themselves. In the next instant, his body was restored to perfection. The strengthening of his physical body successfully suppressed the terrifying destructive force caused by the reversal of his true energy. Finally stabilized. Damn that system. Why couldn't it warn me earlier? I almost died. Ling Xiao's heart was heavy with a lingering sense of danger. Even with his undying divine body, he had almost perished. How terrifying was this 10-rotation true energy? Ding! The number of rotations a species can achieve with their true energy has a limit. Humans are the lowest-ranked species in the universe, so their true energy can only reach a single rotation. Even for the most exceptional individuals, the maximum achievable rotation is no more than 4. Once the 4th rotation is reached, the reversal of true energy causes genetic collapse, just like what you experienced earlier. Even with a body capable of SS-grade regeneration, genetic collapse cannot be resisted. The host could only withstand up to 7 rotations. However, because the host possesses the heavenly demon disintegration technique, the system recommended advancing to 10 rotations. With the undying divine body, there is no risk at all. Just as Ling Xiao was grappling with confusion, the system's voice suddenly spoke up. As those words echoed in his mind, Ling Xiao's eyebrows twitched slightly. So that's it, it was genetic collapse. No wonder something felt off earlier. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. If he hadn't had the undying divine body and the heavenly demon disintegration technique, he would have been doomed. The two were indispensable. But at least I made it through. There shouldn't be any more issues now, right? Ling Xiao thought with a mix of relief and resignation. Unfortunately, once the reversal process begins, there's no way to stop it. He could only close his eyes and continue focusing on the reversal of his golden core. Time ticked by, second by second. Every 5 minutes, Ling Xiao performed another sacrifice. Thankfully, he now had a level 9 soul energy reserve, allowing him to fully repair his soul within 3 minutes. And the heavenly demon disintegration technique lasted for 5 minutes. Ling Xiao could only treat the situation as soul-strengthening training. Given the circumstances, I can't even work on boosting my blood energy value. I might as well focus on improving my techniques. Ling Xiao thought helplessly. Although his body could still move freely, the drawback was that he couldn't enhance his blood energy value.
He couldn't even allow himself to sustain heavy injuries. Otherwise, it would disrupt the balance between his undying divine body and the reversed true energy, creating an even bigger problem. To ensure his safety, he activated his stellar thunder wings, enveloping his entire body in their protective embrace. This way, even if this entire star system exploded, he would remain unharmed. As for himself, he could only stay in place and train 2 techniques. Ding! You've trained a movement technique. Movement proficiency plus 10. Ding! You've trained a spear technique. Spear proficiency plus 10. Ding! You've trained a movement technique. Movement proficiency plus 10. As Ling Xiao trained, the system notifications echoed continuously in his mind. At the same time, his proficiency in the technique soared. Each increase of 10 points in proficiency felt like years of effort condensed into a single moment. In no time, both techniques reached the mid-master level. Accumulating 10,000 proficiency points was equivalent to thousands of years of hard training. The sheer difficulty of mastering these 2 techniques attested to their complexity. However, the results were astonishing. Ling Xiao's strength and speed increased by 600%. Time flew by, and before he knew it, 15 hours had passed. His accumulated soul energy reached an astounding 180,000 points, and all his techniques advanced to the late master level. Enhancement to overall strength, 700%. Yet even so, the reversal of his true energy was far from complete. Ding! The current assessment is about to conclude. All participants, please prepare for retrieval mode in 30 minutes. At that moment, a notification echoed in Ling Xiao's mind, causing him to frown slightly. The test is already over? Time sure flies. Shaking his head, Ling Xiao sighed. After an entire day of assessments, he had spent most of it enduring the reversal of his true energy. Still, the thought of his strength increasing tenfold once the reversal was complete made him grit his teeth and persevere. Ding! Congratulations, host! The reversal of your true energy is complete. All true energy has successfully transformed into true essence. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out again, making Ling Xiao's heart skip a beat. Buzz! Simultaneously, the golden core spinning wildly within him came to an abrupt halt. Finally! Ling Xiao instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Ding! Congratulations! Your cultivation has advanced to the first heaven of the Grandmaster realm. The daily number of system repairs has increased to 5. The system's notification brought a satisfied smile to Ling Xiao's face. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully broken through the limits of your bloodline, reaching the 10th cycle of true essence. The system has unlocked the Limit Breakthrough function. Limit Breakthrough function. By fusing multiple repair opportunities, a fully repaired item or ability can transcend its original limits and attain even greater power. For example, the maximum potential of Solar True Fire is S rank. By fusing 3 repair opportunities, its limit can be broken, giving it a 70% chance of reaching SS rank and a 30% chance of reaching SSS rank. However, since repair opportunities refresh daily, the current host can only fuse up to 5 repair opportunities at once. The higher the level, the more repair opportunities are required for fusion. At that moment, a series of notification chimes echoed in Ling Xiao's mind. The sudden notifications left him momentarily stunned. Limit breakthrough function? Wait, does this mean my undying physique can also level up? Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as he realized that while his undying physique was already formidable, there were undoubtedly even more terrifying possibilities out there. If it could be upgraded, it would unquestionably be a monumental improvement. Ding! Elevating the level of the undying physique requires fusing 10 repair opportunities. Sure enough, the system's notification arrived promptly. 10 opportunities? Looks like I'll have to wait. There are still 5 realms left for me to break through. Ling Xiao gave a wry smile, feeling both helpless and resigned. After all, given how terrifyingly powerful the undying physique already was, upgrading it wouldn't come easy. Still, upgrading an S-rank ability only requires 3 repair opportunities. So, my SS rank innate Dao body should only take 4 or 5, right? Ling Xiao's thoughts sparked with excitement. Clearly, the limit breakthrough function was immensely powerful. Perfect timing. The opportunities have just refreshed, and I have 5 repair chances available. System, break through the limits of my innate Dao body. He issued the command to the system without hesitation. The reason he chose his innate Dao body was that Ling Xiao's combat-related talents were already at their peak, and 5 repair opportunities wouldn't suffice for further upgrades. The only ability that was both highly beneficial to him and slightly lower in level was the innate Dao body. Ding! Command received. Breaking the limits of the innate Dao body, SS rank, will require 4 repair opportunities. Initiating repair now. The next moment, another notification rang in Ling Xiao's mind. Boom! In an instant, a surge of golden energy flooded Ling Zhao's entire body like a tidal wave.
At that moment, he felt as though his very bloodline was boiling. Simultaneously, he sensed something deep within his bloodline stirring, as though on the verge of awakening.
Unfortunately, the sensation was fleeting, and it quickly subsided. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your innate Tao body has transcended its limits and leveled up by 2 grades. It has evolved into Innate Law Body, Desolation Grade. Innate Law Body, a Desolation Grade ability.
Possessing this ability grants a cultivation speed multiplier of 100,000x, comprehension multiplier of 100,000x, law comprehension speed multiplier of 100,000x, and a tenfold amplification of law power. High-level ability ranking system, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, followed by Desolation Grade, Cataclysm Grade, Cosmic Grade, Universal Grade, and Eternal Grade.
At this moment, 2 notifications sounded in Ling Zhao's mind.
Hearing these, Ling Zhao finally gained his first understanding of the ranking system above the SSS level.
Holy crap, 100,000 times the cultivation speed? This innate law body is absolutely insane.
Seeing the system's description, Ling Zhao couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath of cold air. A 100,000x cultivation speed meant that 1 day of cultivation for him was equivalent to 300 years of cultivation previously.
What kind of monstrous speed was this? Unfortunately, it came a bit late.
If he had possessed this ability earlier, with Ling Zhao's innate talent, he could have progressed from an ordinary person to the innate realm in just 1 day. Although Ling Zhao's undying physique already allowed him to cultivate qi and blood at unparalleled speeds, far beyond even 100,000x or 100,000x, there was one crucial difference: the speed of cultivating techniques and martial skills. His comprehension had now increased by 100,000x, and his cultivation speed for techniques had similarly risen by 100,000x.
Together, these enhancements meant that his ability to master techniques and skills would now grow over 1,000 times faster than before.
With this thought in mind, Ling Zhao didn't hesitate and unsheathed the spear on his back.
Clang! In an instant, accompanied by a piercing metallic hum, Ling Zhao's spear traced a dazzling arc through the air. Falling Star Spear Technique.
The next moment, with a low shout from Ling Zhao, his entire being shot skyward like an arrow. In an instant, the spear in his hand rained down countless strikes upon the void with relentless ferocity.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
In that split second, the air was filled with the overwhelming sound of spear strikes, as countless spear shadows poured down upon the earth like a torrential storm. Each spear shadow carried the devastating power to obliterate mountains and rivers. In mere moments, the sky was filled with a deluge of spear shadows, crashing down mercilessly upon the ground below.
Boom! 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 Boom!
In an instant, every single spear shadow collided with the earth, triggering massive explosions. It was as if the entire land had been ravaged by a barrage of superpowered nuclear warheads. Mushroom clouds erupted skyward, covering an area within a 1,000-kilometer radius.
Terrifying shockwaves rippled outward in all directions. Finally, it's over. Damn it, why are the flame demons here so ridiculously strong?
I'm an A+ rank genius, and I almost got killed by a demon of the same rank.
Tell me about it. Thank goodness team-ups weren't prohibited this time. Otherwise, forget passing the trial, we wouldn't even have survived.
Exactly. But, well, at least it's over now. Honestly, we weren't expecting to pass the trial and get into the Sunfire Academy anyway, so whatever. By the way, though, that chick from the Laka Galaxy earlier was pretty hot. If only there were more like her.